Chapter 1. System, you are ruthless. Junior brother, what is the matter with you? Are you hungry and fainted from not eating? It can't be that serious, although our junior brother has a rather common background. He shouldn't have fainted from hunger. Sisters, what should we do now? Is our junior brother going to be lost to us? Lin Jiuxuan had a dream. In this dream, he found himself traversing to the primordial chaos, inexplicably becoming a disciple of the截教sect. The voices echoing around him shattered any notion that he was merely dreaming. Though dreams can be delightful, being rudely awakened is indeed far more distressing. Who is it? Can't anyone let me sleep? He opened his eyes, dumbfounded. Before him stood 3 stunningly beautiful women. A surge of memories not belonging to him flooded his mind, accompanied by a tearing pain. This overwhelming sensation caused him to faint once more. Big sister, is our junior brother unable to cultivate? Is there something wrong with his mind? It shouldn't be the case. The stunning woman swallowed nervously, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Let's wait and see if it doesn't work out. We still have master. The eldest sister spoke, and both nodded in agreement. Thus, they waited for Lin Jiuxuan to awaken. Senior sister, second senior sister, junior sister. Upon regaining consciousness and seeing the 3 women before him, he respectfully greeted them. He dared not act recklessly. As he absorbed the memories in his mind, he realized where he was. Indeed, it was the primordial chaos. He never anticipated that his dream would manifest into reality. He truly traversed into the world of primordial chaos and became the youngest disciple of the截教sect. At this time, the primordial chaos was a perilous period, although it was said that quasi-saints were as numerous as dogs. The number of the Luo was certainly greater than that. As he assessed his own state, he found himself to be merely a celestial immortal. In the截教sect, his cultivation level was likely inferior even to that of a pig. In due course, the截教sect would struggle to protect itself. To survive, he could only rely on himself. 3 senior sisters, I am fine. Look, he is in good condition, there is no need for concern. Observing the 3 senior sisters before him, who were indeed the Sanshao of the later generations, he stood up and moved his limbs to demonstrate his well-being. Only then did the 3 of them feel relieved to depart. Once the 3 left, he felt free to familiarize himself with his surroundings. Although he possessed the cultivation of a celestial immortal, the techniques he practiced were exceedingly rudimentary. For he was of the human race, and his background was not particularly exceptional. Thus, his cultivation of any technique, divine ability, or speed was painfully slow, some even impossible to cultivate. He felt a profound sadness. He feared that he would merely survive in the primordial chaos. In his room, there were various weapons. He picked up a sword and began to practice. A slow bird fly's first diligence can make up for clumsiness. The sword is the foremost of all weapons, the gentleman's sword. This sword was bestowed upon him upon joining the截教sect. It was said to have once slain a true dragon. On Blue Star, he had a fondness for swords as well. After all, there were numerous novels centered around the sword path. In his heart, he could not help but feel that the sword was what a man should practice. Unbeknownst to him, the sword in his hand seemed to resonate with his acknowledgement. It came alive in his grasp. As he practiced, time flew by. A day had passed in a flash. How swift! Just as he set down the sword, he felt an invigorating surge of energy wash over him. A chilling voice echoed in his mind. Like thunder. Finally, you've arrived. Ding! After practicing the sword 100 times, the sword moves with the heart. The system is activated. Ding! Host, with each level of sword practice achieved, a mysterious reward will be granted. Lin Jiuxuan calmly sipped a cup of water, unperturbed. For he understood, though the system may arrive late, it would never be absent. In truth, whether the system was real or not mattered little. What he cherished was the delightful ding sound. Ding! Achievement task triggered. Task: practice the sword 100,000 times. Reward: mysterious gift package. The system's voice resounded once more. Lin Jiuxuan felt a wave of joy wash over him. However, after a while, something fell amiss. He soon realized the purpose of this system. It was born solely for the Dao. As long as he reached a certain level in his practice, he would gain achievements. Then various rewards would follow. including innate spiritual treasures and innate supreme treasures. System, isn't there something you're missing? Lin Jiuxuan inquired. According to the narrative of system novels, it seems something was indeed lacking. He wondered if it had been swallowed by the system. Ding! This system is the first of its kind in the universe. Please do not underestimate it. If it is absent, then it is absent even if it exists. This system will still assert its absence. Lin Jiuxuan immediately felt displeased. This system was rather arrogant. Suppressing his temper, he retorted, 100,000 times, is it? Just wait, I shall practice my sword. The system was the foundation of his existence. He could only relent. Gripping the sword, he began anew. From one corner of Sanxian Island to another, he traversed the island several times over. 100,000 times. Even drawing the sword would take a considerable amount of time, let alone the practice itself. He couldn't help but wonder if the system was deliberately making things difficult for him. These 100,000 times had to be practiced according to the system's methods. Exhausting as it was, Lin Jiuxuan showed no signs of stopping. If he wished to survive in the primordial chaos, he must elevate his cultivation level. With his current celestial immortal status, he would be easily subdued. Finally, a year later, ding! Achievement. Practice the sword 100,000 times reward. A manual on sword drawing techniques. Lin Jiuxuan paused, panting heavily. He sat down heavily on the ground, awaiting the mysterious reward. The result. It felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Sword drawing technique, no mistake about it. Lin Jiuxuan listened to the system's voice, his mouth agape in astonishment. He was nearly ready to exclaim loudly. Practicing the sword 100,000 times, and all he received was a manual on sword drawing techniques. Was this truly excessive? Yet there was little he could do. After all, the system was the boss. And it was such a proud system. As he absorbed the sword drawing techniques in his mind, his hands instinctively began to move. Once, twice. The sword moves with the heart. As the heart stirs, so too does the sword. He could sense that each draw of the sword was unique. Gradually, he began to comprehend. The sword drawing technique enhanced his understanding and perception of the sword. Ding! Achievement triggered. Minor completion of sword drawing. Reward. A drop of Pangus heartblood. Pangus blood could incite great battles among the inhabitants of the primordial chaos, not to mention heartblood. It was tenfold more potent than mere blood. Once consumed, it would undoubtedly strengthen his physical body to an extraordinary degree. Ding! Achievement triggered. Major completion of sword drawing. Reward. Killing sword intent. Ding! Achievement triggered. Entering the hall of sword drawing. Reward. Guardian sword intent. Ding! Achievement triggered. Mastery of sword drawing. Reward. Ice sword intent. As he progressed, Lin Jiuxuan became increasingly aware. The deeper his comprehension of the sword drawing technique, the more achievements he would gain. He had already cultivated the sword drawing technique to a level comparable to the Dao. On one occasion, as he drew his sword, a frozen river cracked open. Countless carp leaped over the dragon gate. He severed the heavenly tribulation with a single stroke of his sword. This triggered a special achievement. The more he drew his sword, the fainter the sword intent became. Moreover, not only could he gain achievements from the sword drawing technique, but other weapons could yield similar rewards. Chapter 2. Junior brother, has he lost his mind? In pursuit of greater rewards, Lin Jiuxuan specifically sought out his senior brothers and sisters on Sanxian Island. He borrowed various weapons. His room contained only a few items. This led the senior brothers and sisters of Sanxian Island to view him as an oddity. Instead of diligently cultivating, he chose to dabble in other avenues. Even if he mastered all weapons, what would it matter? If he did not cultivate divine abilities or techniques, what use would it be if his cultivation level did not rise? After all, this was the primordial chaos. It was a realm where cultivation spoke volumes. Would he truly engage in battle with mere weapons? It was all about the duel of spells and divine abilities. Big sister, why not persuade junior brother? Practicing with weapons is futile cultivation is the hard truth. Indeed, big sister, what use is it to cultivate these if he does not practice divine abilities? We are all immortals. relying on our comprehension of the laws and mastery of divine abilities. The numerous disciples of the Jiao sect from Sanxian Island approached the Sanxiao sisters. The disciples of the Jiao sect shared a much closer bond compared to those of the other two sections. They were particularly fond of Lin Jiuxuan, their little junior brother. Everyone in the Jiao sect knew. Apart from Tong Tian, Lin Jiuxuan listened most attentively to the Sanxiao sisters. They could only try to persuade him. They could not allow their little junior brother to degrade himself like this. Cultivation was no trivial matter. It could not be neglected. Very well, we will find a way. The Sanxiao sisters could only say this. They had privately approached Lin Jiuxuan before, only to receive answers that left them exasperated. I am indeed cultivating. The cultivation of the Dao does not require meditation. In the end, not only did Lin Jiuxuan refuse their advice, but he also rambled on about a myriad of strange concepts. Ultimately, they had no choice but to acquiesce. If anyone loved Lin Jiuxuan the most within the Jiao sect, it was undoubtedly the Sanxiao sisters. However, Lin Jiuxuan was, after all, a disciple of the Jiao sect. He could not become a fool who only knew how to wield weapons without understanding divine abilities or techniques. Dear sister, perhaps we should devise a plan to startle our junior disciple, so he may comprehend that the true path to cultivation lies in the mastery of divine powers and spells. Merely honing his weaponry skills is futile. Bi Xiao remarked, her concern palpable. Little sister, what do you propose? Xiongxia inquired hastily. Among the three, Bai was the most inventive. We could summon nearby clans to challenge our junior, allowing him to realize that his training serves no purpose and fails to enhance his combat prowess. Once he faces such a setback, he will undoubtedly abandon his misguided ways and strive for reform. Dear sister, fret not. We shall be there to support him. There is no need for fear. It is time he faced some hardships. A glint of cunning sparkled in Bixio's eyes, for this young disciple had been a source of worry for them. Once he experiences adversity, he will surely recognize his errors. Thus, the trio reached a cheerful consensus. Unbeknownst to Lin Jiuxuan, a crisis was stealthily approaching him. Even if he were aware, he would likely only chuckle in response. Divine powers, spells. What are those? Are they truly formidable? How much can they enhance one's combat capabilities? Is a system reliable? If not, then what value do they hold? Should he become privy to the thoughts swirling in the minds of the three, he would merely smile and dismiss them. The trio concealed themselves amidst the clouds, observing Lin Jiuxuan as he practiced with his weapon. This time, he had replaced the sword with a spear. He was mastering the most fundamental stances: thrust, stab, block. Ding. Achievement unlocked. Spear techniques reached the level of the Dao. Reward. Space law. He paused, exhaling deeply, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Joy surged within him, and he managed to control the expression of elation on his face. Thus far, he had cultivated 4 different weapons to the level of the Dao. Dozens more had reached the threshold of semi-Dao. As for the laws he had grasped, the number was beyond count. In the primordial chaos, time was inconsequential. He had been in this ancient realm for a full 5,000 years. During these 5 millennia, not only had he mastered weaponry, but he had also completely absorbed the essence of Pangu's blood. His physical strength was such that even achieving the 9th level of Xiangong would pale in comparison. He was unafraid to contend with the ancestral witches in terms of physical prowess. His cultivation had reached the early stage of Tai, Golden Immortal, placing him one great realm below the 3 sisters. However, his battle prowess surpassed theirs by an unknown margin, especially with his comprehension of the 4 paths: Sword Dao, Spear Dao, Confucian Dao, and Weapon Dao. With these 4 paths at his disposal, he feared neither the Tai Golden Immortal nor the De Luo Golden Immortal. After all, he not only wielded the Dao, but also possessed an astonishingly robust physique. In the primordial realm, few could withstand a strike from his sword. Equally rare were those capable of withstanding a blow from him. He had sensed the presence of the 3 sisters long before they appeared above him. Yet, he chose not to reveal his awareness. At that moment, the water surrounding Sanxian Island churned violently. A multitude of sea creatures surged forth, causing tumultuous waves in their wake. Among them were several formidable sea beasts at the Tai golden immortal level, their massive forms stretching over 100 feet. Each undulation sent the ocean into a frenzy. The numbers were not insignificant, totaling in the thousands, as they raced toward Lin Jiuxuan, seemingly compelled by an unseen force. Little sister, is this not excessive? What if our junior disciple is injured? Yin Xiao furrowed her brow, noting that several of the sea beasts were at the late stage of Tai golden immortal. Dear sister, fear not, we shall be present. Bi Xiao replied with a smile. The three of them were all at the early stage of the Luo golden immortal, more than capable of handling a few Tai golden immortal sea beasts. Yin Xiao and Xiong Xiao relaxed their brows, realizing they had been overly concerned. They only hoped that their young disciple would not suffer too grievously. Otherwise, it would weigh heavily on their hearts. As the trio observed Lin Jiuxuan's actions, they felt a tinge of confusion. He stood his ground, facing the approaching sea beasts with no hint of retreat. On the contrary, there was a glimmer of eagerness in his eyes. His spear remained poised, silently awaiting its moment. Little junior disciple, surely you're not paralyzed with fear. Fear not, let us continue watching. If necessary, we shall intervene, Yin Xiao stated, sensing that something about this young disciple seemed different. It is simply beyond expression. Yet, I am prepared to strike at any moment. The three individuals are filled with curiosity regarding how Lin Jiuxuan will respond. After all, there are thousands of sea beasts, including over a dozen at the Tai golden immortal level. Even a peak disciple at the Tai golden immortal stage would find it arduous to engage. As Lin Jiuxuan observes the sea beasts surging toward him, he exhibits no sign of retreat. He ponders, will this be sufficient for a single shot? Licking his lips while gazing at the beasts, his eyes burn with fierce determination. 5,000 years have passed. He is uncertain of the extent of his own power, and now, he finally has the opportunity to validate it. He merely hopes that this horde of sea creatures is not too feeble. Closing his eyes, focusing his mind, with the spear in hand, he is ready for battle. Opening his eyes, he lets out a soft exclamation to in that instant. The three individuals feel their bodies tense. Looking into his eyes is akin to facing a master. It must be an illusion. The three merely think this, yet they cannot genuinely believe that this junior disciple possesses the might of a master. Suddenly, Lin Jiuxuan's aura shifts dramatically. The spear in his grasp seems to come alive. Moving with remarkable swiftness, with no hesitation, the spear is thrust forth. Chapter 3. So weak. With this strike, he exerted 50% of his strength. The spear shot forth like a dragon. There were no extravagant techniques or convoluted spells. It was simply an ordinary thrust, yet this seemingly mundane action brought an unprecedented shock to the three individuals above the clouds. As the spear was unleashed, the surrounding void trembled slightly. Soon after, the air was filled with dense spear shadows, each one appearing as if it truly existed. They could even hear the spear's roar, reminiscent of a true dragon. The surface of the sea instantly froze. Wherever the spear's shadow passed, the ocean became encased in ice. The very flow of space came to a halt. Thousands of sea beasts were rendered immobile, encased in blocks of ice. Even the towering waves, extending thousands of feet, were frozen, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The Tai golden immortal level sea beasts didn't even have a chance to utter a cry or splash. Then, the spear descended. Crack, crack. The sound of ice shattering spread throughout the area. Thousands of sea beasts, along with the waves, were instantly obliterated, not a single splash remaining. Ding! Achievement unlocked. One shot destroys thousands. Reward. Space law. Lin Jiuxuan was taken aback, realizing the immense benefits he had reaped. Space is revered, and time is sovereign. This is no jest. Achievements can even be attained through such feats. His mind began racing. Discovering a new realm of possibilities, it appeared that numerous achievements were available. Yet he had merely failed to recognize them. The three individuals above were left in a state of bewilderment, gazing at their junior disciple below. They couldn't help but question whether they had misjudged the situation. One shot. He needed only a single thrust. Thousands of sea beasts, including dozens at the Tai Golden Immortal level, were annihilated, and it was accomplished with just one move. Could this truly be the junior disciple at the initial stage of Tai Golden Immortal? They could never have anticipated how terrifying Lin Jiuxuan's spear was that it surpassed even divine abilities. Even the three of them would have to engage in a fierce struggle, uncertain of achieving total annihilation in a single blow. So weak, Lin Jiuxuan remarked nonchalantly before shaking his head and departing. This statement struck the three like a thunderclap, laden with profound insult despite its seemingly harmless nature. How could he deem this weak? They were unable to withstand such a blow to their pride, and promptly called out to Lin Jiuxuan. "Sister, what brings you here?" Lin Jiuxuan feigned ignorance, knowing full well that the appearance of the sea beast coincided with the arrival of his three senior sisters. It was obvious they were testing him, attempting to dissuade him from pursuing insignificant matters. "Junior disciple, did you comprehend this spear technique on your own?" Yun Xiao inquired. The technique had instilled a sense of danger in them moments ago. If it truly was self-taught, it would be terrifying indeed. Such talent might even surpass them in the future. "Indeed, sister," Lin Jiuxuan replied, lowering his head, a hint of triumph flickering across his lips, though ensure he could train in peace and attain further accomplishments. He had no choice but to reveal some of his capabilities. "How much strength did you employ?" Qiongxia asked, suspecting that her junior disciple had not exerted much effort, given the ease with which he performed. "Sister, I employed every ounce of strength. Now I must return to recuperate." Did the three sisters not observe the sea beast's approach? Lin Jiuxuan mused, calculating that rounding up would equate to 10. Meanwhile, he glanced at the three. "No, junior disciple, be sure to recuperate properly. In a few days, master will be arriving," Qiongxia instructed, already contemplating how to summon their master. Given the junior disciple's talent, there was no one on Sanxian Island capable of teaching him further. Lin Jiuxuan saluted and departed. "Eldest sister, will master truly be coming?" Bi Xiao asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Whether he comes or not depends on us," Lin Jiuxuan replied enigmatically. What could that mean? Lin Jiuxuan returned to his chamber, organizing the myriad items he had acquired over 5,000 years. Just the laws alone numbered over 1,000 that the paths he had comprehended, combined with system rewards, exceeded 100. I am merely a Tai Golden Immortal. According to the attributes of a transmigrator, I can engage in battles beyond my level in other words, I must tread carefully when facing the Luo Golden Immortals and those at the quasi-saint level. He reflected. Currently, the Luo Golden Immortals were abundant, and he did not perceive himself as exceptionally strong. He remained weaker than quasi-saints. As a mere early-stage Tai Golden Immortal, he still had to progress through the middle, late stages and ultimately achieve perfection. Beyond that lay the realm of the Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, the three had mentioned that Tong Tian would come in a few days. Would he dare to inquire about sword techniques then? He couldn't help but wonder. After all, Tong Tian, Yuan Shi, and Laozi were the manifestations of the three pure ones, the authentic lineage of Pangu. They were genuine saints of the Heavenly Dao. Tong Tian's strength was exceedingly formidable. Wielding the four swords of Zhu Xian, making him a powerhouse, ordinary saints would truly not stand a chance against him. This does not seem right. Would I be beaten to death? The mere thought of the four swords of Zhu Xian caused him distress. After all, they belonged to a saint. Would it be too presumptuous to seek guidance on sword techniques? Meanwhile, the three had already informed Tong Tian of Lin Jiuxuan's prowess. As you mentioned, the junior disciple possesses remarkable mastery in the spear arts. He is indeed a talent. In that case, I shall make an exception to offer my guidance, Tong Tian declared. Yun Xiao's face lit up with joy. The honor of receiving direct instruction from a saint was monumental. At this moment in Hong Wang, it was often said that masters would introduce their disciples to the door, but cultivation relied on personal effort. Saints rarely provided direct instruction, reflecting Tong Tian's fondness for Lin Jiuxuan. Lin Jiuxuan was in his chamber, contemplating which weapon to cultivate. He had already refined the spear and sword to the point of being on par with the Dao. Perhaps he should practice archery? He mused. After all, a single arrow piercing the clouds can summon 1,000 troops. There was a chance that mastering archery would prove invaluable in the future. Yun Xiao returned to inform Lin Jiuxuan that Tong Tian would personally guide him in his training. Lin Jiuxuan felt a surge of joy. yet also trepidation. What if Tong Tian discovered his system? He then inquired of the system, receiving a remarkably bold response. Saints are trash. With that, he felt reassured and commenced his journey in archery. On Sanxian Island, every day saw arrows soaring through the sky, only to return once more. The birds in the sky diminished significantly. In a certain area of the island, an abundance of feathers and skeletal remains from birds accumulated, while the flesh had seemingly vanished without a trace. Lin Jiuxuan's archery skills gradually improved, and the frequency of his practice increased. Observing the rising proficiency, he felt a surge of happiness. After all, an increase in proficiency signified progress in strength. Ding! Achievement unlocked. 1 arrow, Day of Saints, reward, a wisp of Hongmeng purple chi. What is this? Day of Saints. He pondered, his expression turning peculiar. A few black crows flew overhead, and several question marks appeared in his mind. Though he was uncertain about the significance of the achievement, he understood what the Hongmeng purple chi entailed. Ding! Achievement unlocked. Archery reaches parity with the Dao. Reward. Hongmeng Chaos Method. Chapter 4. Tong Tian. What kind of arrow is this? Lin Jiuxuan looked at the achievement, his expression quite strange. Day of Saints. The level of proficiency has reached its zenith. It is rather perplexing. However, this day of sanctity has caused him a modicum of headache. Could it be that he has truly struck a saint? As Tong Tian hastened towards Sanxian Island, he had just reached the sky above when he suddenly felt a presence locking onto him, displaying not the slightest hint of fear. After all, he is a saint of the Primordial era. How could a mere arrow possibly harm him? Yet, to his astonishment, he realized he could not evade this arrow. The saintly aura proved utterly ineffectual against it, as if it were nothing more than a flimsy paper, instantly pierced. With a thud, it struck directly at his forehead. That moment, Lin Jiuxuan also observed that his arrow seemed to have struck a person. He could not help but wonder, could that be a saint? But the system does not lie, which means he has indeed struck a saint. At this juncture, the 3 heavens also beheld Tong Tian in the air. An arrow lodged in the center of his forehead. The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. This individual is their master, the leader of the Jie sect, Tong Tian Saint, one of the 3 pure ones. How could he not evade a mere arrow shot by his junior brother? Could it be that Master was testing the strength of his junior brother? They could only reason thus, for it was the only explanation that made sense. Otherwise, how could a Tai Golden Immortal's arrow be unable to be blocked by a saint? Where would the saint's dignity be then? In truth, Tong Tian had let his guard down. Fortunately, no one else witnessed this incident. Otherwise, he would have lost all face as the leader of the Jie sect. Now, even without a mirror, Tong Tian could feel the arrow on his forehead, and as he grasped it, the arrow vanished instantly. His expression bore a hint of surprise. This arrow was actually condensed from magical power. Were it not for this, how could it possibly disregard his saintly aura? If it were not due to the nature of the arrow, then it must pertain to the technique. No one below the saint level can ignore a saint's aura. Not even a quasi-saint could achieve such a feat. That master. Just as Tong Tian pondered over the arrow, Lin Jiuxuan hastily stowed it away. Furrowing his brow. Could it be a counterfeit? How could a saint be struck by my arrow? He had only seen Tong Tian once, and given his cultivation level, who would believe it if the news spread that a Tai Golden Immortal had struck a saint? It was simply absurd. A false saint? The 3 heavens exchanged amused glances. This notion seemed plausible. Junior brother, that is Master, the true saint. Perhaps Master was merely testing your strength, which is why he was hit. The 3 heavens could only use this awkward excuse. To be honest, they themselves were skeptical. After all, they had no explanation. The truth was right before their eyes. Naturally, Tong Tian heard their discussion and felt his face twitch. This was so embarrassing. He felt a bit disheartened. How could he be so careless, losing face before his disciple? With a single step, he crossed millions of miles to appear before the 4. Master. The 4 simultaneously bowed. Lin Jiuxuan naturally hid behind, feeling somewhat anxious, fearing Tong Tian might seek retribution. That arrow just now was rather extraordinary. Your archery skills are remarkable. Tong Tian could not help but offer praise. What choice did he have? He needed to alleviate his embarrassment. How else could an ordinary arrow strike him? Observing Lin Jiuxuan, his eyes filled with admiration, this good disciple indeed possessed some talent. The three heavens exchanged glances, sensing the potential. Disciple, there are still many shortcomings. I humbly request Master to critique me. Lin Jiuxuan quickly spoke. He dared not boast in the presence of a saint, one who could determine his life and death. Having struck Tong Tian with that arrow, he felt a pang of anxiety. Would he retaliate? I have come to impart the way of archery to you. However, it seems my comprehension still falls short of yours. The three heavens grew anxious at this. They had invited Tong Tian here, specifically to learn about their junior brother's archery skills. Master, you hold the esteemed position of a saint. Even a few pointers from you would greatly benefit junior brother. Indeed, Master, you won't let a single arrow deter you from offering guidance, will you? Upon hearing this, Tong Tian's expression twitched. He raised his head to gaze 45 degrees towards the sky, feeling his face flush with embarrassment. Master, I implore you to guide me. Lin Jiuxuan seized the opportunity to speak. Tong Tian was, after all, a saint and would undoubtedly be able to point out his inadequacies to, in that case, disciple. Follow me, Tong Tian could only muster the courage to say. He did not believe he would gain much from Lin Jiuxuan. Even though that arrow had struck Tong Tian, he did not dare underestimate it. At the same time, he understood that it was merely a moment of carelessness on his part. He had not anticipated that his saintly aura would be breached. Moreover, even if it had been pierced, it had not harmed Tong Tian in the least. Not a single hair had been lost. After all, he had yet to attain the status of a saint. Even if he comprehended the Tao, he was no match for a saint. Should he receive guidance from a saint, in the future, even a saint could be vanquished. The primordial era knows no bounds of time. Tong Tian's lecture lasted several centuries. What he imparted was not particularly profound. The three heavens were somewhat bewildered yet deeply captivated. However, to Lin Jiuxuan's ears, it was a different story. Though he had reached a level of understanding that placed him alongside the Tao, he had not entirely transcended its realm. What Tong Tian taught him proved immensely beneficial. Lin Jiuxuan entered a state of meditation. As this was the path Tong Tian had specifically chosen for him, a century later, awakening from his meditative state, he sensed his body. His cultivation had not advanced, but his comprehension of the way of archery had evidently deepened. Your path can only be mastered in your own hands. As your master, I can assist you only to this extent. Tong Tian regarded this disciple, acknowledging his decent perception, though he lacked a solid foundation. The heights one can achieve in the primordial era are closely tied to one's foundation. Lin Jiuxuan, being a congenital human, undeniably fell short compared to the formidable beings of the primordial era, particularly when it came to demonstrating the importance of foundation at the Deluo golden immortal level. Otherwise, even after cultivating for countless years, one would still fail to touch the threshold of a quasi-saint. Tong Tian gazed at this young disciple, internally lamenting the missed potential. Yes, disciple will remember and diligently follow Master's teachings. Lin Jiuxuan was unaware of Tong Tian's thoughts. Were he to learn of the issue regarding his foundation, he would merely smile. After all, he was a congenital human who had merged with Pangu's heart blood. Even if he could not compare with the congenital chaos gods and demons, he was still far superior to the formidable beings of the primordial era. The 12 ancestors of Wu, having been formed from mere essence blood, could attain quasi-saint status. He possessed heart blood. Moreover, he had the system to assist him to owe him. A saint was merely a level to be reached. Tong Tian nodded in satisfaction and departed. The three heavens, witnessing this, felt a pang of regret for their junior brother. In the primordial era, enhancing one's foundation was no simple task. Subsequently, he resumed his archery practice. However, this time, the power of his arrows surpassed that of the previous ones. Sister, our junior brother is so diligent. Should we not lend him a hand? The next step is to attain Deluo golden immortal status. But without a solid foundation, breaking through such shackles is more challenging than ascending to the heavens. The three heavens observe from a distance, nodding in agreement and resolutely deciding to assist their junior brother in enhancing his foundation. Chapter 5. The sudden arrow. The three heavens, resolute in their decision, exchanged a few words with Lin Jiuxuan before departing the island and stepping into the Primordial era. Meanwhile, he continued to practice archery. He had yet to fully digest Tong Tian's teachings. Once his archery skills reached a level where they stood alongside the Dao, breaking through would become even more difficult, relying on luck and opportunity. His archery had also reached a bottleneck, akin to sword techniques that improve. He needed to venture into the Primordial era for training. This would make it easier to achieve success. Before that, he felt the need to enhance his strength. At this moment, he recalled that he had previously received a reward, a technique for archery, the creation 3 arrows, an archery technique derived from chaos. Though it consists of only 3 arrows, each is more powerful than the last. When all 3 are unleashed simultaneously, they can annihilate the heavens and obliterate an entire world. However, to execute this technique requires an exceptionally strong physique. Otherwise, one might perish from the backlash before even shooting an arrow. Even with the absorption of Pangu's heart blood, he could only unleash the first arrow, named Opening the Heavens. With an infinite reservoir of magical energy coalescing in hand and a longbow gripped firmly, one gazes across the horizon, stretching for thousands of miles. The magical power gradually and gently takes the shape of an arrow, poised upon the bowstring. There is not a hint of surprise or turbulence. It is merely an ordinary arrow, unremarkable at first glance. The magical energy solidifies. An arrow is loosed towards the expanse of sea and sky. In the instant that it passes, everything in its wake is instantaneously obliterated by an invisible force. The ocean itself is rent asunder. Curious sea dwellers, who had yet to emerge, find themselves silenced, their forms reduced to mere fragments before a sound could escape. Even the early-stage Jiuxuan sea creatures flee far away, vowing never to inhabit this perilous realm again. That it is far too dangerous. Not long ago, countless sea beings perished under the inexplicable assault of arrows. Now, yet again, even the Jiuxuan trembles in dread. This arrow traverses an unfathomable distance across the ocean. Jin Ling, one of the 4 esteemed disciples of Tong Tian, stands alongside the likes of Daobao, Daoren, Gui Ling Xingmu, and Wudong Xingmu. Her cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the Jiuxuan, surpassing even the Sanshao by a minor realm. Recently, feeling a sense of ennui during her retreat, she resolved to seek out the Sanshao for conversation. She wonders if her 3 junior sisters have made any advancements in their cultivation. Hoping to engage in philosophical discourse, seated in a chariot, Jin Ling, who is situated hundreds of thousands of miles away, munches on spiritual fruits, adorned in a flowing golden gown, resembling an ethereal sprite. The chariot radiates an aura of immortality. Her eyes piercing through the miles, the hazy silhouette of Sanshao Island barely visible that a smile graces her lips. I wonder if my little junior brother is on the island. She muses. This visit serves not only to confer with the Sanshao, but also to observe her junior brother's progress in cultivation. She has even brought along some spiritual fruits, beneficial for cultivation and delightful to the palate. Just as these thoughts occupy her mind, a sudden chill races down her spine, and an overwhelming sense of danger emanates from the distance. As a Jiuxuan, her sensitivity to peril is acute. Swiftly, she summons her magical artifact, her magical energy flowing steadily as she prepares for combat. What is that? She gazes at the arrow hurtling toward her. Unable to react in time, her body seemingly frozen in place. Her expression darkens significantly. With the naked eye, one can clearly see the ocean dissolving in the path of the arrow, the threat unabated. Fear ignites in her eyes that someone ambushing her. The assailant's cultivation appears formidable. This single thought crosses her mind. However, within her consciousness, she finds no one surpassing her in strength. Moreover, as a disciple of a saint, who would possess the audacity to strike at her, there is no time to evade this arrow. She can only brace herself. Her magical artifact stands resolutely before her. A torrent of magical energy erupts forth. Boom! A resounding crash reverberates as the artifact is violently propelled back into her being. Jin Ling stumbles back several steps, a few droplets of blood escaping her lips, her complexion paling to withstand that arrow. She expended nearly half of her internal magical energy. Who? I must report this, one among them remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Indeed, junior brother Tai is correct. It seems fortune favors us. It is a privilege to encounter such a blessed land. Another responded, but what shall we do about the three xia? Have they entered? When did that happen? I did not see them. Yu Ding's gaze turned icy, his eyes greedily fixated on the accelerating convergence of spiritual energy. Sanxian Island. Jin Ling had chatted with Lin Jiuxuan for a full month, even offering guidance on his cultivation shortcomings. Lin Jiuxuan gazed into the distance, muttering to himself, when will that hard-shelled one arrive? Casting a glance at Jin Ling, who was still engaging him in conversation, he felt a genuine fear. The art of persuasion in this world was truly formidable. He could only pray that the hard-shelled one would arrive soon. Yearning to escape this sea of suffering, his mind could bear no more strain. Just as his spirits were low, a beam of golden light streaked across, landing on the island. Junior sister, you have finally arrived. I must tell you, before Gue Ling could finish, Jin Ling seized her and began to scold her for being tardy, questioning whether she had been napping along the way. Senior sister, what brings you to summon me? Junior sister, you came upon receiving my message. Gue Ling finally managed to extricate herself from Jin Ling's grasp, her expression a mix of laughter and tears, among the disciples of the截教. Jin Ling was indeed the most troublesome, akin to a little demoness. Gue Ling, senior sister. Lin Jiuxuan respectfully bowed. He scrutinized Gue Ling's physique, contemplating whether she could withstand a single arrow from him. That arrow possessed the potential to pierce through the realm of saints, though he remained uncertain of its exact potency. Senior sister. Junior brother is merely a Tai golden immortal. Will that not discourage him? Gue Ling cast a wary glance at Jin Ling. She did not believe Jin Ling's intentions were as simple as merely testing Lin Jiuxuan's arrow's destructive capacity. Really, junior sister, when have I ever misled you? Senior sister, when have you ever not deceived me? It is truly just a test. Merely a test. Lin Jiuxuan, unsure of the contents of their conversation, dared not inquire further and could only observe from a distance. Junior brother, even our master has praised senior sister's defenses, stating that none beneath the saints can breach them. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Gue Ling appeared near Lin Jiuxuan, her eyes filled with doubt. Jin Ling's words seemed exaggerated. Could this junior brother's arrow genuinely penetrate her defenses? How much threat could a Tai golden immortal pose? The best he could achieve would be comparable to a great Luo golden immortal. Senior sister, do you not require a magic treasure? Lin Jiuxuan scratched his head. Looking at Gue Ling, his arrow had managed to breach the protective aura of a saint and shatter Jin Ling's innate magical treasure. Had Jin Ling not informed Gue Ling of this? He glanced back at Jin Ling, who, with a mischievous grin, made a gesture signaling an attack. Lin Jiuxuan understood. It was evident that Jin Ling wished to see Gue Ling suffer a little. Simultaneously, he thought to himself that he ought to temper his strength when he struck. Junior brother, feel free to unleash your attack. Senior sister is quite confident in her defenses, Gue Ling asserted with a wave of her hand. Exuding confidence, her true form was that of a mysterious tortoise, possessing defense comparable to that of the ancestral witches. Lin Jiuxuan fell silent. Drawing the bow, the magical energy from his body gradually coalesced into an arrow. Resting upon the bowstring, he too wished to ascertain the extent of his current piercing power. He did not truly believe that piercing through the protective aura of a saint would allow him to injure one. With a swift shot, the arrow flew towards Gue Ling's back, the most formidable defense of a tortoise being its shell. This arrow was one of the 3 creation arrows, specifically the heaven-opening technique. Executed with merely 7/10 of his strength, 10/10 of the heaven opening could breach innate treasures and injure Jin Ling. Hence he had chosen to restrain himself. Jin Ling immediately discerned that Lin Jiuxuan had held back. The moment the arrow was released, Gue Ling sensed something amiss. Are you trying to trick me, senior sister? In that instant, Gue Ling erupted with a brilliant golden light as the shell of the mysterious tortoise manifested before her. With a wary gaze, she regarded the arrow. All her magical power surged into the shell, radiating with golden brilliance. Simultaneously, she noticed Jin Ling's mischievous grin, and she realized she had been deceived. The threat posed by this arrow was immense. All her defensive measures were deployed in an instant. She was close to resorting to her true form. Boom! The arrow collided with Gui Ling's defenses. All her methods were torn apart, as if they were made of paper, instantly shredded and shot directly towards the shell of the mysterious tortoise. Lin Jiuxuan could only glance back at the grinning Jinling senior sister. You are truly wicked. Fortunately, he had not used all his strength. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The arrow pierced through the shell of the mysterious tortoise, directly approaching Gui Ling's forehead. Chapter 7. The Invitation of Tong Tian. Listening to the Dao. The shell of the mysterious tortoise shattered, and blood splattered forth. The arrow's might was formidable, creating a bloody hole in Gui Ling's physical form. Ding! Achievement unlocked. Shield Breaker. Reward. Chaos Arrow Soul. A new achievement was triggered. The Chaos Arrow Soul integrated into his body, significantly enhancing his comprehension of arrows. Anything associated with chaos was inherently valuable. Moreover, Lin Jiuxuan discovered that standing alongside the Dao was not the ultimate achievement. With two senior sisters present, he felt it unwise to elaborate further. Keeping his thoughts buried deep within, he turned to Gui Ling, who now bore droplets of blood on her form, her complexion pale, and her expression filled with vexation as she glared at Jinling. In truth, Gui Ling was unaware that Lin Jiuxuan had shown restraint with that arrow. Had he unleashed the full force of the heaven opening technique, she would have long since been obliterated. His physical prowess had been refined through the essence of Pangu's blood. Even without any enhancements, his physical strength could match or even exceed that of the ancestral witches. Thus, it was fortunate that Gui Ling was a great Luo golden immortal, adept in defense. Otherwise, senior sister, I apologize. He retracted the arrow in his hand, speaking respectfully while casting a helpless glance at Jinling junior brother. That arrow of yours is remarkably strong. It managed to breach my defenses. Gui Ling swallowed a pill from Jinling, regulating her internal magical energy. As she looked at Lin Jiuxuan, her eyes reflected a trace of astonishment. The arrow had given her the sensation of being utterly trapped, completely locked onto her. Junior sister may not know, but that arrow of junior brother has broken through the protective aura of our master, Jinling stated as she approached, looking at Lin Jiuxuan with approval. What a skillful shot. Even I feel inferior. No wonder he has received direct guidance from our master. Senior sister, please do not say that. Lin Jiuxuan covered his head, looking at Jinling, hastily intervening if these words reached Tong Tian's ears. He could only imagine the dire consequences. Even as a disciple of the截教, such matters were exceedingly damaging to a saint's prestige. He felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Gui Ling's mouth fell agape, finding it hard to believe what Jinling had just said. Yet, in the next moment, she accepted it as truth. Gui Ling intended to retreat into seclusion, and Jinling, having not encountered the three Xia, also prepared to depart. Senior sister, did you anticipate that I would be unable to withstand it, deliberately watching me make a fool of myself? Gui Ling cast a resentful glance at Jinling. This senior sister was full of tricks, never allowing herself to be at a disadvantage. She must have relished the feeling of having suffered at the hands of her junior brother and wished to see others suffer as well. Cough, cough, junior sister. I truly did not expect junior brother to breach your defenses. After all, he is merely a Tai golden immortal. Jinling's gaze drifted into the distance, her lips curling into a slight smile. She would never admit that it was intentional. Junior brother, could the potency of your arrows pose a threat to a great Luo golden immortal in the later stages? Is it perhaps due to the quality of the magical treasures? Gui Ling, feeling vexed, pondered how a Tai golden immortal could breach her defenses, unless the bow and arrow were of exceptional quality. Her focus on defense had prevented her from examining closely. Junior sister, this is merely a matter of perspective. How can you doubt junior brother's abilities? The bow he wields is made from ordinary dragon tendons, and the arrow is merely a manifestation of magical energy, not a true magical treasure. Furthermore, junior brother just now held back. Upon hearing the news, one might dismiss it lightly, yet it struck with an alarming force. Her eyes were filled with an unmistakable terror, as if she had traversed the threshold of the underworld. Not to mention you, my treasured artifact has been pierced by arrows, remarked Jinling, Gazing out at the boundless sea, Tortoise Spirit became increasingly convinced of her suspicions. Jinling was deliberately tormenting her. The Chaos Arrow Soul, a manifestation of the Chaos Spirit, enhances comprehension of the archery path and amplifies the potency of arrows. Comprehension of the archery path. This solidified his belief that standing alongside the Tao was not the limit. It was merely that he lacked the capacity to reach it. He already possessed the Chaos Sword Soul, the Book's Soul, and others. These could be integrated into archery artifacts, elevating their rank without any ceiling. Elevating their rank, without limit. He felt an overwhelming joy, as if a pillow had been delivered to him just as he was about to doze off, looking at the arrow in his hand. It could only be considered a treasure. If it were to be further enhanced, wouldn't its power become explosive? Even a great Luo Golden Immortal would be akin to shooting birds. Fusion. He decided to merge the Chaos Arrow Soul with the arrow he held. In an instant, brilliant golden light erupted, stirring the winds and clouds. The spiritual light flickered. Fortunately, this was Sancian Island, the territory of the where no one dared to seize it. The fusion succeeded. The Chaos Bow was born. Feeling the bow in his hands, he was immensely pleased that IT had instantly ascended to the level of a pre-celestial spiritual treasure and could continue to grow in the future. There was hope for it to become a chaos treasure, rivaling the creation jade disc. He resolved to master various weapons and the 3,000 paths, for as the saying goes, a multitude of skills does not weigh one down. Centuries passed. The three Shaos had yet to return. There were few disciples left on the island. Lin Jiuxuan exchanged insights with various weapons that he had refined several weapons to the point of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Tao. He had acquired several pre-celestial spiritual treasures, all infused with the Chaos Soul. Another few hundred years passed. Lin Jiuxuan had reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, but was still unable to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Just then, a resounding voice echoed across Sancian Island. 3 days hence, I shall expound the Tao at Jinbi Island. All disciples of the are welcome to attend. The voice of Tontian, a saint expounding the Tao. Tontian was one of the three pure ones, a formidable presence among the saints, a Heavenly Dao saint. Previously, Tontian had merely offered Lin Jiuxuan some guidance. This time, however, he would be delivering a lecture. What does it mean to expound the Tao? It speaks of the way of heaven. Lin Jiuxuan's heart burned with excitement. Having been stuck at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. At that moment, a figure descended beside him. Senior sister, Lin Jiuxuan thought without needing to look. Over the centuries, Jinling had frequently visited. He had grown accustomed to it. Sometimes, she would even stay for several years. Master is expounding the Tao. Are you going, senior sister? Lin Jiuxuan inquired, as he was uncertain of the route if he were to go alone. Just as he was feeling frustrated, he spotted Jinling's appearance, and his eyes gleamed with delight. Junior brother, did you hear Master's voice too? Jinling looked at him in surprise, sizing him up, sensing that her junior brother was different. Having first received direct guidance from their Saint Master, and now having the chance to listen to the teachings. It was rare for a disciple of it to have such an opportunity. Indeed, senior sister, could it be that you did not hear it? Lin Jiuxuan rubbed his ears, questioning in confusion. You're even teasing your senior sister now. Jinling exclaimed, seizing Lin Jiuxuan's hand and tearing through the space toward Jinbi Island. Lin Jiuxuan barely had time to react before he found himself disoriented in the wind, when a saint expounds the Tao. Any great Luo Golden Immortal has the chance to attend. However, the inner disciples are able to engage more closely and hear the teachings more clearly. Along the way, Jinling explained this to Lin Jiuxuan. Chapter 8. Listening to the Tao. This is my place. His heart was filled with concern for the safety of the three Shaos. After all, it had been over 1,000 years since the three Shaos had departed from the island. He inquired about the well-being of his senior sisters, who had left the island for his sake. This time, with their master expounding the Tao, all three senior sisters should logically attend. Although 1,000 years in the vast wilderness is but a fleeting moment, he still felt anxious for the safety of the three Shaos. Junior brother, worry not. The three Shaos together are formidable enough to make even a quasi-saint think twice. Besides, Who would dare to bully the disciples of the? Jinling remarked, tapping Lin Jiuxuan's head, her eyes carrying a hint of melancholy. Senior sister is right. The three Shaos are indeed powerful. Who would dare to underestimate thee in the vast wilderness? He replied, though deep down he felt an ominous premonition. He silently resolved that after listening to the Tao this time, he would venture into the wilderness. The wind ceased. Lin Jiuxuan gazed blankly at the island below, like a glance. It was shrouded in celestial mist. With flickering spiritual light, waves of formidable auras ebbed and flowed, accompanied by spirit herbs that had attained sentience, transformed beings, and liquefied spiritual energy. Senior Uncle Jinling, little senior uncle, before the two had even landed. A clear voice rang out, and a fiery red figure approached them. Hualing, Lin Jiuxuan, and Jinling exchanged puzzled glances. It shouldn't be like this. Jinling was able to come because she was one of the 4 direct disciples of Tongtian. He himself could attend due to the previous invitation extended by the Yunxiao sisters, as Tongtian had informed him. Moreover, only disciples of the who were at least 2nd generation could attend, below the great Luo Golden Immortal. One could not hear Tongtian's voice. Lin Jiuxuan was considered a 2nd generation disciple, yet his weak cultivation and humble human status made him rather inconspicuous. Thus, it was no wonder Hualing looked at him in confusion. Master is expounding the Tao. Hualing, are you here to listen as well? Jinling attempted to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere. She held a certain reputation among the disciples. The title of demoness was not given lightly. Indeed, after listening to the Tao, I shall prepare to make my breakthrough. Hualing smirked slightly, looking at Lin Jiuxuan with a hint of arrogance, puffing out her chest. What a coincidence! I too am preparing for a breakthrough. Lin Jiuxuan raised an eyebrow, smirking as he responded, the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal? So am I. He was aware that Hualing was trying to flaunt her cultivation this moment. He could not afford to back down. A dignified 2nd generation disciple could not be outshined by a 3rd generation disciple. Little senior uncle, are you aiming to break through to the Golden Immortal realm? Hualing squinted at Lin Jiuxuan, showing no fear or respect. Hualing, your little senior uncle is preparing to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. And don't be too mischievous, Jinling said, guiding Lin Jiuxuan around Hualing as they made their way toward the interior of the island. The Saint's Dao platform was naturally enveloped by formations of a saint level, and due to the lecture, most of the killing arrays were temporarily deactivated. However, it was not a place for ordinary people to enter, even disciples of the needed guidance, finally arriving at the hall where the lecture would take place. Throughout the journey, Lin Jiuxuan was dazzled. The spiritual energy here was incredibly dense. Liquefied spiritual energy was commonplace, and he had encountered hundreds of rare spiritual fruits unseen in the wilderness. Along the way, he saw sentient and transformed spiritual herbs, as well as creatures of the demon race. While the great Luo Golden Immortals were numerous in the wilderness, they were not commonplace. Here, nearly everyone appeared to be at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. His own cultivation seemed rather out of place. Duong. Boom! At that moment, a resounding bell tolled, echoing in everyone's ears. Instantly, everyone in the hall fell silent and sought their seats. The 3 of them found a position not too far forward and prepared to listen to the saint expound the Tao. Just as Lin Jiuxuan settled in, intending to ponder the insights he had been contemplating during this time, a voice rang in his ear. His expression changed suddenly. You, get up. This seat is mine. Turning around, a Taoist approached him, exuding an air of arrogance and menace, his presence radiating with overwhelming force. He was a newly ascended great Luo Golden Immortal, just recently having broken through. Jinling also noticed and made no attempt to intervene, instead watching the scene unfold with pity. Lin Jiuxuan furrowed his brow. He could naturally discern the man's cultivation. Dao friend, first come, first served. Isn't this rather improper? Lin Jiuxuan pointed to an unoccupied spot not far behind. Are you trying to reason with me? Just look at whether you are qualified. Luo Xian looked down at Lin Jiuxuan with disdain. He was a great Luo Golden Immortal. How could a mere pinnacle Tai Golden Immortal dare to reason with him? And moreover, a human, when will the human race be worthy to sit alongside him? After all, in the primordial chaos, cultivation does not represent everything to one's lineage. Magical artifacts and divine abilities all influence strength. Moreover, does the lineage of the human race even compare to his? My name is Luo Xian. Be sensible and leave. Lin Jiuxuan's gaze turned frigid. The visitor bore ill intentions. He had heard of Luo Xian before. From Fire Dragon Island, Luo Xian's true form was that of an innate fire spirit, and his lineage was sufficient to support him in reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Although he had just recently broken through to this level, his strength was already comparable to that of a seasoned great Luo Golden Immortal in the early stage. I know you are Luo Xian. What does that have to do with me? This position I will not yield. Lin Jiuxuan stated coldly that if he relinquished this position, how could he maintain his standing in the sect of the Intercept? Luo Xian, it is said that when he first broke through, he could contend against seasoned early-stage great Luo Golden Immortals without defeat. Alas, the human race is but weak. Most of the onlookers shook their heads, showing little faith in Lin Jiuxuan. After all, Luo Xian's reputation loomed large. The surrounding chatter did not affect him that if he yielded this position, how could he maintain his place in the sect of the Intercept? Upon Lin Jiuxuan's declaration, the surrounding immortals looked at him in astonishment. One could not help but commend this young man for his audacity. Few in the sect of the Intercept knew Lin Jiuxuan. Yet he dared to challenge a great Luo Golden Immortal with the cultivation of a Tai Golden Immortal. Truly, a young calf knows not the fear of a tiger. Dare to speak to me like that? State your name. Luo Xian's expression darkened. This individual wore the garb of the sect of the Intercept. While he would not dare to kill him, a lesson could certainly be imparted. Lin Jiuxuan. He stepped forward. Speaking softly, he paid no mind to the surrounding comments. He understood that if he did not assert his dominance today, he might not be able to keep his position, that he feared nothing. He was the youngest second-generation disciple of the sect of the Intercept. Lin Jiuxuan. Is he not human? Could it be he still wishes to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm? The nearby disciples of the sect of the Intercept felt a mix of emotions upon hearing these words. After all the other second-generation disciples had become great Luo Golden Immortals. Only Lin Jiuxuan remained without news. But now, so it turns out he is a fellow disciple. I humbly request your guidance. Luo Xian said mockingly as he fixed his gaze on Lin Jiuxuan. Guidance is welcome, but it depends on whether you can withstand it. Lin Jiuxuan was disinclined to engage in idle chatter. He stepped forward, his cultivation suddenly manifesting, an overwhelming aura surging forth. Chapter 9. I shall defeat you with a single strike, a provocation, before all present. Luo Xian felt his temper flare of a blatant provocation. Were it not for his fear of Lin Jiuxuan's status as a second-generation disciple, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate Lin Jiuxuan, but he dared not. Setting aside the fact that this was the holy ground of the sages, simply Lin Jiuxuan's identity as a second-generation disciple of the sect of the Intercept was enough to deter him. Fear not. I have no desire to win through unfair means. I shall not hold back. Lin Jiuxuan discerned Luo Xian's trepidation and calmly spoke. He wished to establish his authority, not relying on his status as a second-generation disciple, but rather on his true strength. Very well. Luo Xian's brow furrowed as he spoke in a low voice, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. If one seeks death, they need not blame me. While I may not kill, inflicting injury is not out of the question. With this thought, flames erupted from his body, spreading outward instantly, transforming his surroundings into an inferno. The disciples of the sect of the Intercept and the great Luo Golden Immortals present quickly created space. Unwilling to become embroiled in the conflict between these two, junior sister, come, witness a splendid performance. Jean Ling spotted Gay Ling amidst the crowd and beckoned her over. Watching alone was simply too dull. Senior sister, you aren't going to stop this? Gui Ling whispered. Stop it? Why would I stop it? Isn't watching entertaining? Jean Ling quickly covered Gui Ling's mouth. Observing Lin Jiuxuan and Luo Xian, it was evident that all present were astute individuals. And since the two had not communicated through sound, everyone could hear. They assumed Lin Jiuxuan's relations with the disciples of the sect of the Intercept were quite poor. And one believed Lin Jiuxuan could win. The disparity between the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal and the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, though only one realm apart, was akin to a vast chasm. Moreover, Luo Xian could easily defeat an ordinary early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. How could Lin Jiuxuan, a Tai Golden Immortal, stand a chance? I shall defeat you with a single strike. Without waiting for Luo Xian to speak, Lin Jiuxuan extended a finger and slowly proclaimed, casting a disdainful glance at Luo Xian. Arrogant, utterly audacious. The moment his words fell, it was as if thunder had erupted in the ears of those nearby, who stared at Lin Jiuxuan as if he were a fool that a Tai Golden Immortal defeating a Great Luo Golden Immortal with a single strike. It was simply absurd. Jin Ling and Gue Ling exchanged a knowing smile, pitying Luo Xian. How unfortunate for him. Luo Xian, dismissing further dialogue, regarded Lin Jiuxuan as nothing more than a fool. Flames billowed from his entire being, surging intensely, a searing aura permeating the air that he was, after all, a being formed of flames. Initially, he intended to show Lin Jiuxuan some degree of respect, but it appeared that would no longer be necessary. He would retaliate with overwhelming force, striking back fiercely. With a surge of power, blazing flames erupted, igniting the void, encircling Lin Jiuxuan. The surrounding early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortals felt the oppressive heat and instinctively retreated. In an instant, Lin Jiuxuan was engulfed by the flames. The void crackled with a sizzling sound of scorching heat. Luo Xian's complexion turned slightly pale as he gazed at the flames, a hint of satisfaction creeping onto his face. He had previously used this technique to ensnare an early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. Is this all? Just as he reveled in his triumph, a chilling voice echoed beside his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Jiuxuan emerged step by step from the sea of flames. The surrounding fire seemed to part as if encountering something terrifying, forming a path of flames. A flicker of fire danced at his fingertips. If this is all you have, you are truly pathetic. As his words fell, before the gaze of all, Lin Jiuxuan clenched his hand. The once boundless sea of flames was summoned, converging in his palm, forming a blazing sword of fire, wielded with the flames Luo Xian had conjured, using his own method against him. Go, he pointed, and the flaming sword took flight, transforming into a fire dragon that roared towards Luo Xian. Tearing through the space, summoning all his strength, Luo Xian unleashed flames that engulfed him entirely as a being of fire. He found himself utterly powerless against the fiery dragon in an instant. He was consumed by flames, emitting a wretched cry. But this was not the end. Speak, do you have any final words? In that instant, a chilling murderous intent erupted from Lin Jiuxuan. The surrounding disciples of the sect of the Intercept and the Great Luo Golden Immortals felt an involuntary shiver run through them. This, he truly intends to kill. You cannot kill me. Luo Xian's face turned ashen, his lips pale, his gaze powerless as he looked at Lin Jiuxuan. Flames continued to ravage within him. The disciples of the sect of the Intercept were prohibited from harming their own, and some attempted to intervene. Yet, the moment they spoke, they felt something was amiss that a pair of icy eyes bore down upon them. Just one glance. The disciple who had spoken felt as though they had fallen into an icy chasm. Retreating several steps, he had no doubt that this senior would indeed kill him. Lin Jiuxuan was but a second-generation disciple of the sect of the Intercept. How many could dare to reprimand him? Even Jin Ling and the others dared not approach. They understood that Lin Jiuxuan sought to establish his authority as a second-generation disciple of the sect of the Intercept. Lin Jiuxuan could not be humiliated. Even a Great Luo Golden Immortal would pay a price that he aimed to demonstrate to all that he was not to be trifled with. Step by step, he advanced towards Luo Xian. With each step, the sound resonated clearly, as if it struck at the very heart of Luo Xian. Luo Xian felt it keenly. He truly dared to kill. Beneath this murderous intent, he felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter. You cannot kill me. In a panic, Luo Xian sought help from those around him. This moment, he was afraid. The lifespan of a Great Luo Golden Immortal was equal to that of the heavens. He did not wish to die. I concede. Under the oppressive weight of this murderous intent, he relented. Although he knew that conceding would affect his Dao heart and future path, he could not bear to face death. He still does not wish to succumb to death. Utter this phrase. All the strength within his body has been utterly drained, leaving him prone upon the ground. Lin Jiuxuan's killing intent dissipated. He cast a cold glance at Luo Xian, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, before returning to his seat. Merely at the initial stage of the Luo Jianxian, he thought, since the other party had conceded defeat, he would refrain from delivering a fatal blow. However, the path ahead had already been severed, devoid of any hope for progress. Murder is but a mere act of striking down, but to strike at the heart is the true terror. He had come here to seek enlightenment. Should he have truly killed Luo Xian, Tong Tian might have refrained from speaking, yet an unfavorable impression would inevitably linger in his heart. His objective had been achieved. Whether or not he took a life had become inconsequential. Those surrounding Lin Jiuxuan gazed at him, their expressions shifting in disbelief. A Tai Jianxian turning the tables on a Luo Jianxian? Was this a fantasy? Yet it unfolded before their very eyes. They could not afford to doubt it. All present distanced themselves from him, for he was a ruthless individual who dared to commit murder in the sacred grounds of the saints. Little junior brother. How terrifying! Gui Ling patted his chest, exhaling a long breath of relief. He recalled when Jin Ling had suggested testing Lin Jiuxuan's defenses. Thankfully, the latter had not exerted his full strength. Otherwise, he would likely have met his demise long ago. At that moment, ethereal energy swirled, and spiritual essence surged into the air. The sound of Dao resonated in waves. The golden figure sat upon the grand hall. The discourse was about to commence in the hearts of all present. There resided but one thought. The saint had appeared. The golden figure was none other than the leader of the截教, the Tongtian saint. The saint had indeed made his entrance. Everyone settled down, preparing to listen to the saint's teachings. Chapter 10. The three Shaos returned severely wounded. As they took their seats, their figures became visible. The crowd lowered their gazes. Tong Tian cast a glance at Lin Jiuxuan and nodded. This was his sacred ground. He was fully aware of all matters concerning Luo Xian. He did not intervene, merely observing how Lin Jiuxuan would handle the situation. The final outcome did not disappoint him. This lecture was open to all, regardless of race, cultivation, or status. Tong Tian paused his voice, gazing towards the island's edge. Three figures descended from the heavens, still bearing the lingering scent of blood. Senior sister, Lin Jiuxuan's figure flickered. Arriving beside the trio, they were none other than the three Shaos, who had ventured into the wilderness for a millennium. However, they now appeared haggard, their bodies stained with drying blood. It was evident they had just endured a fierce battle. Their auras were chaotic, and their faces pale. That a flicker of anger arose within Lin Jiuxuan, and he solemnly inquired, Senior sister, who did this to you? Junior sister, who injured you? Jin Ling and Gui Ling also appeared before the trio, while fellow Jiao disciples who shared a close bond rushed forward to inquire. The other Luo Jianxians exchanged glances, their minds echoing three words: a grave incident has occurred. How dare someone harm the disciples of Saint? This was a direct affront to the saint's dignity. Little junior brother, this is excellent. This is a top-quality, innate spiritual root that can enhance your foundation. Yun Shao said, handing Lin Jiuxuan a jade box. Gazing at the box in his hands, he felt at a loss for words. His foundation required no such enhancement. In that moment, a twinge of guilt arose within him. It was because of him that the three senior sisters had sustained injuries. The Chanjiao had gone too far. Tong Tian's aura shifted slightly as he spoke solemnly. He had calculated the sequence of events and comprehended the causes and effects. Yet he could not take action. After all, he was a saint. Tong Tian extended a finger, and a radiant green light enveloped the three. Thank you, Master. With his intervention, all their injuries were fully healed. Lin Jiuxuan, Jin Ling, and others bowed in gratitude to Tong Tian. The cultivation of life in the wilderness was not scarce, yet none could rival the simplicity with which a saint could restore the injuries of mid-stage Luo Jianxians with but a single gesture. This act deepened the attendees' reverence for the saint's authority. We shall discuss this matter later. Let us commence the lecture now. Everyone, Please take your seats. With a wave of his hand, Tong Tian compelled all bodies to return to their seats involuntarily. The three Shaos occupied the front, and none dared to speak against it. They were, after all, the Luo Jinxians and exceptional disciples of Jiejiao. At the forefront sat the foremost of the four great disciples. Duo Bao, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Luo, his combat prowess rivaling even the quasi-saints. Lin Jiuxuan, beside Gui Ling, caught the latter's gaze, who was glancing at him with an inscrutable expression, unsure of what scheme was afoot. Casting a glance at the foremost Duo Bao, Lin Jiuxuan's lips curled into a wry smile. He held little affection for Duo Bao, who would ultimately betray Jiejiao and become a figure of the Western Buddha. "You, sit here," Tong Tian's voice resonated. Lin Jiuxuan felt his body uncontrollably drawn to the side of the three Shaos. The onlookers regarded him with astonishment. Given Lin Jiuxuan's identity and strength, he was not suited to sit at the front. Tong Tian's personal adjustment of his position bore significant implications. Even the three Shaos were somewhat taken aback. The little junior brother had never been given much regard among the second-generation disciples. Even Duo Bao, seated at the very front, could not comprehend why the master would move the little junior brother's seat forward. Some disciples respected the little junior brother's human lineage, while others looked down upon him. No one dared to voice their thoughts. With Tong Tian personally adjusting the seating, Luo Xian, seated at a distance, watched with a glint of malevolence in his eyes, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. All fell silent. Dao begins with the primordial, arises from chaos. Dao begets one begets two begets. Tong Tian commenced his teachings, and a radiant golden light surged from his body into the heavens. The skies erupted with golden brilliance, followed by petals cascading from the clouds. Each blossom contained the essence of the Tao that Tong Tian expounded. These were known as the flowers of enlightenment. Golden lotuses surged from the ground as the flowers of enlightenment rained down. Golden lotuses emerged from the earth, filling the air with the harmonious sound of the Tao. Each flower and golden lotus that touched the listeners enhanced their understanding of the Tao. The flowers of enlightenment seemed to seek out suitable individuals, their golden light weaving through the crowd, hastening the comprehension of all who listened. In the past, such phenomena had not occurred during Tong Tian's teachings. This time, he too found himself deeply engrossed in an advanced discourse, simultaneously grasping the Tao. The attendees gained immense benefits from this lecture. Lin Jiuxuan sat upon his mat, his mind resonating with and analyzing the Tao that Tong Tian shared. He had achieved a level of understanding that stood shoulder to shoulder with the Tao in several aspects. Ordinary insights offered him little advantage. Yet, this time, as Tong Tian lectured, he too entered a realm of enlightenment, perceiving aspects of the Tao beyond the ordinary. Time in the wilderness was unbound. The lecture stretched on for 300 years. The Tao Tong Tian explicated was universal, suitable for all, interwoven with his insights into new paths. Few comprehended it fully. Most grasped only fragments. However, the myriad paths converged to the same truth, each capable of leading to enlightenment. Thunder rumbled and crashed. Occasionally, individuals broke through. Tong Tian opened his eyes, observing the breakthroughs among the disciples, a glimmer of contentment flashing in his gaze. He was satisfied with his discourse. After all, witnessing one or two breakthroughs was commonplace. But seeing a dozen indicated that his teachings were beneficial to the masses. The saints' teachings drew those seeking breakthroughs, compelling them to listen. In the past, when Hong Jun lectured, only a handful among the 3,000 Zishao guests truly comprehended. Lin Jiuxuan was also surrounded by the resonance of the Dao as the lecture concluded. Those who had broken through did so, while others remained immersed in their contemplation. A smile graced Lin Jiuxuan's face, for his intuition had proven correct. Opening his eyes to glance at the meditative Tong Tian, he found him even more unfathomable. Opportunities to receive guidance from a saint were rare. Most wished to remain, hoping for further insights from a saint. After all, saints stood high above, their understanding of the Tao unfathomably deep. Yet, at this moment, even if Tong Tian wished to offer guidance, it was no longer possible. An uninvited guest had arrived. Tong Tian, the three teachings are interconnected. You have allowed your disciples to act recklessly and overstep their bounds. Anger, reverberating with a fiery voice, descended from the heavens. The disciples on the island, overwhelmed by this formidable presence, prostrated themselves upon the ground. The weaker among them even spat blood and fainted. This voice echoed throughout Jining Island, resonating in the minds of all present with but two words: Saint. Lin Jiuxuan concealed his Dao rhythm as he lifted his head. Undaunted by the oppressive force, he had already discerned the identity of the speaker, in the primordial chaos. Only the narrow-minded Yuan Shi Tianzun would dare to speak to Tong Tian in such a manner. Chapter 11. The visitor comes with malice, lacking shame. Senior brother, both you and I are well aware of the events that have transpired. Why the need for theatrics? Tong Tian opened his eyes and waved his hand, dissipating the saint's oppressive aura. Why bother, Tong Tian? Your disciples are in the wrong. You must provide me with an explanation today. That a beam of golden light descended upon Jining Island, revealing Yuan Shi, accompanied by several Taoists. As Lin Jiuxuan recognized two among them, he clenched his fists, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. I pay my respects to Second Shi Bo. The disciples of the截教bowed respectfully upon Yuan Shi's arrival. Yuan Shi immediately focused his gaze on the position of the Sanshao. The Sanshao exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they looked at Tong Tian. Senior brother, an explanation. Yin Shao stepped forward, her voice steady. Your disciple has harmed my Jie as students and injured my own. Do you not owe me an explanation? Tong Tian stepped forward, facing Yuan Shi, his eyes calm, but his heart still seething with anger. The surrounding space rippled, revealing his inner turmoil. The injuries to Sanshao had even struck at their very essence. Had it not been for their timely return and his intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Losing their realms would be the least of it. Their very foundations could have been shattered, were it not for their familial ties as the three pure ones. The four swords of extermination would surely have unleashed a massacre. Yuan Shi's expression darkened. Tong Tian's words were a slap in the face. Tong Tian, do you still regard me as your senior brother? Hand over Sanshao, and we shall let this matter rest. Otherwise, even if the eldest brother comes, the outcome shall not be favorable. At this moment, Sanjiao's countenance was exceedingly grim. Yin Shao stepped forward, addressing Yuan Shi. Second Shi Bo, the circumstances, silence. I am speaking to your master. It is not your place to interject. Yuan Shi glared at Yin Shao, his terrifying saintly aura pressing down upon her. Buffed. Before she could finish her words, Yin Shao was sent flying. In that instant, Yuan Shi sought to crush Yin Shao with sheer force. The might of a saint was far beyond that which a great Luo golden immortal could withstand. How could a mere pre-saint, let alone a wounded great Luo golden immortal like Yin Shao, hope to resist? Yuan Shi, this is my Taoist ground. You have gone too far. Tong Tian stepped forward heavily, confronting the oppressive aura of Yuan Shi. His presence dissipated the saint's might. Yin Zhao's face turned pale as she knelt on the ground, coughing blood. Had Tong Tian not intervened to shield her just now, she would have surely been crushed into dust by Yuan Shi's overwhelming force. Lin Jiuxuan stepped beside Yin Shao, a surge of life force enveloping her. He cast a cold glance towards Yuan Shi, a flicker of icy light in his eyes that he secretly sighed. Beneath the saints, all are but ants. Without achieving sanctity, one can never truly grasp their own fate in the primordial realm. However, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. The Heavenly Dao is heartless, treating all beings as mere fodder. Perhaps only by transcending the Heavenly Dao can one escape its shackles. In this moment, the power of the saints was palpably evident. There was no need for Lin Jiuxuan to act. Even their aura alone could suppress a great Luo golden immortal. At this juncture, he resolved upon a modest goal, to attain sanctity. Only by becoming a saint could he hope to command his own destiny. His fate would not be dictated by others, but rather firmly held in his own grasp. Without achieving sanctity, one would forever lack any decisive authority in the primordial realm. Had Yin Shao been a saint today, would Yuan Shi have dared to act as he did? I respect you as my senior brother. Yet your actions have indeed crossed the line. Tong Tian's irritation was palpable. Yuan Shi's recent actions, attempting to harm his disciple in his presence, were intolerable. He could understand a reprimand, but to ignore the matter entirely would jeopardize the future of his disciples in the primordial world. Tong Tian, your disciple has ambushed and injured my disciple Yu Ding, and Tai Yi has seized treasures from me. Do you not owe me an explanation? Yuanshi looked at Tong Tian coldly, the aura of the saint looming behind him. Senior brother, your disciple has robbed my disciple of opportunities and harmed their roots. How can you be so blind to right and wrong? Behind Tong Tian, the four swords of extermination flickered ominously, fixated on Yuanshi. Humph! Can the words of these wet-behaved creatures be trusted? My disciples of the Chan teaching are all fortune and virtue golden immortals. How could they stoop to such behavior? Yuanshi scoffed dismissively at the截教disciples. Upon hearing Yuanshi's words, the截教disciples on the island revealed their fury. Lin Jiuxuan sensed that Yuanshi had truly lost his mind. The entire primordial realm knew of Yuanshi's disdain for the wet-behaved creatures. To speak such words in front of Tong Tian was indeed excessive. Even though Yuanshi, as a saint, could utter such words, they were powerless to retaliate. After all, beneath the saints, all were but ants. Senior brother, your words are excessively harsh. You are turning black into white. Must my brother's sword be drawn today? Tong Tian's anger was barely contained. The four swords of extermination manifested their true forms, an overwhelming aura of slaughter pervading the air. Were it not for the Dao ancestors' decree against saints engaging in conflict, he would have gladly demonstrated the might of his four swords of extermination upon the primordial realm. Humph! Yuanshi coldly huffed, his saintly aura equally formidable. Behind him, Tai Yi stepped forth, gazing at San Shao. Master Uncle, my brother Yu Ding and I traveled through the primordial realm and discovered a place rich in spiritual energy. After great effort, we found a top-grade innate spiritual root. Along the way, we encountered San Shao, who, upon seeing the treasure, ambushed and injured my brother and me, stealing the spiritual root. I implore Master Uncle to discern the truth. Upon Tai Yi's declaration, an uproar erupted among the crowd. San Zhao's expressions darkened as they fixed their glares upon Tai. Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao remained composed, merely watching with cold eyes. To speak such blatant lies with your eyes wide open, you truly have no shame. Bai Xiao stepped forward, her small eyes glaring fiercely at Tai. This man was truly vile, daring to turn black into white. Yet Yu Ding remained unaffected, arrogantly asserting, the words of these wet-behaved creatures are credible. I am a 12 golden immortal, a fortune and virtue golden immortal. How could I lie? He stood tall, clearly disregarding the截教disciples. Tong Tian's anger surged, with the four swords of extermination locking onto Tai. He felt the overwhelming intent to kill, and his face paled, unable to move. The saint's aura had him firmly in its grasp. Tong Tian's demeanor darkened, that he knew precisely what kind of disciples he had. San Shao was among his favored students. How could they engage in such behavior? If he allowed Tai Yi to tarnish the reputation of his截教disciples, how could he, as their leader, continue to exist? What would the primordial beings think of截教? Junior brother, my disciple speaks the truth. Do you intend to silence him? Yuanshi waved his hand, dispelling the four threads of sword intent. He then turned to affirm Tai Yi with a glance before addressing Tong Tian. The saintly aura directly locks onto you, preventing you from making a move. Speak the truth? Humph. Yuanshi, your disciple is truly remarkable. A fortune and virtue golden immortal means nothing. Tong Tian erupted in anger. The four swords of extermination materialized, swirling protectively around him. As fellow members of the three pure ones, he understood that his eldest brother and second brother harbored disdain for him. Yet he had not anticipated Yuanshi's utter shamelessness in using such tactics to defame his disciples and tarnish the reputation of截教. Master, Tai Yi's unwavering certainty in his words is troubling. I have a way to expose this shameless individual. Lin Jiuxuan glanced at the San Shao and then fixed his gaze upon Tai Yi, a sly smile tugging at his lips. However, I fear that Tai Yi dares not accept the challenge. Chapter 12. Time reversal, sword pointing at Tai Yi. His gaze locked on a Tai. What method do you propose? Tong Tian inquired of Lin Jiuxuan. This youngest disciple had surprised him time and again. To articulate such thoughts indicated that he certainly had a plan, and he did not wish to further strain relations with the three pure ones. I wonder if Second Sherbo would dare to let me try. Lin Jiuxuan smiled at Yuan Shi. Given the abilities of Saint, he must have been fully aware of the unfolding events. Since Yuan Shi was informed, he had still sought to confront Tong Tian. As the youngest disciple of Tong Tian, it was his duty to uphold the reputation of the截教. What method do you have in mind? Yuan Shi fixed his gaze upon him, exuding the aura of a sage as he spoke. Lin Jiuxuan, undeterred, met his eyes with unwavering resolve. Disciple has comprehended a method of time reversal during Master S teachings that it allows for the revisitation of past events. However, it requires a single drop of blood from Tai Dao brother. I wonder if he dares to provide it. A flicker of surprise crossed Tong Tian's eyes. Time reversal, one could easily discern, pertained to the profound laws of time. Yuan Shi's expression shifted slightly. Master, Tai Yi's gaze flitted away from Yuan Shi. His heart racing. If a secret were to be unveiled, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished, prompting him to instinctively step back. Senior brother, why not give it a try? Your disciples are all blessed golden immortals. Surely they would not shy away, Tong Tian remarked, pointing the four swords of extermination at Yuan Shi with a nonchalant tone. Yuan Shi's countenance darkened, that he realized that if he were to refuse, the matter could spiral out of control. There was a genuine possibility that Tong Tian would indeed draw the extermination swords and engage him in battle. Lin Jiuxuan continued to mentally simulate the scenario of this reversal. The ability to reverse time was not something he had gleaned from Tong Tian's teachings, but rather a reward from the system. Space is revered, time is sovereign. Both were no trivial laws. Give it to me, Yuan Shi pondered for a moment, his fingers subtly moving behind his back. A reverse time was no simple task. Fortunately, he had come prepared. If Tong Tian were to attempt the reversal himself, he would undoubtedly refuse. What was there to fear from a second-generation disciple daring to reverse time? Give. Tai Yi gritted his teeth, extracting a drop of blood and tossing it to Lin Jiuxuan. Casting him a fierce glare, I thank you, Tai Dao brother, Lin Jiuxuan replied, his face radiant with a smile, before requesting another drop of blood from the three shaos that he formed a hand seal, drawing forth a peculiar power from the void. Subsequently, a mirror materialized, shrouded in mist. Time reversal. Manifest. Lin Jiuxuan opened his eyes and pointed, 3 drops of blood splashing onto the mirror's surface, rippling outward like waves in water. Suddenly, Tai Yi's expression changed, and Yuan Shi's gaze turned grim. Junior brother, the power of time is not so easily wielded. It's best not to look. Yuan Shi lunged for the mirror, while Tai Yi, receiving Yuan Shi's directive, stealthily approached Lin Jiuxuan. Yuan Shi, Tong Tian let out a cold snort, his icy gaze fixed upon Yuan Shi, who had disrupted Lin Jiuxuan's technique in his presence. As the mirror shattered, the image displayed was of Tai Yi and Yu Ding ambushing the 3 shaos. Tai Dao brother, what are you doing? Are you silencing witnesses? Lin Jiuxuan emerged from the void. Observing the failed ambush by Tai Yi, the 4 swords of extermination were simultaneously drawn, aimed at Yuan Shi. The wrath of the sage, a cataclysmic force, caused the heavens to tremble and the clouds to roil. The disciples of the截教on the island felt as though a mountain had fallen upon them. Master, since Tai Dao brother wishes to spar with me, how could I possibly refuse? Lin Jiuxuan exclaimed, witnessing the unfolding chaos, a battle among sages, rivers of blood, and falling stars. The Dao ancestor had expressly forbidden sages from engaging in conflict. He subtly framed it as Tai Yi's desire for a friendly contest. Tong Tian, are you out of your mind? Your disciple has claimed it is merely a spar. Why are you acting so recklessly? Yuan Shi's sage power radiated forth, casting a glance of approval at Lin Jiuxuan. As if to say, you are perceptive, Tong Tian paused, looking at Lin Jiuxuan at a spar. Are you certain? I'm certain. It is merely a spar, life and death aside, Lin Jiuxuan replied respectfully with a bow. Senior brother, what do you think? After receiving Lin Jiuxuan's affirmation, Tong Tian turned to Yuan Shi for his input. Good. Tai Yi, catching Yuan Shi's glance, stepped forward, confronting Lin Jiuxuan with an ominous glare. The aura of a great Luo golden immortal was unleashed. The three Shaos attempted to interject, but Tong Tian silenced them with a mere look. Tai Dao brother, please show mercy. Lin Jiuxuan bowed, smiling as his eyes narrowed slightly. Having just sullied the reputation of Jie, it was not that he held a particular fondness for the sect. It was simply due to his identity as one of its members. With this affiliation, his future endeavors would be considerably more convenient, with a sage to bear the brunt of any fallout. Who wouldn't he relish such an opportunity? Moreover, the three Shaos treated him exceptionally well, and for the sake of justice in his heart, he felt compelled to act. How about inviting you Ding Dao brother to join us? The more, the merrier. At that moment, truly, words did not cease to astonish. Yu Ding, standing behind Yuan Shi, suddenly spoke. Tai Yi, who had been poised to strike, was momentarily taken aback. Tong Tian was equally startled. The mere fact that Lin Jiuxuan could contend with Tai Yi was based on his ability to defeat Luo Xian in a single strike. Now, adding Yu Ding to the mix was altogether unexpected. Junior brother, Yu Yinshao gazed at Lin Jiuxuan, shaking her head. Lin Jiuxuan turned back, offering her a reassuring nod. Yuan Shi's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness as he regarded Lin Jiuxuan. Yu Ding, you go, he commanded coldly, casting a murderous glance at the latter. So brazen. Tong Tian found himself powerless to intervene. Lin Jiuxuan had proposed it himself. Why Yu Ding positioned himself beside Tai Yi, both casting a steely glare at Lin Jiuxuan. This was a provocation, blatant and unrestrained, a sign of disdain for him. To challenge 12 golden immortals simultaneously was audacious indeed. Speak, how do you wish to perish? Yu Ding stepped forward, coolly addressing Lin Jiuxuan. This one cannot be spared, he must die. Even if he is a disciple of Jie, with Master Yuan Shi backing them, they hold no fear. Lin Jiuxuan slowly lifted his head, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. To die. Do you think you are worthy? The voices of incredulity rang out. Arrogance, hubris, the thoughts of all present echoed the sentiment. Tai Yi, a golden immortal, dared to utter such words before 12 golden immortals. Was this not an affront? Master, I borrow a sword? He inquired, raising his head towards Tong Tian. Tong Tian was rendered speechless. To utter such brazen words and then seek to borrow a sword. The extermination sword has been sealed by me, its murderous intent contained. However, I shall lend you a blade. All 4 swords of extermination were indeed sacred weapons. I, being merely a Tai Yi golden immortal, trust that the 2 Dao brothers one team mind, correct? He looked up at Yuan Shi, whose lips twitched, shameless, unashamed. Tai Yi and Yu Ding's expressions twitched. Yuan Shi raised his head, pointing towards Yu Ding. Since my junior brother has borrowed a sacred weapon, I cannot be without a show of good faith. Chapter 13. The soul shatters. The wrath of Yuan Shi. Lin Jiuxuan's countenance twitched. This old fellow truly lacked any sense of shame. Since the strong preyed upon the weak, and the mighty bullied the small, the younger generation had no choice but to acquiesce. He lifted his head to meet Yuan Shi's gaze, surveying the 2. If they were to be shameless, then he would be even more so. Yuan Shi now gazed at the heavens. Were it not for Tong Tian's presence, he would have long since eradicated Lin Jiuxuan with a single strike. Dao brother, life and death aside, let the contest commence. Yu Ding, standing behind Lin Jiuxuan, revealed a murderous intent, as did Tai Yi. Both were ruthless individuals, coupled with Lin Jiuxuan's earlier technique, which had dealt them a severe blow to their pride. Their desire for vengeance surged unbearably. Such hatred, only blood could quench it. The aura of a mid-level great Luo golden immortal erupted forth. They advanced, flanking Lin Jiuxuan from both sides, encircling him. Lin Jiuxuan, at the pinnacle of Tai Yi golden immortal, was instantly overwhelmed. It was as if he were a leaf adrift in a tempestuous sea. The disparity in realms could not be bridged by sacred weapons alone. The weapons in their hands, bolstered by Yuan Shi's enhancement, temporarily reached the level of the extermination sword. With the sword of extermination in hand, Yu Ding stood poised behind him. Tai Yi's 9-dragon divine fire enveloped his head. Flames roaring. In truth, a great Luo golden immortal was nothing extraordinary. Lin Jiuxuan raised his head, wielding the extermination sword. His aura shifted dramatically, the sword emanating its own majesty, though its murderous intent had been sealed. The essence of its killing power remained intact. Perfectly within his capacity to endure, he turned, catching Tong Tian's approving nod. With that assurance, he felt emboldened. He could unleash his full might, even if he were to slay both opponents on the spot. Tong Tian would shield him. Moreover, it would conveniently mask his true strength. Dear friends, let us accompany each other on the road to the Yellow Springs. Lin Jiuxuan spoke in a low voice, his tone resembling the growl of a wild beast. Exuding an overwhelming aura of lethal intent that, in an instant, he transformed into a harbinger of death, his eyes sharp and clear, radiating a palpable murderous energy. He was intent on killing. Ignorant of hierarchy, they deserved to die. With a thunderous roar, Yuding wielded the sword of celestial slaying, its brilliance cutting through the in a flash of lightning. Strands of sword intent swirled around him like a tempest. To defy authority was punishable by death. Tai unleashed the 9 dragons of divine fire, their 9 fiery heads ripping through the void, coiling menacingly behind him. A surge of energy erupted from the 2 combatants, their presence akin to a cataclysm, imbued with a chilling aura of murder. Truly, even the act of killing was draped in grandiloquence. It was no wonder he was a fortune and virtue golden immortal. Lin Jiuxuan remarked coldly, a glint of icy light flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion, he drew the slaughtering sword, its blood-red glow forming a luminous circle behind him. In that instant, the heavens and earth shifted, the surrounding space shredded by countless strands of sword intent. The 2 opponents exchanged glances, their expressions shifting drastically. The 9 dragons of divine fire descended from above, the fire dragons roaring as they ensnared him, seeking to rend him asunder. The sword of celestial slaying followed closely, a myriad of icy brilliance overwhelming the scene. Accompanying them were the sacred artifacts wielded by the 2, infused with divine power. Launching their assault, the winds rose, the world transformed. Mountains crumbled, and tsunamis surged forth. On the island, the 3 heavens and Jinling watched with wide eyes, their hands clenched tightly, hoping Lin Jiuxuan could withstand the onslaught. Suddenly, within the 9 dragons of divine fire, flames surged violently, the 9 fiery heads swirling and roaring in a cacophony. Alongside the myriad rays of the sword of celestial slaying, it aimed to sever the very souls of its targets. The sacred artifacts shimmered with a cold light, poised to unleash a fatal strike at any moment. Under the oppressive might of 2 mid-stage great Luo golden immortals, the scales of victory tipped in favor of the Chan sect. The 2 exchanged a glance, a flicker of ease passing between them. A mere Tai golden immortal within the 9 dragons of divine fire would surely be reduced to ashes, his soul obliterated. Just as they turned, a chilling voice pierced the air. Their bodies shuddered, a jolt of fear racing through them. Now, it's your turn, the frigid voice echoed from within the 9 dragons of divine fire, chilling them to the bone. In an instant, the 9 dragons of divine fire shattered into fragments amidst the gaze of the multitude. Amidst the roaring flames, Lin Jiuxuan stood, grasping the sword of celestial slaying belonging to Yuding, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Yuding. Bang! The sword of celestial slaying disintegrated into shards. Yuding coughed up blood, shock etched on his face. Before the 2 could react, Lin Jiuxuan lunged forward, his sword flashing. My hand, both arms, along with a spray of crimson, flew away. His icy gaze bore the weight of a deity of death. The combined might of Tai and Yuding, 2 great Luo golden immortals, crumbled like paper, instantly torn asunder. Step by step, Lin Jiuxuan advanced, forcing them to retreat involuntarily. The words rang out, "My sect cannot be tarnished by you. Thus, you shall descend into repentance." Upon hearing these words, their bodies froze in terror as they attempted to summon their inner powers. Suddenly, their expressions paled drastically. Lin Jiuxuan smirked, casting a glance at the serene figure of Yuanshi above. With a flourish of his slaughtering sword, 2 beams of sword light flashed. You truly dare? 2 holes, the size of fingers, appeared on the foreheads of Yuding and Tai, crimson trickling forth. In truth, you are exceedingly weak. He whispered softly, his voice brushing against their ears. In the face of their unwilling gazes, he turned and took a step back. Actually, I know where you are. He suddenly turned, delivering a fist to their physical forms. In an instant, their bodies disintegrated, scattering into a mist of flesh and blood. With a slaughtering sword in hand, he struck again, sending a beam of light towards a distant location. Enough. Yuanshu's expression shifted as he opened his eyes to gaze at Lin Jiuxuan. The aura of a sage bore down upon him. Lin Jiuxuan remained unperturbed, facing the pressure with unwavering composure. Brother, I have already stated that life and death are irrelevant. Why the anger? The remaining 3 swords of celestial slaying hovered before Yuanshu, who regarded Lin Jiuxuan's icy stare without flinching. He turned to the weakened souls of Yuding and Tai. Their primordial spirits laid bare before him. We are 12 golden immortals. You cannot kill us. Do you wish to incite the wrath of Jie and Chan? Their eyes darted, resorting to threats. While contemplating Yuanshu's position above, they knew he would not intervene. Although Yuanshu was obstructed by the 4 swords of celestial slaying, Tong Tian could still assist the two. By unleashing a strand of Sage's protective energy, he enveloped them. Come and kill us, they challenged, emboldened by the Sage's barrier, their gazes filled with malice and venom. Lin Jiuxuan's eyes glinted with cunning, a smirk gracing his lips. You shall perish. He plunged the slaughtering sword into the ground, conjuring a bow in his hand. His power coalesced into an arrow, which he nocked and aimed, with a swift release. The arrow shot forth with the speed of lightning, laden with a thick aura of murder. Bang! Chapter 14. Even a sage is not invulnerable. Tong Tian paused, a smile creeping onto his face as he observed Yuanshu's disdainful expression. Memories of his past flooded back, a time when he too had been caught in a jest. Yuanshu cast a scornful glance. Sage's protective energy can only be breached by a sage. A mere Tai golden immortal holds no power. On the island, the disciples' expressions shifted, particularly Luo Xian, who instinctively retreated to the back. Lin Jiuxuan's target was their primordial spirits. In killing them, he aimed to obliterate their very essence, should they truly be slain. There would be no possibility of resurrection. Within Jie's sect, no one dared to act so brazenly against Chan disciples, especially against the likes of Tai and Yuding, who were among the 12 golden immortals. This was sacred protective energy. They were waiting, empowered by the might of sacred weapons. They stood ensconced in Sage's protective energy, their gazes filled with venom as they looked upon Lin Jiuxuan, preparing to draw his bow. If they ever had the chance, they would exact a fierce revenge for this humiliation. But time was running out. Lin Jiuxuan's lips curled into a wicked smile as he released the arrow, imbued with his unwavering resolve to kill. Even with a sage's protection, what of it? The sage's aura had been breached before. He was determined to slay these two. Tong Tian gestured, grasping the slaughtering sword and completing the 4 swords of celestial slaying formation, confining Yuanshu within it, casting Lin Jiuxuan a reassuring glance. The arrow flew forth, and the expressions of the two shifted in an instant, their lips trembling. The laws of space, the power of time. They suddenly realized that this arrow bore the very essence of time and space. Locking their bodies in place, in their primordial state, they could not escape this binding. As they gazed into Lin Jiuxuan's frigid eyes, their hearts trembled, hoping desperately that the sage's protective energy could withstand the arrow. You have gone too far, Tong Tian. Yuanshu's voice thundered as he unleashed the unique power of a sage, which exploded within the 4 swords of celestial slaying. The world shifted and chaos erupted. Lin Jiuxuan raised his head, meeting Yuanshu's gaze through the swords. Unflinching and devoid of fear, with a tearing sound, the sage's protective energy shattered. The arrow flew straight for their primordial spirits. Lin Jiuxuan was confident in this arrow, for its primary harm lay in the soul. It was indiscriminate damage. Even a quasi-sage's primordial spirit could be obliterated by it. Just then, Lin Jiuxuan. The space was violently torn apart. Beams of sword light were shattered as a hand reached out from the rift, grasping the arrow and shattering it. Tong Tian's form materialized beside Lin Jiuxuan, Astonished by Yuanshi's resolve, Yuanshi gazed coldly at Lin Jiuxuan, who felt a chill race down his spine under that intense scrutiny. "You are quite remarkable." With a wave of his hand, he drew Tai and Yuding into his own space. Had it not been for his timely eruption before Tong Tian could react, that arrow would have instantly pierced through his saintly aura. Annihilating the souls of both individuals, before my very eyes, he dared to strike lethally at my disciples of the Chan teaching, extinguishing their spirits. As Yuanshi spoke, the aura of a saint radiated from him, pressing down upon Lin Jiuxuan. The expressions of the three Xian on the island, along with Jin Ling and other disciples of the Jie teaching, shifted dramatically. How shameless could Yuanshi possibly be? The pressure of a saint was not something a Tai golden immortal could withstand. Even a great Luo golden immortal would find it insufferable. Tong Tian attempted to intervene, but found himself ensnared by another force emanating from the saint. "Elder brother," he said, his expression dark as he gazed skyward. Fortunately, Lin Jiuxuan had merged with the essence of Pangu, granting his physical form an extraordinary strength, coupled with the support of the system. Thus, Yuanshi's pressure bore no effect on him. However, he feigned weakness, recognizing that he needed to bide his time. Observing Lin Jiuxuan's demeanor, Yuanshi felt a twinge of surprise. Was this Lin Jiuxuan truly of the human race? Even the few quasi-saints among the human race would struggle against his imposing presence. While Tong Tian was preoccupied, Yuanshi's aura could not overpower Lin Jiuxuan. The spawn of the wet and moist, ignorant of rank and hierarchy, daring to plot the murder of a fellow disciple, to dare show disrespect before me. Deaf, upon uttering this, he extended a finger and lightly pointed at Lin Jiuxuan, preparing to strike. Lin Jiuxuan cannot be spared. Lin Jiuxuan gritted his teeth and replied, his eyes reddening. He had not anticipated that one of the three purities would intervene, let alone that Yuanshi would be so brazen. What a farce! You are indeed a saint of the Heavenly Dao, the supreme of the Chan teaching. Who would dare mock me? Yuanshi stepped forward, completely disregarding Lin Jiuxuan's words. Below the saints, all are but ants. Who would dare ridicule me? Since his master had already made a move, Lin Jiuxuan could not remain idle. His heart sank, yet his gaze remained resolute. The rhythm of the Tao began to manifest around him. His eyes shimmering with the brilliance of countless stars, Yuanshi's expression darkened as he sensed a hint of danger emanating from Lin Jiuxuan. Although it did not threaten his life, the fact that a Tai golden immortal could evoke such a feeling in him was alarming. He could no longer allow Lin Jiuxuan to remain. Transforming his finger into a palm, he brought forth a colossal hand aimed at Lin Jiuxuan. In response, Lin Jiuxuan conjured a bow infused with chaotic energy. As the bowstring vibrated, the Tao rhythm enveloped his hand, intertwining to form an arrow entirely composed of Tao essence. The arrowhead gleamed with a cold light, imbued with the power of the sword path. Second arrow shocked the gods. A soft exclamation escaped him as his complexion paled. This arrow gathered all the Tao rhythm within him, mingled with his insights into various paths. This was his utmost effort manifested in a single shot. As the arrow was released, the heavens transformed. The winds ceased. Break. The three Xian and Jin Ling on the island gaped in astonishment. They could all sense the explosive might of this arrow. Even a peak great Luo golden immortal would find it impossible to muster any thought of resistance. Yuanshi's descending hand was directly pierced by the arrow, which showed no signs of halting. How could this be? Yuanshi's saintly aura coalesced around him for protection. Bang! Faced with this arrow, even as a heavenly Dao saint, his countenance changed. The arrow surged forward, relentlessly targeting Yuanshi's protective aura. Sparks flew, and the saintly aura shattered. This arrow was powerful. Yet you are too weak, thought Yuanshi as he reached out to grasp the arrow that had pierced through his protective aura. He regarded Lin Jiuxuan with trepidation. Even quasi-saints would not have confidence in surviving such an arrow. However, he was a saint of the Heavenly Dao. The fact that a Tai golden immortal could injure him was enough for Lin Jiuxuan to feel proud. A glance at the blood dripping from the hand that held the arrow confirmed it. Lin Jiuxuan had wounded a saint. The disciples of the Jie teach under the gaze filled with terror and dread. Lin Jiuxuan softly uttered a few words that of force, unrivaled and yet coldly merciless, cultivated to freeze those very eyes, soon shattered, in the blink of an eye. Lin Jiuxuan's gaze returned to normal, the profound power within him flowing freely, firmly establishing his status as a great Luo golden immortal. The calamity clouds disperse. Yes, he felt the surging mana within. He looked upon the menacing Yuan Shi, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He was eager to ascertain the current disparity between himself and the saints. As a Tai golden immortal, he could injure a saint with his second arrow. Now, the power coursing through him was more than 100-fold that of before. If he unleashed that second arrow, it would undoubtedly threaten the life of a saint. Seeing the calamity clouds dissipate, Yuan Shi's murderous intent erupted, unleashing a torrent of saintly power that bore down upon Lin Jiuxuan with overwhelming force. The onlookers on the island felt a deep sense of regret. Just as he had broken through to the great Luo golden immortal, he was now facing the lethal intent of a saint in person. Lin Jiuxuan's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he gradually gathered his mana. Yuan Shi, do you presume I'm already dead? In an instant, a figure suddenly stood before Lin Jiuxuan, casting him a reassuring glance. The moment that voice emerged, the overwhelming saintly power collided with the four swords of extermination, producing a resounding roar. The ocean churned, and a rift in the heavens emerged. The saintly power spilled forth. Destined not to dissipate for countless millennia, that it was none other than the saint, Tong Tian, the master of the截教. Only after one of the three pure ones withdrew could he move to protect Lin Jiuxuan. He had witnessed everything this young disciple had done. With the strength of a Tai golden immortal, he could indeed injure a saint that he had to protect him, not solely for that reason, but also due to the three pure ones. Thus, no matter what, Lin Jiuxuan had to be safeguarded. Tong Tian, do you intend to obstruct me? Do you truly believe I shy away from taking action against you? As Tong Tian took a slow step forward, it exuded an indomitable dominance. Brother, we are both aware of the matters concerning the three shaos that my disciple has challenged your disciple, and you consented. Now, you choose to intervene personally. Do you think that I, Tong Tian, am already dead? Or do you believe I would not dare to take action against you? This is my Jinbi Island, not your Yusu Palace. That if you choose to act, do not blame your junior for disregarding the feelings of the three pure ones. With the four swords of extermination in hand, he had already unsheathed them, the icy intent of murder gathering above his head. Yuan Shi snorted coldly, waving his robe as he departed. In his eyes lay a knowing glance at Tong Tian. He understood that as long as he dared to strike, Tong Tian would undoubtedly respond in kind. The sentiments of the three pure ones had long since faded in his eyes. Once the discourse concluded, all sought their fortunes. Tong Tian took a step forward, beckoning Lin Jiuxuan into Jinbi Island. The disciples of Jie and those who listened to the teachings were all hurled away by the array. Meanwhile, as Lin Jiuxuan broke through to the great Luo golden immortal, a significant event transpired in the 33 heavens. There stood the heavenly court of the demon clan. Within the court were two demon emperors. One donned a golden robe, crowned by a blazing sun. This was the demon emperor Donghuang Tai. The other wore a white robe, with faint mountain and river images appearing behind him. This was the demon emperor Dijun. Instead of exuding confidence and ruling over the world, the two sovereigns of the heavenly court wore expressions of deep concern. Elder brother, the Wu clan is becoming increasingly brazen. The period of 1,000 years of recuperation is drawing to a close. What shall we do if the Wu clan attacks? Donghuang Tai gazed at Dijun, who sat upon his throne, his face marred by worry. The last battle between the Wu and the Yao clans was only quelled due to the intervention of the Saint Nuwa, granting them a respite of 10 millennia. Now, with Nuwa no longer able to stand by their side, the Wu clan possessed the 12 ancestral witches formation capable of summoning the true form of Pangu. Even with the Yao clan's Zhou Tian Star Battle and Du Tian Divine Array, it would prove insufficient that my Donghuang Bell, combined with elder brothers He Tu and Luo Shu, can withstand half of the ancestral witches, and the 12 demon saints should be able to fend off 5 of the Wu clan. He counted on his fingers, his frown unwavering. Dijun observed Donghuang Tai's demeanor. both amused and exasperated, as he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. If there were a solution, they would not be so troubled. Your Majesty, Lord Baizhe seeks an audience, claiming to have found a method to counter the Wu clan. A demon knelt at the entrance of the imperial palace. Quickly, let him in. Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun's expressions shifted to one of wild J-O-Y-T-O resolve the Wu clan's threat. They had dispatched the 12 demon saints hundreds of years ago, hoping to discover a means of countering them. Your Majesty, Baizhe entered, bowing respectfully to the two among the 12 demon saints. Baizhe was the most enigmatic. His power unfathomable, gifted with the ability to predict the future. Even Di Jun, the sovereign of the heavenly court, did not dare to underestimate him. Baizhe, what method have you found? Di Jun inquired, supporting Baizhe as he spoke. Tai Yi watched with eager eyes. Baizhe, you must know, elder brother has been worrying about the Wu clan to the point of balding. Di Jun urged, his curiosity piqued. Baizhe smiled softly, enveloped in a veil of white mist. Indeed, Baizhe, Di Jun chuckled, not daring to press too hard. Though Baizhe was one of the 12 demon saints, their relationship was more akin to that of collaborators. Baizhe waved his hand, revealing an ordinary knife before him. What is this knife that contains such malevolent power? Di Jun asked, perplexed as he grasped the blade. This ordinary knife is imbued with the blood of the human race, capable of restraining the Wu clan. Baizhe explained. The Wu clan's physical prowess was formidable. Should their minds be clouded, how could the great figures of the wilderness hold their ground? In that case, would the Wu clan not rise in a united front against them? Listening to Baizhe's words, Di Jun's eyes shone with understanding. It indeed seemed very plausible. Should the Wu clan be vanquished, the demon clan would dominate the wilderness. Who among the saint level would dare to belittle them? They could even leverage the power of the demon clan to contend with the saints. However, the malevolent power within this knife was far from sufficient. Your Majesty, try this sword. Baizhe produced a sword, its blade stained a deep crimson. Tai Yi and Di Jun both took hold of the sword, immediately sensing that its malevolent power could invade the consciousness of a fledgling golden immortal. This sword had been stained with the blood of countless human cultivators. Noting their confusion, Baizhe began to elucidate. The two nodded slowly in comprehension. Elder brother, we can give it a try. Dong Huang Tai Yi's face brightened with hope. Finally, a solution for the pressing dilemma had emerged. Di Jun's eyes sparkled with a long-lost smile. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. The human race also harbors quasi-saints, and furthermore, the human race was created by the Saint Nuwa. Our actions may be misguided. Dong Huang Tai Yi remained silent, acutely aware that Nuwa was the one who established the human race and attained the saint position. If they were to slaughter the human race and provoke Nuwa's ire, the consequences would be unbearable. Di Jun, does the Saint Nuwa truly care for the human race? The few quasi-saints of the human race are trapped within the fire cloud cave. Nuwa is preoccupied with comprehending the supreme saint path. How could she concern herself with mere postnatal humans? Baizhe interjected. Addressing their apprehensions, he elaborated on the plight of the postnatal humans. The two exchanged glances. Their hearts stirred. The human race comprised both innate and postnatal beings. They would only need to exterminate the postnatal humans. Moreover, given the vast numbers of humans, a reduction would hardly matter. Baizhe, relay the order to secretly eliminate the postnatal humans. The flutter of the heart pales in comparison to decisive action. Thus, I promptly commanded Baze to relay the orders. The entirety of the demon clan is to mobilize. Shortly thereafter, the human race within the vast primordial realm, regardless of their cultivation level, inexplicably fell victim to merciless ambushes. Even those at the golden immortal stage were not spared. The human race, in the face of the demon clan, appeared exceedingly feeble. Although Nuwa created the primordial humans and imparted cultivation techniques, they could only reach the level of the great Luo golden immortal. Laozi, while comprehending the Dao within the human race and establishing the Taoist teachings, also transmitted numerous methods. While these techniques may not allow one to ascend to the peak of the great Luo, they nonetheless enable entry into its domain. Furthermore, the quasi-saints of the human race refined and perfected their unique methodologies, allowing formidable beings to emerge. However, despite the excellence of these techniques, the human race remains constrained by their innate origins, making the breakthrough to the Great Luo Golden Immortal a formidable challenge. Currently, the number of Great Luo Golden Immortals among the human race is exceedingly scarce, and they remain in seclusion. Meanwhile, the demon clan has dispatched numerous powerful entities, including the 12 demon saints personally taking action. The remaining Tai Golden Immortals stand no chance against the onslaught of the 12 demon saints. Even those Great Luo Golden Immortals in seclusion have been ruthlessly slain. The human race has utterly succumbed before the might of the demon clan, becoming mere prey. Thus, the calamity of the human race began at this very moment. Simultaneously, this also set the stage for the demon clan's eventual withdrawal. Outside Nuwa sacred grounds, human cultivators kneel in supplication. Similarly, at the Taoist temples, human beings also prostrate themselves in reverence. Notably, near both sanctuaries of the saints, demon saints stand guard, obstructing the human cultivators. Outside Sanxian Island, Lin Jiuxuan gazes upon the magnificent primordial expanse, his mind awash with visions of calm seas and tumultuous waves. Observing the rising and setting sun, the ebb and flow of tides, he sat in contemplation for over a decade, undisturbed by the three heavens in the distance. Lin Jiuxuan had already conveyed the matters at hand. It has been 50 years since he broke through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. His physical form had grown increasingly formidable, his muscles exuding explosive power. Even without the use of magic, the sheer strength of his body could vanquish an early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal with a single blow. Such terror and might. Ding. Achievement unlocked. Comprehension of the powers of the yin and yang. Reward. 1 Law of chaotic life. Law of chaotic life. The force of chaos, transcending the heavenly path and arising from the chaos. Mastery of which grants qualification to comprehend the great Tao of chaos. The voice resonated as Lin Jiuxuan's surroundings shimmered with an entirely different aura, embodying the Tao ancestors that should, in theory, conflict yet harmoniously merge. Mastery of the yin and yang to the utmost could create the sun and moon. Chaos. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he extended his hand, a green radiance flickering within his palm. Over these decades, he has grasped numerous paths and laws, elevating to a state where 100 paths stand alongside him in harmony. His combat prowess has reached an unfathomable level, exponentially surpassing his strength during his battles with Yuan Shi. His body now infused with the blood of several shamanic tribes, and even one of his saint, specifically that of Nuwa, the progenitor of the human race. It is indeed time to venture forth. Rising, he gazed at the vastness of the in such a grand world as the primordial realm. He must explore. Ding. Human race crisis. Rescue the human race. Traverse the primordial realm. Reward. A saint-level sacred ground. Truly, just as he was about to doze off, the system presented him with a pillow. Regardless of the existence of this task, he would journey through the primordial realm. A crisis for the human race. Propping his head, he scrutinized the assignment. With Nuwa and Laozi as the two saints backing the human race, what crisis could possibly loom? Additionally, the system rewards him with a saint-level sacred ground, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Junior brother, someone seeks you, came the voice of Sanxian, breaking through his contemplation. Someone is looking for me. His mind grew even more bewildered. Who in the primordial realm would seek him out? He was hardly renowned. Nevertheless, he proceeded onward. Beauty, truly beauty. Chapter 17. Venturing into the primordial realm, the crisis of the human race. Beauty, upon first sight, Lin Jiuxuan could only describe it with a single word. The woman before him was exceptionally striking. Albeit currently seated in the grand hall with a somewhat pallid complexion, she appeared somewhat anxious, her hands clutching her garment's hem, her face betraying a look of unease. This mannerism only accentuated her pale beauty. Chang'e, this is Lin Jiuxuan. Yin Xiao led Lin Jiuxuan into the grand hall, casting him a reassuring glance before departing. Chang'e, may I inquire as to the nature of your visit? Lin Jiuxuan immediately recognized Chang'e, seated in the hall. Adorned in a simple long gown, her ethereal presence was rendered even more profound in his previous life. Chang'e was but a legend. Witnessing her in person now bore a unique significance. Lin Jiuxuan, I implore you to save my people. Chang'e grasped Lin Jiuxuan's hand, kneeling before him. Her actions astonished him. The system had issued a task pertaining to the crisis of the human race, and now Chang'e had come seeking his aid. Clearly, the situation for humanity had reached a critical juncture. Otherwise, Chang'e would not have resorted to such measures. Fairy, what do you mean? What calamity has befallen the human race? Lin Jiuxuan gently lifted Chang'e, hastily inquiring. Although he was a disciple of he was, at his core, a member of the human race, a true human being, having come from a later era. Moreover, according to the system's definition of humanity, he was obliged to protect them. Otherwise, the task would be deemed a failure. Furthermore, whether it be the system's humanity or his own identity as a human, he must shield them. Decades ago, the demon clan inexplicably went on a rampage, slaughtering our people, and even several great Luo golden immortals have been mercilessly slain. Now, only a few 100,000 of us remain, Chang'e recounted, her eyes filled with despair. I beseech you, Senior, to seek the protection of the Heavenly Saint for our people. Lin Jiuxuan's heart sank further at her words. The demon clan, what madness drives them? Are they not afraid of the wrath of the quasi-saint and quasi-saint? His eyes remained clouded with doubt. The human race was fashioned by Nuwa, and Laozi attained his saintly position among them. There must be some regard for the fury of these two saints, no matter how reckless the demon clan became. Unless a sudden flash of insight struck his mind, and his expression darkened, that I have heard that the demon clan seeks to sacrifice human blood for the forging of a treasure, believing it can subdue the shamanic tribe. Chang'e wept, her eyes reddening. To use the blood of countless humans for the creation of a treasure. Do they not fear Nuwa's retribution come autumn? Outside the hall, Yin Xiao, having overheard, pushed open the door and interjected. Sister, do not forget that while Nuwa created the human race, she is also a saint of the demon clan. Chang'e's expression shifted as she grasped this perspective. They had not considered this angle. As for the Taiji saint, the demon clan likely had already devised a plan. Lin Jiuxuan added, I have not forgotten that Laozi is the leader of the three pure ones, who cultivates the path of non-action. The fate of the human race bears no weight on him. Chang'e's complexion paled further. Outside the Taiji sacred ground, do you truly intend to eradicate us entirely? A bloodied human powerhouse roared in defiance. Striving to draw attention to the Taiji sacred ground, by the side of Nuwa sacred ground. The wheel of karma will ultimately lead to your self-destruction. On Sanxian Island, Lin Jiuxuan bid farewell to Chang'e, the three heavens, Jinling, and the other disciples of the, promising he would return for when he would return. Only he knew. The calamity of the Fengshan was imminent, and at that time, he would surely return to protect those dear to him. He would also safeguard fearing not even the saints. The three heavens were the closest to him within the primordial realm, and there was his sect. His current level as a great Luo golden immortal could not alter much. Only by stepping into the primordial realm could he seize the opportunity to grow stronger. He believed that when he returned once more, he would have reached the peak, observing the tides rise and fall. The human race must be saved. Farewell, esteemed ones. May we meet again by fate. Stepping upon clouds, he cast a glance at the familiar faces upon the island. Disciple, are you certain you wish to proceed? This is the fate of the human race. As your master, I cannot guarantee your safety. Lin Jiuxuan naturally recognized a voice that resonated through the it was none other than the voice of the Lord of the Jie sect. The Saint Tongtian, disciple is indeed of the human race. One cannot disregard the calamity befalling mankind. This journey may lead to my demise. So please, Master, take care and remain vigilant against the three pure ones. Lin Jiuxuan knelt upon the clouds and bowed deeply, warmth blossoming in his heart that, immortal, the saint holds you in such high regard. Why do you not beseech him to intervene? Chang'e's mind was awash with myriad thoughts. Fairy, should the saint take action, the situation would alter drastically, rendering such a course of action unwise. Furthermore, once Master intervenes, there shall surely be those who oppose him. Lin Jiuxuan shook his head, gazing out at the vast ocean. If it were possible, he too would wish to linger under the saint's protection until he became invincible. Watching the Sanxian island gradually fade from view, he felt a surge of emotion. Ultimately, escape was futile. Stepping onto the primal land, his thoughts raced. This time, he knew not what the outcome would be. Yet, there was no way to evade it. The moment he set foot upon the primordial continent, he could sense the pervasive aura of malevolence and hidden malice. The formless, shadowy essence of doom roamed the air. The calamity of the human race marked the onset of the great tribulation of the primal world. Casting a glance at the ominous force above, he noted the overwhelming numbers of both the demon and human races, ever present at this moment. A landscape strewn with corpses and drenched in blood lay before him. It was easy to imagine the brutality of it all. In the span of mere decades, humanity had already faced existential peril. Where, he pondered, was the human race now? Lin Jiuxuan's heart was heavy as he gazed at the unyielding aura of malevolence above. Such a primordial world would allow him to enhance his strength at an unparalleled pace. The human race was currently gathering at Shoyang Mountain. Chang'e's eyes narrowed, and she took 2 steps back. Speaking softly, witnessing such a scene of carnage was naturally frightening for her. After all, women are innately delicate. The quasi-saints sanctuary would no longer offer protection to humanity. Shoyang Mountain was indeed the domain of the quasi-saint. Lousy. However, Lin Jiuxuan was acutely aware that Taiji would not extend his protection to the human race. From a moment he beheld the unrelenting aura of malevolence above, he understood that the great tribulation was brewing. Even saints dared not intervene lightly, for a careless misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Even saints were not exempt from such fate. The hint of disappointment flickered in Chang'e's eyes. Indeed, the saints would no longer shield them. She recognized that Lin Jiuxuan spoke the truth. Otherwise, when the demon race first began their assault, neither the Taiji saint nor the Nuwa saint had made any move. No race dared to extend a helping hand. Fearing to draw the ire of the demon race, during this time, humanity seemed cast aside by the world, relegated to the slaughter beneath the demon's blade, becoming mere sacrifices for the forging of magical artifacts. Chapter 18. Massacre. Let us go. Lin Jiuxuan stepped forward, for he had no time to linger on Chang'e's sorrow. Gazing at the multitude of human corpses scattered about, he understood that the situation was far worse than he had imagined. Along the way, he encountered demons intent on ambushing him, yet they proved utterly incapable of halting Lin Jiuxuan. A Tai, golden immortal, could inflict harm upon a saint. Now he had ascended to the realm of the great Luo, golden immortal, with combat prowess that was even more formidable. With a flick of his hand, a sword materialized, radiating a chilling sword intent that enveloped him. Chang'e, trailing behind, sensed the aura of death even with her early-stage great Luo golden immortal cultivation. This sword was imbued with the essence of the chaos sword soul, having become an innate treasure. Come forth, he pointed the chaos sword, shielding Chang'e behind him, as they prepared to confront the encroaching threat. They were not far from Shoyang Mountain. However, Lin Jiuxuan did not soar directly toward it. He kept Chang'e protected behind him, the sword intent swirling about him, faint strands of Dao rhythm subtly manifesting. Roar, roar, roar. The earth trembled as cacophonous sounds erupted, accompanied by the frenzied roars of the demon beasts. Be cautious. He cast a glance back at Chang'e. The aura of the great Luo golden immortal surged forth from him. The chaos sword fully manifested its formidable power, enveloping Chang'e in a protective shroud of sword light. Nevertheless, he issued a reminder. Observing the demon horde advancing like a tempest, he realized that he might not be able to safeguard her. His expression darkened, and the temperature around him plummeted. 2 great Luo golden immortals, the formidable figures of Ji Ming and Gue Che, descended upon clouds, each targeting him. First, we shall wear down his strength. Charge, my kin. Gue Che licked his lips, eyeing Lin Jiuxuan like prey. Thousands of demons howled and charged at him, their claws gleaming and their crimson eyes filled with a fierce malevolence. Lin Jiuxuan's expression remained unchanged as he stepped forward. The chaos sword slipped from his grasp, transforming into a dragon woven from sword intent. The advancing demons were instantly annihilated, their forms torn asunder by the piercing sword intent, even with the corpses of their comrades strewn before them. The remaining demon beasts showed no fear, As if they had lost their senses, the aura of malevolence seeped into their bodies. Damn it, he thought, as he opened his eyes to behold the frenzied, crimson-eyed beasts, grasping the chaos sword. An icy voice emanated from him. Sword opened the heavens. Myriad paths converged. He replaced the first arrow of creation with his sword. In an instant, the chaos sword split into myriad sword shadows. Each resonating with a humming sound. One sword plunged into the ground, gently rotating, and 1,000 swords burst forth in unison. The sound of clashing metal echoed through the skies. Roar, roar, roar. The charging demons were shredded by the multitude of flying swords. From above and below, a rain of crimson droplets fell, mingled with various incomplete corpses, seeking death. Ji Ming's expression darkened as he beheld the heavy losses among the demons, his heart bleeding that a formidable foe. Gu Chei's eyes narrowed. He exchanged glances with Ji Ming, and together they descended before Lin Jiuxuan. Demonic power coalesced, and, as the sword light danced amid fleeting shadows, Lin Jiuxuan tore through the demon onslaught. Emerging unscathed, blood dripped from the tip of his sword, all of it from the demons. The encroaching aura of malevolence was a curse. The expressions of the two demons tightened. In their eyes, he detected a glimmer of crimson, the manifestation of the invading malevolence. The chaos sword trembled, casting off the blood that clung to its blade. Onward, they commanded the demons below that a glimmer of light ignited in their eyes. The great Luo golden immortals had not been strangers to killing. They simply found Lin Jiuxuan rather troublesome, instructing the demons to exhaust his strength while they prepared for a lethal strike. If they could use a great Luo golden immortal as a sacrificial offering, it would be an immense boon. So swift. Lin Jiuxuan's countenance darkened as he faced the oncoming horde of demons. The protective sword aura surrounding Chang'e had been tainted red and shredded, though she was not adept in combat. As a great Luo golden immortal, she could still withstand some onslaught. Seeking death, observing the relentless advance of the demons, his expression turned frigid. Every demon rushing forth bore the mark of crimson in their eyes. Even Ji Ming and Gu Chei, the two demon saints, exhibited the same fiery intensity to but a few decades, the situation had escalated far too rapidly. Even the great Luo golden immortals were succumbing to the aura of malevolence. Swordway annihilation, gripping the chaos sword tightly, he bellowed. Strands of Dao rhythm surged into the blade. With a swing, he unleashed a devastating strike. The aura of destruction swirled around him. With each strike, the attacking demons were obliterated, leaving not even a trace of their existence. Now, it is your turn. Stepping forward, blood-soaked, he left a trail of crimson footprints upon the corpses. The chaos sword in hand, he advanced toward Gu Chei and Ji Ming, his once pristine attire now stained with blood. Arrogant, the two demons stared at the bloodied Lin Jiuxuan, their eyes widening in shock. Their bodies involuntarily recoiled. This individual was truly terrifying, having slaughtered thousands of demons, his sharp sword intent piercing the heavens. Yet, what fear does a mere early-stage great Luo golden immortal invoke? Kill. Exchanging glances, they shared a fleeting smile, calming their hearts momentarily. In an instant, the pinnacle of the Luo golden immortal's power was unleashed, halting their retreat. The fear in their eyes was concealed as their entire being coalesced with magical energy, manifesting their true form. Towering hundreds of zhang high, they gazed down upon Lin Jiuxuan, as if this act alone could offer a semblance of solace. Let us proceed to Shouyang Mountain. There we shall find safety. Chang'e, adorned in a gown of purest white, embellished with blossoms of plum, descended beside him and spoke. Upon observing the grotesque form of the ghostly carriage and the figure of Ji Ming, Lin Jiuxuan involuntarily recoiled a couple of steps. Muttering under his breath about the unsightliness of the demon kin, he swiftly darted behind Lin Jiuxuan, having already witnessed the latter's formidable strength, capable of annihilating tens of thousands of demon clansmen. Such a powerful Luo golden immortal would undoubtedly inspire hope within the human race, rendering their need for hiding unnecessary. Yet, the sight of the demon sovereign was simply intolerable. Ghostly Carriage's countenance darkened at these words. He despised being called ugly. With a swift motion, he swiped at Lin Jiuxuan. Launching himself toward Chang'e, a gust of wind brushed past Lin Jiuxuan's cheek. "How dare you act in my presence? What gives you the audacity?" With a flick of his hand, the chaos sword shimmered with an icy gleam, severing the arm of ghostly carriage. He took a heavy step forward, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. Is Shoyang Mountain truly safe? Is it really the last refuge for humanity? He cast a glance at Chang'e behind him, then at ghostly carriage and Ji Ming, uncertain of whom he addressed, with a wave of his hand. He beckoned Chang'e to soar through the skies toward Shoyang Mountain, a wry smile curling at the corners of his lips. Humanity truly finds itself at a dead end. This is a trap. As Chang'e peered toward the direction of Shoyang Mountain, her expression changed abruptly, as if her very essence had been drained. Gazing at Lin Jiuxuan, her eyes reflected a mix of regret and apology. "Perhaps you should leave." Chapter 19. Millions of demon clansmen, humanity must stand strong. "Let us go." He took a step forward, his face etched with cold resolve, observing the overwhelming tide of demon kin looming like dark clouds over a besieged city. A fleeting moment of retreat flickered in his heart, but was quickly dispelled. For he was of the human race, and retreat was not an option. Chang'e's face turned ashen, her eyes filled with despair. The existence of demon sovereigns rivaled that of the pinnacle of the Luo golden immortals, not to mention the presence of demon gods. She surveyed the vast, dark horde of demons nearby. She had once believed that Shoyang Mountain would offer humanity a glimmer of hope. Little did she know, this place harbored the greatest peril for the human race. Could Lin Jiuxuan contend with two demon sovereigns? 3 or 4? Aware of the vast chasm between demon sovereigns and demon gods, she understood that Lin Jiuxuan was merely at the initial stage of the Luo golden immortal. She herself lacked the ability to withstand even a single demon sovereign. "Since we are here, it would be a pity not to see how they welcome me." Lin Jiuxuan stepped forward. Chang'e followed closely behind, darting past the two demon sovereigns toward Shoyang Mountain. In the 33 heavens, the heavenly court? What? An anomaly assisting humanity. Emperor Jun exclaimed, glancing at the bloodied Baizé. Apart from the quasi-saints within the fire cloud cave, the number of the Luo golden immortals among humanity was merely a handful. Now, the claim of an anomaly capable of inflicting catastrophic damage upon the demon race emerged. Anomaly? Where? I shall deal with it. Dong Huang Tai, adorned with the Eastern Emperor's bell, stormed forward, radiating an air of imminent confrontation. "My subordinates are unwell. I must take my leave first." Baizé dabbed at the blood at the corner of his mouth, bowed to the two, and then exited the grand hall. Emperor Jun waved his hand, oblivious to the flicker of wariness in Baizé's eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Jiuxuan was trailed by Chang'e, with ghostly carriage and Ji Ming close behind. Each movement of the massive demon bodies shook the very ground beneath them. Before them loomed the towering Shoyang Mountain, once a sacred ground for humanity. The Ta Ching saint, Laozi, had established the teachings of humanity upon this mountain, harnessing the fortune of the human race to attain sainthood. Henceforth, this place had become a sanctuary for humanity. At the foot of the mountain, a disheveled assembly of human beings gathered, their eyes gleaming with hope, for they believed that reaching this sanctuary would grant them the protection of the saints. The demon kin dared not strike against them. Humanity, humanity! At the base of Shoyang Mountain, as humans appeared, they gazed at their fallen kin with astonishment. Amidst the relentless onslaught of demons, the numbers of humanity dwindled rapidly. Now, upon seeing their brethren, their faces naturally lit up with relief. This was the sacred ground for humanity. The demon kin would surely not dare to act here. The Ta Ching saint would undoubtedly protect us. These humans were filled with joy, as if their arrival here had truly dispelled the looming crisis posed by the demons. Just as they reveled in their newfound hope, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Akin to a mighty thunderclap, a colossal shadow appeared in the sky, blotting out the sun. The demon race. This was the sacred ground of humanity, the abode of the saints. How dare the demon kin act here? To their shock, it was not merely one demon, but a multitude, casting a dark shroud over the land. The sheer number of demon kin threatened to engulf the very sky. the presence of several formidable demon gods became apparent, instilling despair among the humans present. Pray for the saints' protection. Pray for the saints' protection. One individual fell to their knees, beseeching the saints. Soon, another followed, then a third. Almost the entirety of humanity joined in supplication, seeking the saints' aid. Only a handful of Deluo, golden immortal beings among the humans bore a glimmer of madness in their eyes, refusing to kneel before the saints, merely scoffing in disdain. Saints, they are but heartless beings. The demon kin regarded Shuyang Mountain with trepidation. This was the abode of the saints, and they dared not engage in wanton slaughter. Inside the abode of the saints, Master, shall we not intervene? They are our kin. We established the teachings for humanity, rooted in human welfare. The Grand Master Xuandu regarded the closed eyes of Laozi. Listening to the pleas of the humans outside, his eyes glistened with moisture, kneeling in supplication for the saints to act. He understood that even if he, as a Deluo, golden immortal, intervened, he could not alter the course of events. He, too, was of human descent and could not bear to witness such suffering befall his kin. Xuandu, it is time for you to enter seclusion. Go now. Seek your retreat. Laozi's voice resonated as he waved his hand, sealing Xuandu's powers and sending him to a place of meditation that I hope you will understand your master in the future. Observing the humans outside, Laozi waved his hand, and a white mist enveloped Shuyang Mountain, obscuring it from the eyes of humanity. The kneeling humans were left bewildered. Shuyang Mountain had vanished. The saints had forsaken them. Why? Why? The saints are unjust, abandoning humanity in its hour of need. The saints are unjust. A cry of indignation erupted among humanity, their eyes clouded with confusion. They could not comprehend why the saints would not protect them. Despite being the saints of humanity, they failed to safeguard the last bastion of their kind. The saints have abandoned you. Become fodder for the blood feast. Before the demon army, several formidable demon beings at the level of demon gods could no longer contain their wild roars. Shuyang Mountain had refrained from action out of respect for the saints' might. Yet now, with the abode of the saints obscured, they felt emboldened to act. The saints are unjust. There is no need for humanity to plead any longer. Our race possesses pride. How can we cower before mere demons? Rise, all of you. A powerful figure among humanity roared that we, the human race, have never sought conflict. We have only wished for peace. Yet some among them stood, their eyes resolute as they stared at the demons above. Indeed, while humanity may be weak, it still held its dignity and pride. Inspired by these words, all the humans felt a surge of fervor igniting within their veins. One by one, they rose, fists clenched, teeth gritted, staring defiantly at the demons in the sky without a trace of fear. In that moment, humanity stood united as never before, a remarkable energy burning upon their very beings. As insignificant as ants, the demon god ahead took a step forward. The aura of millions of demon tribes was thoroughly unleashed. Even a quasi-saint would tremble in its presence, let alone the feeble human race. What if they were resolute? Could they truly overturn the heavens? Not far away, Lin Jiuxuan observed everything the human race was doing. Listening to those words, it felt as though a raging fire ignited within his heart. He watched as a great avian demon beast of the great Luo golden immortal realm spread its massive wings, obscuring the sky. In its hand, the chaotic sword transformed into a bow. Drawing the bow, converting magical power into an arrow was released. Under the ignited battle spirit and unwavering gaze of the human race, the arrow streaked across the sky and pierced through the avian demon beast of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Not even sparing its primordial spirit, the demon beast let out no cry of anguish. In an instant, blood stained the heavens, crimson hues soaring. Indeed, the human race must strive for self-strengthening. We must seize our own destiny. Buddha blocks, slay Buddha. Gods block, slay gods. The lives of my human race are off limits to you. Chapter 20. 3 feet before me, able to contend with millions of demon tribes, the human race must strive for self-strengthening. When did it become the demon tribe's turn to claim our lives? The resounding voice shattered the skies, igniting a fervent battle spirit in the eyes of the human race. What if there are no strong individuals among us? They dare to die, dare to fight. The sight of the great Luo, golden immortal demon beast dying before their eyes sent the morale of all human warriors soaring. Whoever took action was a true hero. Who dares to strike against my demon tribe? From the heavens, an enraged voice emanated from within the demon ranks. The dark figure tore through space, releasing a fierce aura. The demon gods ahead took several steps back. It was none other than Jiao Ying, one of the 10 great demon saints. Upon Jiao Ying's appearance, the battle spirit in the eyes of the multitude of human beings gradually waned. Even the leading great Luo golden immortals felt the same. After all, he was a demon saint, a pinnacle powerhouse among the great Luo golden immortals. Compounded by the overwhelming number of demon tribes casting shadows over the skies, the pressure was immense that you truly wished to annihilate the human race. If the human race on Shoyang Mountain is obliterated, there will be no chance left for us. Behind our human race stands a support of saints. Can your demon tribe withstand the wrath of the saints? This is a sacred ground for the human race. Do you not fear the retribution of heaven? Some human beings gaze at the vanished Shoyang Mountain, summoning their courage to face the vast and terrifying demon tribe. Uttering these words while their hearts trembled at a sacred ground for the human race. How laughable! My demon tribe will ultimately reign over the 9 heavens. You are but mere ants. Should a saint intervene, we would still dare to slaughter you, pursuing you here. What a pitiful group of ants, unable to see their doom approaching. Che spoke. Everyone fell silent. He was not without reason. It was not that they couldn't see the situation clearly, but rather that they faced the demon tribe. The human race truly had no power to resist. When the demon tribe approached, the human sacred ground of Shoyang Mountain chose to retreat, the creator of the human race. The Saint Enhua is also a demon saint. They have already been abandoned by the primordial lands. Today, it seems, is truly the day for their eradication. I repeat, who is it? Step forward. Jiao Ying's gaze swept toward the direction for which the arrow had been shot, seeking the one bold enough to strike against his demon tribe. The human beings below were directly overlooked by him. The human race also looked toward the arrow's origin, eager to discover the identity of the attacker, yet hesitant to reveal themselves, appearing quite conflicted. It is I. Lin Jiuxuan stepped forward, standing above the human race. Gui Che and Ji Meng, the 2 demon saints, returned to the ranks of the demon tribe. Chang'e watched Lin Jiuxuan step forward, biting her lip, and followed suit. Although she was of the human race, she was also the companion of the great Witch Ho-E of the Wu tribe, and thus had no choice but to emerge. The 2 demon saints descended alongside Lin Jiuxuan, delivering a message to Jiao Ying, then transforming into human forms. Lin Jiuxuan's appearance invigorated the morale of the human race. No one recognized him. Chang'e, who is this? Someone stepped forward to inquire. Recognizing Chang'e, friend, you have slain my thousands of demon tribes. Shouldn't this matter be accounted for? Even if you were a disciple of a saint, you must provide an explanation to the heavenly court. No? Jiao Ying stepped forward, eyeing Lin Jiuxuan. On that day, during the sermon of Tongtian, a powerful demon had listened. He was indeed one of the demon gods. An accounting, you have slaughtered billions of human beings, and yet you are incensed by my mere slaying of a few demons. Lin Jiuxuan, clad in an unknown white robe, spoke calmly, devoid of fear, just a demon saint. He dared to confront saints, battling them. Friend, what relation do you have with the human race? Jiao Ying's mind raced. He observed that Lin Jiuxuan bore a deep connection with the human race after listening to the teachings. He had merged with the essence of Pangu and the blood of saints. The roots of the human race had been obscured. Unless in the presence of saint, one could not discern his origins as a human. I, the human race, Lin Jiuxuan. As his voice fell, an uproar erupted among the human race. A hidden powerhouse exists among us. I shall protect the people here. It has nothing to do with the截教. He added, the human race is merely caught in an unforeseen calamity. The截教cannot meddle in this turmoil at present. For the sake of the saint's face, you may leave now, and nothing shall have transpired. Jiao Ying's eyes flickered in his words. He still harbored fear of the Saint Tongtian, that a disciple of a saint, That identity is not to be trifled with. I have said, the saint will not intervene. Lin Jiuxuan took another step forward, his eyes revealing a glimmer of killing intent. The hatred of the human race shall be avenged by the human race itself, as a member of the human race. You all of the human race gazed upon the imposing figure of Lin Jiuxuan, and in an instant, the fervor of their blood surged forth. Chapter 21, Sword Stained in the Azure Sky. Directing towards the demon saint, that moment, the humans were deeply influenced by the atmosphere, igniting within them a fervent combat spirit akin to raging flames. They cast aside the cowardice that had gripped them in their flight for survival. The leading few Luo golden immortals charged directly into the ranks of the demon race. With the awakening of their bloodlust, the humans found a desire to battle one by one. They surged forth against the demons. Undeterred even when faced with the peril of flying into the fire. Such recklessness. Ultimately, the human race faced annihilation. The 9 infants united with Jaimin and Guiche, and the 3 demon saints stood firm. Observing the relentless wave of humans throwing themselves at the demons, their expressions were filled with disdain. The humans were inherently frail, their cultivation arduous. Watching the brave souls below, who recklessly pressed forward, willing to risk their lives against the demons, a flicker of satisfaction crossed their eyes. He would protect the human race, but only if they proved worthy of such protection. Should they remain as cowardly as before, fleeing and seeking refuge from others without relying on their own strength, he would guard only a few of their bloodlines. Now, however, the humans he witnessed were precisely what he longed to see, noble and unyielding, undeterred by poverty or adversity. Humans, you do not comprehend. With a demon god making a move, they lunged at the leading Luo golden immortal humans. He observed that they did not retreat, even when facing foes of superior strength. This boldness ignited within him a sense of hope, recognizing the spirit of competition and struggle. This was the kind of human he wished to see, one capable of holding up the heavens. Step back. Leave the rest to me. The Chaos Sword sensed its master's intense battle intent. In his hand, it transformed into a longbow. Drawing the bowstring, the Chaos Sword morphed into arrows. His voice resonated, audible to all. Using sword in place of arrow, he shot straight into the firmament. Boom! Retreat! Quickly retreat! The Chaos Sword instantaneously unleashed hundreds of thousands of sword lights, cascading like shooting stars, striking down upon the demon ranks. The demon's proud physiques crumbled under the shadow of the sword. As fragile as his own head had been utterly destroyed by an arrow, the Lin Jiuxuan of now was no longer the same Lin Jiuxuan who had once been on Golden Tortoise Island. He had completely let go, daring even to challenge a sage. The strength of the demon sage was indeed formidable. However, when faced with Lin Jiuxuan, this Tai golden immortal dared to injure a saint. One could only say it was his misfortune. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! 3 more arrows were shot forth, annihilating the 3 heads of Jiu Ying in the blink of an eye. The 3 arrows left Jiu Ying with no opportunity to evade. How could you be so powerful? The remaining 5 heads of Jiu Ying gazed at Lin Jiuxuan, their large eyes wide with terror. The arrows were too terrifying, leaving no chance for resurrection. The 5 arrows resting on the bowstring shimmered with a cold light, appearing to him as if the king of hell were calling for his life. Why aren't you making a move? What are you waiting for? Ji Ming and Gui Che's bodies trembled suddenly. They gulped, their eyes flickering as they looked at the bow in Lin Jiuxuan's hand. Especially Gui Che, for he too had 9 heads. With his power, how many arrows could he possibly shoot? If you don't act now, we all doomed. Seeing that the 2 still hesitated, he continued to roar, his body gradually retreating. He shook his 5 heads, clinging to the last remnants of their lives. If you don't act, I might spare you, but if you do, I can't guarantee your heads will remain intact. Turning to glance at Ji Ming and Gui Che, a wicked smile crept upon his lips, facing 3 demon sages. He could manage, but he didn't wish to expend too much energy that he still needed to reserve his strength to seek justice in the heavenly court. He was quite envious of that sage-level dojo from the system. After all, these 2 had already been scared out of their wits. Once the system's human task was complete, collecting them as gatekeepers wouldn't be a bad idea. Really, we are not so easily deceived. Meng and Gui Che swallowed hard, glancing at Jiu Ying's appearance. Their gazes met for a moment. "You swear, and we will believe you. Otherwise, we shall strike you." They raised their massive fists, attempting to intimidate him. The onlooking humans were left dumbfounded. Was this truly the might of their race? Not even daring to confront a demon sage. "I am an honest person, and yet you do not believe me." Alas! As he spoke, one of the arrows in his hand shot forth. Boom! Lin Jiuxuan had barely taken a few steps back when one arrow pierced through a head. "You are demon sages. How can you allow this?" He roared at the two. Their appearance hardly resembled that of a demon sage. They could not even deal with Jiu Ying. Life was of utmost importance. What did it matter if they were demon sages? They ought to examine their own condition. Turning his head to glance at Jiu Ying, he said, "If we do not act, we will protect these humans that in an instant." He transformed into a shadow, landing beside a human youth. The pitiful state of Jiu Ying still lay before them. They were certainly clever. What did it matter if they were demon sages? "Just look at yourself, be careful, or I shall strike you." They glared at Jiu Ying, brandishing their fists, exuding an air of defiance, as if to say, "What are you looking at?" Lin Jiuxuan was left speechless. These two had slipped into character far too quickly. He felt reassured in his heart. Chang'e, the humans were utterly astonished. Was this still the proud, imperious demon sage? Jiu Ying's face darkened as he ignored Ji Meng and Gui Che, feeling utterly humiliated as a demon sage. Noticing that Lin Jiuxuan's attention was no longer on him, he thought, "Escape? I must escape." With this thought, he immediately gathered all his strength and fled towards the heavenly court. After all, he was a demon sage, and his speed was remarkable. Faced with Lin Jiuxuan's arrows, he could not muster even a single thought of resistance. Daring not to linger for even a second, he feared that if he stayed, he would lose the remaining 4 heads. "Can you run?" Lin Jiuxuan observed the fleeing Jiu Ying, the 4 arrows resting on his bowstring, emitting a soft sound, in unison. The 4 arrows pierced through the space, vanishing before everyone's eyes. Could he truly kill a demon sage from afar? This thought lingered in everyone's mind, yet it seemed utterly absurd. How could a demon sage escape? Yet, a glimmer of hope sparked within their eyes. What Lin Jiuxuan was doing seemed like a fantasy. As Jiu Ying fled thousands of miles away, he turned to see no one pursuing him and let out a heavy sigh of relief. Boom! Suddenly, a ripple surged through the space behind him. One arrow shot across, unobstructed, piercing through one of his heads. 3 more arrows followed closely behind. He hastily burned his essence blood, wishing he could sprout several more heads to aid his escape. He did not want to be struck by even one of those arrows. After all, he was one of the top 10 demon sages of the heavenly court. At this moment, the court was quite empty, with only a few necessary personnel remaining to guard the gates. Within the imperial palace, Dong Huangtai was discussing anomalies with Di Jun brother. By Zai Wun Ti deceive us, would he? Dong Huangtai, crowned by the Eastern Emperor Bell, observed Di Jun's solemn expression, clenching his fists, eager to eradicate the humans at once. Where are the anomalies that Bai Zai spoke of? Boom! Your Majesty, it's bad. Just as Di Jun was about to speak, a commotion erupted outside the palace. Accompanied by the guard shouts of alarm, that a fierce glint flashed in their eyes as they stepped outside. Who dares to cause trouble in the heavenly court? Your Majesty, I am incompetent. We could not eliminate the humans. Emerging from the palace, they beheld Jiu Ying transformed into human form, 3 arrows embedded in him, and his head's gone. That was the last sound he left behind. Jiu Ying. Di Jun swiftly moved, unleashing his golden power in an attempt to save him. Humans, at this moment, a golden flame enveloped his entire being. Jiu Ying is dead. Investigate. Where are the humans? I shall take matters into my own hands. The eyes of Dong Huangtai glimmered with coldness. Jiu Ying was one of the top 10 demon sages and one of his most capable subordinates. How could he have died so easily? The heavenly court sprang into action. The demons emerging from the court were filled with murderous intent. Ding! Achievement unlocked. 1 man stands against 1,000 foes. Reward: 3-foot forbidden zone. 3-foot forbidden zone. When fighting with a sword, this skill could be activated within 3 feet of oneself. 1 is invincible. Ding! Achievement unlocked. Killing one is a crime. Slaughtering thousands is a display of strength. Slaying 1,000,000 is a display of supreme prowess. Reward. Arrival of the god of killing. God of killing reward. An absolute crisis. This skill can be activated. For 1 minute, gain the power of the god of killing. God of killing, saint, observing this achievement, he felt a sense of relief. Although both skills were passive, there was at least a chance for activation. This would allow him to face saints without being so passive. Ding. Achievement unlocked. Is there more? Chapter 23. Title: Arrival of Dong Huang Ding. Human race crisis completed. Rewards have been dispatched. Please receive them in a timely manner. His heart bloomed with joy. Point 2 achievements. And the task was completed in the process. Though both were passive skills, the gains were still considerable, especially the sage-level dojo. Whenever faced with a crisis, he could directly retreat to the dojo. Even a saint would have no way to deal with him. Lin Jiuxuan, thank you. Yes, Lin Jiuxuan, if it weren't for you, our human race would truly have been annihilated. The remaining Deluo golden immortals of the human race approached and bowed. I'm also of a human race. I would not stand by and watch it perish. He waved his hand, accepting their gratitude, feeling entirely worthy of it. He had also heard from Chang Yi that the Saint Nuwa's dojo had sent people from the human race. Yet none returned. In various sects, humans had been sent to request aid, yet no one acted. Those like the Xiandu master under the Taiching saint had been invited multiple times, but in the end, only he took action. Thank you, Lin Jiuxuan. Thank you for protecting our human race. The powerful beings of the human race knelt on the ground. We implore you, Lin Jiuxuan, for the sake of our human race, grant us your protection. Immediately, one by one, members of the human race knelt upon the ground. Please, venerable immortal, grant your protection to our kind. This act of submission was unavoidable for him, nor did he wish to evade it. The human race indeed needed a steadfast pillar of support. The voices of all converged into a singular plea. In that moment, it felt as though his body underwent a sacred baptism. A miraculous power coursed through, cleansing his very essence. Ding! A unique title achievement was triggered. Guardian of Humanity, the Guardian of Humanity. He could harness the fortunes of his people, gaining their strength as a boon. The system's voice echoed once more. The title of Guardian of Humanity seemed quite commendable. Gazing at the prostrated humans, their eyes were filled with hope. Yet, an inexplicable unease stirred within him. He too belonged to this race, and now, such a vast human realm required his guardianship. From this day forth, I shall protect our kind. He exhaled heavily, surveying the remaining humans, and proclaimed loudly, boom! A radiant light burst forth from the heavens, revealing the unyielding gaze of the Heavenly Dao. Upon seeing that figure, a flicker of fear crossed deep within his eyes. He hastily abandoned his merits and fled. Lin Jiuxuan, however, stood in a daze that it seemed as if something extraordinary had just transpired. Merits, the essence of merit enveloped him, rendering his body remarkably lighter. Ding! The system detected the poison of the Heavenly Dao and initiated recovery. Ding! Virus eradication successful. Lin Jiuxuan was left bewildered. What was this? Poison of the Heavenly Dao. Wasn't that merit? He hadn't even had the chance to fully experience it before it vanished. Moreover, the eradication was executed successfully. It was utterly absurd. Just as he lamented the absence of merit, the heavenly court erupted in chaos. How could a human race possess a being capable of injuring a demon saint? Jun slammed his fist on the table in furious exasperation. The small demon kneeling on the ground trembled, bowing his head to the floor. Could it be that the fire cloud cave has made a move? Dong Huang Tai waved his hand dismissively. The small demon, feeling a sense of relief, retreated. It was terrifying. It appeared that the demon race's fate had run its course. Perhaps it was time to seize the opportunity to escape. The reporting demon patted his chest as he exited, contemplating his next course of action. Without a backward glance, he soared into the unknown. Impossible. The fire cloud cave has a demon saint monitoring. There's been no unusual activity. Jun rubbed his temples. That is a demon saint, not merely a demon god. To perish thus is a significant loss for the demon race. Anomalies? Both of them thought simultaneously. The anomaly referenced by Zhe concerning the human race Brother, I shall personally venture to the human realm and confront this anomaly. Very well, exercise caution, Dijun advised. Watching Dongwang Tai depart, it was absurd that a mere human race warranted the direct intervention of a demon sovereign. Should word of this spread, their reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Brother, await my triumphant return. With that, Dongwang Tai donned the Eastern Emperor bell and exited the imperial palace, transforming into a beam of light that sped towards Shoyang Mountain, in a chaotic expanse of the primordial world. A child wept tears of blood as cold, emotionless gaze surveyed the entirety of the primordial realm. On Shoyang Mountain, Lin Jiuxuan had just gathered the remnants of humanity into his sanctuary. Fortunately, the system proved reliable. The reward of the sanctuary was portable, not fixed to a singular location. This allowed him to evade being overly passive when confronting saints. If he couldn't overpower them, he could retreat into the sanctuary. Just as he had finished gathering all of humanity, a great commotion erupted in the sky. A multitude of demons appeared, led by one clad in a golden robe, with a sun-like halo faintly emerging behind him. His golden form radiated an imposing presence, standing there like an immovable mountain. Lin Jiuxuan's gaze met his, witnessing flames ablaze and a golden crow crowing amidst the inferno. I am Dongwang Tai. Surrender our demon saint or reveal those hidden behind you, and I may spare your life. Filled with doubt, he pondered how a mere early-stage great Luo Jingxian could threaten a demon saint, instilling fear into two of them. Were it a quasi-saint, he would certainly believe. But here stood only a human of early-stage great Luo Jingxian. How could he be convinced? The aura of a quasi-saint surged forth, pressing down upon Lin Jiuxuan, seeking to overwhelm him with sheer force. In the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded. A demon sovereign? Was this a reckoning? Taking a step forward, he gazed up at Dongwang Tai. He had not anticipated that Dongwang Tai would personally arrive. This was a being capable of contending with saints. With the Eastern Emperor bell, he could retreat unscathed from the presence of a saint. Dongwang Tai's gaze narrowed as he scrutinized Lin Jiuxuan. Who are you? And where have you concealed the human race? In that moment, he realized that apart from this human before him, there were no other living beings present. Moreover, this human displayed no fear of his quasi-saint pressure, although he appeared to be merely an early-stage great Luo Jingxian. How could this be? The demons behind him roared loudly, bolstering Dongwang Tai's confidence that I'm the one who saved the human race and vanquished the demon saint. You seek the human you desire? As for my identity, consider me a protector of humanity, with the system granting immunity to pressure-based harm and a sanctuary of saintly caliber. Not to mention 2 passive skills, he faced Dongwang Tai's imposing aura with unwavering resilience. What a farce! A guardian of humanity. You, with your early-stage great Luo Jingxian cultivation, are laughable. Bring forth those hidden behind you. Dongwang Tai took a step forward, the Eastern Emperor bell materializing above his head. Commanding with authority, a mere great Luo Jingxian could slay a demon saint? I do not believe it. Even if Panga were alive, he would not believe such a claim, but I care not what status you hold among the humans. Deliver the one who has slain my demon saint, or do not blame me for my merciless actions. Merciless actions? What of it? If you can slay a demon saint, is it not fair for the demon race to pay back some interest for the slaughter of my kin? Do not speak of demon saints. Even you, Dongwang Tai, and Dijun of the Heavenly Court are targets I would gladly eliminate. Dongwang Tai, gazing at Lin Jiuxuan's audacious words, furrowed his brow. This individual did not seem to be lying. However, what gave him the audacity to utter such claims? Impudence. Even if the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns of the Fire Cloud Cave were present, they would not dare to speak thus. I see you are weary of life. Dongwang Tai's Eastern Emperor bell trembled ominously. Lin Jiuxuan remained entirely unfazed. Do you not believe me? He grinned widely, slowly drawing back his bow. The chaos sword transformed into an arrow. An arrow, you say? It was you who killed Jiuing. In the next moment, he felt an electrifying chill run down his spine, his body gripped by a sudden coldness. His primordial spirit quivered with trepidation. Chapter 24. The Eastern Emperor Bell. Is it a ruse? Faced with this arrow, Even Dongwang Tai felt a prickling sensation. It was as though this arrow posed a lethal threat to him, that he recalled that Jiuying had been pierced by such an arrow. Drawing the bowstring taut, he felt no need to parley with the demon race. Strength would speak volumes. Observing the arrow, Dongwang Tai found himself unexpectedly drenched in sweat. Whoosh! This arrow did not soar towards the demons as they anticipated. Instead, it flew straight above their heads, startling even the Eastern Emperor. It was you, but that couldn't be right. How could he, who struggled to direct an arrow, possibly slay from a distance? Watching the arrow miss its target, Dongwang Tai regarded Lin Jiuxuan with wariness. Yet, the arrow that had slain Jiuying tore through countless miles of space to deliver its fatal blow. Suddenly, he realized that this arrow did not seem accurate. Perhaps it is. Listening to Dongwang's words, Lin Jiuxuan shook his head, a devilish smile appearing on his face as he pointed skyward. Look out! In an instant, Dongwang Tai glanced up at the chaos sword hovering above. With a startled exclamation, he swiftly tore through the fabric of space. The demons following him lacked such formidable prowess. The chaos sword in the sky transformed into 7 blades, arranging themselves and plunging into the earth. Erupting with beams of light, 7 beams encircled the remaining demons. The 7 swords aligned in the sky, resembling the Big Dipper constellation, but a sword formation. How terrifying! Dongwang Tai found himself outside the sword formation, observing the arrangement of the Big Dipper with admiration. Transforming arrows into swords and then forming a formation was indeed unparalleled in the primordial realm. This sword formation, akin to the Big Dipper. Summon the power of stars to descend. Let us test this arrow. With his hand resting upon the bowstring, a surge of magical power intertwined with the essence of Dao coalesced into an arrow capable of splitting into countless fragments. Dongwang Tai's gaze sharpened as he beheld this arrow being loosed. The demon clan, trapped within the sword array and furiously battering against the beams of light, turned pale at the sight of the impending shot. The force of their assault intensified and quickened. That if the previous arrow had been a mere entrapment, this one was a stark and unadulterated slaughter. The arrow soared through the air, manifesting myriad phantoms akin to meteors cascading down from the heavens. In an instant, thousands of arrow shadows fell from the sky, each imbued with golden flames that pierced through the demons, extinguishing their very souls. The demons ensnared within the sword array could only endure their merciless slaughter. Their frenzy directed at the light columns. Lin Jiuxuan observed this scene with indifference. In comparison to the atrocities committed by the demon clan, this was still far from sufficient. Dongwang Tai, standing beside, was consumed by a palpable bloodlust. The demons being slain were all under his command. Unable to bear the sight any longer, he revealed his quasi-saint level power and stepped into the sword array, directing a punch towards the source of the 7 light columns. With a resounding crack, the light columns shattered, and the chaos sword returned to Lin Jiuxuan's grasp. The moment Dongwang Tai made his move, Lin Jiuxuan understood that the sword array was about to be breached. After all, he was the demon emperor, his true form a 3-legged golden crow, with both his physique and cultivation reaching the pinnacle of quasi-saint. After obliterating the light columns, he furrowed his brow, casting his gaze upon the descending arrows above. With a flick of his hand, the arrows were swept into the void, their destination unknown. Lin Jiuxuan frowned at Dongwang Tai, his hand still poised on the bowstring. He had come to relish this sensation of archery. Standing still while striking from 1,000 miles away was indeed a delightful experience. The essence of Dao swirled around him as he concentrated his magical power, merging it with the Dao's resonance. What a pity it was! If given the chance, he would undoubtedly find his place among the quasi-saints. Observing the Dao resonance radiating from Lin Jiuxuan, Dongwang Tai's expression shifted from admiration to a menacing snarl. Were Lin Jiuxuan one of the demon clan, he would certainly nurture him with their strength. Alas, what a pity! His hands transformed into fists, imbued with the flames of the golden crow, as he propelled them towards Lin Jiuxuan with devastating force. Yet, Lin Jiuxuan abruptly raised his head, eyes wide open. The arrow in his grasp had already taken form, the convergence of magical power and Dao resonance pulsating with the rhythm of the laws. With a swift motion, He released the arrow, and a ripple of energy surged through the space surrounding Dong Huang Tai, as his flaming fist collided with Lin Jiuxuan's arrow, but he chose not to draw his sword, opting instead to withstand the blow with his physical form. Through the refinement of various essence blood and the cleansing of merit power, his physical strength rivaled that of a quasi-saint. His clothing was torn by the fierce flames, revealing his robust bronze skin. Be cautious. He squinted at Dong Huang Tai, knowing that this arrow contained the resonance of the Dao and the laws of space. Even if Dong Huang Tai withstood it with his physical form, he would inevitably be harmed. Dong Huang furrowed his brow, surveying the surrounding space. With a wave of his hand, he drew the demons behind him into his own realm. Lin Jiuxuan's hand moved once more. Several arrows were loosed, challenging the notion that he was powerless. Suddenly, the sound of a bell resonated through the air, its waves rippling across the space. Arrows rained down to the ground, that a colossal bell hovered above Dong Huang Tai, emanating sound. It was his accompanying treasure, the innate treasure known as the Chaos Bell, also referred to as the Dong Huang Bell. Although the Dong Huang Bell was an innate supreme treasure that required a saint to unleash its full power. Due to its nature as an accompanying artifact, it could still exert a fifth of its might. Even at this diminished capacity, it could easily overpower other quasi-saints, which was why he held the title of Demon Emperor. To compel me to use the Dong Huang Bell, you must possess some degree of skill. If only you were the demon clan, how splendid it would be. Alas, you are of the human race, and thus must perish. Dong Huang Tai's gaze bore into Lin Jiuxuan, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Those who are not of my kind harbor malicious hearts. They must be eradicated. Yet, you are inadequate. Behold the arrow. Lin Jiuxuan declared, once again drawing his bow and aiming at the Chaos Bell, launching arrow after arrow like shooting stars. With your abilities, you cannot harm me. Protected by the Dong Huang Bell, Dong Huang Tai observed Lin Jiuxuan with a derisive smile. The Dong Huang Bell was a defensive, innate supreme treasure, impervious to all beneath the saint level that a mere human, merely a great Luo Jingxian, could not possibly breach the defenses of his Dong Huang Bell. Regardless of their prowess, that's so. Just as he spoke, Lin Jiuxuan's arrow struck the Dong Huang Bell, producing in the eyes of Dong Huang glowed a deep crimson as they fixated intently on the arrow clasped in Lin Jiuxuan's hand. The mystical energy within him began to coalesce, and the essence of Dao manifested around him. This essence of Dao, a hallmark of the quasi-saint, was a rare attainment, achievable only by a select few, such as Lin Jiuxuan, a grand Luo golden immortal. Behind Dong Huang Tai, the three-legged golden crow emitted a sudden and piercing cry, while the sun wheel materialized behind him. The scorching heat of the blazing sun descended upon Lin Jiuxuan, a conflagration potent enough to obliterate even quasi-saints. Lin Jiuxuan dared not confront it head-on, despite his physical form rivaling that of a quasi-saint. Should Dong Huang remain unscathed and reclaim the Dong Huang Bell, it would undoubtedly spell catastrophic consequences for humanity. There was no one among the human race capable of withstanding Dong Huang's might, save for the 8 ancestors of the Fire Cloud Cave, who might stand a chance together. Contemplating this, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Drawing back the bow, he unleashed dozens of arrows, not mere projectiles, but ones imbued with the essence of Dao, comparable to innate magical artifacts. Dong Huang Tai, uninterested in idle chatter, felt flames gradually engulf his form, expanding rapidly until he transformed into a colossal entity, the three-legged golden crow, possessing formidable physical strength and wielding the power of the sun wheel. He conjured layers of fiery waves that formed an impenetrable wall, preventing the arrows from penetrating. Boom! 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 The arrows failed to breach the fiery barrier, plummeting to the ground. One arrow, narrowly escaping the confines of space, was seized by Dong Huang Tai. Lin Jiuxuan's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had not anticipated that arrow's discovery. Though its offensive power was modest, its strength lay in stealth and surprise. That it seems you are out of options. And now it is my turn. Dong Huang Tai sneered at Lin Jiuxuan. With a powerful flap of his enormous wings, the scattered arrows on the ground were summoned, levitating in the air, their tips aimed menacingly at Lin Jiuxuan. Hundreds of arrows, each adorned with the fierce flames of the golden crow, were capable of incinerating anything in their path. Truly, he was a demon sage. Lin Jiuxuan evaded gracefully, yet one arrow struck his arm. Fortunately, his robust physique rendered him unharmed by the attached flames. Your body cannot withstand this. How is it that you remain unaffected by the flames? Dong Huangtai exclaimed in disbelief. A grand Luo, golden immortal of the human race, possessing such formidable resilience against his flames, was beyond his comprehension. Flames, you speak of these? With a snap of his fingers, a flicker of fire emerged from his fingertip, surpassing even the might of his golden crow's flames. Fire is merely a Dao, as long as my understanding of the Dao surpasses yours. I have nothing to fear. Now, it is my turn. With that, a myriad of Dao essences manifested around his hand as he drew the bowstring taut, infused with various laws of power, resembling a volatile explosive. The sight of this arrow intensified Dong Huang's sense of trepidation. This arrow was formidable. He had no assurance of being able to block it. Lin Jiuxuan had continually shattered his worldview. The notion that no one beneath the saints could rival him had been proven false. Had anyone previously suggested that a grand Luo golden immortal could slay a quasi-saint, he would have dismissed it outright. Now, he believed it. The sensation of dread was undeniable. Anything was possible with this human. Dong Huangtai regarded the arrow on the bow with apprehension. Attempting to evade, he realized Dong Huangtai, he let out a hearty laugh as he gazed upon Lin Jiuxuan. Who was engulfed by the true flames of the sun, he exhaled heavily, his expression one of palpable relief. Lin Jiuxuan struck him as if he had engaged in a skirmish with a quasi-saint of similar caliber. The true flames of the sun could incinerate all things. Even a saint would require considerable effort to extricate themselves from its grasp. Below the quasi-saint level, there was utterly no chance of survival. A mere quasi-saint would find themselves utterly obliterated, and therein lies the formidable nature of the blazing true flames of the sun. Ants, after all, are but ants. However, a sense of unease crept over him. A great Luo golden immortal, given the ferocity of the true flames, should have been completely consumed by now, even if Lin Jiuxuan possessed a physique comparable to that of a quasi-saint. The outcome would have been the same. Tap, tap, tap. What was that sound? His ears twitched in confusion. There were no signs of life in the vicinity. From where could such footsteps emerge? In the next moment, an icy arrow, radiating a chilling aura, pierced through the flames. He barely dodged it, yet a gash marred his face. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the fire. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed in his ears. Impossible, impossible. How could a mere great Luo golden immortal survive beneath his true flames of the sun? Growing increasingly wary, he regarded Lin Jiuxuan with a newfound trepidation. The true flames of the sun could not incinerate him. This was inconceivable. He refused to accept it. Dong Huangtai's face twisted into a terrifying grimace as he gestured to summon the sun behind him, reigniting the true flames on his wings. The power of the sun wheel melded with the relentless, blazing true flames of the sun. He could not believe that a great Luo golden immortal could withstand the true flames of the sun, let alone the flames of the sun star, flames that even saints would dare not confront. Die, he bellowed, his entire being engulfed in ever more searing flames, rending the void as it blazed. The dark stars appeared to tremble. Unable to endure the scorching inferno, Lin Jiuxuan spread his arms wide, as if summoning countless stars. Waves of energy surged into his being. He opened his eyes, a glint of blue flashing within. With a pointed finger, he unleashed the might of myriad stars, an unstoppable force. Boom! The colossal sound reverberated, shaking the earth and mountains, sending the watching demon clan far away, reeling from the shockwave. Clouds of dust mingled with flickering embers filled the air. Retaining the lingering heat from the earlier flames, as the dust settled, Shoyang Mountain bore no resemblance to a sacred ground. Chaos reigned within 100 miles, an intricate blend of energies intermingling. Impossible! How can this be? Dong Huangtai's expression shifted as he beheld the unscathed Lin Jiuxuan, but he exclaimed loudly. Disbelief etched across his face. How could a human great Luo golden immortal withstand the true flames of the sun? Now, it is my turn. Lin Jiuxuan declared, brushing off the dust from his body, his eyes glinting with a fierce intent and caution. Had Dong Huang not torn a rift in the firmament, he would have been unable to summon the power of the stars, and he certainly would not have emerged unscathed from the flames. A bow materialized in his hand. The chaos sword transformed into an arrow, aimed directly at Dong Huang Tai Yi. Flee. If I do not escape, I shall perish. Dong Huang's expression tightened, a long-forgotten sense of impending doom washing over him. He could not withstand this arrow. It would spell his end. As the demon emperor, he could not afford to die here. As Lin Jiuxuan gathered his strength, he felt a prickle upon his skin. That arrow, he could not block it. With a powerful flap of his wings, he tore through space, fleeing toward the heavens at D. Oh, you think you can escape? Lin Jiuxian's words fell, and another arrow, shaped by the laws of the universe, soared forth. Several arrows followed in succession, tearing through the air toward Dong Huang Tai Yi's escape route. The demon clan in the distance rubbed their eyes in disbelief at the sight. Their demon emperor was indeed fleeing. They looked at Lin Jiuxuan with eyes filled with terror, and in the next moment, they scattered in panic, fearing that Lin would rain arrows upon them. If their demon emperor had been vanquished and was now retreating, what chance did they have? They ran as if they had sprouted several legs. Watching the retreating demon clan, Lin Jiuxuan chuckled softly to think they could escape before him. They were truly overestimating themselves. A golden arrow shot up into the firmament, followed by countless arrows conjured from magical energy, cascading down. The fleeing demons let out wretched cries. Dong Huang Tai Yi flapped his wings frantically, rending the void as he sped away. In an instant, he had traversed vast distances, but the arrows behind him showed no signs of slowing. Feeling the force of the arrows, his heart raced. Suddenly, the arrows behind him were propelled by an unseen force, hurtling toward his back. As he beheld the heavens before him, the arrows closing in, his mind was flooded with a cacophony of despair. Fueling his blood, he quickened his pace, barely widening the gap between himself and the arrows. With every ounce of speed, he felt the arrows gaining on him. This arrow, he could not evade it, that he was the demon emperor, Dong Huang Tai Yi, who had once vied for a saintly position among the 3,000 purple clouds. Though he had never ascended to sainthood, he possessed strength that could contend with saints. He was known throughout the vast wilderness as the strongest beneath the saints. Even when facing a saint, he had never felt so helpless. Yet now, standing before Lin Jiuxuan, he felt utterly powerless. His once proud strength and identity felt so feeble in this moment. Should this arrow strike, he would either perish or be gravely wounded. "Brother, save me," he cried, gazing toward the heavens, his voice reverberating through the imperial palace. The arrow was almost upon him at that moment. He could hardly afford to consider the dignity of the demon emperor. His life was paramount. If he lost his life, what value would his dignity hold? Tai Yi is calling for help. Dijun immediately dashed out from the imperial palace upon hearing the voice, staring at the disheveled Dong Huang Tai Yi. "Tai Yi, what has happened to you?" He couldn't help but ask, taken aback by the sight of Dong Huang Tai Yi in such a state. What could have transpired to leave him in such disarray? "Brother, quickly, save me." Seeing Dijun, Dong Huang Tai Yi appeared as if he had found a savior, transforming into a shadow as he descended. Not far from the heavens, a woman in white revealed her delicate jade feet. Crossing millions of miles in a single step, her eyes sparkled with the essence of stars and the Dao unfolding. Those who crossed her path seemed to forget her presence entirely. Did someone just enter? One of the guards questioned, rubbing his eyes, yet finding no one there. Odd. How could I have seen it wrong? Dijun looked at Dong Huang Tai Yi, who was battered and torn. What has transpired? Tai Yi, who has harmed you? He supported Dong Huang Tai Yi, his expression darkening. The once mighty Dong Huang Tai Yi appeared utterly defeated, devoid of any semblance of a demon emperor. Dijun had never witnessed him in such a state. Glancing around, but finding no one, could it be that a saint struck? "No, brother, save me. The arrow, the arrow." Dong Huang Tai Yi cared not for dignity, only for survival. The arrow, was it the work of Tong Tian? "Where's your Dong Huang bell? How could you be so injured?" Dijun inquired. The arrow, among the saints, Only Tong Tian wields the four swords of the Exalted, yet you possess the Dong Huang Bell. A defensive treasure. With the Dong Huang Bell, even Tong Tian should not be able to harm you so gravely. The Dong Huang Bell is shattered. It's a fake. The bell was switched. Upon hearing the mention of the Dong Huang Bell, fury welled within him that he was unsure who had committed such a treacherous act without his knowledge. Otherwise, he would not be in such a state. Brother, the arrow, the arrow. As Dong Huang Tai, he finally raised his head. He saw the arrow hovering in the sky. He instinctively sought refuge behind Dijun. Brother, be cautious. That arrow is most treacherous. Hiding behind Dijun, he cautioned him, fearing that his elder brother might underestimate the arrow and suffer the consequences. Although he held great confidence in Dijun's prowess, Lin Jiuxuan's arrow was indeed too enigmatic, capable of piercing through barriers of magical power. It's merely an arrow. Why are you so alarmed? Dijun raised his head, only to witness the sudden emergence of a fissure in the space above him, followed by an arrow that seemingly appeared from nowhere, hurtling towards Dong Huang Tai. How can this be? Where did it come from? Dijun's heart sank in astonishment at the bizarre appearance of the arrow. However, there was no time for contemplation. He positioned himself directly in front of Dong Huang Tai. With a graceful wave of his hand, a barrier of flames materialized before him, emanating a formidable aura. Elder brother, it's futile, that arrow. Dong Huang Tai attempted to warn, only to realize it was unnecessary. Dijun's countenance suddenly changed upon facing the arrow, losing his previously nonchalant demeanor. Interesting, it can disregard my defenses. With a slight smirk, he did not perceive the arrow as particularly powerful. It merely surprised him by penetrating his defenses. He swiftly extended his hand, grasping the flying arrow. Tai, this arrow is nothing extraordinary. How could it frighten you so? With a slight exertion, the arrow crumbled to dust in his grasp. Casting a glance at the disheveled Dong Huang Tai, he furrowed his brow and inquired, Elder brother, your hand. Upon hearing this, Dijun lifted his hand, only to discover an unexpected trail of blood. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he wondered why such a seemingly weak arrow had caused him to bleed. Whoosh, 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 the space above ruptured again, and several arrows descended, aimed directly at Dong Huang Tai. Dijun's heart raced with alarm as he unleashed a wave of terrifying power, but a scroll depicting an ink-wash landscape materialized. With the innate treasure hovering above him, the innate treasure, he too, Luo Shu, should have been capable of blocking the arrows. The next moment, he was left dumbfounded. His pride, the he too, Luo Shu, had shattered. Impossible! Dijun's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at the fractured he too, Luo Shu. Help me, elder brother! 2 arrows had already destroyed the he too, Luo Shu, and another arrow swept past Dijun, hurtling towards Dong Huang Tai. What? Realization dawned on Dijun as shock registered on his face. Chapter 28. The Saint's Intervention. A duel across space, he reached out, attempting to seize the arrow, only to find it seemingly possessed of its own will, curving away from him towards Dong Huang Tai. An arrow cannot escape. He gripped with both hands, forcibly extracting the arrow from space. What? His face reflected disbelief as the arrow broke free from his grasp, injuring him in the process. He could hardly believe it. He was unable to stop this arrow. Its target was Dong Huang Tai, speeding towards him with the swiftness of lightning. Help me! Dong Huang Tai's face paled as he activated all his defenses, which proved utterly ineffective. The arrow was like a venomous entity, able to disregard all magical barriers. How intriguing! A woman clad in white appeared, observing the arrow with a slight smile. Her bare, jade-like feet graced the earth, radiating wisps of ethereal Dao rhythm. Her eyes sparkled with purple starlight, exuding an aura of mystery. Seeing the arrow, she couldn't help but express admiration that my life is forfeit. Helplessly witnessing the arrow piercing through all defenses, its might undiminished, it was mere inches from his forehead. The terror of death enveloped his heart completely. Dijun's face changed drastically as he attempted to seize the arrow. Dong Huang Tai was his right-hand man, the celestial sovereign of the demon realm. He could not allow him to perish so easily. Elder brother, help me uncover the thief who stole the Dong Huang Bell. After casting one last glance at Dijun, he closed his eyes, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. He never anticipated that his life, which had traversed the realms, would end at the hands of those he held in disdain. The most disheartening aspect was the thief who had exchanged his Dong Huang bell. Who says he must die? The woman in white interjected, and with a single finger, she froze the arrow in place, halting the flow of time around it. With a step forward, she stood before the 2M in the Tishiyang mountain. Lin Jiuxuan furrowed his brow. The power of a saint, he could sense the threat posed by the arrow, transformed from the chaos sword. Only a saint who mastered the Dao could achieve such a feat. Freezing his sword in time. Let me see just how formidable a saint can be. He scoffed, not expecting the intervention of a saint. With a series of hand seals, the chaos sword of the heavenly realm began to stir. Dare to be audacious before me, the woman in white coldly declared, unleashing a wave of force that caused the space behind her to fracture. The chaos sword, barely materializing, was struck down. Immediately, a delicate hand reached out to grasp the chaos sword. This sword is quite fascinating. I am intrigued, as expected of a saint. You wish to claim my sword, but that is not possible. Lin Jiuxuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes, shimmering with the light of stars, he formed another hand seal. Interesting, the chaos sword, grasped by the woman in white, hummed and instantly broke free from her grasp, leaving a gash upon her hand. It then soared towards Dong Huang Tai Yi, causing him to collapse in terror. Dijun's expression changed upon seeing the blood drawn by the sword on the woman's hand. Impossible, he recognized her. The woman in white was Niuhua, the saint of humanity, the mother of the human race, and the saint of the demon race. Even a saint could be wounded by the sword. How could this be? Yet the blood was undeniably real. Attempting to commit foul play before me is intolerable. The woman in white pointed, and the power of the Dao descended upon the chaos sword. Instantly, her flawless hand grasped the hilt of the sword. Be still, in that moment. A terrifying aura erupted from her, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The chaos sword broke free from Niuhua's grip, its blade releasing a fearsome energy. Various laws of power. Even a hint of chaotic energy erupted instantaneously. Seizing the fleeting moment, the chaos sword vanished into the void. Niuhua furrowed her brow, attempting to block the explosion of these laws with her Dao. Boom! What? In an instant. She sensed a trace of chaotic power erupting from within, too swift to intercept. The fusion of laws exploded, something even Niuhua had not anticipated. The explosive force collapsed the entire imperial palace. The ensuing shockwave radiated outward, resulting in countless demon casualties. Dijun summoned artifact after artifact before him. With his quasi-saint strength, he need not do so. However, behind him lay the gravely injured Dong Huang Tai Yi. Boom! Dijun spat blood, and Dong Huang Tai Yi fared even worse, collapsed upon the ground, unable to move. Thankfully, Niuhua's timely intervention prevented the entire heavenly realm from being affected. Yet the losses were severe. Half of the imperial palace lay in ruins. Reduced to mere framework, Niuhua descended before Dong Huang Tai Yi, her brow furrowing. The sword contained chaotic power, an unforeseen factor. Dong Huang Tai Yi's injuries were severe, entirely unbefitting of a demon sovereign. Though puzzled, she pointed a finger, sending a green light into Dong Huang Tai Yi's body. The life principle she wielded was capable of reviving bones and flesh. For a saint, mastering the principles of the Dao was as effortless as breathing. Dong Huang Tai Yi's injuries gradually healed, yet wounds affecting his essence were not so easily mended. They required time to recuperate. Tai Yi, pursue the perpetrator. What transpired for things to reach this point? Dijun asked in a deep voice. Those recent attacks were so formidable that even he struggled to withstand them. It was hard to fathom that anyone apart from the saints could possess such power in the primordial chaos. The fact that one could injure a saint in a battle conducted from afar was astonishing. Even Niuhua was taken aback. Beneath the saints, all were but ants in the eyes of the saints. Apart from those of equal standing, even those who could fight beyond their rank were regarded with indifference. The arrows just now had almost found their mark on him, and there was also a hint of chaotic power within them, something that no quasi-saint could wield. The distinction between saints and quasi-saints lay in the nature of the powers they commanded. The latter relied on magical energy derived from the world's material essence, while saints drew upon the chaotic forces of the cosmos. This fundamental difference was what bred the pride of the saints. Not a saint, but a member of the human race, Dong Huang Tai, he gritted his teeth, his thoughts turning to Lin Jiuxuan, whom he wished to tear apart with his bare hands. The human race? Both Nuwa and Dijun were astonished that such a formidable being could exist among them. The fact that Dong Huang Tai, he could injure the quasi-saint Yao Huang, made Dijun glance at Nuwa, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, Nuwa declared, leaving behind those words as she waved her hand to tear through space and depart. Dijun sensed something amiss and resolved to return and inquire with Daozu. He had no desire to meddle in the affairs of the demon and human races. Were it not for Daozu informing him of the demon's plight and urging her to intervene, she would not have come to Dong Huang Tai's aid. Tai, is it true that your Dong Huang bell is a fake? Dijun inquired solemnly. Thinking Dong Huang was jesting, I could turn out that even his own He Tu and Luo Shu were also counterfeit. Chapter 29. The predictions of Daozu. Reward from the system, Big Brother. We must uncover this thief who managed to swap out our accompanying treasures without our notice. Dong Huang Tai seethed. For apart from Lin Jiuxuan, there was no one he despised more than the rogue who had replaced his Dong Huang bell. The thought of it filled him with fury. If the Dong Huang bell had not been swapped, he would not have suffered such a humiliating defeat. I must find him and tear his body into 1,000 pieces, allowing his soul to be burned by the true fire of the sun for a millennium. Dijun clenched his fists, equally incensed. Yet, he could not fathom who could have managed to replace it without their awareness, without them noticing even a hint of it. Not even a saint possessed such capability. Big Brother, do you think our accompanying treasures were always fake? Dong Huang Tai suddenly had a flash of insight, pondering if they had indeed been counterfeit all along. Perhaps they had never shattered and had contended with saints, leading them to believe they were genuine. Could it be saints could not breach the defenses? How could they be fake? Dijun found this notion somewhat plausible, but was still confounded if they were indeed counterfeit. Why had they withstood the saints' onslaught, only to be shattered by a mere Deluo Jinxian now? Big Brother, could it be that the saints are also deceiving us? Dong Huang Tai tapped his head, pointing at the heavens above. Dijun's mind exploded with realization. He quickly covered Dong Huang Tai's mouth, casting a wary glance at the sky above Hatishiriang Mountain, within the sacred grounds of the saints. Lin Jiuxuan rubbed his head, somewhat bewildered by the achievements bestowed upon him by the system. Ding triggered the truth of the primordial chaos, completed the hidden task. The false heaven, reward, divine ability, deceiving the heavens and crossing the ocean. Deceiving the heavens and crossing the ocean. One of the 36 divine abilities of a certain mighty being, capable of deceiving the Heavenly Dao and obscuring the predictions of the saints. Ding triggered the system update mechanism. Please select the location of the Dao ground promptly. In 24 hours, the update will commence. Duration, 72 hours. Lin Jiuxuan stroked his chin, observing the notifications emitted by the system in quick succession. Gazing at the heavens above, he pondered deeply. He recalled that the divine ability of deceiving the heavens and crossing the ocean was one of the 36 stratagems from later generations. How had it transformed into a divine ability here? With the sage who originated the 36 stratagems now referred to as a mighty being by the system. Moreover, he remembered that encountering the demon race involved peril. An ordinary Deluo Jinxian could easily fall victim to calamities. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. High in the 9 heavens, the entirety of the primordial chaos lies within sight. The words Purple Cloud Palace loomed in his mind, imposing over the 9 heavens. The primordial chaos was about to undergo a transformation. Daozu Hong Jun calculated with his fingers, with Nuwa standing respectfully behind him. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of old blood, his complexion paling, and his eyes filled with intense dread. Through the river of time, he glimpsed a shocking revelation. Daozu, Nuwa exclaimed, her expression shifting as she rushed forward. What could cause the revered teacher of the saints to cough blood? It's nothing. Daozu waved his hand dismissively. A flicker of panic crossing his eyes, his heart burdened with unease. Return for now. Keep a watchful eye on the witch and demon races. With that, Daozu stepped forth, tearing through space to depart. Within the chaotic realm, Daozu gazed at the figure of the young man, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. Heavenly Dao, what is happening? Why is there such a terrifying anomaly? Confusion filled his gaze. He could not even discern the person's face. Only a vague silhouette that had caused him to cough blood. .1 could only imagine the strength embodied by such a figure. What is going on? You ask me. The Heavenly Dao replied without looking back, recalling those ice-cold eyes, causing his own to flicker. Those eyes conveyed a sense of ruthlessness that surpassed his own, akin to standing before the great D. To the Heavenly Dao's words, Daozu's heart trembled, and his gaze narrowed. Is there another calamity brewing? The Heavenly Dao waved his hand, sending Daozu out of that space. Return and inform your clan. This secret cannot remain hidden for long. Prepare once. As Daozu departed, a profound sense of confusion flickered in the cold, indifferent eyes of the Heavenly Dao. A dark figure emerged, soaring out from the chaotic realm. Is it the Heavenly Dao? Humph. Daozu observed the shadow departing. A glimmer of chill crossing his gaze, he refrained from intercepting it, for he feared the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao understood the primordial chaos better than anyone, and he, more than anyone in the chaos, understood the terrifying nature of the Heavenly Dao. Upon returning to the purple cloud palace in the nine heavens, a voice echoed in the ears of all the saints. In an instant, all the saints tore through space and gathered at the purple cloud palace. Lin Jiuxuan was tearing through space in a particular direction, leaping forth in an instant that he recalled a most opportune location. Having completed the hidden task, he realized that the primordial chaos was far from simple. It was undoubtedly different from the primordial chaos he had known. In his understanding, there was no calamity of this magnitude, nor were there demons attacking the human race in their bid to confront the witch race. Thus, he needed to protect the human race. The strength of one person, unless overwhelmingly powerful, could not compete against the might of a vast force behind them. Therefore, he aimed to cultivate the human race into a great sect capable of rising to the pinnacle in the primordial chaos. Though the foundation of the human race was lacking, all humans in the primordial chaos were born with innate Dao bodies, offering boundless potential. Hence, he thought of that place, Buzhou Mountain. Buzhou Mountain, transformed from Pangu, held immeasurable mysteries. Even the saints could not reach its peak. However, with the system at his side, he feared no authority. Moreover, Pangu might still be alive. Thus, Buzhou Mountain was the best destination for him at present. Preparing for the future, magnificent and grand, piercing the heavens. No wonder it was called the Pillar of Heaven. Before him, Buzhou Mountain soared into the clouds, piercing the nine heavens, majestic and towering. The later Taishan was but a shadow of Buzhou Mountain, which in the primordial chaos was also referred to as the Pillar of Heaven, supporting the entire celestial expanse. Standing at the mountain's base, he could feel the overwhelming aura, prompting involuntary admiration. It reminded him of the water god Gong Gong and the fire god Zhuron, who once battled atop Buzhou Mountain, ultimately shattering it and causing the heavens of the primordial chaos to collapse. Now that he had arrived, Buzhou Mountain could not possibly break. Boom! The sounds of battle erupted as two colossal figures descended upon Buzhou Mountain. The tremendous roar made Lin Jiuxuan instinctively rub his ears. It seemed his thoughts had manifested, just as he was pondering how those two had once battled and shattered Buzhou Mountain. They now descended upon it. Was it merely a coincidence? Upon reaching this thought, he stepped forward, breaking through the vast expanse. Amusingly standing upon the clouds, in his hand, he produced a jug of wine from an unknown source. Chapter 30. A little demon falls from the sky. With the jug of wine in hand, he sat leisurely among the clouds, observing the fierce battle between the two ancestral witches. Both were ancestral witches of the witch clan, and due to their lack of a primordial spirit, they remained oblivious to Lin Jiuxuan's presence above the clouds. Gong Gong, today we must settle this once and for all. The fire god Zhuron was ablaze with fierce flames, the surrounding space crackling with energy, his enormous eyes fixated on Gong Gong, and with a colossal fist, he struck towards him. As his fist flew forth, the very fabric of space began to fracture. The robust physique, suffused with a potent vitality, surged towards the heavens. Humph! If you wish to fight, then let us do so. I fear you not. Gong Gong snorted coldly, uninterested in idle chatter, and charged directly at Zhu Rong. The clash of their bodies was a pure display of brute strength, each encounter igniting the flow of their vital energies, causing the space around them to sizzle. One was engulfed in roaring flames, while the other was enveloped in a ceaseless flow of water. Their opposing attributes, which should have countered each other, engaged in a battle of equals. Both were of the Witch clan, their physical might rivaling that of quasi-saints. Engaged in their fierce combat, they were entirely unaware of the observer above in the clouds. Every movement reverberated with tremendous power. Boom! The small demon, who had just returned from the west, was drawn to their battle. Upon noticing Lin Jiuxuan, he attempted to turn away, but his body seemed to move of its own accord, descending towards Lin Jiuxuan's direction. What on earth is that? Seeing something fall, he raised his hand to evade. Realizing he could not escape, he drew closer and discerned it was a person, unable to evade. He plummeted alongside the two combatants. Did something just fall down? Did you see that? Bah, you're just trying to change the topic because you think you can't win against me. Zhu Rong rubbed his head, raising his fist as he spoke, regarding Gong Gong with a look that suggested he believed Gong Gong was attempting to distract him with words. Bah, you truly are shameless. Come, let us fight again. Gong Gong took a stance, swinging his arms, his gaze locked onto Zhu Rong, spitting out a mouthful of saliva, his eyes filled with provocation. Who fears whom? Indeed. Gentlemen, could you perhaps step aside and continue your duel? The small demon hopped up, gazing at the towering ancestral witches with their immense physical power, trembling as he retrieved a bell from behind him. Wrapping himself within the bell, he stammered, I truly cannot fight. I am quite timid. Did you hear someone speaking? Zhu Rong queried as he dug into his ear, glancing at Gong Gong. He seemed to have heard a voice just moments ago. What nonsense! You're just afraid of me. Esteemed one, could you perhaps cease your battle? You're frightening the poor child. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiuxuan, who had regained his senses, was instantly covered in goosebumps, astonished by such a repugnant individual. The fire god and water god both lowered their heads, as two minuscule beings conversed. Was it you two speaking? Lin Jiuxuan couldn't help but cover his ears, overwhelmed by the noise, and he truly could not fathom how the Witch clan members had come to be like this. Yes, we accidentally fell from the sky. Could you please wait until we leave before continuing your fight? After all, we are but children. The small demon spoke, resembling a chick pecking at rice, his eyes filled with pity as he gazed at the ancestral witches. Appearing frail, Lin Jiuxuan instinctively moved a bit further away from him. This reminded him of the term green tea. Thud! What a remarkable treasure! Gong Gong reached out and flicked the bell that protected the small demon. Ding! The sound of the bell resonated. This is merely a low-grade treasure. Don't read too much into it. The small demon said sheepishly, his eyes darting about. Lin Jiuxuan suddenly recognized it. This was none other than the Eastern Emperor Tai's Eastern Bell. He never expected it to be in the possession of such a small demon. But why would it be in the hands of a mere child? In truth, I am quite capable of fighting you both. After stopping, Lin Jiuxuan adjusted his clothing, touched his nose, and extended 2 fingers. Arrogant, presumptuous, you dare to boast with such a small frame. Zhu Rong from behind launched a fist towards Lin Jiuxuan. Being of the fire element, his temper was naturally volatile. Lin Jiuxuan had anticipated this, swiftly turning his body to grasp Zhu Rong's incoming fist. Humph, you possess some skill. Let us see if I can crush you. Seeing his fist caught, Zhu Rong's fighting spirit ignited. Finally encountering someone whose physical prowess rivaled that of the ancestral witches, his battle intent surged, raining down punches upon Lin Jiuxuan like droplets of rain. While facing Zhu Rong, he remained vigilant of Gong Gong's movements. You dare to fight while being distracted? Zhu Rong swung a fiery fist towards Lin Jiuxuan, akin to a comet streaking through the sky, trailing sparks through the air. Perceiving Lin Jiuxuan's nonchalance during their duel, he felt disrespected, and anger surged within him, leading to a heavy strike. Lin Jiuxuan merely smiled, revealing his pristine white teeth, and countered with a punch of his own. In terms of physical prowess, he was unafraid. His body was robust, even surpassing that of the ancestral witches. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as Zhu Rong staggered back 2 steps, while Lin Jiuxuan remained unscathed. Gong Gong's expression shifted. This individual possessed formidable strength, even exceeding Zhu Rong, surpassing that of the ancestral witches. Observing Zhu Rong's reaction, he couldn't help but chuckle, stepping forward to throw a punch at Lin Jiuxuan. He understood that if this continued, Zhu Rong would have no chance of victory. He had to intervene, that he couldn't simply stand by and watch Zhu Rong be defeated. The 12 ancestral witches were interconnected, leaving him no choice. Upon witnessing this punch, Lin Jiuxuan furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening. His momentum surged as he unleashed a punch, even more forceful than the one directed at Zhu Rong. Gong Gong was different. He could not treat him as he did Zhu Rong. Chapter 31. Gong Gong, you are quite strong. Boom! Their fists collided, both men retreating a step. Gong Gong's eyes flickered, and Lin Jiuxuan's brow furrowed slightly. Gong Gong's strength was somewhat unexpected. Zhu Rong's eyes widened. That previous punch's collision held the force comparable to 2 stars colliding. Among the ancestral witches, his strength was likely on par with Gong Gong's, but however, he realized he had underestimated the situation. Step back. Although the witch clan was known for their brutish nature, they understood the importance of evaluating their opponents. Gong Gong, this behavior is rather unbecoming, don't you think? A smile crept onto Lin Jiuxuan's lips as he scrutinized Gong Gong, seeking to discern something. Despite being ancestral witches, he could sense a distinct difference compared to Zhu Rong. That it was an entirely different sensation, having finally encountered a physique that rivaled that of the ancestral witches. He felt niched to engage. Gong Gong looked at Lin Jiuxuan with a grin, appearing rather unassuming, though a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. To be honest, I didn't expect your physical strength to be this formidable. As Gong Gong spoke, his body swayed, and a fist was hurled toward Lin Jiuxuan. Observing the incoming strike, Lin Jiuxuan was not the least bit surprised, for he was confirming a certain truth. Without hesitation, he retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom! The 2 fists collided, producing a thunderous roar that split the ground beneath them. The terrifying shockwaves radiated outward, flattening numerous mountain peaks and cleaving others in half. A whirlwind erupted around them, and the earth crumbled continuously. Fortunately, this was the Buzhou Mountain, transformed by Pangu. Had it been elsewhere, a radius of 10,000 miles would have been laid to waste. Lin Jiuxuan was not taken aback by the destruction. His cultivation focused on the Dao rather than physical prowess. So while his body rivaled that of the ancestral witches, it was not his primary strength. Thanks to his Dao practice, the power of his physical form was further enhanced by its influence. Gong Gong furrowed his brow, confident in his strength, that he believed he could suppress even the 2 from the heavenly court in terms of physical might. The 2 of them soared through the air, their figures intertwining as thunderous booms echoed with each clash, shattering the surrounding space. This spectacle left Zhu Rong, watching below, utterly astonished. His eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed someone capable of matching an ancestral witch in physical combat without falling short. Each collision between Gong Gong and Lin Jiuxuan tore through the fabric of space, unleashing terrifying winds. The sheer magnitude of their power was almost beyond comprehension. The very space around them began to fracture under the intensity of their exchanges. Even in the presence of Pangu's residual powers, the Buzhou Mountains struggled to withstand the onslaught. Boom! Their forms separated, leaving behind 2 immense footprints as they staggered back several steps. Your physical form is remarkably strong, Gong Gong remarked, shaking his sore arm while scrutinizing Lin Jiuxuan. He felt a persistent ache in his body that sparked a flicker of doubt. Could it be that his own physical form was inadequate? Zhu Rong, resembling a fool, stared blankly at the 2. Bewildered, he wondered how it was possible for someone to possess a body stronger than that of an ancestral witch. It seemed the world had lost all sense of reason. Lin Jiuxuan steadied himself upon landing, fixing his gaze on Gong Gong and stating gravely, "Ancestral witch, we must take this seriously." Upon hearing this, Gong Gong lifted his head sharply to meet Lin Jiuxuan's eyes, a glimmer of surprise flashing across his face. Had he discerned my true identity? Serious? Zhu Rong was perplexed. Was this not serious enough? What could possibly define seriousness? Pengu. Lin Jiuxuan smiled, uttering two words that only Gong Gong could hear. Gong Gong remained silent and unleashed a punch, distinct from the previous strikes, imbued with the fluctuations of magical power. Furrowing his brow at the approaching fist, Lin Jiuxuan suddenly felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. The source unknown, he countered with a punch of his own, devoid of any magical force, yet resonating with the essence of the Dao. Although he could not pinpoint the origin of his unease, he understood it was intricately tied to this very punch. Boom! Their strikes converged, causing this realm to buckle under the pressure, revealing a pitch-black starry sky beyond. Who exactly are you? Gong Gong inquired, his brow knitting with a hint of murderous intent. His identity should not have been so easily discerned. Actually, I was merely guessing, Lin Jiuxuan replied, his expression grave as he regarded Gong Gong, acutely aware that he had felt his magical power being suppressed during their earlier clash. Without the Dao's enhancement, he knew he would have been unable to withstand it. You do not belong to this world? What is your true intention? Lin Jiuxuan demanded sternly, recognizing that Gong Gong's magical energy was entirely different from that of the Honghuang realm. The strength of his physical form was equally distinct, far beyond what the witch clan could possess. Pengu. It dawned on him that Gong Gong had revealed his murderous intent only after he had uttered Pengu's name. What is your connection to Pengu? A guess? Then you may as well die, Gong Gong retorted, extending his arms to absorb the power of the surrounding stars. His murderous intent was palpable as he fixed his gaze on Lin Jiuxuan, as though he were observing a lifeless corpse. You may also meet your end. Zhu Rong, still dazed, failed to grasp the gravity of the situation as Gong Gong seized him with a hand. Who are you? Where has my brother gone? It was only when he found himself in Gong Gong's grip that Zhu Rong comprehended that this individual was not the brother he once knew, summoning every ounce of strength. He struggled against the grip. What have you done to me? Why is this happening? Lin Jiuxuan refrained from intervening, recognizing that he too would need to exert himself against Gong Gong. He could not afford to divert his attention to rescue Zhu Rong. Even if he could, it would be unnecessary. Your brother? I am your brother, Gong Gong declared. What have you done to me? Zhu Rong screamed. Acutely aware of his life force ebbing away, he could visibly see his body aging at an alarming rate. His eyes filled with terror, fear of the unknown, fear of mortality. As time passed, Zhu Rong's form withered, and he was unceremoniously discarded by Gong Gong. The flicker of trepidation crossed Lin Jiuxuan's eyes as he regarded Gong Gong with renewed seriousness. The earlier display of power had instilled a sense of apprehension within him. Now, it is your turn. Gong Gong's voice shifted abruptly, his cold, unfeeling gaze locking onto Lin Jiuxuan. Who exactly are you? Lin Jiuxuan instinctively took a step back. For the greatest fear one can face is that of the unknown. To him, Gong Gong now embodied that very uncertainty. Gong Gong pointed a finger at Lin Jiuxuan, channeling the power of the stars, infused with a force distinct from that of the Honghuang realm. Lin Jiuxuan's gaze narrowed as he regarded the approaching finger warily. He sensed that Gong Gong's realm was that of a quasi-saint, yet the techniques he wielded surpassed the limitations of such a title. With a heavy exhale, Lin Jiuxuan formed a hand seal. The chaos sword, nestled atop Buzhou Mountain, stirred slightly, and the little demon within expressed a flicker of delight. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the chaos sword whisked him toward the space where the two were engaged in battle. Ah, you murderous fiend! What do you intend to do? Slay demons. The little demon roared in protest, yet dared not move. Faced with that punch, he recalled the Eastern Emperor's bell, the foremost defensive treasure beneath the saints. Bang! A punch struck the Eastern Emperor's bell, producing a resounding clang. Lin Jiuxuan was sent staggering back several steps, his expression grave. Even with the Eastern Emperor's bell as protection, he had still been knocked back. How many of these can you withstand? Gong Gong flashed forward, delivering a resounding slap. Lin Jiuxuan resolved to avoid confrontation if possible, and instinctively threw the little demon away. Slay demons? You murderous fiend! The little demon couldn't help but shout at Lin Jiuxuan, As the hand descended upon him, he felt every hair on his body stand on end, a shiver coursing through him. In a desperate attempt, he hurled another treasure, transforming it into a landscape painting to shield the Eastern Emperor's bell. Bang! Facing that hand, the little demon was predictably sent flying. Lin Jiuxuan, quick on his feet, swiftly caught the little demon, preventing him from being cast away. This was his protective shell. If it fled, he would have no means of retrieval and had to hold on tightly. I shall see just how many treasures you possess. That Gongong's face contorted with rage. It was such a struggle to slay a Deluo golden immortal. If not for the need to conceal his presence from others, he would not be so constrained. The thought of this only fueled his ire directed at the little demon. Lin Jiuxuan, for the moment, was ignored. Not me. You should be looking for him, the little demon protested vehemently. A torrential barrage of attacks rained down like a meteor shower, and Lin Jiuxuan countered by tossing the little demon away. Although unsure of how many treasures the little demon possessed, he believed it would suffice to withstand the onslaught. Of course, this was merely his assumption. The little demon, however, thought otherwise. You treacherous fiend, betraying your kind. The little demon cursed as he frantically produced treasure after treasure from his belongings. Lin Jiuxuan was left dumbfounded by the display. This was truly impressive. What treasures, such as the heaven-shaking seal and the 9 dragons' divine fire cover. He could scarcely name them all, but they were undoubtedly not ordinary items. He was left wondering just how many establishments the little demon had raided to amass such a wealth of treasures. Enough! Gong could no longer contain his fury, causing the little demon to freeze in fear. Lin Jiuxuan's expression darkened. Was Gong preparing to unleash his ultimate move? If he possessed the capability, he should engage him directly rather than relying on this little demon. He could no longer endure it. This mysterious creature that had emerged from nowhere possessed an abundance of treasures. Among them were several artifacts not of this world, which instilled a sense of caution within him. A one-on-one duel? How audacious of you to suggest such a thing. What realm do you occupy, and what realm do I inhabit? If you possess the capability, bring yourself down to my level. Lin Jiuxuan raised an eyebrow, gripping the little demon tightly in his hand, ready to hurl it away at a moment's notice. When it comes to verbal sparring, he held considerable confidence, having been steeped in the principles of socialism for over 20 years. To suppress someone of the same realm? Such a notion was preposterous. Were it not for the suppression of realms, he would not truly believe he could best Lin Jiuxuan. Very well, I shall remember you, Gong declared, his hands forming a seal, emanating an imposing aura. With the little demon as a shield, he felt no trepidation. We shall meet again, he said with a sinister smile, as a pitch-black portal materialized behind him. Lin Jiuxuan's eyes narrowed as he sensed an overwhelming, lethal danger emanating from the portal. Unbeknownst to him, the little demon's eyes were spinning wildly as he stepped through the portal. The little demon suddenly jolted awake. Wriggling free from Lin Jiuxuan's grasp, it transformed into a streak of white light and darted into the slowly closing portal. What the hell? Lin Jiuxuan exclaimed, watching the little demon vanish into the light. Still in shock, gazing at the infinite starry sky, he felt a profound sense of loss for the little demon, wishing he could have conversed with it further. Frustration surged within him, sensing multiple auras converging upon his location. He transformed into a flash of light and fled towards the peak of Buzhou Mountain, in a place where no one could find him. He felt no fear. Moments after his departure, numerous formidable figures known throughout the primordial realm began to arrive. Yao Huang, Yao Di, it has been too long. Hong Yin, how have you been? Isn't this Shan Daoyu, Kuanpeng? All those gathered were individuals of considerable renown in the primordial realm, engaging in an elite version of mutual flattery. Isn't that Zhu Rong? The crowd's attention shifted to the aged and fallen figure of Zhu Rong on the ground, their expressions shifting dramatically. The space around them tore apart as the ancestral witches, led by Di Jiang, descended, also beholding the lifeless body of Zhu Rong. Did you do this? Di Jiang asked the assembly of powerful figures with a grave tone, aware that, given the might of the ancestral witches, it was entirely possible they could have been responsible. The remaining ancestral witches glared fiercely at the group, particularly at the Yao Huang and Yao Di, who found themselves almost encircled by their scrutinizing gazes. What are you looking at? I still intend to settle accounts with your demon clan. That wasn't my Donghuang bell stolen by you. Upon seeing the ancestral witches, Donghuang Tai could hardly contain his fury. For the aura of the Donghuang bell had dissipated from this very place. Zhu Rong's corpse lay here, and they had just arrived as the ancestral witches appeared. Was it merely coincidence? What Donghuang bell? I know nothing of it. I only wish to inquire whether you were responsible for my brother Zhu Rong's death. Di Jiang stepped forward, the power of space swirling around him as he confronted Donghuang Tai directly. The demon clan was the most likely culprit behind Zhu Rong's demise, and Wai Hichu and Lu Oshu were undoubtedly stolen by your kind as well. Di Jun stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yao Huang, both gazing at Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches. The demon clan and the ancestral witches had always been adversaries, and they had little desire to engage in unnecessary dialogue. The sudden disappearance of two ancestral witches had diminished their elite power, yet their spirits remained unyielding. Di Jiang, was this your doing? Only your mastery over the laws of space could covertly substitute my treasures, Donghuang Tai stated, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze on Di Jiang. In the primordial realm, only the ancestral, which Di Jiang, could manipulate the laws of space with such finesse. I know nothing of your Donghuang bell or your Hichu and Lu Oshu, Di Jiang replied. His voice low, his demeanor appearing increasingly uncomfortable. He sensed that the gathering of these powerful figures was not fortuitous. I wonder if the ancestral, which Di Jiang has any recollection of my treasures. He mused, and I, too, have my treasures. As Donghuang Tai and Di Jun began to speak, the gathered crowd comprehended the reason behind their assembly. They cast malevolent glances at Di Jiang, their intentions clear. Hearing the chorus of voices, Di Jiang felt overwhelmed, his mind racing as he pondered his next steps. Do not slander our elder brother. It seems you merely seek to target our ancestral witches, he retorted. Indeed, if you wish to brawl, just say so. But to concoct such flimsy excuses is beneath you. The ancestral witches, who revered the physical form above all else, held little interest in material treasures. They positioned themselves defiantly before Di Jiang. Glaring furiously at the assembled figures, Di Jiang was the leader of the witch clan, and they had not taken anything. Thus they would not tolerate such indignities. Esteemed friends, I, Di Jiang, truly do not know what you speak of, he said, bowing respectfully to the assembly. He had come to understand the true purpose of their gathering. Each had treasures stolen or swapped, and they could all feel the aura of the artifacts present. It was mere coincidence that they had all descended at the same time. But how could the ancestral, which Di Jiang suddenly appear here? One powerful figure inquired, why Brother Gong is in distress. Which is why we have come, Di Jiang explained, striving to maintain his composure amidst the presence of so many formidable beings. Then why do we not see Gong's figure? Are you implying that Gong is responsible for Zhu Rong's death, and then fled? Donghuang Tai remarked with a hint of mockery in his tone, glancing at Di Jiang. Tai, such words are unfounded. The ancestral witches are bound by loyalty and honor. They would never commit such an act. Di Jun interjected, relishing the opportunity to see the ancestral witches falter. Moreover, with the loss of the Hichu and Lu Oshu, his power had diminished, and if he could weaken the demon clan's strength here, he would relish the opportunity. Yao Di, do not overstep your bounds. Chapter 33. The bloody Di Jiang, the force of malevolence, the tempest roared atop Buzhou Mountain, the heavens darkening and the earth trembling. Waves of magical energy surged forth, and the surrounding space began to fracture. Di Jiang, surrender our treasures, or today shall mark the end of your ancestral witches. A powerful voice boomed, bearing visible wounds as they regarded Di Jiang. Di Jiang. The physical might of the ancestral witches is formidable, yet there are only 10 of you against our multitude, Di Jun declared, the sun behind him manifesting as he stared down Di Jiang. His words laced with threats. Di Jun, if you have the audacity, come forth and fight. Who fears whom? Humph. A bunch of brutes. I am merely attempting to reason with you. Di Jun began a verbal sparring match with the ancestral witches. Knowing full well that an actual fight was unlikely, yet relishing the opportunity to gain the upper hand in words. Meanwhile, Di Jiang fell into deep contemplation, observing the powerful figures above and his brothers, each bearing their own injuries. Di Jun's words rang true. If this continued, his brothers might indeed face annihilation here. However, he was genuinely perplexed, unsure of who had stolen the treasures, yet these formidable beings refused to believe him. Convinced he was the culprit, for the first time, he felt that his mastery over the laws of space had become a double-edged sword. Esteemed friends, I assure you, I did not take anything. What must I do to earn your belief? Di Jiang pleaded, a mixture of amusement and exasperation on his face. If he had taken something, he would have readily admitted it, and those artifacts held no value for him. The figures above fell into silence. Even Di Jun, quieting his tongue. Given their understanding of the 12 ancestral witches, they inherently trusted Di Jiang's words. Yet, since they were present, a resolution was surely required. They had already engaged in conflict. The ancestral witches could not be so foolish as to perish without acknowledgement. The air hung heavy with tension out on Buzhou Mountain. Lin Jiuxuan had reached the summit. He regarded the mountain with reverence, for it was a remnant of the primordial world birthed by Pangu. The peak was perpetually shrouded in mist, towering even above the 9 heavens. Saints could not detect the happenings atop the mountain. When the Dao ancestor sought to ascend the summit to proclaim himself the foremost in the primordial realm, he ultimately failed, and the matter faded from discussion due to his status. For Lin Jiuxuan, the summit of Buzhou Mountain represented the safest haven, even more secure than the abodes of the saints. The risk of being attacked by a saint was absent here, as far as he had heard. Now, from the peak, he could gaze out over the vast expanse of the primordial realm. He could see this moment, as he surveyed the boundless landscape, his state of mind inexplicably elevated. The force of malevolence. His expression shifted suddenly, his gaze narrowing to eye in the west. A thick, ominous aura coalesced. That malevolent energy, in his estimation, could even influence the quasi-saint level. It seemed the primordial realm was about to descend into chaos once more. Contemplating, I found a suitable spot atop the mountain to establish the sage's sanctuary. The dense spiritual energy at the summit surpasses that of the grand temples, enhancing one's comprehension of the Tao's essence. It is indeed an unparalleled location for founding a sect, now belonging to Lin Jiuxuan. As of yet, no one is aware of this. That I can remain hidden for the time being, as long as the peak of the Buzhou Mountain remains unbroken. No one can discover the presence of humanity here. Xiaoxian, where are we? A few great Luo Jingxian emerged from the sanctuary. Only those of the great Luo Jingxian could move freely atop the Buzhou Mountain, where the pressure is immense, so much so that any cultivator beneath the Luo Jingxian rank will be crushed upon standing at the summit. Li Elder, this is the peak of Buzhou Mountain. From now on, humanity shall reside here. I have already settled the sanctuary. Please instruct our kin not to emerge unless they are Luo Jingxian. Lin Jiuxuan spoke in one breath, conveying all that he wished to communicate. The mere thought of the ominous aura from the west sent shivers down his spine. Upon glancing towards the west, his countenance suddenly changed, and his body trembled violently. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The west. I must make a journey there. Just moments ago, I perceived that malevolent aura transforming into a grin directed at me. My body froze in that instant. Xiaoxian, are you all right? Li Elder gently patted Lin Jiuxuan's shoulder, inquiring with kindness that I am fine. Elder, please proceed with your arrangements. After sending the Elder away, he fell into deep contemplation. He realized that this primordial world was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Especially with the earlier manifestation of that sinister power, it felt as though it possessed a form of intelligence. Despite being the force of calamity, he resolved that he must venture to the west. Observing the system's updates, he decided to embark on the journey to the west once the system was ready to the foot of the mountain. Emperor Jiang scrutinized the threatening gazes of the crowd, his composure twitching. Should he dare to refuse the oath, he believed that these formidable beings would undoubtedly intervene to assist the demon clan against the witch clan. To that point, he would become a historical sinner of the witch clan. Very well, I swear. Though he felt immense reluctance and helplessness, Faced with such a congregation of powerful figures, it seemed that no one in the primordial world could disregard them, except for the sages. Of course, upon Emperor Jiang's agreement, the expressions of the crowd softened slightly. Aren't you quite capable? Show some spirit. Emperor Jiang, if you possess the capability, endure it. Do not acquiesce. Dijun and Dong Huangtai leaped forth once more, their hearts filled with joy at Emperor Jiang's predicament. After all, the two brothers had suffered countless losses at the hands of Emperor Jiang. Witnessing him in such a state brought them great delight. Demon Emperor, Demon King, do not go too far. Your glee suggests that your demon clan is merely a thief crying "Stop, thief." Upon hearing these words, the two instantly fell silent, their expressions shifting. The current demon clan could not withstand further turmoil. Any more chaos would surely ensnare them as well. I, Emperor Jiang, hereby swear, my words are genuine and devoid of deceit. Should I take any of your treasures, may I plummet into the depths of hell. Struck by heavenly lightning, with the heavens as my witness, there shall be no falsehood. His gaze, filled with deep unwillingness, fell upon these individuals, lamenting that he, the chief of the ancestral witches, had been coerced to such an extent that he had to resort to an oath to prove his innocence. After a lengthy pause, the heavens showed no reaction, indicating that Emperor Jiang had not deceived them. As he turned to leave, the assembled crowd prepared to tear through the space when suddenly, rumble, thunderous roars erupted from above. In the chaotic void, the Heavenly Dao could not help but sneeze and rubbed its nose that I saw someone plotting against me. Just as it began to calculate, it sneezed several more times. Rumble. The sky boomed again, echoing 5 times, perfectly aligning with the 5 thunderbolts Emperor Jiang had mentioned. Emperor Jiang was left bewildered. Thunder, and 5 times at that. The crowd, poised to leave, turned in unison to gaze at Emperor Jiang. In that instant, he felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head, nearly bursting with the urge to vomit blood. I truly did not take anything. This burden is one my which clan cannot bear. I say, this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? He could not help but utter, feeling utterly unfortunate to encounter such a situation. After all, he had merely sworn an oath when suddenly the Heavenly Dao decided to act up. Do you think we are fools? Perhaps we should visit the witch clan. I too sense that something is amiss. Hong Yun stepped forward, voicing his thoughts. Emperor Jiang cast a grateful glance at Hong Yun, oblivious to the flicker of malice in his eyes. Let us heed fellow Taoist Hong Yun's suggestion and investigate the witch clan. They returned. The originally 10 ancestral witches found themselves accompanied by a multitude. The entire witch clan in great upheaval. They could hardly believe what had transpired, astonished by the arrival of so many powerful figures from the primordial realm. Chapter 34. A new system function. Lottery. In this world, there are no walls that do not leak information, particularly in a time when great luo were as common as dogs in the primordial world. News of the witch clan's affairs spread quickly, leaving the denizens of the primordial realm utterly dumbfounded. In the 9 Heavens Palace, the Purple Cloud Palace, the myriad sages gathered. Dao Ancestor, may I inquire the reason for summoning all the sages here? Yuan sure rose, respectfully addressing the Dao Ancestor. The last time the sages had convened was several epochs. Not rush. The Dao Ancestor waved his hand, fixing his gaze upon Yuan Shi. He awaited an individual, not one of the sages. Yet stronger than the Heavenly Dao, saints, he has arrived. As he spoke, a figure clad in black entered the Purple Cloud Palace, the surrounding Dao rhythms refraining from approaching him. The sages trembled at the sight, their eyes narrowing in recognition. Yet this individual had been slain by the Dao Ancestor before them. How could he still be alive? Surprising, is it not? Esteemed ones. The figure in black nodded towards the Dao Ancestor and took a seat beside him. The sages unleashed their pressure upon the black-clad figure. Yet the Dao Ancestor remained unfazed, exuding an air of indifference. The black-clad figure, entirely unaffected by the oppressive force, casually waved his hand, sending a wave of pressure cascading towards the 6 sages. Aside from Tong Tian and Tai Ching, the remaining 4 turned pale, spewing blood. Enough, let us discuss matters at hand. The Dao Ancestor gestured, casting a glance at the black-clad figure, surprise flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated the individual's power reaching such heights. The Witch Clan, a multitude of powerful figures departed from the Witch Clan. Satisfied, Dijun and Dong Huang Tai turned back, smiling at Emperor Jiang, inciting within him the urge to confront the two. Observing the departing figures, the expressions of the 10 ancestral witches darkened considerably. Brother, this is excessive, particularly that one named Hong Yun. Indeed, that Hong Yun even dared to covet the Father God's divine hall. An ancestral witch spoke, gazing at Emperor Jiang. They, the ancestral witches, had never endured such indignities. That scoundrel Hong Yun, I, Emperor Jiang, shall remember that. As he watched Hong Yun's departing figure, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Emperor Jiang's eyes. He had initially believed Hong Yun to be a good Samaritan, coming to his aid. Upon arriving at the Witch Clan, he discovered that it was the very same individual who had plundered the clan. Scouring every corner, let us proceed to the Father God's divine hall. Upon uttering these words, Emperor Jiang led the remaining ancestral witches towards the Pangu divine hall. The 12 ancestral witches were manifestations of Pangu's 12 essence blood, reverently referring to Pangu as Father God. They had even placed the statue of Pangu within the divine hall, honoring the Witch Clan's ancestral worship. Who had entered in the Pangu divine hall, Emperor Jiang emerged with a grim expression, fixing his gaze upon the great witch guarding the entrance. Lord Emperor Jiang, Hong Yun has entered. We cannot stop him. The great witch, stationed there, lowered his head, coldness flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, he moved, thrusting a shimmering dagger towards Emperor Jiang. Caught off guard, he had no time to evade. The dagger struck true. Brother, the remaining ancestral witches, having just stepped out of the divine hall, rushed to intervene, swiftly dispatching the two great witches. Emperor Jiang knelt. His expression darkened. Hong Yun, I, Emperor Jiang, shall hunt you down. As cold light flickered in his eyes, he vowed to eliminate Hong Yu, and it was this scoundrel who had led the Witch Clan to such depths. And now even he, the chief of the ancestral witches, had been ensnared. Far away from the Witch Clan, my lord, there is nothing left in the Pangu divine hall. Hong Yun knelt on the ground, gazing at the figure before him, filled with reverence. The mission to visit the Witch Clan had been conveyed to him through the Lord's voice. You have done well. This is your reward. The man spoke, pointing a finger, and a glimmer of starlight vanished into the body of the crimson cloud. The aura surrounding him gradually intensified, reaching a pinnacle. Attend to your duties well, and you shall not be wronged. Go. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding space folded. The crimson cloud gazed at the vanishing figure and turned to face the direction of the 9 heavens pavilion. Wait for me. I shall return swiftly to reclaim my holy position. To attain sanctity, he had already betrayed and allied himself with that man. Clenching his fists, he pondered how he had fallen to such depths, if not for the initial theft of the primordial purple chi. The cycle of cause and effect was destined. You denied me the holy position, using me as bait. Now, I shall achieve sanctity and cast you down into the mortal realm. This is the consequence. Ha ha! Unzao Mountain. Lin Jiuxuan counted the time as he watched the sun rise and set here. It was said that the rising and setting of the sun in the primordial world was controlled by the Golden Crow clan. But he had observed closely these past few days and discovered otherwise. Indeed, there were golden crows in the great sun, yet they were not of the Golden Crow clan. Rather, they were manifestations of the primordial rules. For all celestial bodies were governed by these rules. As the time for the system update drew nearer, he too was eager to discover what treasures the update would bestow upon him. Would it render him invincible, able to dominate the primordial realm? Ding! The system update was complete, and all information had been dispatched for timely retrieval. Upon reviewing the information in his mind, he noted that this system update primarily focused on 7 aspects. The first was the clear delineation of cultivation realms linked to the Dao. Entering the Dao, understanding the Dao, comprehending the Dao, transforming the Dao, and breaking the Dao. Race, human race, cultivation, half-step into the Dao. The second enhancement introduced the concept of fortune, which could be utilized to elevate strength and accelerate comprehension of the Dao. Was akin to the merits in the primordial realm, a universal remedy. Race, human race, fortune, 100, Note: the human race's fortune is too low. The host should promptly enhance it. To increase fortune, there were two methods. One was to elevate the human race's cultivation, and the other was to devour the fortune of other races through warfare. That he dismissed this notion, reflecting that the current human race was barely surviving, lacking the strength to wage war. The third enhancement included a marketplace for goods, purchasable with Primordial Purple Q.I.M. Why goodness, Primordial Purple Chi. This feature truly astonished him. If his memory served him correctly, Primordial Purple Chi was the key to attaining sanctity, and all 6 saints of the current primordial realm possessed it. Terrified, he hesitated to even open the marketplace, fearing it might overwhelm him. Primordial Purple Chi had become a currency. Race, human race, balance. 0. The fourth enhancement introduced a lottery summoning function, allowing the system to summon cultivators from the myriad realms to the primordial world, with a loyalty of 100%, ensuring no betrayal. Race, human race, lottery opportunities. One. Observing this solitary number, he felt the system was indeed formidable, generously granting him a free chance to draw. Rubbing his hands together, he exhaled heavily. He was in dire need of assistance to aid him. The depths of the primordial realm were daunting, and he found himself somewhat apprehensive. It was time to draw. The moment was ripe. His form materialized in a void space, gazing at the twinkling stars above. The ceaselessly surging rivers flowed on, branching into numerous tributaries. Suddenly, the stars above became chaotic, and the rivers began to throb erratically. Though he could not see the entities upon each star, he knew they were anything but ordinary. Dong, a bell tolled, and the entire space instantly returned to tranquility. He visibly witnessed a droplet of water flying from a vessel, merging into a star, hurtling toward him. His face lit up with uncontainable joy. Chapter 35. Chaos through the ages, setting forth to the west. The joy in his eyes was unmistakable. He had not anticipated that the system could summon beings from the myriad realms. The droplet coalesced with the star, forming the silhouette of a young man. The system was indeed powerful. Such a being could emerge for battle. As he perused the introduction of this individual, he could already envision the illustrious reputation this person would forge within the primordial world. In the chaotic universe, where worlds glimmered like grains of sand, the primordial realm was but one grand world amid many. Ding! The first lottery yielded an achievement. The first drop of blood. Reward. Secret technique. Walking character secret. Walking character secret. A technique created by a powerful being from a great world that enhances speed, allowing one to move through space with fluidity. His face beamed with uncontainable ecstasy. Such benefits were extraordinary. To think that a lottery could yield a secret technique equivalent to the divine abilities in the primordial realm. These techniques were closely guarded secrets among the disciples of the great sects in the primordial realm. Few had ever heard of anyone mastering such divine arts. This highlighted the rarity of such abilities. Master. A figure stepped forth from the starlight, radiant and brimming with vigor, with an air of defiance upon his countenance. Approaching behind him, he offered a respectful bow. Individual. Wang Tung. Origin. The world of shrouded heavens. Realm. Entering the Dao. Gazing at this person, he could not help but recall the words. My son Wang Tung possesses the potential of an emperor. Unparalleled in history. At T5, he danced with the dragon in the deep pool. At 7, he ventured alone into the ancient divine lake of the northern region, acquiring a golden ancient war chariot. At 9, he entered the ancient Emperor Mountain, retrieving the ancient divine talisman and a celestial sword. At 12, he fell into the Phoenix Cave and obtained the blood of the immortal Phoenix. Indeed, Wang Tung was truly extraordinary. Had he not encountered the protagonist Yi Fan, possessing the legacy of the ancient emperor, he might have ascended to the throne of emperors. However, gazing at Wang Tung behind him, a smile tugged at his lips. Becoming an emperor in this lifetime was not impossible. The realm of entering the Dao was akin to a quasi-saint in the primordial realm, capable of grasping the resonance of the Dao and wielding it in battle. Preparing for his journey westward, he was astonished that the system had bestowed upon him such a grand gift. An emperor from the shrouded heavens world would undoubtedly surpass the Heavenly Dao saints, and with the legacy of the emperor's path, his combat power would far exceed the limitations of cultivation. Your father thinks very highly of you. Lin Jiuxuan could not help but tease, while also feeling a twinge of sorrow for Wang Teng. What should have been a path illuminated by endless potential was tragically thwarted by his own father. If not for his father's constant proclamations, my son Wang Teng possesses the potential of an emperor, unparalleled in history. The final battle with Yi Fan might never have occurred, leading to his tragic demise. There's no need to dwell on the past. Wang Teng waved his hand, a smile of both mirth and melancholy gracing his features. A flicker of nostalgia passed through his eyes as the stars around him faded. Suddenly, Wang Teng furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward a certain direction, then scanning the surroundings. Could it be that my perception was mistaken? Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed a divine consciousness nearby, yet now it had vanished. Lin Jiuxuan also furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he remained silent. He led Wang Teng to the dojo. Imparting some instructions, Wang Teng's perception should not falter. After all, a quasi-saint could discern truth from falsehood. Moreover, he did not believe Wang Teng would deceive him regarding this matter. I shall venture westward. You wish to accompany me or explore on your own? Standing atop Anzao Mountain, Wang Teng stood closely behind him. He had an inkling that the journey westward would not be tranquil. If Wang Teng could accompany him, he would gain a formidable protector. Yet he did not want to impose. After all, the summoned beings possessed their own memories and thoughts. Aside from their absolute loyalty, nothing else had changed. Never mind. I shall explore on my own. This world is quite intriguing. Wang Teng lifted his gaze to the heavens. As he came from the system, the Heavenly Dao had not detected his identity. Several places in this world felt utterly out of place, yet exuded a sense of deadly danger. One of which even drew him in from the depths of his heart. Very well. Lin Jiuxuan nodded, unwilling to force a decision upon him. These individuals would ultimately become steadfast supporters in the future. Wang Teng tore through the space and departed toward those intriguing locations. With risks and dangers intertwined, he too wished to enhance his strength and return to the shrouded heavens world. Watching Wang Teng's departure, he held a small orb in his hand. As long as he crushed this orb, Wang Teng would be able to reach his location. This was crafted by the system, capable of ignoring any rules or powers. He quietly stowed it away, knowing it might come in handy. Gazing at the vast sky, it was time for him to set forth. Wang Teng would undoubtedly carve out his own reputation within the primordial realm. What kind of reputation does he possess that piques his curiosity? The Emperor of Chaos, one of the sovereigns in the vast world of Zetian, is also the most peculiar of emperors. Throughout his life, he has never triumphed over his adversaries, facing defeat at every turn, ultimately achieving the status of an emperor. One wonders if Wang Teng will bring him any surprises. With Wang Teng having departed, it is time for him to venture westward. He must ascertain the nature of the sinister power, as he suspects a connection between this malevolent force and himself, in the West. There are two sages known as Jijin Daoren and Juni Daoren. He is quite familiar with these two. If it were not for Daozu Hongjun seeking to repay karmic debts, they would never have attained the status of saints. In the West, they established Buddhism, propagated the teachings of the Buddha, and constructed a magnificent temple. The West is also referred to as the Western Pure Land, a realm of tranquility and peace. Such are the rumors, though he has never set foot there. Upon witnessing the immense aura of malevolence emanating from the West, he comprehends that the situation there is far from favorable. Emerging from the void, he furrows his brow at the sight before him. He is still quite a distance from his senior sister in the West. Observing the scene, his expression darkens involuntarily. Here lies a mountain peak that separates the West from the East. It is not particularly high, merely serving as a boundary between the two realms. Thus, within this mountain, there exists a place of worship, home to numerous mortals who revere the Buddha. This should be a mountain brimming with vitality. Yet it is eerily silent. The air still carries the lingering scent of blood. Crouching down, he touches the earth. Noticing that it appears to be freshly disturbed, to his shock, he realizes that the soil is extraordinarily dark. Almost terrifyingly so, clearly soaked in blood, a weight settles in his heart as he attempts to wield his divine consciousness, only to find it utterly ineffective in this place. though he does not consider himself a virtuous individual. He certainly does not see himself as malevolent. He strides towards the mountain, confident that answers await him there. Along the way, he encounters various minor demons that, under the Buddha's influence, should have turned to goodness. There are shape-shifting tigers and leopards and snake demons, all of whom attack him ferociously. Bearing their Fong Hongyun is renowned as a paragon of kindness in the primordial realm, even willing to relinquish his sacred status for others. Regrettably, he encounters Wang Tung, who is inherently rebellious, exhibiting such defiance even in the presence of Lin Jiuxuan. I ask that your sentiment or merely that of this mutt. Wang Tung squinted at the individuals behind Hongyun. As Hongyun was about to unleash a torrent of invective, he suddenly sensed the formidable aura emanating from Wang Tung and promptly fell silent, recognizing that he was not a worthy adversary. Lin Jiuxuan's countenance was filled with disappointment. He had attempted to employ the art of deception to outwit the Buddha, and as anticipated, he had succeeded until he reached the threshold, where he collided with an invisible barrier, sending him hurtling backward in defeat. When he endeavored to try again, his body was similarly repelled by the barrier. He had presumed that overcoming the Buddha would suffice, unaware that another trial awaited him. Yet this only fueled his determination, for he had glimpsed a flicker of hope. Within the Buddha's domain, he chose a tree at random and seated himself cross-legged, closing his eyes to contemplate strategies for breaching the barrier. Having resolved the issue with the Buddha, a breeze stirred. A waft of fragrant aroma inexplicably filled the air. Mist began to rise, shrouding the space in ethereal fog. The tree behind Lin Jiuxuan swayed slightly, casting a cascade of green light. Surrounding the tree was an unknown array of verdant plants, swaying gently in the wind, with a glimmer of bright green adorning the tips of the leaves. A chilling wind howled, swirling the mist as the skeletal remains on the ground stirred as if summoned, emitting a series of mournful, terrifying sounds. The Buddha in front of the temple also moved, a flicker of green light igniting in his gaze. Lin Jiuxuan remained with his eyes closed, enveloped in a transcendent state. I could see that moment. He pondered, "What is happening to me?" His eyes widened as he extended his hands, confirming the presence of his corporeal form. Just as he reached to touch his physical body, his expression shifted dramatically. He looked up and instinctively recoiled a few steps, his face pale with disbelief. Chapter 37. Awakening. Night of 100 Ghosts. Suddenly lifting his head, he was confronted by a massive eye that seemed to engulf his entire being. He hastily retreated several paces, startled. "Demon God, this is not a place for your insolence." A resounding roar echoed in his ears. Above, the heavens split open with a flash of golden light, revealing a radiant golden Buddha, resplendent and emanating a continuous chant of sacred verses, with various Dao patterns flowing around him. Behind him stood numerous Buddhas, clad in robes, each accompanied by a resplendent sun. Lin Jiuxuan gazed upon these Buddhas, feeling not an ounce of hatred or revulsion. Instead, a newfound respect blossomed in his eyes. He had never been a believer in the Buddha, nor did he dismiss the notion that they were entirely malevolent. In his past life, during the calamity of the gods, the true malevolence of the Buddha was laid bare at the foot of Ling Mountain. Where evil thrived in proximity, he harbored no fondness for the Buddhas of the primordial realm. Ancient Buddha, could it be that this realm is still your dominion? Another voice resonated, with a thunderous boom. The heavens were breached, and a colossal figure radiating an inky black light descended. The space was instantly torn apart, followed by a legion of bloodthirsty zealots with murderous intent, clutching a bloody, demonic blade. They fixed their gaze upon the multitude of Buddhas. His body ascended naturally into the air, confronting the two powerful forces. Each word exchanged ignited a clash, while the sound of thunder reverberated across the sky. "Demons should not exist," the ancient Buddha proclaimed, as golden light flickered behind him, ascending in a brilliant glow. Chanting scriptures, the golden radiance intensified, gradually enveloping half the heavens as it bore down upon the demonic horde. The Buddhas collectively recited their sacred texts, their voices resonating through the cosmos. "Demons are merely a title you have bestowed upon us," the ancient demon scoffed, raising a colossal hand to shield against the heavenly light. Lin Jiuxuan observed intently as the confrontation between the ancient demon and ancient Buddha unfolded, each collision etched with traces of the Tao. The energies of their respective paths spiraled around them, with each clash fracturing the heavens and the very fabric of space. The Buddhas clashed with the demons as well, creating a symphony of sacred chants and the aura of slaughter. The ground beneath them shattered, transforming into scattered debris that flew in all directions. That he witnessed Buddhas falling while the heavens were stained with demonic blood. Ancient Buddhas coughed blood, while the ancient demon sustained grievous injuries. His body moved with incredible speed, fragments of scenes flashing before his eyes until he glimpsed a glimmer of light. With a sudden gasp, he opened his eyes, one hand pressed against the ground as he exhaled heavily. A fleeting sense of confusion lingered at his gaze. What had just transpired? What had he witnessed? Before he could ponder further, the scene before him left him utterly bewildered. Had he only closed his eyes for a brief moment? What had occurred? The chilling wind swirled, carrying thick fog, as skeletal figures began to rise from the earth. Their hollow eyes flickered with green flames. Ethereal silhouettes danced in and out of sight, while a palanquin was surrounded in a throng. With a resounding crash, the proximity of the booming sounds grew ever closer, and the Buddha's vacant gaze shimmered with green light, even more alluring than the flames in the eyes of the skeletal figures. Each strike of the Buddha shattered numerous bones, only for them to reassemble again and again, seemingly relentless. Lin Jiuxuan's eyes lit up as he realized that with each reconstruction, the green flames dimmed. As the Buddha continued to strike, the light in his eyes also waned. This was a mutual depletion of strength. That he also noted that some of the skeletal hands bore rings, while the ephemeral figures traversed through the bones, their forms passing through effortlessly. The Buddha and the skeletal figures cowered in fear, kneeling before the palanquin in reverence. Within the palanquin sat an ethereal beauty, her form shimmering with an otherworldly glow. To Lin Jiuxuan's astonishment, he could distinctly perceive the woman within the palanquin. Ah, what an intriguing little creature. A voice whispered in his ear. His ears perked up, and he felt as if the woman in the palanquin smiled at him, but he remained motionless, paralyzed by trepidation, though he was unaware of the true strength of the entities surrounding him. That single utterance instilled a profound sense of caution that if he could not contend with the Buddha, how could he possibly face the woman in the palanquin, whom even the Buddha revered in the 9 heavens? The Tao ancestor led the figure in black, followed by the 6 saints. The 6 saints regarded the dark portal exuding an ancient aura with a flicker of apprehension in their eyes. Even Tong Tian, wielding the formidable 4 swords of Zhuzhen, and Laozi, who practiced the path of non-action, wore furrowed brows. They sensed numerous powerful auras emanating from within the portal, presences that surpassed their own. That I must say, given their apparent weakness, is it really prudent to enter now? Remarked the figure in black, casting a glance at the 6 saints. The expressions of the 6 were disregarded by him. Were it not for the Tao ancestor's invitation, he would have little interest in this gathering. Weak, perhaps, but it is essential to venture forth. Only by doing so can we draw closer to further possibilities. The Tao ancestor's lips curled into a slight smile as he regarded the figure in black. Had it not been for the sudden onset of this calamity and the ulterior motives of the Heavenly Dao, he would not have sought contact with such individuals. Perhaps the figure in black was correct. The 6 saints were indeed somewhat lacking in strength. Among the 6 saints, Tong Tian found himself bemused, the first to hear someone openly declare his weakness before him. The irony lay in the fact that he truly could not contend with it. Laozi maintained an air of indifference, seemingly unfazed. The remaining 4 saints wore expressions of indignation. They had always held a lofty status in the primordial realm, and never had anyone dared to label them as weak. Had the Tao ancestor not intervened, they would have charged forth to prove their might, even if victory was uncertain. Their pride could not be compromised, for they were saints after all. As you wish. You are the Tao ancestor. Your word is law. The figure in black cast a dispassionate glance at the Tao ancestor, unwilling to elaborate further. Meanwhile, he and the Tao ancestor synchronized their gestures, forming a hand seal together. Why are you not bound by the rules of this world? The man behind Hung Yun gazed at Wang Tong in astonishment. He sensed that Wang Tong's power diverged entirely from the primordial realm's energy system. Can one human be compared to another? I possess the potential of an emperor. Do you? Wang Tong, hands clasped behind his back, raised his gaze to the heavens of the primordial realm. You truly lack shame. Claiming to possess imperial potential. How utterly shameless. The man spat blood, casting a bewildered look at Wang Tong. How can someone so seemingly delicate speak with such audacity? Imperial potential, indeed. If you do not believe it, then let us settle this with a duel. With those words, the Heavenly Emperor's sword thrummed ominously in his grasp, exuding an unmistakable aura of challenge. How can one be so brazenly shameless? The man, trembling as he pointed a quivering finger at Wang Tong, found himself at a loss for words. Despite knowing he stood no chance, he persisted. Where does such unabashedness come from? It is utterly devoid of martial ethics. Having already conceded defeat, he still feels compelled to insist. I happen to be in need of a warm bed partner, so you shall suffice. He raised a hand to tilt the man's chin, speaking with a wicked grin. Does he truly believe he can mask his intentions from me? Is his divine sight merely for show? In the vanishing mists, Lin Jiuxuan observed the dissipating fog, a glimmer of light igniting in his eyes. Little one, we shall meet again. Just as Lin Jiuxuan lifted his foot to leave, his body suddenly froze, a voice echoing in his mind. Look up, he saw the woman in the palanquin smiling at him. Chapter 38. Fragments of the Continent. The ruins of the Heavenly Mechanism sect. With a puzzled expression, he wondered why this woman would smile at him. Another encounter? He had no desire for a reunion. To him, that woman was terrifying, more so than the Buddha himself. Fortunately, the fog was about to clear, and with the guardians behind him, his trepidation lessened. Although he could not decipher her intentions, he sensed no malice. Even so, he preferred not to be the focus of such a formidable presence. Thank you. He turned and bowed to the tree behind him, uncertain of its ability to shield him. Moreover, considering that the tree could withstand the Buddha, it was evident that the enigmatic woman was no ordinary force. As the mist dissipated, tranquility returned to the heavens, revealing a radiant light. The ancient tree swayed slightly, causing its home to tumble from its branches, followed by several rings. Subsequently, the ancient tree extended a branch to gently stroke Lin Jiuxuan. Before resuming stillness, as if nothing had transpired, he picked up the book and waved his hand, collecting the rings. The tome was titled Chronicles of the Continent. Slowly flipping through its pages, he found himself captivated, his expression growing increasingly grave. He had not erred. The exit to this space lay within the temple. This fragment of space was a remnant of a continent, the very one he had glimpsed in his ethereal state. As for the destruction he had witnessed, it was precisely as he had imagined. The powerful ancient demons clashed with the ancient Buddhas. Though the reasons were not chronicled in the text, to Lin Jiuxuan's astonishment, the tome recorded over 1,000 formidable beings exceeding the rank of the primordial saints. The demon warriors he had seen battling the Buddha were all entities beyond the realm of sainthood. Suddenly, he felt his own cultivation insignificant in the eyes of the system. He had yet to even embark on the path of cultivation. Within the book, he also discovered the method to dismantle the barrier within the temple. The barrier was established to prevent demons from entering. As long as one was not a demon, entry was permitted. This was set up before the continent was fractured, and now, the only way to breach the barrier was to absorb the essence of that piece of land. This tome possessed that very essence. Cradling his head, he felt a headache coming on. What once seemed insurmountable now merely required a book. It was truly a blow to his intellect. Ding! Detection of whether to absorb the primordial purple chi. The system's voice suddenly rang out, leaving him momentarily stunned. Primordial purple chi. Is it present here? Absorb. Only a fool would refuse. Missing this opportunity might mean a long wait for the next chance to encounter primordial purple chi. How could he not absorb it? Moreover, the currency unit for the system's third function was none other than primordial purple chi. When he first heard this, he was taken aback. What could possibly require primordial purple chi as a currency? Ding! Absorption commencing. As the system's voice faded, visible changes unfolded in the space around him. Streams of purple light erupted from various locations, beneath the ground, atop the peaks, and even from the bones scattered about. Witnessing this dense array of light, his heart trembled. It was all currency. This was the first time he had seen such wealth. Suddenly, as the system voraciously absorbed the primordial purple chi, a pitch-black rift appeared above the temple, also drawing in the primordial purple chi from the air. Damn it, someone dares to rob me of my wealth. System, absorb. Absorb with all your might. To him, all this primordial purple chi was akin to money, capable of enhancing his strength. The audacity of someone trying to steal his wealth was intolerable. He could tolerate many things, but not the theft of his riches. Yes, the rift in the temple drew the primordial chi. The Buddha guarding the temple stirred, seizing the opportunity. In the moment the Buddha turned away, Lin Jiuxuan deployed his divine powers to stealthily cross the barrier, effortlessly entering the temple. By the time the Buddha realized what had transpired, he had already stepped inside. This young man is remarkable. He might just be the key to our escape. Upon entering the barrier, the ancient tree that had protected him swayed its branches, emitting a voice steeped in wisdom. Let it be, after being trapped for so long, one has grown accustomed to it. Old ghost, when did you become so accommodating? I find that young man quite impressive. This voice echoed. The space fell into an abrupt silence. Upon entering the barrier, Lin Jiuxuan discovered that he was in a small chamber. There were 3 rooms, each labeled study, training room, and alchemy room. He immediately proceeded to the study, eager to uncover the situation here. The Chronicles of the Continent did not offer exhaustive details, and a significant portion was missing. Books serve as vessels for recording events, and the study must contain accounts of this continent as history. Year 123 of the Celestial Era. The demon race invaded, bringing suffering to all living beings. Cultivators rose in rebellion. Year 160 of the Celestial Era. The demon race surged forth, overwhelming much of the continent. Bodies piling high, rivers flowing with blood. Year 200 of the Celestial Era. The ancient Buddha, alongside remnants of great powers, waged a desperate battle against the demons, striving for a glimmer of hope for the continent. Year 245 of the Celestial Era. The continent shattered. Tianjizi, led the experts of the Heavenly Mechanism sect to provide cover for our retreat. He absorbed the contents with rapid comprehension, the weight of the revelations weighing heavily on him. How could such a powerful continent, where only beings surpassing the saints were deemed formidable, be reduced to ruin in a mere century when faced with the demon race? He could not help but compare. If the current primordial realm were to encounter such a calamity, it would likely falter within a decade. He had also discerned the location of the exit. This fragment was the address of a sect known as the Heavenly Mechanism sect, where powerful beings comparable to the realm of enlightenment resided. Exiting the study, he entered the alchemy room. Scattered about were thousands of vials of elixirs, haphazardly arranged, clearly left in a rush during a hasty escape. He waved his hand, collecting them. He had no use for them, but the human race could benefit. He did not forget that a strong fortune for humanity would greatly enhance his own strength. Next, he arrived at the training room, where he found a jade stone. This was the key to exiting this realm. As he scanned the area with his divine sense, he realized he had nearly gathered everything. If any members of the Heavenly Mechanism sect were still alive to witness this, they would likely erupt in curses. This was utterly outrageous. It was akin to a locust swarm passing through, leaving not a single trace. Not even a meditation cushion was left for them. Upon stepping out of the barrier, with the jade stone in hand, the Buddha remained unmoved. Lin Jiuxuan approached the ancient tree once more. Respectfully bowing again, he then crushed the jade talisman, shattering the space to escape, glancing back for one last look. That young man is quite commendable. He knows gratitude. Indeed, a voice teased as the branches of the ancient tree swayed. This young man truly does not act like a human. A divine sense passed through the barrier, observing the temple's interior. Unable to restrain himself, he burst into expletives. This is simply too shameless. How can one behave in such a manner? The ancient tree's swaying branches suddenly halted, as if sensing something amiss. Listening to the voices, it seems someone had misspoken. Chapter 39. So much wealth. Ancient Yen. He pierced through the space and emerged in the primordial realm, taking a deep breath of the air. The air of the primordial realm is truly invigorating. The shadow, fell upon the ground. Moving towards the direction of the ferry, having lingered in that space for far too long, his body was severely depleted of the magical energy it harbored. The essence of the Dao was nearly consumed, prompting him to opt for a boat ride instead. Moreover, he yearned to uncover the truths that intrigued him. Should he openly reveal his cultivation level, what he learned might not align with his desires. It would be wiser to blend in like an ordinary cultivator, allowing him to also experience the local customs of the primordial world. The vast river lay between him and his destination. As he leisurely made his way towards the ferry, he glanced at the wealth displayed in the system. He couldn't suppress his laughter at the sight of the abundant digits. Species, human. Host, Lin Jiuxuan. Hongmeng purple qi, 66.6 strands. At a loss for words regarding this figure, he could only marvel at the system's cleverness. He wondered if the system had intentionally presented such a number. Nevertheless, it was indeed substantial. For this was Hongmeng purple qi, not mere spirit stones that I in the primordial realm. A single strand of Hongmeng purple qi could forge a Taoist saint. By this reckoning, he possessed the equivalent of 66 saints. However, he knew that such calculations were likely simplistic. He opened the merchandise page. With wealth in his possession, he felt emboldened to explore what was available. It turned out that items could only be purchased using Hongmeng purple qi. Sky opening axe, Dao level 100. Creation jade plate, Dao level 99. Eastern Emperor bell, Saint level 10. River map and Luo book, Saint level 10. Boundary breaking pill, 99. Restoration pill, 88. Rejuvenation pill, 22. Note: only items corresponding to the current limit of Hongmeng purple qi are displayed. The host is urged to earn more to unlock additional pages. Upon viewing the offerings, he suddenly felt as though his wealth was quite limited. Could the sky-opening axe of Pangu truly be for sale? He was tempted to purchase it, wondering if he could create a primordial world akin to Pangu himself. However, upon reading the fine print at the bottom of the page, he felt a wave of disdain from the system. It seemed to regard him as impoverished, unworthy of accessing further pages. Was this not an egregious affront? The system declared, this system exists solely for amusement. The host should strive to earn more and unlock additional skills. This proclamation left his mind reeling. It appeared the system had taken a turn for the worse. Bang! Ouch! Lin Jiuxuan, hearing the noise, glanced back only to realize he had inadvertently collided with someone. Due to the robustness of his physical form, it seemed he had indeed knocked the individual over. Casting a glance at the man sprawled on the ground, clutching his chest, Lin furrowed his brow. The Heavenly Machine sect was renowned for its abilities in divination and foresight. The study contained fundamental teachings of the sect, which he could easily grasp with the aid of the system. The man bore a faint aura of death upon his forehead, accompanied by a thick grayish essence above him. Are you all right? Lin extended a hand to assist the man in rising. My friend, you're a body cultivator, are you not? You knocked me over quite thoroughly. Oh, it's nothing really, the man replied, patting his chest, though he couldn't suppress a gasp of cold air, followed by a sheepish smile. During this period in the primordial realm, there were few conspiracies. Life was rather straightforward. Lin Jiuxuan was, after all, a man of sincerity. You are of the human race. Lin quickly discerned that this man was a Tai, golden immortal, a figure of some stature in the impoverished West, akin to a local tyrant. In Lin Jiuxuan's eyes, there was nothing to hide. He saw through all. However, he pondered that the demon race had little foothold in the West, so it was entirely plausible for humans to survive there. Human race? Impossible. I am of the demon race. Surely you understand that. The man emphasized his identity as a demon with a flicker of unease in his gaze, clearing his throat and raising his arm to display his muscularity, puffing out his chest in pride. Lin Jiuxuan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Had the human race fallen to such a state that it dared not acknowledge its own identity? Yet he chose not to expose the truth. There was no need to complicate matters for a fellow human. My mistake. The man's display left Lin at a loss for words. It was fortunate he encountered a human. Had it been a demon, the outcome might have been unpredictable. The man smiled, but Lin Jiuxuan caught a fleeting glimpse of bitterness in his eyes. He had not anticipated that the demon race would inflict such profound harm upon the humans, reducing them to this state. I am Gu Yin. May I ask how you are addressed, my friend? Gu Yan appeared friendly, pulling Lin Jiuxuan along towards the ferry. "Lin, my friend, what brings you to the west?" "To pay a visit to the Great Ones, in hopes of advancing further," Lin Jiuxuan replied, suppressing his cultivation to the level of Tai Golden Immortal, ensuring he would not stand out. After all, a Tai Golden Immortal would only be considered somewhat significant in larger locales. Indeed, individuals like us can only seek fortune at the gates of the Great Ones. Gu Yan responded with a laugh, his expression one of understanding as they conversed. Lin Jiuxuan gleaned information about the West from Gu Yan. Gu Yan had always resided in the West, but his companion was rather exceptional. Indeed, a demon who had given birth to a daughter. Lin Jiuxuan couldn't help but admire him. After all, the dynamics of the demon race were vastly different from those of the human race. It is confirmed. With that, Gu Yan indeed counted as one of the demon race. The entire West was divided into territories, with the most formidable being Spirit Mountain. There resided the Buddha and Bodhisattvas, who would periodically descend to disseminate their teachings and hold lectures. They also dispatched arhats to assist the local believers with any malevolent spirits they encountered. Lin Jiuxuan frowned upon hearing Gu Yan's account. The approaches in the West seemed effective, yet the malevolent aura was undeniably potent. The dark energy swirling around Gu Yan was palpable to that moment. He recalled a profound saying from a great figure. "What you know is merely what they wish for you to know." Reflecting on it now, it held considerable truth. There were undoubtedly deeper intricacies unknown to the average person. As he contemplated delving into the source of Gu Yan's dark energy, he suddenly felt a shift in his expression. He pointed a finger, sending a glimmer of light into Gu Yan's body. Observing the grayish essence above Gu Yan's head gradually transforming into a deeper hue, he realized that this matter required his intervention. For he had discerned that Gu Yan's tribulations were intrinsically linked to him. It could be said that had he not appeared, Gu Yan's tribulations would have only resulted in injury. Now, with his presence, the outcome had been entirely altered, veering towards the unknown. Lin Jiuxuan was unaware that his fate had eluded the gaze of the Heavenly Dao, and even the Dao ancestor would need to pay a heavy price to glimpse his future. Catching only a fleeting silhouette, his face obscured. Soon, they reached the ferry terminal. There were only 3 or 4 boats docked, yet each was grand enough to accommodate thousands you know the origin of this river? Lin Jiuxuan shook his head, genuinely unaware of these matters and having never delved into them. With his capabilities, he could have easily traversed. It was only after Gu Yan's explanation that he learned this place originally lacked any ferryman. The river was called the Tongtian River, named after the Tongtian saint who had once contended with the 2 saints of the West. Due to the formidable powers of the saint, the river was carved through, giving rise to its existence. The ferrying profession emerged as a consequence of the saint's lingering majesty across the Tongtian River. One must at least possess the cultivation of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Lin Jiuxuan found himself at a loss for words upon learning the origins of the Tongtian River. He never anticipated that his benevolent master possessed such a side. Displeased with the actions of the 2 saints, he engaged them in battle to prevent Buddhism from spreading eastward. He even delineated this river. Although he was already aware of Tongtian's overwhelming combat prowess, he was surprised to find he could suppress the 2 saints of the West. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the West was barren, and during the division of saintly positions, the 2 saints received hardly any treasures. Tongtian, wielding the 4 swords of extermination, could be considered the mightiest among the 6 saints. Save for the Taching saint that a brief glance revealed that there were indeed tens of thousands seeking to ferry westward. Fortunately, boarding the vessel was free of charge. Otherwise, he would truly have found himself financially constrained. He had not possessed money, having been preoccupied with cultivation and rarely venturing out. Observing the Tongtian River, he attuned himself to its essence and discerned the aura of the 4 swords of extermination. Shaking his head, he remained perplexed as to why his master would leave behind the sword intent of the 4 swords here. That it was precisely due to the sword energy that many sword cultivators came to this place to comprehend its meaning, hoping to grasp even the slightest insight. "Dao brother, cease your gaze and the current ferrying pace. It will take at least half a month to reach Mount Ling," Gu Yan remarked, standing beside him, he presumed Lin Jiuxuan was contemplating when they would arrive at Mount Ling to pay homage to that formidable being and seek the methods of the Tai Golden Immortal. Lin Jiuxuan nodded in silence, observing the deepening gray aura on Gu Yan's brow. His frown deepened. He anticipated that this pace would be too swift, calculating further if this trend continued. It would not take half a month before Gu Yan encountered tribulations, yet he could not deduce the nature of these tribulations, which were also related to him. Esteemed patrons, we shall reach Mount Ling in half a month. A golden-bodied Arhut emerged from the ship, addressing the crowd with a Buddhist chant. Each ferrying vessel was overseen by an Arhut to prevent unforeseen incidents. Every Arhut was a great Luo golden immortal, capable of resolving most crises. Moreover, Mount Ling was merely 1,000,000 nautical miles away. Should any mishap arise, the powerful beings of Mount Ling could arrive in an instant. This was also why the ferrying vessels were so well populated. The sense of security aboard was substantial. Gazing at the tranquil sea, Lin Jiuxuan felt a sense of burden regarding Gu's impending tribulation. It was triggered by his own presence, as they were the same human race. He felt a moral obligation to address this tribulation. Thus, he waiting for Gu Yan's tribulation to descend while also restoring his own strength. The expenditure in that realm had been considerable. Chapter 40. The demon clan seeks trouble. It is but a ruse as the sun set. The moon slowly ascended. Lin Jiuxuan raised his head, observing the moon and feeling it lacked its usual allure. This was indeed due to the absence of a certain individual upon the lunar surface. Since the two emperors of the demon clan suffered setbacks at Lin Jiuxuan's hands, they had been quite discontent. However, they managed to recover some treasures from the witch clan, somewhat alleviating their dissatisfaction. Dong Huangtai was not one to remain idle either. Days prior, it was reported that the foremost male immortal, Dong Huanggong, was vigorously recruiting demons to serve under him. This news did not sit well with the two prominent figures of the demon clan. What was this, with the two emperors of the demon clan diminished? Did he truly believe they were on the verge of extinction? Ordinarily, such matters would be inconsequential. Let him recruit demons if he wished, as none would oppose it. However, the predicament arose when Dong Huanggong genuinely believed himself to be the foremost male immortal of the primordial era. He audaciously intervened in the demon army, even managing to seduce a portion of the demons. This left the two prominent figures unsettled. How could they remain indifferent while he defiled their dignity? Having just acquired certain benefit from the witch clan, they might have let it go, but now he was courting disaster. Within Yingzhou Island, a confrontation between the Celestial Court and the Heavenly Court was on the brink of eruption, potentially leading to the most delectable and sweet outcome in millennia. Upon learning of this situation, Dong Huangtai led millions of demons, marching towards the confrontation in a fit of rage that he was furious. They were poaching from his territory. Many prominent figures of the primordial realm emerged from their seclusion to witness the spectacle, knowing full well that the demon clan was not to be trifled with, yet still daring to encroach upon their territory. Although Yingzhou Island was but an island, it spanned a colossal distance of 1,000,000 nautical miles. Within the island resided spirits and demons, some of whom had been seduced from the demon army. Upon hearing news of the impending demon army, they cowered within the island, unwilling to venture out, fearing for their lives. They could only hope that Dong Huanggong would not betray them. However, it must be said that Dong Huanggong possessed a certain allure. Among his ranks were formidable demons and even demon gods, showcasing impressive strength. Leading his subordinates, Dong Huanggong awaited Dong Huangtai's arrival upon the sea. Having dared to undermine others, he was prepared. Dong Huangtai did not underestimate Dong Huanggong. He was aware that Dong Huanggong commanded a formation known as the 10,000 Immortals Great Formation, capable of rivaling the Zhou-Tian Star Fighting Formation when fully activated. Thus, despite the losses among the demon saints, he brought along two newly ascended demon saints. That it was precisely because Dong Huanggong had confidence in his 10,000 Immortals Great Formation that he was unafraid of Dong Huangtai. Dong Huanggong, shall you not provide me with an explanation? Dong Huangtai's voice boomed like rolling thunder, resonating throughout Yingzhou Island. The demons, who had been seduced into betrayal, hid within the island, burying their heads in the earth, repeatedly murmuring, "You cannot find me. You cannot find me. You cannot find me." Upon hearing Dong Huang Tai's voice, Dong Huang Gong felt no surprise. Having seduced the demons, he knew Dong Huang Tai would inevitably seek him out for retribution. Therefore, he ensured this matter was widely known throughout the primordial realm, attracting numerous prominent figures to witness the confrontation. Explanation: I recall the Demon Emperor once sought an explanation for the human race. Did he not? And what was the outcome? Severely injured. I heard the Golden Crow's wings were even broken. What makes you think you can come here to take advantage of me? Dong Huang Gong replied with a smile. Lacking any pretense, as soon as these words were spoken, Dong Huang Tai's expression shifted. This struck a nerve that it was a sensitive topic, now laid bare before the public eye. While not many knew of his humiliation at the hands of the human race, those who did were not few. However, having it spoken out loud in such a manner made all the difference that I know some of my fellow Taoists may find this hard to believe. But fear not. I shall provide evidence to clarify. Observing the bewildered crowd, he raised his hand, revealing a mirror, and with a poi, I also assure you that I will never poach anyone from your side. What do you think? Those who have been spectating and enjoying the show around us are already tearing through the fabric of space, preparing to depart. It has become evident that this confrontation is unlikely to escalate. However, they are not leaving utterly disappointed, as they have at least tasted some delightful and quite sweet gossip. Dong Huang Tai glared at Dong Huang Gong's face, feeling an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch. He truly is insufferable. Given that the matter has been put forth so openly, engaging in a physical altercation is certainly out of the question, that if the confrontation were to continue, who knows what even more explosive revelations Dong Huang Gong might disclose. Remember what you have said, Dong Huang Tai uttered coldly, and then he tore through space. Departing, he intended to return and discuss with his elder brother how to deal with this troublesome Dong Huang Gong. How outrageous it is that he dares to expose his secrets and threaten him. With the Demon Emperor gone, the demon army swiftly retreated like a whirlwind. Watching the demon forces disperse, Dong Huang Gong let out a sigh of relief. The weight on his heart finally lifted. Truth be told, he had been quite anxious. He feared that he might falter in his performance and fail to intimidate Dong Huang Tai. Withdraw the troops. Stepping back onto the island, he needed to carefully plan his next moves. Expansion could not possibly cease. He needed to adopt a more tactful approach. Upon returning to the heavenly court, Dong Huang Tai sought out Di Jun, eager to discuss the matter at hand with his elder brother. What? He actually dared to threaten us? Such audacity! Di Jun rose in a fury, his heart heavy with the thought of his younger brother's unjust suffering. Why should it be his brother who endures such grievances? Absolutely not. Tai summoned countless demon soldiers and demon saints to confront Dong Huang Gong. With a sweeping gesture, Di Jun declared, "This matter cannot be overlooked. Having taken his demon kin, he cannot expect the demon race to remain silent, unless he is as ruthless as Lin Jiuxuan. But Dong Huang Gong is certainly not that sort. Elder brother, what about the shattered chaos bell? Wasn't that merely a fabrication? Isn't it quite normal for it to break? That does seem reasonable." Yes, it is indeed a fabrication. Chapter 41, The Colossal Sea Beast. Arhut subdues demons, a fabrication, no doubt about it. Who claimed it was real? Has anyone ever witnessed it? No one has. The two of them burst into laughter simultaneously, inexplicably feeling their bodies lighten, as if they had been bearing a tremendous burden all along. Suddenly, a sense of relief washed over them, and they experienced a slight breakthrough in their cultivation, previously stymied. They exchanged knowing glances and nodded. It's truly a fabrication. We've been deceived for so many years. They thought, feeling the energy within them surge forth. Glancing up at the clear blue sky, a complex expression flickered in their eyes. Anomalies, yet more anomalies. In the palace of the demon Saint by Zay, a mouthful of blood was coughed up as he propped himself up with one hand. His face pale, beads of sweat trickled down his brow. His gaze filled with horror as he stared towards the direction of the imperial palace. After Dong Huang Tai's return, he began to calculate, only to discover something he could hardly believe. The results he had been deducing were turning out quite differently, not on the ferry boat. Lin Jiuxuan stood on the deck, observing the surging waves of the Tongtian River. Beneath the surface of the sea, there were once small islands or low peaks, but after relentless battering by the waters of the Tongtian River day and night, they had transformed into treacherous reefs. As he gazed at the tumultuous surface, it was as if he were witnessing the current state of the primordial world. Beneath the placid lake-esque surface lay hidden reefs, which could erupt with frightening consequences at any moment. That he was confident in his strength, capable of injuring saints. Yet when he encountered Gong Gong last time, he realized he had underestimated the primordial world. Just one Gong Gong was enough to trouble him. Similarly, at the quasi-saint level, the disparity was indeed vast, leaving him puzzled. Could he truly injure a saint? Was that the genuine article? Shaking his head, he tried to dismiss such thoughts, but the ominous power still echoed in his mind. The eerily sinister face that had smiled at him lingered in his memory, as did the woman he had encountered in the Tianji sect's domain. What are you thinking about, Brother Lin? After several days of interaction, Lin Jiuxuan found Gu Yan to be quite straightforward and kind, often sharing tales of his experiences in the primordial world, explaining how certain treacherous places had come to be. These were things Lin Jiuxuan had never inquired about, but given the boredom of the past half-month, listening to Gu Yan's stories helped pass the time. I was wondering when the human race could stand up once more. Both were aware of their identities as members of the human race, so there was no need for great caution in discussing such matters. Upon mentioning this issue, Gu Yan fell into silence. Currently, the human race struggled to survive under the pressure of the demon race. Even though Lin Jiuxuan had injured the two emperors of the heavenly court and slaughtered 100,000 demons, the demon race had not ceased their slaughter of humanity. That it was merely more subtle and less overt. Why discuss this? I believe the saints will protect us, Gu Yan said with a grin, still holding faith that the saints had not abandoned them. Perhaps they were simply too busy or in seclusion, unaware of the human race's plight. Saints, perhaps, Lin Jiuxuan chuckled at Gu Yan's words. Those who had not endured the trials of Shouyang Mountain would undoubtedly continue to believe in the saints. Even the humans from Shouyang Mountain, if it were not for his sudden appearance, would have retained some hope for the saints, even if their sanctum had become obscured. However, Brother Lin, it is best not to reveal our identities as humans. Otherwise, Gu Yan suddenly recalled something and spoke up. Recently, due to Lin Jiuxuan's influence, the demon race had restrained themselves considerably, granting the remnants of humanity a brief respite. Even so, being identified as human was still a potential calamity. Lin Jiuxuan remained calm, listening to Gu Yan's remarks. The affairs of the human race needed to be resolved by themselves. It was not feasible to rely on others for protection indefinitely. True strength lay in one's own power. Depending on others was but an illusion. Bang! Boom! The ferry boat suddenly shook violently. Lin Jiuxuan furrowed his brow, and with this jolt he lifted his head, eyes narrowing. He clearly saw a gray aura above Gu's head, gradually shifting to black. Taking another look, he noticed the ominous energy around Gu Yan intensifying, and oh worries. The boat must have hit a reef. It's quite normal. Gu Yan reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Thinking Lin Jiuxuan was concerned for the boat's safety, Lin Jiuxuan remained silent, watching the gray aura above Gu Yan transform into a menacing power. Catastrophe, confused, he pondered why it would take on the aura of a calamity. Previously, it had merely been a sign of tribulation. The speed of this transformation was alarmingly rapid. A mere indication of tribulation meant one faced potential hardships, but the aura of calamity was altogether different. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences, with all manner of bizarre deaths possible. The boat's rocking did not incite panic among the others on board. They continued meditating and cultivating in their respective cabins. Only Lin Jiuxuan stood alone on the deck, his mind swirling with numerous questions. As night fell, darkness enveloped the region, and a layer of mist rose above the Tongtian River. What was that? Lin Jiuxuan rubbed his eyes, certain he had seen something flash past a moment ago. Unable to dismiss it as a mere illusion, he expanded his consciousness to discern what it was. Boom! Boom! The boat suddenly rocked violently, and even the waters of the Tongtian River crashed against the vessel. Lin Jiuxuan, now on the deck, glanced up as a torrent of waves threatened to crash down upon him. With a swift motion, he dodged, frowning as he observed that the river water, now tainted by the resonance of the Saint's path, bore a hint of the characteristics of weak water. Yet, it was merely a hint. A Deluo golden immortal could withstand it. Which aberration is at work here? The river churned, causing the entire boat to sway violently. The Arhat manifested his golden body, chanting Buddhist verses, watching as the protective barrier of the ferry boat gradually weakened. He furrowed his brow slightly. Such occurrences are not uncommon, but usually the barrier suffices to withstand them. This time, however, it has exceeded my expectations that a stream of green liquid emerged from the river, splashing against the barrier. Sizzle, sizzle. At a visible rate, it corroded and destroyed the protective shield. Drink. As the golden body of the Arhat trembled, he let out a thunderous shout, causing rays of golden light to emerge behind him, transforming into a cascade of golden droplets that fell upon the barrier. Upon witnessing the Arhat's resplendent form, Lin Jiuxuan furrowed his brow, fixating his gaze on the Arhat's rear. The golden body bore a striking resemblance to the ancient Buddha's golden form he had seen in that ethereal realm. He refrained from taking action, retreating into the crowd with his hands clasped behind his back. He wished to discern what entity was making its move as the Tongtian River obstructed his spiritual perception. He could only observe, thus remaining oblivious to the source of the disturbance. The late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal truly showcased the investment of the Spirit Mountain, and a peculiar sound emanated from the Tongtian River, and many cultivators aboard the vessels collapsed upon hearing it. Witnessing this, Lin Jiuxuan felt even more perplexed. The sound was strangely penetrating. Chapter 42. The Witch, Calamity descends. His eyes narrowed slightly. The sound seemed eerily familiar to the Spirit Mountain. It implied that such occurrences were not unprecedented. These insignificant ants were of little use. They might as well serve as blood offerings. As the sound reverberated, the river surged violently, causing the vessel to sway incessantly. Dark green liquid splattered against the barrier, continuously corroding it. While the ship rocked, it was also permeated by an enigmatic force. Just as Lin Jiuxuan perceived this force, he had no time to react. Boom! Did this barrier truly believe it could withstand us? That peculiar force erupted, striking the barrier. The already dilapidated barrier shattered utterly. Save me. I do not wish to perish. I refuse to die. As the barrier broke, enormous tentacles emerged from the river, dragging one cultivator after another into the depths. Lin Jiuxuan summoned a barrier of Dao Rime to shield Gu Yan behind him. The calamity had inevitably arrived. He wished to see if he could protect Gu Yan amidst the tribulation, that he also sought to understand the connection between the Spirit Mountain and the entity lurking beneath the Tongtian River. What exquisite blood offerings they made! A faint sound emanated from the riverbed, yet it sent shivers through the hearts of those aboard the vessel as they gazed at the writhing tentacles. Akin to the scythe of death, poised to descend at any moment, Gu Yan, hiding behind Lin Jiuxuan, regarded the obsidian tentacles with trepidation. You have gone too far. The Arhat, incensed, could not help but change color at this sight. These individuals were all meant to be delivered to the Spirit Mountain. They could not perish here. The golden body behind him swelled, and with a Buddhist seal in hand, he struck down upon the black tentacles. A radiant halo of pure Buddhist light illuminated him, enhancing his aura of divinity. Excessive? I fear not in revealing that we have intercepted more than just your vessel. The voice continued, instilling greater fear among the cultivators on board. Upon hearing this, the Arhat's expression shifted dramatically. They seemed to come prepared, and oh wonder the Buddha had advised them to exercise caution before their departure, to ensure the safe return of the people. Lin Jiuxuan's gaze suddenly deepened. His head bowed upon hearing these words. He pondered what they implied. 9 vessels had set sail at different times. Yet at this moment, they were all intercepted. Creatures resembling monsters crawled from the riverbed, breaking through the barrier. Quickly, kill them. We cannot allow these creatures to ascend. Each ferry was besieged by monsters. The Arhat was entangled, but merely lacked the strength of this one that a futile endeavor, believing this would suffice to halt them. The voice from the riverbed spoke disdainfully, and then several tentacles emerged, climbing aboard the deck and dragging one cultivator after another into the water. Is it not preferable to obediently become blood offerings? Ha ha! The Arhut frowned, observing the tentacles. Clearly troubled, he glanced at the cultivators aboard the ship. Subsequently, the golden body behind him radiated brilliant light, dispersing in all directions. No, I am a faithful disciple of the Buddha. Save me, O Buddha! Have mercy on your devotee. The cultivators, dragged into the water, gazed up with longing, hoping that the Buddha would extend his hand to rescue them. Lin Jiuxuan observed their fervent expressions and shook his head. At such a moment, they ought to self-rescue, rather than depend on others. Was this not a dream? Of course, being a good person, he would not shatter their illusions. After all, he was a paragon of virtue. Buddha, your own existence is in peril. How can you save them? Better to become blood offerings. The voice bellowed, brimming with disdain for the Buddha. Enormous appendages relentlessly pulled the cultivators from the vessel. I relish the sight of your helpless expressions. Ha ha ha! The colossal tentacles waved through the air, each bearing a cultivator. Lin Jiuxuan sheltered Guyan in a discreet corner, observing the Arhut's demeanor, which remained unperturbed. The expressions of those being swept away lacked any semblance of compassion. Rather, they were marked by indifference, as though were their destined fate. Do you not sense something amiss? The Arhut suddenly rose, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the Tongtian lake. At the outset, his master had instructed them that the cultivators could be sacrificed, but the entity within the lake must be dealt with. Lin Jiuxuan's eyes narrowed as he probed with his spiritual sense, finding nothing amiss. Yet, the Arhut, faced with such a scenario, could not possibly be without a plan. Where could the issue lie? Was there a hidden agenda? What have you done? Are you attempting to frighten me? As the voice fell, the Arhut slowly ascended toward the heavens, clutching a Buddhist seal, with the forms of numerous Buddhas descending behind him. Break! A resonant Buddhist chant echoed, and in that instant, the tentacles upon the lake's surface detonated explosively. Boom, boom, boom! Instead of crimson blood, a black liquid gushed forth Cursed Buddha! I shall turn you all into puppets! The voice shrieked in agony as the tentacles retreated swiftly. Following that, a roar erupted, summoning towering waves that surged toward the Arhut. Imprisoned ancient beings, do you think you can break free from your shackles? The Arhut's golden body shimmered as he coldly regarded the towering waves. Extending a hand, he struck forth, manifesting a colossal palm that crashed down upon the waves. The ferry rocked amidst the tumultuous waters, yet remarkably, it did not capsize. Lin Jiuxuan could not help but marvel at the vessel's exceptional quality. Wrapping Gu Yan in his Dao rhyme, he shielded her from the oppressive force. He too wished to witness the form calamity would take in Gu Yan's case. The Buddha is merciful. I grant you a path to survival. I advise you to return to the shore. The Arhut's surroundings resonated with the chanting of sacred verses, and a halo of Buddhist light materialized behind him. The aura of a late-stage great Luo golden immortal radiated forth, reprimanding the entity within the lake. Senior brother! 8 figures descended from the river, landing behind the Arhut, their golden forms manifesting. They stood resolutely against the entity in the river, unyielding in their stance. You truly are hypocrites, you Buddhas! Ha ha! Today, you shall all perish here. The voice roared with fury as a shadow emerged from the towering waves, its cold gaze fixated upon the 9 Arhuts. A witch! It is a witch! Gu Yan exclaimed, her fingers trembling, her pupils dilated in realization. Fortunately, Lin Jiuxuan reacted swiftly, grasping Gu Yan and lifting her into the air. Observing her state, the gray aura above her head had fully transformed into a malevolent force. The traces of death were already manifest upon her countenance. He could not fathom how this calamity would unfold, yet he never anticipated it would emerge in such a peculiar manner. Chapter 43. The Cannibalistic Buddha. Gu Yan's peculiar calamity. Gu Yan's pupils gradually expanded, the gray aura above her morphing into a sinister force. The 9 Arhuts descended, their expressions grave as they faced the shadow upon the towering waves. Such grand designs. 9 Arhuts. Are they truly here to reckon with us? The witch opened her mouth, her words laced with sarcasm, gazing at the 9 Arhuts with an expression devoid of any superfluous emotion. The only sentiment present was that of murderous intent, unmasked and palpable. The witch clan had once thrived, yet these damned Buddhas, in their quest to solidify their positions, resorted to the wanton slaughter of witches, had it not been for the intervention of the celestial sage, who thwarted the two Western saints and sealed this place, while leaving behind the essence of the sword of extermination. The Buddhas would have likely torn asunder the seal to annihilate them. The evil and heretical must be eradicated. Had it not been for the compassion of my Buddha, how could you still possess your lives? It would suffice to not thank my Buddha, yet you would dare to tear apart the seal and consume the lives of sentient beings. Today, I shall purify the evil and the heretical on behalf of my Buddha. The Arhat spoke, disdain evident in his gaze as he regarded the witch, the Arhats behind him, their golden forms shimmering. Cast compassionate looks upon her. Their mission was to eliminate the witch from the river, employing any means necessary. Buddha, truly, your shamelessness knows no bounds, yet you dare to call yourselves Buddhas. Was it not you who tore apart the seal? That tentacled monster was clearly one of your own spiritual pets, the witch declared, sweeping her hand to summon a massive shadow from the riverbed. The IT was the very creature that had recently emerged to devour life, a colossal sea beast. Lin Jiuxuan observed this scene, his earlier confusion dissipating. He found it strange that the Arhats remained indifferent while the people aboard the vessel were ensnared by tentacles. Now it became clear. They were merely staging a performance to tear apart the seal established by his unworthy master and subsequently eradicate the witch. This witch was not of the witch clan. The witch clan's essence was forged from the blood of Pangdu, hence their name. This witch, too, possessed the ability to consume the spiritual energy of the world, command monsters, and craft puppets. She was benevolent, never resorting to malevolent actions, yet her combat prowess was formidable, rendering her nearly invincible among her peers. Thus, when Buddhism was first established, it needed to assert its authority and garner the power of faith. The benevolent which became an ideal target. Ultimately, it was the celestial sage who could no longer bear to witness this injustice, carving out the celestial river and setting a seal, sparing the witch clan from extinction. He had heard about this incident from his sister, San Shao, who had mentioned the prolonged retreat of the celestial sage. It now appeared that he had been injured while obstructing the two Western saints. Buddha, with his lofty ideals, turned out to be a voracious entity preying upon lives. One wonders how your followers would react if they knew the truth. The witch regarded the 9 Arhats with disdain, asserting that had they not harbored goodwill initially, and had they not placed their trust in Buddhism, the witch clan would not have fallen to such depths. Her gaze towards the 9 Arhats was rife with murderous intent. Between them and Buddha, there existed only life and death. Lin Jiuxuan, imbued with the essence of Dao, infused a trickle of magical power into Gu Yan's body, temporarily sealing his 5 senses. He produced a spiritual fruit, finding it amusingly sweet. Indeed, Buddha feasted upon lives, a fact he firmly acknowledged. He could discern from the Arhats' actions that they regarded life as utterly inconsequential. Moreover, this was a seal of the saints. Breaking it would not be a simple endeavor. And countless beings had likely perished here. Such is the nature of Buddha, sacrificing lives merely to rend the seal. You have no chance. Today, the witch clan will surely be exterminated, proclaimed the Arhat, upon finishing his words. He gestured, and the 9 Arhats moved in unison, taking their positions. They simultaneously recited Buddhist scriptures, their golden bodies stepping into the luminous circle. The radiant pillar rose from the 9 of them, coalescing into a colossal barrier inscribed with the marks of Buddha. Let us see just how much your abilities have grown, the witch mused as she felt her power suppressed to the level of a great Luo golden immortal, raising her gaze to the barrier above. A faint smile graced her lips. Did they truly believe that by restraining her realm, they could contain her strength? How ludicrous! Experience the might of Buddha, the Arhats declared as their golden forms merged into the barrier. Launching a punch towards the witch. One punch held little significance. Yet 9 punches combined became an altogether different force. The tremendous roar erupted. The witch extended a finger, and a beam of light emanated from her fingertip, transforming into a gigantic shield that shielded her from the impending assault. One of the golden bodies flashed and struck from behind her, while the remaining golden forms similarly attacked from 9 distinct angles, each strike causing the surrounding space to tremble. Though they were all great Luo golden immortals, the witch's resilience shone through even when her power was restrained. If this was their full capability, she would be sorely disappointed as she evaded. She thrust out a finger, causing a massive burst of light to expand and explode, sending all 9 golden bodies reeling backward. Lin Jiuxuan, munching on the spiritual fruit, found the battle quite entertaining. The barrier seemed blessed by Buddha, capable of insulating against any probing of divine consciousness while suppressing realms to match that of the main formation. This meant that if the cultivator presiding over the formation was a Tai golden immortal, then the powers of all involved would similarly be restrained to that level. As Lin Jiuxuan observed, he shook his head. The Arhats were destined to fail, even if they suppressed the witch's realm. She dealt with the 9 golden bodies effortlessly, showing no signs of strain. "Change the formation," cried the leading Arhat, opting for the lowest-ranked Great Luo Golden Immortal among the 9 to take command. Only a Great Luo Golden Immortal could maintain the formation. Clever, indeed, but the outcome remained unchanged. The witch shook her head. Although her power was repeatedly suppressed, it did not affect her in the slightest. The ability to adapt indicated that Buddhism had indeed undergone some transformation. Frowning at the 9 golden bodies, she noted their resilience was somewhat bothersome. After repelling all 9 with a single punch, she felt a slight ache in her palm. She could only wonder what method had been employed to forge such a resilient physique. Their skin was far too thick. Truly, the thickness of their hide was a testament to Buddha's essence, which had not changed at all. Shaking her arm dismissively, the witch remarked, "If I am to break through your golden bodies, I must find a way, else I shall be trapped here." Did your master not convey that the witch clan is invincible among peers of equal realm? Upon hearing this, the Arhat's expression shifted. He had momentarily forgotten this detail. Had he known, he would have retained 2 Tai golden immortal cultivators, although only a Great Luo golden immortal could preside over the formation. It was not stated that those beneath this rank could not do so. They simply could not endure for long. They would perish. Suddenly, Lin Jiuxuan met the witch's gaze, an ominous premonition washing over him. As anticipated, the Arhats had also noticed him. The golden body surged forth from the formation, descending towards Lin Jiuxuan's location. Witnessing him casually enjoying a spiritual fruit while the battle raged on incensed the Arhat. They were locked in a life-and-death struggle, yet here was a lone survivor, indulging as if watching a performance. Here is your chance. Enter the formation and aid us in eliminating the evil and heretical. I recommend you join Ling Mountain." A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. This cultivator was insufferably arrogant. Did he truly believe he could observe their struggle without consequence from his elevated position? He looked down upon Lin Jiuxuan, as if bestowing a favor, implying that he should graciously kneel and express gratitude. Why? Had another been in his position, they would likely comply. Yet Lin Jiuxuan required no recommendation to join Ling Mountain. He had ample means at his disposal. Moreover, he held the Arhats in utter contempt, unable to fathom from whence their arrogance stemmed. Watching the spectacle was far more enjoyable than any circus act. The formation could only be maintained by a Great Luo golden immortal. Any presider beneath that rank would undoubtedly perish, regardless of their combat prowess. The witch clearly discerned his true level of cultivation and deliberately sought to draw attention to herself, attempting to divert the calamity towards him. Such cunning, yet he found it amusing. However, to think one could achieve their aims without offering something in return was naive. The Arhat's expression darkened. Were it permissible, he would have relished the opportunity to seize this individual and eliminate him outright, had it not been for the special methods required to preside over the main formation. "I can preside, but I am too weak. I fear for my life." Lin Jiuxuan spoke weakly, exhibiting a demeanor of timidity and fear. His gaze turned towards Wu, contemplating that if he wished to play, he might as well indulge him. After all, he had nothing pressing to attend to. Why not accept such a delightful diversion that had presented itself? Their eyes met, and upon encountering Lin Jiuxuan's gaze, Wu felt an ominous premonition. It seemed he had unwittingly courted trouble. How could a Grand Luo Jingxian possess such an expression? Unable to restrain himself, he muttered, his form flickering within the golden body. Observing Lin Jiuxuan's silhouette, a growing unease settled in his heart. He had made a grave miscalculation. This was the relic of the Buddha and the heart guard mirror. He implored Dao to assist in presiding over the formation. The Arhat, his countenance ashen, produced 2 treasures and placed them before Lin Jiuxuan, gritting his teeth in rage, wishing he could rend him to pieces. How could he have ensnared him into such a predicament, endangering his own head upon the Ling Mountain? He secretly issued a death warrant. Very well, since the Arhat extended such earnest invitation, I shall exert my utmost to safeguard the righteous path. Casually stowing away the relics and the heart guard mirror, he couldn't be bothered to spare them a glance. After all, they would ultimately belong to him. Striding forward, he walked confidently ahead of the Arhat, a smile playing upon his lips. The grand performance had only just begun. It remained uncertain who the true prey was. The Arhat, watching Lin Jiuxuan's retreating figure, clenched his teeth, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. He gestured to his disciples to prepare for an assault. Arriving before the formation, the Arhat conveyed to Lin Jiuxuan how to command it. Understood, I shall diligently manage the formation, he responded, hoping that the Arhats would recommend an opportunity at the Ling Mountain when the time came. Stepping into the formation, he began to weave hand seals. The power of the formation indeed began to wane. Upon witnessing this, the Arhat swiftly took action against Wu, seizing the moment to obliterate him in a single strike. Alongside his true form, 18 grand Luo Jingxians attacked in unison, leaving the formation entirely under Lin Jiuxuan's control. This was not due to trust, but rather the necessity that a single individual managing the formation would be unable to divert their focus to any other task unless they dismantled it. Lin Jiuxuan had previously sworn an oath, using the ancient name of Guyan, which was why they could confidently entrust the entire formation to him. After all, they were already considered dead, bound by the Heavenly Dao oath. None in the primordial chaos could contravene their own Heavenly Dao oath. Yet, they had miscalculated. Once everyone had entered the formation, a smile crept onto Lin Jiuxuan's face. Boom! Bang! What was happening? The Arhat was sent flying by Wu's punch, who then turned to look at Lin Jiuxuan. Bewildered, Wu himself was somewhat dazed. The sudden surge of power had been unleashed within him. He gazed at Lin Jiuxuan in confusion, realizing that his previously suppressed strength had now reached the apex of the Grand Luo realm. For the first time, he felt a hint of instability. As he spoke, the momentum within the formation abruptly diminished. Suddenly, Wu found himself relegated to the realm of the Tai Jingxian, and the Arhats seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of attacks upon him, finally releasing a pent-up breath. This left Wu in a state of bewilderment. He had clearly perceived that the human was of the Grand Luo Jingxian level. How had he been inexplicably reduced to the Tai Jingxian realm? Lin Jiuxuan familiarized himself with the formation for a while before realizing that it was quite simple. The suppression of strength was contingent upon the mana of the person controlling the formation. Thus, he was able to wield the formation's suppressive capabilities, leading to the earlier scene. In truth, it was merely a misunderstanding on the part of the Arhats on Yingzhou Island. Not far away, a myriad of demon tribes surged with ferocity. What does this mean, Demon Emperor? Dong Wang Gong inquired, casting a grim glance at the dual emperors of the demon clan. The multitude of demons at the gates left him feeling quite discomfort. The 10 great demon saints loomed, their overwhelming aura causing him considerable unease. Not to mention, the dual emperors of the demon clan were arrayed behind them, completely surrounding Yingzhou Island, leaving no avenue for ingress or egress. There's no particular significance. The demon army has been rather idle lately, so we brought them out for some practice. Dong Huang Tai reclined on a chair, a spirit fruit in hand. Idle indeed. His mind raced with 1,000 expletives. What did this mean? They were so idle that they decided to practice at his doorstep. Was this not a nuisance? His expression soured, akin to one who had just consumed excrement. He found himself unable to retaliate against the sudden onslaught of demons, leaving him no time to prepare or strategize. Tai, how can you speak so? How can one practice military maneuvers at another's doorstep? Truly, you lack common sense. Dear friend Dong Wang Gong, Tai is simply unaware. Surely, you wouldn't hold a grudge against a child? Upon hearing this, the onlookers were incensed. How shameless. Is Dong Huang Tai still a child? He has lived for countless epochs, and yet remains a child? Dong Wanggong was at a loss for words. The statement had been made so boldly that he belonged to the category of innate beings, indeed predating Tai's birth. There was no fault in such a statement. His expression turned ashen. The 10 great demon saints exchanged bewildered glances at their king. Was this still the same king they once knew? How had his audacity grown so rapidly? Is this amusing? Wu glared at Lin Jiuxuan, who was presiding over the formation. Chapter 45. The astonishing golden body. Lin Jiuxuan slowly turned to regard the individuals within the formation. The Arhats appeared pallid, their bodies marred with injuries. Had it not been for the golden body supporting them, one would hardly recognize them as Arhats. Puffed. He turned away, unable to stifle a laugh. This group bore various wounds, particularly Wu, whose dark robe was shredded, losing several teeth in the process. His original form revealed a pallid visage, strikingly similar to that of a human. "Who are you?" Wu demanded, fixing his gaze upon Lin Jiuxuan. He had discerned that while this individual's realm was that of a grand Luo Jingxian, his combat prowess could not simply be measured by rank. The Arhats glared at him with eyes full of hatred, wishing to consume him alive. Were it not for this man, they would not be in such dire straits. Since achieving the golden body of an Arhat, they had never faced such degradation. Do not regard me with such disdain. It was you who invited me to preside over the formation. He placed emphasis on the word invited. The Arhats then turned to Wu, realizing it was this fellow's doing. Were it not for Wu, they would not have sought Lin Jiuxuan, this monstrous figure, nor would they have offered a price for his assistance. I had no idea he was so terrifying. Wu chuckled wryly, shaking his head in resignation. He acknowledged his misjudgment. It was his first time misreading a person. The show had concluded. It was time to stretch. And no sooner had he spoken than the Arhats were sent flying. My master is Tongtian. He cast a wary glance back at Wu, who exerted considerable pressure upon him. He could face the 2 demon emperors with composure, yet when confronted with Wu, a glimmer of apprehension flickered in his eyes. This figure instilled within him a profound sense of unease, and he was uncertain whether the name Tongtian would suffice to suppress it. He remained unruffled, for he still possessed Wang Tung's jade stone, enabling him to summon Wang Tung at a moment's notice. Just as Wu prepared to strike, the name Tongtian flickered in his eyes, revealing a complex expression. With that, Wu refrained from attacking and promptly dismantled the formation. His fists fell like raindrops upon the Arhats. Ah! The Arhats emitted piercing cries of despair, their faces swollen to the point of resembling pig heads under the relentless barrage of Lin Jiuxuan's fists. Bang! This golden body is quite intriguing. As his fist struck the golden body, a metallic clang resonated, and Lin Jiuxuan's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had expected his punches to penetrate a grand Luo Jingxian. Yet this golden body withstood the assault. Bang, bang, bang. Several more punches landed upon the golden body. He clasped his hands behind his back, shaking his arms. The golden body was exceedingly resilient. Even his arms felt somewhat numb. Do not strike the golden body. You cannot penetrate it. Upon hearing Wu's voice, he descended before the Arhats. That Wu extended his hand, enveloping the golden body with his mana. In mere moments, all the Arhats were cast aside like dead dogs onto the Tongtian River. The Tongtian River shared characteristics akin to the weak water, leaving Lin Jiuxuan uncertain of what fate awaited those Arhats. You claim to be a disciple of Tongtian? Wu alighted before Lin Jiuxuan, encasing the 9 golden bodies with his mana. That he scrutinized Lin Jiuxuan from head to toe. Had not been a disciple of Tongtian, just from his injuries, he would have been easy to deal with. My master is indeed the sage Tongtian, the leader of the depths of the Tongtian River are not as the outside world has rumored. They do not consist of the legendary weak water. Accompanying the shaman to the river's bottom, he beheld a magnificent formation. Patterns of the formation flickered before his eyes, and a look of surprise crossed his face as he realized the enormity of what lay before him. To his astonishment, another formation existed here, and he sensed a familiar aura emanating from it, the essence of the Jiuxian sword. Indeed, it was the Jiuxian sword, the seal laid down as the foundation of the formation by an old friend of Tongtian. Observing Lin Jiuxuan's expression, the shaman remarked, having been scrutinizing his demeanor throughout their journey, Should Lin Jiuxuan exhibit any hint of wrongdoing, he would not hesitate to strike him down without mercy. The shaman made his move, slicing open a passageway with a mere gesture. The two entered to Lin Jiuxuan's astonishment. The interior resembled a paradise, vast enough to span millions of nautical miles, filled with primordial ancient trees and ethereal spirits flitting through the air. There were also celestial herbs and spiritual fruits, untouched and flourishing. Following closely behind the shaman, he observed numerous members of the shaman clan tending to the spiritual flowers and herbs, laboring diligently with hoes in the soil. Along the way, he encountered several individuals whose mere presence instilled a sense of trepidation within him. The deeper they ventured, the more he felt that this place was extraordinary. There was a reason his master had sealed this location. He pondered the immense power of Tong Tian, capable of sealing such a vast realm, especially with so many formidable beings residing within. Throughout his journey, he had encountered several presences at the quasi-saint level. From the moment he entered, he sensed a pair of eyes watching him. He was certain of this feeling. This indicated that there were beings here comparable to saints. He increasingly believed that the saints of the wilderness were not as simple as they appeared. He had heard from the shaman that, although this place was sealed by Tong Tian, there were still those who harbored hostility towards him. The shaman clan sealing was a forced action, not a voluntary one. Thus, his understanding of Tong Tian's strength deepened, leading him to realize that the wilderness was far more complex than it initially seemed. There undoubtedly existed terrifying entities in remote corners of this world. Akin to the forbidden zones described in novels, as Tong Tian's disciple, he truly felt like a dragon among men. Upon encountering the clan leader of the shaman tribe, he felt as though he was being seen through entirely by that penetrating gaze. An overwhelming pressure emanated from this scrutiny, a sense of apprehension rooted in the essence of his soul rather than mere strength. Just that gaze alone made him feel utterly powerless. Clan leader. I am but a dim-witted junior, taken in by my master's benevolence, he stammered, lowering his head in deference to the clan leader's gaze. In the presence of such a formidable figure, he dared not act rashly, aware that a single moment's indiscretion could lead to his annihilation, without even a moment's notice to summon Wang Tong. Benevolence. Arrange for this esteemed disciple to rest, the clan leader commanded, and he was escorted away from the grand hall to his quarters. As he departed, he distinctly sensed a flicker of disdain and complexity in the clan leader's eyes. What could that disdain signify? Was it due to his mention of benevolence? He couldn't shake the feeling that this place was not as benign as it seemed. He needed to leave quickly and resign as soon as the shaman returned. Immortal, we have arrived at your quarters, the attendant announced, and he surveyed the modest abode, a simple courtyard with a pleasant view. But he couldn't shake the nagging sensation that something was amiss. Dismissing his concerns, he took a moment to attune himself, noting the absence of that oppressive feeling of being watched. Close the door, he commanded, waving his hand, summoning the 9 golden figures before him. Ding! Triggered hidden quest. The disappeared 12 golden men. Quest completion level. 9 out of 12. Rewards. 1 lottery chance. 1 enhancement to physique. 1 opportunity for Dao comprehension. Chapter 46. Wang Tong's Frenzy. The reason he had agreed to assist Luan was not merely due to the shaman's influence, but also because of the quest issued by the system. Otherwise, he would not have been so idle as to lend assistance, nor did he possess such a morbid curiosity. The rewards appeared quite generous. Apart from the lottery, he was unfamiliar with the other 2. Physique enhancement. Elevate the host's physique to the true quasi-saint level. True quasi-saint level. Upon reading this, he felt a sense of unease. What exactly constituted a true quasi-saint? Did it imply that those he had encountered were not truly quasi-saints? Dao comprehension. Grasp the Dao rhythm within the realm of the Dao for a duration of 1 hour. The realm of the Dao, comprehending the Dao rhythm, there seemed excessive, like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He found himself increasingly curious about the significance of these golden figures. The system's rewards were indeed lavish. Both the physique and Dao rhythm enhancements were not easily attainable, especially the latter, which directly involved entering the realm of the Dao. Although he was unaware of what the realm of the Dao entailed, the very name suggested an extraordinary nature. System. What is the purpose of the 12 golden men? He couldn't help but inquire. Did the 12 golden men hold some significance for the system? The disappeared 12 golden men, created by an unknown great power using the strength of a nation to guard the fate of the realm. Function: Level 2 low. Please elevate your level to upgrade the system for more privileges. Recalling the tale of his senior sister, the legendary first emperor, who had similarly rallied the entire nation to create 12 bronze men. He wondered if there was a connection. The thought of employing subterfuge crossed his mind, as the system's hint spoke of an unknown great power. System: Check for any surveillance or imminent danger. Ding. Consume 10 strands of Hongmeng purple qi. Initiating probe. The system's voice echoed, causing his heart to bleed. 10 strands of Hongmeng purple qi were not something to be taken lightly. He clutched his chest, feeling the sting of loss. Ding. Detection complete. NO surveillance within a 100-mile radius. Within 100 miles, there is one being at the entry Dao level, harboring murderous intent, and one at the half-step enlightenment level, probability of death, 100%. Upon reviewing this assessment, he suddenly acknowledged the utility of the system. Murderous intent? He couldn't fathom why an entry Dao being would harbor animosity towards him. With newfound clarity, he recognized that the probability of a quasi-saint from the wilderness defeating an entry Dao being was 100%. He could defeat quasi-saints, yet here was one capable of grappling with an entry Dao existence. Seeing this prompt, he promptly dismissed any thoughts of confrontation. Strengthening himself was of utmost importance. Enhance physique. Commencing enhancement to quasi-saint level. As the system's voice faded, a dark aura enveloped him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a pitch-black starry sky. Lightning began to strike from the heavens, crashing down upon him. By the heavens, no warning whatsoever. As the thunder entered his body, it felt as if his organs were on the verge of explosion, coursing through his veins and bones. Simultaneously, the fists of colossal starry giants rained down upon him. His robes were torn to shreds, revealing robust, bronze skin beneath. Heavenly thunder stirred the earth fire. As lightning fell from above, flames erupted from below, scorching his skin, with thunder crashing above and earth fire surging below. He found himself besieged by the fists of starry giants in the grand hall of the shaman tribe. Let us discuss this matter. What is your perspective? The clan leader sat atop the high seat, gazing down at the elders, the true experts of the shaman tribe. With the seal now broken, a collective decision was required. Even as clan leader, he was not exempt from this necessity. Merely seeking to shift the blame. One elder thought to himself, casting a glance at the clan leader, shaking his head at the short-sightedness of those present, who had forgotten past humiliations. Clan leader, I believe we can use Tong Tian's disciple as a focal point. One elder suggested, glancing at the shaman. Among the elders, factions were beginning to form. The time of Tong Tian's sealing of the shaman tribe, there had been dissent. Impossible. Tong Tian once bestowed grace upon our clan. This course of action is inappropriate. Another elder rose to oppose. Grace? What grace? Were it not for Tong Tian, we would have suffered in silence here, that if you wish to live this way, we do not. What a ridiculous statement. Had it not been for Tong Tian, the conversation would have swiftly devolved into a quarrel. The clan leader rubbed his temples, a headache brewing. As this was always the case, that he cast a glance at the shaman, signaling him to intervene, fearing he might be driven to silence these bickering individuals with a single blow. The shaman sighed, lamenting that the burden always fell upon him. After all, it was he who had quelled the dissenting voices single-handedly, sealing Tong Tian away. Nonsense. Do you think your words hold any weight? Were it not for Tong Tian, you wouldn't even know where your bones lay, he exclaimed, exasperated. What you do all day but argue. Rising to his feet, the shaman pointed an accusatory finger at a group of elders within the grand hall. After a brief tirade, he took a sip of water and continued, Shaman, your words are utterly excessive. An elderly elder stepped forward, unable to bear the tirade any longer. Even a clay figurine has its temper, let alone we, the mighty. Excessive? I've long harbored a disdain for you, the elder retorted, before being pulled away by the shaman, who was eager to spar. The shaman, revealing his robust physique, appeared ready for a fight. Ahem. The clan leader cleared his throat twice, casting a warning glance. That's enough that we must not push it too far. I know when to withdraw. For this time, I shall let it slide. As for Lin Jiuxuan, I warn you all, should anyone dare to act against him, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Upon hearing this, the assembly of elders shuddered, their expressions shifting, fully aware that the shaman was not jesting. He was indeed serious. The fear he instilled stemmed not merely from his title as one of the guardians of the shaman clan, but also from his unparalleled prowess that surpassed any within the hall. Disperse, commanded the clan leader, as he transformed into a streak of light and vanished, leaving behind a group of elders exchanging bewildered glances. The shaman clan possessed a place deemed forbidden to sow. You protect him so fiercely? He is merely his disciple, the clan leader remarked, gazing intently at the shaman. He had contemplated taking action against Lin Jiuxuan, but refrained out of respect for the shaman. For he too had to consider the clan's welfare as its leader. Indeed, I shall protect him, just as he once protected me. I am aware of your thoughts, but let me assure you, I do not permit any harm to come to him because he is extraordinary. As he spoke, the shaman poured himself a drink, offering the clan leader a jug. That young man harbors a murderous sword intent, coupled with an aura that even I find daunting. The clan leader furrowed his brow at this revelation. Merely the sword intent posed significant challenges, and the presence that unsettled the shaman was not to be taken lightly. His strength was not far behind that of the shaman, and with such a warning, the clan leader extinguished any thoughts of aggression. The shaman cast a wary glance at the clan leader, hoping he would not act foolishly. This truly is no place for humans, Lin Jiuxuan grumbled as he exited that realm, feeling as though he had been subjected to inhumane treatment. There were countless moments when he had contemplated abandoning his physical enhancement regimen, for it was not solely the pain of the body, but also the torment of the spirit that led him to consider giving up. An hour felt like centuries, yet he could not deny the beauty of his transformation. He felt the power coursing through his body, now more than tenfold stronger. If previously he could shatter a peak de Luo Jinxian with a single punch, now he could pierce through a quasi-saint. Glancing at his now bronze-hued skin, he could not help but smile. Utilize the opportunity for Dao comprehension. The notification rang in his mind. The duration is 1 hour. As he took in his surroundings, he was startled to see a transformation around him. This truly not the ocean. He looked up to see fish drifting about and various seaweed-like entities floating around. This supposed to be the realm of Dao. Why does it resemble the ocean floor? Ding! Warning. Do not question the system. Otherwise, the opportunity will be revoked. The system's voice sent a shiver down his spine. Realizing its tone had become rather haughty post-update. Frowning, he extended his hand towards a drifting fish, a halo of light swirling around his fingertip. He understood now. Each entity here could embody the Dao. Indeed, this was the realm of Dao. Closing his eyes, he focused on his surroundings. With only an hour to spare, he dared not squander this chance. Missing it would mean an indeterminate wait for the next opportunity. In another place, Wang Teng was followed by an extraordinarily beautiful woman, the very one behind Hong Yun. This the place? She inquired, her eyes shimmering with intrigue as she surveyed the grand palace before her. Observing the layers of formations enveloping the structure, she noted they were all lethal arrays capable of crushing any entity beneath the Dao. Not even those at the Dao realm could traverse these deadly formations. "Give me the key," he demanded. Narrowing his eyes, he sensed a similar aura emanating from the woman as he did from the palace. The woman's gaze flickered, questioning. What key? Internally, she pondered how he could possibly know of the key. She had lured Wang Teng here to harness the power of the palace's formations that had taken her immense effort to navigate through these arrays previously, relying on some life-saving artifacts. Although Wang Teng was indeed more powerful, she doubted he could surpass these deadly formations at you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? Wang Teng said, his eyes revealing a glint of murderous intent. I have none. The woman, sensing his hostility, defiantly lifted her chin, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Pouting, she stared at Wang Teng. Am I not capable of entering without a key? You underestimate me. Wang Teng's expression shifted as he looked at her. A smile breaking across his face, he laughed with abandon, realizing it was indeed a rare day for him to be underestimated. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the Heavenly Emperor's sword and stepped into the formation. A reckless intrusion, the woman stood aghast, her expression frozen as he disappeared within. She doubted Wang's tongue could emerge unscathed, yet a voice urged her to remain, to wait. After much internal conflict, she decided to follow her instincts, hoping for a miracle, even though she herself struggled to believe it, having experienced the array's ferocity firsthand. Even a peak Taoist would hesitate to declare they could breach them. Chapter 47. The companion treasure is a fraud? In the primordial chaos, the simultaneous disappearance of the 6 saints did not stir much commotion. Such occurrences were rather commonplace. Without a discerning eye, one would not uncover the truth on Yingzhou Island. News of the dual emperors of the demon race besieging the island quickly spread, drawing numerous prominent figures, all believing a war was imminent. With such a formidable presence, the 10 great demon saints and the dual emperors certainly sparked speculation. Isn't this contrary to what Dong Wanggong mentioned? Was there supposed to be a confrontation? Many powerful figures rushed to the scene after receiving Dong Wanggong's message, prepared to mediate. They anticipated a quarrel and had readied themselves to intervene. Understanding that Dong Wanggong had previously suffered a significant blow at the hands of Dong Huangtai, this time, they could empathize with his desire to reclaim his honor. However, the unfolding situation left them dumbfounded. Having prepared to mediate, they found a reality starkly different from Dong Wanggong's account. The demons did not appear to seek revenge. They merely seemed to be drilling their troops, posing no threat to Yingzhou Island. Faced with the gazes of the powerful figures he had summoned, he felt at a loss for words. Should he claim that the demons merely blocked Dong Wanggong's followers? He was certain that if he did, these individuals would turn on their heels without a moment's hesitation. Since you all have arrived, why not join me for a drink? Dijun, also present among the powerful figures, many of whom he had encountered within the shaman clan, gestured, "Bring forth the tables for our esteemed guests." Before anyone could react, Dijun waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to bring out the prepared refreshments. The sight rendered everyone speechless. Clearly, they had anticipated their arrival. "Then we shall trouble the demon emperor," they murmured, resigned. Given the circumstances, the path ahead was fraught with difficulty. With a bitter smile, he trudged forward, which greatly distressed Dong Wanggong. These were the reinforcements he had painstakingly summoned. Now summoned away by the demon emperor, fear gripped his heart as he dreaded the emperor's wrath over this incident. Previously, he could afford to be audacious, emboldened by the support of the ancestral shaman, unearthing the scars of Dong Huangtai. This time, however, he sought the ancestral shaman's aid, only to be met with a cold shoulder. There was no doubt the ancestral shaman would not extend a helping hand to him. Thus, he was left feeling cowardly, despite bearing the title of the foremost male immortal of the primordial age. "Esteemed guests, you have kept me in suspense," he lamented. Once all were seated, Dijun finally spoke, leaving the assembly in a state of confusion. What could this mean? Was it merely to await their arrival that such a grand spectacle was orchestrated? Could it be that a powerful entity glanced at the wine in his cup and suddenly found it unappealing? Hesitant to partake, "Demon Emperor, we merely come to mediate," one of the powerful beings queried, apprehensive of the emperor's intentions, fearing that these two might go mad and involve them in their chaos. When these two lost their composure, few in the primordial realm could withstand their fury. Wait, what? Could it be that someone has sensed the aura of a quasi-saint? A powerful figure suddenly turned pale, glancing at Dijun, realizing he could not detect the presence of either Dijun or Dong Huangtai. Not long ago, their realms were comparable, yet now, with Dijun's breakthrough, this was the result. What was the meaning of this? Was it an act of establishing authority? Surely, some among them were beginning to piece together the implications. Dijun raised his gaze towards Zhen Yuanzi, lifting his wine cup. This gesture left Zhen Yuanzi bewildered. Could it be that his guess was correct? "In truth, I wish to pose a singular question to all of you." Dijun declared that a question. "You have gone to such lengths merely to ask a question?" The assembly was astounded, with even Dong Wanggong rendered speechless. What manner of folly was this? Was he truly so brazen as to encircle Yingzhou Island just to inquire? Do you know if your accompanying innate treasures are genuine? At this, silence enveloped the gathering. One could hear the sound of breaths being drawn. Could innate treasures truly be counterfeit? What does the demon emperor intend by this? A powerful figure rose to inquire. Since the emperor claimed this was merely to await them and pose a question, it must surely be of paramount importance. Many present had encountered the Wu clan and were aware of the incidents surrounding the loss of treasures. You may direct your attention to Tai Yi's cultivation, Dijun said. Standing and addressing the crowd, he sought to unveil the ruse that had deceived them for so long. The realization dawned upon them. A tremendous shift had occurred in the cultivation levels of both Dijun and Donghuang Tai Yi. If their previous state could be likened to a small stream, they now resembled a mighty river, incomparable to their former selves. Could it be? Indeed, this was related to the innate treasures, perceiving the skepticism among the crowd. Dijun spoke boldly. This heavens has deceived the primordial realm for far too long, and I shall expose the truth for all to see. The assembly was struck by the gravity of his words. You all know of the innate treasures, the Donghuang Bell and the He2 Luo Shu that belong to Tai Yi and myself, respectively, and their formidable defensive capabilities. They are reputed to be invulnerable to attacks from those beneath the saintly level. However, what many may not know is that aside from Tai Yi's Donghuang Bell, which has been destroyed, my He2 Luo Shu has also met a similar fate. His declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. They were already aware of the destruction of the Donghuang Bell. Yet the demise of the He2 Luo Shu was unfathomable. Both treasures were capable of withstanding assaults from saints. Dijun had anticipated their astonishment. He had felt similarly upon hearing Tai Yi's conjecture, that we then deduced that the innate treasures are mere illusions, shackles that hinder our advancement, that I understand your doubts. But I must impress upon you, this heavens is a fabrication. With this pronouncement, the assembly erupted in chaos, their hair standing on end as thunder rumbled ominously above. It seemed to hesitate, ultimately subsiding, as all present bore witness to the unfolding events. According to the laws of the Heavenly Dao, any who dared to question this heavens would surely face annihilation. Yet now, both Donghuang, Tai Yi, and Dijun remained unscathed. Transcendence. This thought flashed through the minds of all present. Was it possible that this was indeed the truth? If so, the heavens of the primordial realm were poised for transformation one by one. They departed, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the revelations. Shall we take our leave as well? Donghuang Tai Yi questioned, perplexed by the retreating figures. They had staged this spectacle to convey a significant message, only to return empty-handed. Tai Yi, the outcome is already determined. We need only plant a seed of doubt in their minds. Dijun replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he observed the departing figures. He realized he had become a touch more astute. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, he had done what was necessary, and the rest was now up to them. This period of time would suffice for the brothers to develop in secrecy. You have your tasks, he remarked, gazing skyward. Though the reasons for the heavens' deception eluded him, he recognized that his objectives had been achieved, that a seed had been sown in the primordial realm, one that could sprout at any moment. Lin Jiuxuan of the Wu clan found himself in a state of bewilderment. He had done nothing, yet the system's voice suddenly rang out, startling him. Chapter 48. Unexpected arrival of the Wu, while others found themselves caught off guard by unforeseen calamities. He experienced an unexpected boon. Ding! Hidden task completed. The false heavens. Reward. Divine ability, brightly illuminating the path, stealthily advancing. Brightly illuminating the path, stealthily advancing. One of the 36 divine abilities established by an unknown powerful entity. Effect. Confusion. Emerging from the realm of the Dao, he felt invigorated, yet before he could stabilize his own Dao rhythm, delightful news reached him. Another false heavens? He mused. Stroking his chin, he recalled having previously triggered and completed a hidden task of the same nature. Could this be a continuous task, or perhaps one that could be triggered indefinitely until the heavens were no longer false? If that were the case, he could trigger it infinitely. Yet he remained uncertain of how to initiate it. Moreover, according to the system, being one of the 36 divine abilities, he had activated it twice, acquiring 2 divine abilities, deceiving the heavens and crossing the sea, and now brightly illuminating the path. Stealthily advancing. With 34 more opportunities to trigger, he thought it best to wait for further chances. Shaking his head, he dismissed such impractical thoughts. He wondered how Gu Yin was faring, having absorbed the essence of calamity. He should not perish so easily to fulfill the system's task. He placed Gu Yin on the ferry, uncertain of his condition. Death was out of the question. After all, he had absorbed the essence of calamity. And having survived the first tribulation, the subsequent challenges would not descend so swiftly. He retrieved one of the 9 golden bodies. Inspecting it closely, yet finding no discernible flaws, it appeared as though it were perfectly crafted. Striking the golden body with his fist, he was taken aback, stumbling back a few steps as pain surged through his arm. Even the physical form of an ancestral shaman could be subdued by a single punch from him. Yet the golden body remained unmoved, the recoil causing him considerable discomfort. System, what purpose does this golden body serve? He felt a surge of gratitude towards the Lin Jiuxuan arhats. Without their assistance, he would not have acquired such a formidable shield. On the Tongtian River, he had witnessed firsthand how the Wu could not breach the defenses of the golden body. Ding, 12 golden bodies. Used to suppress fortune. 1 golden body can suppress a city. Half of the golden bodies can stabilize a realm, and all golden bodies gathered can suppress the heavens. Wow! Lacking the cultural depth to express himself otherwise, he could only exclaim in astonishment. The strength of the 12 golden bodies far surpassed his expectations. With 9 at his disposal, could he not suppress the world? Ding! Golden bodies require the power of fortune to be wielded. Current host potential for mastery. 0. A bolt from the blue. Madame has inflicted harm, revealing her profound disdain for him. The situation seems utterly hopeless. After all, he possesses 100 strands of human luck. He is eager to employ every ounce of flattery he has learned throughout his life. This system, however, has rendered communication impossible. Race, human, host, Lin Jiuxuan realm. Half step into Dao Hongmeng purple chi. 56.6 strands luck. 150 lottery. 1 dot aside from the 10 strands of Hongmeng purple chi that are missing. There are no significant changes. Wait, luck? It has surprisingly increased by 50. Luck is an elusive, intangible force, imperceptible to the senses. Yet, a sense of comfort washes over him, as the activation of the golden body also demands the power of luck. With the increase in luck, his strength will undoubtedly rise. It seems he must devise a way to enhance his luck upon returning from his journey westward. He strokes his chin, pondering silently, observing the singular opportunity for a lottery. He recalls that fellow Wang Tong. Surely, nothing untoward will happen. After all, he is a prodigy of the Dao realm, endowed with the legacy of an emperor. In his understanding, the emperors of the Tian world should stand on equal footing with the sages. Xiaoxian, are you free? Wu stands at the door, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions, and on one hand, he is a friend and disciple of Tong Tian. On the other, he belongs to the Wu clan, which he is sworn to protect. If given the choice, he would prefer never to have encountered Lin Jiuxuan as Tong Tian's path, the only one available. Are there truly no other options? I understand that your Wu clan possesses the foundation to rival that of the sages. But there is still the Dao ancestor overseeing matters. In those days, he was brimming with confidence. Even when confronted by the likes of Jinti or Jin, who had ascended to sagehood, he remained unafraid. He was as defiant as ever. What did it matter if they were a half-realm above him? He was certainly capable of challenging a sage. There were also others in his clan who were comparable to sages. At that time, he looked down upon the vast wilderness, dismissing the Buddha entirely, then let it be sealed. Ultimately, he yielded to reality, unable to resist despite his unwillingness, with the Dao ancestor presiding over the wilderness. What difference did it make if one could rival a sage? Could they surpass the Dao ancestor? Shaking his head, he stepped into the Tongtian River, observing the seals laid down by Tongtian. Now, Tongtian's disciple stood before him. "Senior, what troubles you?" Upon opening the door and seeing Wu Yi standing there, his eyelids twitched involuntarily. He felt an overwhelming aura of time's passage, causing him to instinctively step back a few paces. "Senior," forcing himself to steady his body, he swallowed the blood that had risen in his throat. "If this continues, I fear my insides will be displaced. The pressure emanating from Wu Yi was so intense that he could not entertain a single thought of resistance. He felt like a small boat adrift on a turbulent sea. Boom! Did I truly err? Suddenly, an even stronger pressure erupted from his body, startling Lin Jiuxuan into hastily placing his golden body before him. This alleviated his suffering somewhat. What is happening? What on earth is going on? The outburst of Wu Yi's aura affected the entire Wu clan. The intricate patterns of the seals left by Tong Tian began to glow. The clan leader and elders were alarmed, quickly ascending into the air. The clan leader waved his hand, erecting a barrier before Wu Yi, his lips twitching. Here we go again. Every so often, Wu Yi would behave this way, though never quite this strongly. What are you staring at? Get to work. A drop of blood fell from his lips as he chided the elders behind him. Sweat beaded on his forehead. What was this fellow up to? Did he not realize how powerful he was? How could he be this strong? The arriving elders had yet to recover from the shock Wu Yi had inflicted upon them. Lin Jiuxuan, hiding behind his golden body, patted his chest, relieved to have it as a shield. Otherwise, he would have been crushed by the overwhelming aura. It was evident that even the clan leader struggled to withstand it, necessitating the elders' assistance to barely contain the residual force. The elders who intervened were nearly on the verge of vomiting blood. How could he be this strong? Are you still not awake? Seeing Wu Yi showing signs of awakening, the clan leader shouted with a voice imbued with Dao. This fellow is indeed growing stronger. What has transpired? With his eyes open, he took in the sight of the clan leader and numerous elders, as well as Lin Jiuxuan, who was still hiding behind his golden body. The clan leader rolled his eyes at him. What do you mean? What has happened? Don't you have any awareness of your own actions? The elders exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with unspoken words. Those who had previously opposed Wu Yi were nearly cursing under their breath. Is this a human? How can he be this formidable? Will he come seeking vengeance? Several elders lowered their heads, glancing at their own diminutive physiques, fearing they would be unable to withstand him. Age brings reflection. Shaking his head, he surveyed his surroundings, feeling a shackle within his body. It seemed inexplicably released moments ago, allowing a warm current to flow through him. His face bore a smile, reminiscent of a spring breeze. All right, everyone disperse. Wu Yi waved his hand, addressing the multitude present, all of whom were elders or hired to crowd of bewildered onlookers gathered in the distance. The clan leader exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Yi before vanishing in an instant. Respectfully, we take our leave. The arriving elders, relieved, bowed respectfully before departing. Previously, it was solely due to Wu Yi's role as protector that they had been cautious. Now, not only had his status elevated, but his strength had become incomparable. It was best to behave, as a single slap from him could likely lead to their annihilation. Wu Yi chuckled, shaking his head. Perhaps this is for the best. It will minimize future discord within the clan. Yet, he could not be bothered with such matters. You, young lad, are quite clever. If the Buddha knew how you squandered your golden body, he might very well strike you down. Lin Jiuxuan, concealed behind the golden body, exhaled in relief as the pressure dissipated. Finally retracting the golden form, he patted his chest, still feeling a sense of unease, his eyes filled with apprehension. The intensity of Wu Yi's aura was undoubtedly the strongest he had ever encountered. Even Dongwang Tai, wielding the Dongwang bell, along with the Emperor Jun possessing the He Tu and Luo Shu, could not compare to even 1% of this power. But they will have to find out. My master is Tong Tian. They would not dare oppose him. That a tremor ran through him. This realization served as a wake-up call, since the golden body could be utilized by the Arhats and could be activated by Buddhism. It was impossible for them to be unaware of its might. Resolutely, he decided not to reveal the golden body casually anymore. Buddhism surely has methods to sense its presence. However, a smile crept onto his lips. In the system space, he doubted Buddhism could detect anything. Here, he had no need for concern. Buddhism would remain oblivious, he added. This clever lad only required a gentle reminder. After all, he is a disciple of Tong Tian. On the Tong Tian River, he could easily intimidate him with the name of Tong Tian. He was quite astute indeed. Senior, what you say? The lad is merely an honest person, having experienced the might of Wu Yi. His speech bore no significant change. Meeting Lin Jiuxuan's gaze, he recognized that this lad was not the least bit intimidated by him. Honest, you say? I wonder if you possess other means, regardless of the circumstances. As long as Lin Jiuxuan remained within the clan, he would not come to harm, but a smile tugged at his lips. It remained uncertain whether Tong Tian was aware of how mischievous his disciple was. If Buddhism dared to bully his disciple, given his protective nature, he would undoubtedly descend upon Mount Ling. What of Tong Tian? The seal has just been opened. He cannot possibly know everything occurring outside. His concern lay solely with Tong Tian. As for others, apologies, but he did not care to why Master is doing well. It has been quite some time since I last saw him. This. He glanced at Lin Jiuxuan with curiosity. Why the concern for Tong Tian? Could there be some history between them? A sly smile crept across his face. Rest assured, my relationship with your master is exceptionally good. For now, stay here. After some time, I will send you on your way. With that, his form transformed into ethereal light and vanished. What does this mean? Furrowing his brow, he pondered whether he was to be placed under house arrest or if there were ulterior motives at play. In the depths of the Wu clan, the clan leader and Wu each held a flask of wine. What has come over you today? You nearly tore the seal apart. The clan leader furrowed his brow, gazing at Wu Dao, unable to restrain his inquiry. How could the usually composed individual behave so erratically today, allowing his aura to spill forth? Fortunately, the seal had restrained him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The overwhelming presence even sent shivers down the leader's spine. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers, he would have been tempted to confront him that it was merely a matter of contemplation. A faint smile graced his lips as he savored the warmth coursing through his body. Though it was an unexpected turn of events, it also brought him unanticipated joy. You should be at ease regarding those matters. Otherwise, with your innate talent, why would you find yourself ensnared? The clan leader spoke, his brow still knitted, fully aware of the thoughts occupying Wu Dao's mind. Suddenly, his voice faltered, and his complexion shifted as if he had seen a ghost. You let it go. Yes, I have let it go. That realm will naturally come to fruition. Ha! Then, no rush. The time has not yet arrived. The two exchanged glances, and then burst into hearty laughter, raising their cups to drink. They reveled in their joy, their brows adorned with delight. Life in the Wu clan seemed monotonous, revolving around cultivation and tending to flowers, with occasional forays into farming. During this time, Lin Jiuxuan had traversed the area. Sensing numerous formidable presences that in the room, his brow furrowed deeper. The more he learned, the more he realized that the Wu clan was not as simple as it appeared to him. The auras comparable to Wu Dao's numbered no less than 3. Yet they willingly remained sealed here. There must be ulterior motives at play. Throughout this period, the clan leader and Wu Dao had visited several times, heightening his unease. They consistently inquired about the circumstances in the primordial chaos, particularly those concerning the sages. He had also noticed an increase in powerful auras surrounding his quarters, akin to those of elders. Each time he expressed his intent to depart, they would offer excuses to dissuade him. This constant lack of security left him feeling quite uncomfortable, present. He felt like fish at the mercy of the butcher. He detested this sensation. Upon returning to his room, he resolved to devise a plan to escape. Being in the dragon's lair while still in a state of weakness was unsettling. Anything could happen at any moment, even though he was a disciple of Tong Tian. Not everyone feared the sages, nor did all shrink from slaying the disciples of sages. The world is bustling for profit. All actions are driven by self-interest. Sufficient benefits are required. Otherwise, everything is mere nonsense. Resolutely, he made up his mind. Even if this place was a dragon's den, he would dare to venture forth. System, I wish to draw a lottery. Now, only the system could aid him. He would summon Wang Teng when the time was right. There remained a glimmer of hope for his escape. As his words fell, the scenery around him shifted, resembling what he had previously encountered, a vast starry sky and a flowing river. This time, the twinkling stars had diminished significantly, reduced to merely 2 layers from the last. What was happening? Why were there so few? He suddenly felt a twinge of fear, a slight panic. Ding! First draw, no realm restrictions. Upon hearing the system's words, his entire countenance fell. This was simply irrational. How could such a mechanism exist? What if his luck faltered and he met an unfortunate end? Chapter 50. Unexpected delight. He did not consider himself particularly fortunate. He was already in a perilous situation. And now the system presented him with this twist. Was it merely jesting? Such a scenario was no laughing matter. If misfortune struck and he encountered someone of his own realm, it would undoubtedly lead to calamity without the need for him to step outside. Rubbing his hands together, he closed his eyes, preparing to beseech the myriad Buddhas above. Yet then he realized something was amiss. This was the primordial chaos. He should be invoking the system instead. System, please lend me your strength. As starlight flickered and the river bubbled, droplets of water began to rise from the depths. A beam of light pierced through the vastness, tracing across the stars. Was this creation from nothing? His consciousness followed that beam of light. Brow furrowed. Before him lay a chaotic expanse, devoid of any signs of life, leaving him perplexed. As he traversed through the chaotic aura, his eyes widened in shock as a sudden flash of white light illuminated the darkness. Blood coughed forth from his mouth, his pupils dilating. For the first time, he felt so close to death, catching a glimpse of a singular eye, cold and unfeeling. Merely meeting its gaze rendered his blood uncontrollable. He nearly succumbed. He fell heavily to his knees, gasping for breath, sweat pouring from his forehead like raindrops. His clothes soaked through. The earlier experience had been terrifying, just a hair's breadth from catastrophe, teetering on the edge of death. He had only needed to take that final step. With a shout, a droplet of water soared into a star, enveloped in radiant light, emanating a chilling command. The brilliance eclipsed even that of Wang Tong. Nearly blinding him, that a slight smile crept upon his lips. This time, he had indeed placed his bet wisely. Clearly, invoking the system proved fruitful. Instinctively, he sensed that this figure was even stronger than Wang Tong. As the light dissipated, a silhouette emerged, eyebrows sharp as blades, features distinct, with clear eyes and clad in ethereal white. An air of ruthlessness and indifference radiated from him, his long black hair cascading, lending him an air of refined elegance. Apart from his sword, he possessed nothing else. This was he, the ruthless swordsman, yet with depth of emotion, devoted entirely to the sword, ultimately shattered and reborn through love. The system's voice resonated, and he couldn't help but smile. Genuinely pleased that the swordsman, a pure swordsman, surely surpassed Wang Tong, for his swordsmanship could command respect across realms. The hint of doubt lingered in his brow. Why was this individual so powerful? Even a paragon of the world should not possess such prowess. The surroundings returned to normal, tranquility restored. His eyes narrowed slightly as the atmosphere thickened with elder-level auras. He truly wondered about the depths of the Wu clan's foundation, as elder-level beings were already at the threshold of the Dao. Not to mention the clan leader and the formidable Wu Dao, that he remained uncertain about the true implications of the Wu clan. Was this not tantamount to a form of house arrest? Those summoned need not appear by his side. They could materialize in random locations. When required, he could simply shatter the jade stone to summon them. This made him feel that the system, indeed, had a degree of humanity and consideration. Suddenly, a stranger appeared in the room, an occurrence that defied explanation. In the ninth heaven, the Dao ancestors sat cross-legged, facing the enigmatic figure in black. What are your thoughts on this calamity? He recalled the past, when he sought assistance from those in that place, requiring immense effort and sacrifice. Yet this time, the response was swift and agreeable, with individuals of considerable strength arriving promptly. Could it be that this calamity had also impacted them? Otherwise, considering their nature, they would likely remain indifferent even if the primordial chaos were to be breached, let alone offer assistance. We are immortal and indestructible. What concern do we have with calamities? The figure in black remained unfazed, merely stating with a calm demeanor, exuding confidence, beneath the sages, all are but ants. The Heavenly Dao sage is merely the beginning of a sage's journey. Among the 6 sages, aside from Tongtian and Taqing, none held his interest. How laughable to claim immortality and indestructibility. The Dao ancestor caught a fleeting glimpse of astonishment in the black-clad figure's eyes, just for that brief moment. Then, it returned to its prior state of serene contemplation. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that he had no desire to interfere with that realm. Success and failure both lay with the Dao ancestor. To everyone else, the Dao ancestor was a towering figure, reigning over the primordial chaos, omnipotent and invincible. Little did they know, the Dao ancestor was merely a title. Beneath that title, he too was a cultivator. There were many matters in the primordial chaos he could not intervene in, such as Mount Buzhou and the individuals before him. These traces were merely concealed, unknown to the world. Were it not for the Dao ancestor's designation, how could he be so limited in cultivation? Were it not for this title, how could he possess such extensive knowledge? The identity of a Dao ancestor inevitably restricted his interference. Maintaining the normal operation of the Heavenly Dao was his duty. In the distance, black doors flickered with arcs of purple lightning. His gaze imbued with a hint of melancholy, he too longed to venture into that place, wishing to relinquish the mantle of Dao ancestor. What of the Heavenly Dao? Does it remain as it once was? What of the primordial chaos? What could he truly change? From whence did this calamity arise? Even the Dao ancestor himself was oblivious, let alone the Heavenly Dao of the primordial chaos. Naturally, as the calamity began to manifest anomalies, the Heavenly Dao ceased to seek him out, and he had not sought the Heavenly Dao either. He maintained a fragile balance, fearing it might shatter at any moment. Dao ancestor, do you not know how the calamity is formed? The figure clad in black opened his eyes, deep in thought, as he met the gaze of the Dao ancestor. It was the individuals from behind him who prompted his inquiry about the formation of the calamity. Seeking methods to evade or even dismantle the master of the primordial world, the Dao ancestor was expected to possess some knowledge on the matter. Although the calamity was indeed a trial, it also bore opportunities. Each occurrence of this calamity would witness the emergence of mighty individuals with great fortune, who would subsequently break through the sacred barriers. Uncertainty loomed. Fortune and misfortune remained unknown. The Dao ancestor raised his head, confronting the skeptical gaze of the figure in black. You are the Dao ancestor of the primordial realm. This statement seemed to irk the Dao ancestor, implying disbelief in his capabilities. He too was frustrated. He desired to comprehend how to resolve this calamity. Yet he truly had no idea. Neither he nor even the Heavenly Dao could fathom its origins. How it formed and from where it came remained a mystery. Dao ancestor, if you could enlighten us on the reason behind the calamity, we would be willing to offer our assistance to the primordial realm free of charge. The gaze of the figure in black stirred something within him that a chance to render help without cost was indeed tempting. The thought of this damned calamity caused him considerable distress, compounded by the emergence of several anomalies, pushing his mind to the brink of chaos. How had such an inexplicable calamity come to pass? Alongside these unfathomable anomalies, a moment's negligence could plunge the primordial realm into catastrophe. It was no small burden for him. Truly, he did not know. Even as the Dao ancestor, he could not fully grasp the entirety of the primordial world. This moment, he regarded the figure in black as if to convey his genuine ignorance. I'm the Dao ancestor, not an omniscient being that if I could completely master the primordial realm, would I not be able to handle you? Chapter 51. The unexpected turn, the great demon emerges. The Dao ancestor felt helpless in the face of such dialogue. Was there truly a need for such condescension? If one did not know, then so be it. What was the point of looking down on others? The calamity? The anomalies? The Dao ancestor laughed bitterly. He dared not to delve into predictions, for he was afraid. Neither the calamity nor the anomalies were within his scope of calculation, and a moment's carelessness could lead to his own demise. He had attempted to analyze the anomalies before, only to have his vision clouded by a fleeting shadow, resulting in a bout of vomiting blood. As for the calamity, he refrained from calculating it, knowing even the Heavenly Dao would not dare to do so. The Dao ancestor was still human, not yet strong enough to surpass the Heavenly Dao. It would take time before he could emerge fully. I shall return to report, he declared, rising to his feet and slicing through the space behind him. Stepping into it, the Dao ancestor's pupils contracted, and his expression darkened. Is this a show of intimidation? Have they grown so powerful? This was his domain, the purple cloud palace. The very fabric of space here could be effortlessly torn apart, indicating that he needed to find someone to discuss countermeasures thoroughly. By the time they were forced into a defensive position, it would be too late. Those present were all madmen, with few who could be deemed sane. In the western spirit mountain, the Buddha sat high upon a lotus, fingers forming the Buddhist seal, surrounded by the resonant sounds of sacred chants. Below him were the Buddha, Bodhisattvas, Vajra, Arhats, and novices. O Buddha, we are guilty. We have failed to subdue the Wu clan, resulting in a loss of our golden bodies. The 9 Arhats stumbled to their knees, hands forming the seal, sincerely confessing their transgressions. Their golden bodies have been stolen. They're shattered, and their robes torn by the beasts of the heavenly river. Some Arhats were even maimed, their faces marked with bloodstains. It was true that the heavenly river held seals and the laws left behind by the sages. But the beasts of the river, influenced by these laws, had breached there. Had it not been for the Bodhisattva passing by to rescue them, they would have sunk to the riverbed, torn apart by the beasts. The thought alone was repugnant. They were the Arhats of Spirit Mountain, and being fed to fish would bring shame beyond measure. It is understandable that you encountered him, but the loss of the Arhat's golden body is a grave sin. From the descriptions, it was clear who the Arhats had encountered. The guardian of the Wu clan, Wu Dao. Even facing him, the Arhats could not prevail, which was entirely reasonable. The Arhat's golden body was a treasure of Spirit Mountain, one of its most prized possessions. How could it be allowed to wander freely? We are willing to accept punishment. Very well, responded the Buddha, acknowledging the significance of the Arhat's golden body. There were many Arhats, but only 9 possessed the golden body, their status not inferior to that of the Bodhisattvas. The loss of an Arhat's golden body was indeed a grave sin. O Buddha, in your mercy, as long as you retrieve the golden body, this matter shall be overlooked. The Buddha, sitting high, pointed a finger, transforming it into 9 threads of golden light that entered the foreheads of the 9 individuals. Thank you, O Buddha. Amitabha. The of the Arhats was restored, the sun-like halo behind their heads reappearing. The Buddha waved his hand, and a flash of spiritual light appeared, a rune landing in one person's hands. Tear this rune, and I shall arrive in an instant. The Wu clan. Lin Jiuxuan's eyes flickered as he gazed at the object on the table, that the shadow had just fallen into the room, leaving behind an item, a letter. Furrowing his brow, he noticed the multitude of elder-level presences outside, all completely oblivious. The letter on the table made him hesitate. Aside from knowing Wu Dao, he was unfamiliar with anyone from the Wu clan, let alone considering the risk of delivering a letter to him. His skepticism towards Wu Dao lingered, as the man exuded an air of unreality, hypocritical, pretentious, and fake. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not fathom who would dare take such a significant risk. Where there is a will, there is a way, he thought to himself, as he picked up the letter and began to read line by line. His expression gradually morphed, becoming increasingly grim. Beasts, scoundrels, they do not deserve to live in this world. The human race, already frail, had now become the target of so many. First, the demon race had brutally slaughtered the human race under the guise of dealing with the ancestral shaman, nearly leading to their extinction. Now, even the Wu clan had set their sights on humanity. The most formidable aspect of the Wu clan lay in their use of Gu techniques to create puppets. What enraged him further was the fact that the Wu clan had captured a large number of humans for experimentation, raising them as test subject for poisons and Gu techniques, potentially turning them into killing machines. Their intention to keep him was evident. The stronger the human race became, the more it would ignite their hunting instincts. Had he not had the backing of a saint from the heavenly realm, the Wu clan would have long since sought to eliminate him. Now, they were beginning to stir. Let us see who the real prey is. That a flicker of flame ignited at his fingertips, slowly consuming the letter. As a fierce determination crossed his youthful face, humans are but knives and forks, and I am the meat. I wonder if you can stomach it. His eyes narrowed, glinting with a chilling resolve as he was regarded as prey. He merely questioned whether the knife was sharp enough. Ding. Hidden task triggered. Do you wish to accept? The considerate system had arrived just in time. Accept? How could he refuse such a bountiful reward? It would be a pity not to accept. A man from the Wu clan, tending to flowers and plants, lifted his head to gaze at the sky, a smile creeping upon his lips. A jagged scar marred his face, partly obscured by his hat. Yet it only added to his eerie charm that he grinned widely, genuinely delighted. It had been a long time since he felt such joy, hoping that this encounter would bring a glimmer of hope to his weary heart. In the east, there stood a mountain known as Flower Fruit Mountain, beneath which lay a cave called Water Curtain Cave. Monkeys leaped restlessly among the trees, retaining their most primitive forms. Elk, monkeys, foxes, and various other animals roamed freely, untransformed, in joyful harmony. Suddenly, a rumble erupted. The earth trembled violently, the mountain shook intensely, and the sky crackled with lightning as erratic blue arcs danced across the heavens. Ancient trees toppled under the fierce tremors, and smaller mountains began to sink. The cacophony of cracking and tearing sounds filled the air as fissures tore through the ground. The stampede of animals surged toward the mountain's edge in a frenzied rush, while small mountains continued to collapse, stones cascading downwards. The howling winds whipped through the air, stirring the thunderous roars that roll across the heavens. The thick, barrel-like bolts of lightning dance incessantly above, exuding an aura that instills profound dread. The sky is shrouded in ominous clouds, casting a terrifying gloom. Cracks in the earth continue to tear open, revealing the pitch-black depths of the subterranean realm. The tempestuous winds uproot ancient trees as if they were mere saplings. Mountains are ravaged by gaping fissures that threaten to consume them whole. The surrounding spiritual energy surges violently, as fissures on the ground ravenously devour the ethereal essence from the air. Even the very essence of the Tao is being engulfed. Chapter 52. The Demon Monkey. A contest for power. Fissures expand relentlessly, greedily consuming spiritual energy and seizing the power of the Tao. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, the air is rife with the frenzied theft of spiritual force and Taoic resonance. The tales of countless ancient beings are obliterated, and mountains are swallowed whole. Creatures within this vast expanse flee in a maddened panic. Flower Fruit Mountain has transformed into a barren wasteland, its surface marred by strange and grotesque cracks. Above, bolts of thunder converge ominously, their foreboding presence instilling terror in the hearts of all who gaze upon them. The immense cracks in the ground reveal the extraordinary nature of this place. A great assembly of powerful figures gathers from miles away, their brows furrowed as they behold the once fabled Flower Fruit Mountain, now reduced to such a state. The aura of malevolence suggests the emergence of a formidable demon. Such an overwhelming presence could only be birthed from the very essence of heaven and earth. Nonsense, one scoffs. It is merely a suppressed demon. Enough of this chatter. It is on the verge of emergence. The gathering of great beings fixates on Flower Fruit Mountain, where the demonic energy is palpable and regardless of cultivation level. Its potential is immensely promising, born of heaven and earth, capable of absorbing the essence of sun and moon. It could serve as a magnificent steed or a divine beast for a Taoist sect. Not far away, a figure clad in white, with a sword in hand and flowing black hair cascading behind, appears ethereal and untouched by the mundane world. A swordsman. Yet, there is no discernible sword intent. Some notice this enigmatic figure, while others frown in contemplation or choose to ignore him altogether. There is no aura of power emanating from him, and most are solely focused on the imminent demon's emergence. A few, however, regard the swordsman with furrowed brows, their expressions heavy with apprehension. As the wind tousles his dark hair, he gazes intently at Flower Fruit Mountain. If he is not mistaken, this is indeed a legendary demon on the cusp of awakening. The heavens tremble, the winds howl, and the thunder rumbles ominously. The atmospheric phenomena intensify, and ancient trees and stones are instantaneously shattered beneath this overwhelming force. The very earth itself is torn asunder, with strands of lightning flickering and crackling, resonating with a deafening roar. Boom! The thunder cannot be contained any longer, and bolts the size of water barrels crash down upon the gaping fissures in the ground. 1, 2 dozens of strikes descend, causing the earth to tremble violently, rocks and soil launching into the air. Within 100 miles, a sea of thunder reigns, extinguishing all vitality. Is there any life left? born of heaven and earth. Is annihilation the fate that awaits? Such terror! Numerous onlookers gasp in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief. Such formidable bolts of lightning could obliterate even the most powerful beings. This unborn demon possesses such might that even the celestial order seeks to eradicate it. Within 100 miles, all life is extinguished, leaving no path of escape. Even a great Luo golden immortal would tread carefully here, let alone a demon yet to emerge. Has it truly reached such a level? If it possesses such power before its birth, what chaos will it unleash upon its arrival? The thoughts of the gathered powerhouses grow increasingly animated. If one could survive this tempest, the path to becoming a quasi-saint is not out of reach. They might even brush against the threshold of sainthood. The white-clad swordsman's eyes flicker, and an unintentional glimmer of sword intent emanates from him. Those who have been observing him suddenly turn pale with fear. A terrifying presence. Those few retreat a few steps, slipping away from the crowd, wiping the sweat from their brows. Opportunities favor the capable, yet such a dreadful entity looms before them. Hope is all but extinguished. Fleeing is the only means of survival. This is a realm beyond their reach. The departure of these few does not stir a ripple. Only a handful furrow their brows in confusion. The moment draws near. The emergence is imminent. Surely, there exists the potential for quasi-saintly prowess. Mine. It is mine. Do not compete with me. Nonsense, it belongs to me. Voices rise in contention. The impending emergence of such a powerful entity is overwhelming. And even the thunder itself instills fear in great Luo golden immortals. The stakes are undeniably high, but a great Luo at peak power is certainly capable of handling this, as for whether they can touch the threshold of sainthood. That remains to be seen. Something is amiss. Suddenly, all present sense an unsettling shift. The tribulation lightning does not dissipate. Instead, it seems to intensify that quasi-saintly potential. Absolutely. I will take it. It is mine. Do not compete with me. The escalating tribulation stirs excitement among the crowd. The innate talents on display are undeniably formidable. Becoming a quasi-saint is assured. Thunder roars, and the sky darkens further as bolts of evolving tribulation lightning descend. From the ground, reverberations of thunder echo, and within 1,000 miles, the aftermath leaves barren land in its wake. Flower Fruit Mountain stands stark and desolate, fissures visible to the naked eye. Boom! As the thunder crashes down. The earth quakes violently. What is that? A stone. Surely, it cannot be. One stone dares to defy the wrath of thunder. To challenge such might is to court destruction, that a stone emerges from the fissure, soaring towards the bolts of lightning. All present are left dumbfounded. It is indeed a stone. Before they can react further, they witness an even more astonishing event. The stone collides with the lightning, neither yielding an inch. The lightning cannot drive the stone back, nor can the stone pierce through the lightning. They remain in a stalemate. Some rub their eyes in disbelief. How could this be? The stone has indeed withstood the lightning. Such an unfathomable occurrence exceeds the wildest expectations of all. The white-clad swordsman's gaze shifts. This stone piques his interest. Boom! The thunder dissipates, leaving the stone suspended in mid-air. With a resounding crack, the stone shatters, and all eyes turn upward. The quasi-saintly potential. It must be obtained. Their hearts roar with a fervent desire, eyes gleaming with greed, their resolve wavering. The stone bursts apart, revealing a creature curled within. A monkey, a quasi-saint, mine. It is mine. One after another, they descend into madness, rushing towards the monkey with fervor. A colossal hand sweeps through the air, aiming to seize the creature. The monkey opens its eyes, revealing a fierce glint within its deep gaze. With arms outstretched, it delivers a punch, shattering the very fabric of space. The shockwave carries a searing heat and the remnants of the thunder above. Those in the front are sent sprawling backward. Once more, a colossal hand materializes above, descending upon the monkey. But the monkey's piercing eyes flash, and it retaliates with a punch of its own, momentarily halting the giant hand's advance. In the blink of an eye, the monkey vanishes from sight. Where is it? Where has it gone? It is mine. It belongs to me. The white-clad swordsman feels the monkey land upon him, baring its teeth in a fierce snarl. Hand over the monkey, and I shall grant you a chance at life. Surrender the creature, and spare yourself the folly. Enough with the words. Let us engage directly. A blade of light flashes from the crowd, slicing towards the white-clad swordsman with immense force, intent on cleaving him in two. Crack! Clang! Has no one told you that you are worthless? Chapter 53. Wang Tung's opportunity. The white-clad swordsman turns, his gaze devoid of emotion as he regards the assailant. Without hesitation, he extends a finger. The blade, a precious artifact of post-heaven, shatters. The chilling voice echoes in the assailant's ears, causing his body to involuntarily shudder. In a mysterious realm, a grand palace stands, where a woman stares in shock at the unfolding scene. Stunned, she marvels, is it truly this fierce? In a vast expanse of the universe, there exist beings beyond beings, realms beyond realms. Her extraordinary talents are but a facet of a greater tapestry, for there are those whose gifts surpass even hers. The brilliance ebbs and flows, the intricate patterns unmistakably apparent, as the ascending formation rends the air, exuding a breath that quickens the heart. Since acquiring the palace token, who could have imagined that someone would possess the strength to breach the formation? The overwhelming aura is irresistible. The formation teeters on the brink of collapse, and the radiance in her eyes flickers. Entering and controlling are two vastly different realms of understanding. She had once entertained the notion of mastering the formation. Yet her insufficient prowess rendered that ambition futile. That it was her belief that beneath the great wilderness, no one could dismantle the formation except for the saints. That it was not disdain for those beneath the saints, but rather the stark reality of the situation. Even a quasi-saint could easily dispatch numerous foes, so how could one hope to breach a formation? But this individual is immensely powerful. The techniques employed are clearly not within the confines of the great wilderness rules. Yet they evade the constraints of those very rules. That it is conceivable. Treasures abound in this world, and while artifacts that can shield against the laws are rare, they do exist. Such strength is indeed a rarity. Do they truly believe that a mere formation could ensnare me? As the Wang Tung Tiandi sword is drawn, his aura surges dramatically, an overwhelming presence enveloping him. Within the formation, one can faintly hear the sound of air bursting. The Dao rhythm trembles, spiritual energy boils, and strands of spiritual essence are siphoned from the air. A war chariot materializes, causing his aura to swell once more, his eyes gleaming with golden light. The formation's patterns illuminate with vigor. Releasing potent energies, the killing formation activates, a wave of murderous intent surging forth. The woman gazes in shock, her mouth covered, her eyes wide with disbelief. Roar! The formation conjures a true dragon, bellowing fiercely, its maw opening wide to strike at Wang Tung. The murderous aura radiates from the dragon, a foreboding threat. Is this all? Who do they look down upon? With eyes flashing golden, he steps forward, the Tiandi sword in his hand shimmering with a chilling brilliance. Behind him, an imposing aura surges, a slight smirk curling his lips. Clang! The Tiandi sword moves, the imperial weapon of the Chaos Emperor, no less than a chaotic treasure. The aura swells. The Tiandi sword, now imbued with the essence of imperial laws, pulses with traces of the Dao. The surrounding Dao rhythms are instantly devoured. Spiritual energy cleaved asunder by the sword. It is as if he looks down upon it all, dismissing the spiritual energy as utterly worthless. The true dragon roars, the killing intent of the formation surging forth, the formation resounding with ominous echoes. The suppressive force stirs, aiming to subdue this uninvited guest and annihilate him. Kill with a cold snort. The Tiandi sword moves, the Dao rhythm shatters, spiritual energy scattering in retreat. Under the dragon's touch, there is no surprise. There is simply no opportunity to contest. The Tiandi sword pierces through the true dragon. The vacuum dissipating, the murderous intent of the formation descends, seeking to extinguish Wang Tung. The Tiandi sword buzzing ominously. Formation, behold my destruction. The Tiandi sword pivots, positioning itself before him. lifting its head as a hint of disdain flickers in his eyes. Formation, humph. Were the formation intact, he would have retreated without a word. After enduring countless epochs of wear and tear, its power has dwindled to a mere fraction. Yet, it is not to be underestimated, at least in the eyes of others. To him, this formation is breakable, the laws of the ancient chaos. With a resounding roar, a spectral figure rises behind him, seated in meditation, the Tiandi sword humming, releasing boundless sword intent. Stars glimmer in his gaze as he forms a seal with his hands. At this moment, it is as if an emperor has descended, a saint in attendance. Outside, the heavens rumble with thunder, the calamity lightning halting in mid-air, uncertain of where to strike. External Saints Dao in the 9 heavens. The Dao ancestor and the figure in black regard one another with solemnity. Intriguing, an outsider. In the chaotic void, the will of heaven curls its lips slightly, a flicker of surprise in its eyes. The cultivators beyond this space suddenly feel a prickling at the nape of their necks, trembling in fear, too terrified to move. Above them, the thunder rumbles, bolts of calamity, lightning hanging suspended in the air. Swaying left and right, unable to find their target. Has the will of heaven gone awry? Surely, these lightning bolts cannot be daft. Strike already, quickly strike, do not be foolish. They seem to be playing games, fear not. Take a step forward, and you shall see. One cultivator dares to step forward, provocatively glancing at the still falling calamity, lightning. Boom. Good heavens. Bang. The lightning strikes, and the cultivator, caught off guard, is instantly reduced to nothingness. If the enemy does not move, I shall remain still. If I do not act, do not strike me. The remaining cultivators are frozen in fear, terrified that the lightning would choose them next. Their faces contort in despair. It is utterly unfair. These are the very cultivators who had just departed from Flower Fruit Mountain. They curse inwardly, having barely escaped the jaws of calamity lightning, only to encounter an even more bizarre form of it. What sins have they committed to deserve this? The will of heaven treats them thus. Will they not be allowed to live? They vow never to meddle in others' affairs again. What manner of absurdity is this? In the space, the spectral figure behind Wang Tong opens its eyes, causing the space to tremble momentarily. The woman dares not move, her gaze fixated on the figure, her body frozen in place. Sparkling jewels linger at the corners of her eyes. Her gaze towards Wang Tong has transformed entirely. Tiandi finger, the figure quivers, pointing forth, causing the formation to rumble. Rays of brilliance ascend, the patterns fervently absorbing the Dao rhythms and spiritual energy. All killing and trapping formations activate simultaneously. The entire formation undergoes a profound transformation, encountering this singular finger as if before an emperor, trembling, annihilation. The spectral figure steps forward once more, golden pupils emitting a sliver of light, with a sweep of the Tiandi sword. A single strike is unleashed. The brilliance swirls, tendrils of sword energy coiling around the Tiandi sword. The formations buckle under the weight of a single finger and a single sword, beginning to crumble under the strain. Their patterns dimming. Simultaneously, the external calamity lightning grows more ferocious, even exhibiting signs of rampancy. For thousands of miles, the area is shrouded in lightning, thunderous dragons weaving through, the calamity lightning swaying incessantly. Terrified, the onlookers turn pale. Vowing never to venture outside again, they are determined to cultivate diligently, remaining confined until they attain sainthood. It is simply too terrifying. They wonder which unfortunate soul has provoked the wrath of the lightning, bringing ruin upon them. They harbor a deep-seated desire to flay that individual alive to assuage their grievances. Rumble. The calamity lightning descends at last at it strikes towards the vast ocean, and in an instant, the sea creatures wail in distress, the oceanic powers trembling in fear. The anguish within them is profound. An unprovoked disaster. An unprovoked disaster. They had not sought entertainment, nor had they meddled in affairs. Why has the storm descended upon their ocean? Truly, it is an egregious plight. In the void, the spectral figure behind Wang Tong vanishes, and he lands heavily on the ground, his complexion pale. The woman steps forward, expressing concern, massaging his shoulders, and producing a plethora of healing elixirs and restorative pills. Her gaze is filled with utmost reverence, startling Wang Tong. Before entering the formation, he had exuded an air of defiance. Now, he finds himself transformed. That gaze, Chapter 54. The peculiar mountain piqued the witch clan. Lin Jiuxuan ignites the letter in his hand, erasing all traces. Ding! A hidden quest is triggered. Quest: rescue the trapped human race. Reward: method of cultivating luck. The system's voice suddenly resonates, leaving him momentarily dazed. He then chuckles, for even now, he struggles to comprehend the system's quest mechanism. Sometimes hidden quests are triggered, while at other times, active quests are issued. However, the rewards for hidden quests are invariably superior to those of the active ones. It is as if the system strongly encourages him to pursue hidden quests. Luck, is it? A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He lacked the means to cultivate fortune, yet fortune could enhance his training and accelerate his comprehension of the Tao. In summary, the advantages were plentiful, surpassing even those derived from virtuous deeds. While he pondered how to acquire such fortune, he was unexpectedly presented with an opportunity by the system. The human race was certainly one he intended to save. The identity of the messenger who delivered this letter was not within the scope of his current considerations. Regardless of whether the sender was friend or foe, there was no evading the situation. After all, he too belonged to the human race. Reflecting on where the witch clan might confine captured humans, he suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. How foolish! This was their territory, without knowledge of it. How could he possibly deduce anything? Although he had ventured out before, he had not given it much thought at the time. He pushed open the door and stepped outside. If he was to seek a location, he would do so openly. Since someone had sent him a letter, regardless of their intentions, it was clear they wished for him to engage with the humans there, and surely someone would provide him with guidance. Why should he struggle to search aimlessly? What was the point? Should he report this? No need. Their territory was secure enough that they need not fear his escape. Upon leaving the room, the elder figures intertwined their consciousness, engaged in discussion. Their sole task was to monitor this individual and prevent his flight. After all, venturing outside was merely within their domain. Moreover, there was a sealing power above, if it were so easy to leave. Their clan would have long since departed this place, rather than remaining confined. Furthermore, how much havoc could a mere half-step into the Tao cause? As Lin Jiuxuan stepped out, a faint smile graced his lips. The elder figures had not arrived, granting him an opportunity he might otherwise have lacked, especially under the scrutiny of a multitude of elder consciousnesses. Have you emerged? The elderly man, tending to his flowers, cast a glance into the distance and smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, a strand of light darted from his feet toward that direction. That I hope you can achieve it. Having completed this, he lowered his head to continue arranging his flowers. All that transpired went unnoticed, even by the person hidden within the space behind him. He merely frowned, contemplating a pursuit, but then shook his head. For millennia, this old man had employed the same methods, and every time he attempted to investigate, it ended fruitlessly. There was even an instance where he had ventured into the forbidden ground, only to be harshly reprimanded by the clan leader. As Lin Jiuxuan walked along the path, a frown adorned his brow as he sensed an array of auras. His heart trembled involuntarily. He had encountered more auras of those who had entered the Tao than he could count. No fewer than 10 presences left him increasingly perplexed. Damn, this is utterly terrifying. Just as he noticed a concealed space and intended to enter, he instinctively stepped back several paces, muttering under his breath in fright. This is too frightening. Is this not a grave? The overwhelming presence of those who had entered the Tao, intertwined with 2 auras of those who had comprehended the Tao, sent a shiver down his spine. It was a narrow escape from awakening the inhabitants within. Have they arrived? He sensed a glimmering essence beneath his feet and pointed it out, as he had surmised, since a letter had been delivered. It would undoubtedly indicate where he might find them, allowing him to proceed without concern for traps. Even if it were a trap, he had means of escape. He had not forgotten the sword intent of the Lucian sword left to him by Tongtian. Tongtian was a sage, one of the top 2 in combat prowess among the 6 sages. Furthermore, he firmly held the position within the witch clan, making him stronger in comparison to Tongtian that time. He had distinctly felt the Witch Clan's apprehension towards Tong Tian. No, perhaps it was the entire Witch Clan's wariness of Tong Tian. The sword intent of the Lucian sword was his source of confidence. Following the glimmering essence, he advanced. Along the way, he greeted members of the Witch Clan with a smile, and one impeded his path. They all recognized Lin Jiuxuan as a distinguished guest of the Witch Clan. Personally acknowledged by the clan leader, he wandered aimlessly, seemingly traversing a disordered path, passing fields, gardens, and even bodies of water. Curiously, he overheard a clattering sound emanating from a room he passed. Do not speak. A few newcomers have arrived recently. Why don't we go in and take a look? Lin Jiuxuan's ears perked up as he detected the sound of approaching footsteps and conversation. The words that reached him were filled with utter disdain. The Witch Clan regarded the human race as little more than animals. Even the most wretched beasts were held in higher esteem. It had been a long time since he had attempted any new techniques. And with the clan leader instructing them to bring a batch of humans for a little indulgence, it seemed unlikely anyone would notice. Hidden within the shadows, Lin Jiuxuan felt an overwhelming desire to reduce these two to ashes. Their speech was utterly inhumane. What does the clan leader want with the humans? Could it be related to the seal? Their arrival has led to the discovery of a method to completely break the seal. Blood sacrifice. Yes, only through blood sacrifice can the seal be undone. The blood of living beings can breach the seal. He suddenly recalled what Luohan had said while planning to annihilate the Witch Clan. Two figures emerged from the grass, pricking their fingers to let a drop of blood fall. One of them formed a hand seal. An enigmatic aura emanated from the crevices of the grass. What is wrong with you? I told you to keep an eye on him, not to report on whether he is working or not. If he is not working, what are you here for? A supervisor? A roar echoed from the clan leader's chamber. The speaker's gaze was one of incredulity, akin to looking at a fool. Had it not been for the fact that this was one of his trusted confidants, he would have killed him on the spot for such stupidity. Wait, you say he seems to have noticed you and transmitted information outside. The clan leader furrowed his brow, recognizing the gravity of the situation. That shouldn't be possible. My confidant is at the elder level. That old man is at the great Luo realm. How could he possibly notice? Could it be an accident? That also seems unlikely. Yes, there's been unusual activity recently. The trusted confidant bore a footprint on his face, which was swollen and glistening with tears. It's too painful. You were the one who said there was nothing to report, yet here you are, failing to report anything of substance. What are you doing, training to be a pig? The thought infuriated him further. He was enraged that instead of reporting serious matters, he was only bringing forth trivialities. Shoes flew about. Ouch, that hurts. Wu Dao, listening intently, suddenly sensed something amiss. The tone of the voices felt decidedly off. Forget it. You return and continue to monitor him. Report back if there are any developments. Wu Dao waved his hand. Halting the clan leader, he could no longer endure this. Something felt profoundly wrong. The trusted confidant, with his swollen face, gazed at the clan leader with resentment, knowing full well it was his own fault. Yet he could not voice it. He felt humiliated that it was just a pair of shoes, yet the pain was unbearable. He wanted to cry, but dared not. It was simply too unjust. On a mountain peak, Lin Jiuxuan concealed himself behind the two figures. Observing as they opened a portal, he wondered how the newly opened space would fare. He had heard they were all newcomers. Are they all new? I wonder if their mouths are closed or open. The enigmatic aura manifested. An entrance appeared. The two stepped inside, and Lin Jiuxuan followed. Closely behind them, it was merely a small space, rich in spiritual energy. Suitable for moderate cultivation. Most, it could accommodate a Tai golden immortal. It was not capable of nurturing a great Luo golden immortal. The elder being watched was merely an accident, which was why he had been released. Speaking of which, what did the clan leader want with so many humans? It had been ages since he requested any. Rumor had it that it was related to humans brought back by the Guardians. Suddenly, both figures felt a chill run down their spines as a cold voice resonated behind them. They touched their necks, where crimson blood began to seep forth, their eyes gradually losing their luster. Why you? Turning around, they pointed a trembling finger at Lin Jiuxuan. Disbelief etched across their faces. How did you enter this space? They could feel the essence of life slowly fading, their bodies collapsing heavily to the ground. To break the seal, it is impossible with me around that a glint of cold light flickered in Lin Jiuxuan's eyes, his expression dark. Just as he had surmised, it was indeed connected to him, which explained why so many elder-level beings were watching him. Now, however, the tables had turned. Who was truly the prey? He sensed the presence of numerous humans in this space, along with a deadly array laid out. Within the human race, the highest they could produce was a Tai golden immortal due to that old man's influence. To prevent unforeseen events, this formation could also wipe out early-stage Great Luo golden immortals among the humans. However, Lin Jiuxuan was different. He was an existence whose cultivation and combat prowess were utterly mismatched. There were two elder-level presences. Frowning, he sensed the presence of two elder-level beings. Even if he employed all his means, he could only contend with one elder. Dealing with two simultaneously posed a challenge. In that case, I cannot be blamed. Suddenly, he sensed something peculiar within the space that a smirk crept onto his lips, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Do not blame me. Finally, an opportunity to escape presented itself. Indeed, being trapped in this accursed place is intolerable. Why have they not arrived yet? An elder-level being frowned. Recalling the clan leader's instructions, at this point, the humans should have arrived. That I'll go take a look. Their reliability has diminished. Another elder-level being stepped forward, heading outside. Upon exiting, they were determined to teach this unreliable bunch a proper lesson. They were increasingly disregarding the clan leader's commands. Chapter 56. Killing Array, confrontation with elder-level beings. This elder-level being, known as Wuxing Dao, was originally an elder of the Guardian's lineage but had been assigned to guard this space due to past mistakes. Although he was at the elder level, his combat strength ranked at the bottom among the elders of the Witch Clan. What is happening? Wuxing Dao's eyes darted as he slowed his pace, scanning his surroundings. His mind expanded outward, forming a barrier around him. Come out, he thundered, as if facing a formidable foe. The mana within him flowed steadily, releasing strands of overwhelming energy. Akin to a lion awakening from slumber, the faint scent of blood lingered in the air, which was peculiar, especially near the entrance of this space. Strange, very strange, he sighed inwardly. Realizing his oversight, he had forgotten that beings of this caliber possessed acute senses. He had overlooked this minor detail. He dared not move, concealing his presence in place, fearful of revealing his aura. Did I sense incorrectly? Is it merely an illusion? Wuxing Dao swept his mind across the area several times, finding nothing, and could not help but ponder. This place was well concealed. Ordinary clan members would struggle to find it, and few knew how to open such a space. Could it be that I have lingered here too long, causing me to misinterpret? He restrained his aura, his mind continuing to scan. After a considerable time, he withdrew his consciousness and subdued his presence, appearing as an ordinary old man as he approached the entrance. Lin Jiuxuan let out a heavy sigh of relief, but still dared not move. Such formidable beings were astute. The longer they lived, the more cunning they became. He waited, biding his time for their return, never letting down his guard. They were all seasoned foxes, not to be underestimated. Once again, Wuxing Dao's aura descended, his eyes meticulously searching for the source of that energy. He felt disheartened. Still, nothing has transpired. Furrowing his brows, a glimmer flickers in his eyes. Lin Jiuxuan is so frightened that he does not dare to move. Any shift would surely unveil him. Lacking absolute certainty to slay this elder-level being, he refrains from action. Should a trace of his aura escape, the Wu clan would detect it, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Without the utmost confidence in his ability to eliminate this foe, he remains idle, unless faced with an unavoidable circumstance that compels him to act. The elder level is not akin to the quasi-saint like the demon emperor. It is a being of even greater strength. He harbors no fear of quasi-saint from the primordial era. A confrontation would surely end in his victory. However, confronting an elder level is an entirely different matter. Two disparate concepts altogether. The Wu clan had once conveyed to him that there existed a time prior to the primordial era, when the heavens and earth were yet to be formed at the very dawn of chaos. The 3,000 chaotic deities and demons transcended the realm of saints. The quasi-saint Luo is collectively referred to as half a step into the Dao, capable of comprehending the nuances of the Dao. Unlike the current Primordial era, where even de Luo lacks the qualification to grasp the Dao, anyone who comprehends it may be deemed a quasi-saint. The elder level encompasses all who have entered the Dao. It is a realm lying between quasi-saints and saints. The so-called entry into the Dao signifies the crossing of the threshold into the path of cultivation, enabling interaction and application, thus presenting the opportunity to attain the status of a saint. Following the creation of the world, the 6 saints achieved enlightenment, and Hongjun wielded the authority over the Dao, remaining within the Dao, with quasi-saints reigning supreme and saints held in reverence. This is why, in the primordial realm, there is only knowledge of quasi-saints, yet ignorance of the Dao-S realm. Emerging, I've already discerned the situation that Wu Shangdao retracts his aura, sealing off every corner with his divine sense. Calling out, his gaze is piercing, shimmering with brilliance. The unmistakable scent of blood in the air confirms that intruders have indeed breached the sanctity of this place. Moreover, they have not yet departed. They linger nearby, within the courtyard of the human elder who tends to the flowers and plants. The clan leader descends in person. Have you not made up your mind yet? The clan leader frowns, observing the elder's face, which bears a hint of displeasure. How many years have passed, and it remains the same that is it truly so difficult to agree to cooperate with them? Were it not for the fact that the elder is the only de Luo golden immortal imprisoned among the humans. Why endure such tribulation? Achieving the Tai golden immortal under such sparse spiritual energy is a feat of exceptional talent, let alone attaining de Luo golden immortal status. Both talent and fortune are indispensable. It is beyond your capabilities. This place is quite satisfactory, indeed. The elder shakes his head, offering the same response as before. Just as when he was first captured, he has come to regard life and death with indifference. At worst, it would mean the scattering of his soul, with no chance for reincarnation. Yet he fears not. Should he acquiesce, he would become an eternal sinner among the human race that I refuse to believe that another de Luo golden immortal cannot arise. Having spoken, he tears through space and departs. His confidant glances back at the elder with a twinge of pity. After monitoring him for over a decade, it is finally coming to an end. Is there no more time to wait? I hope you act swiftly. Closing his eyes, having endured for a millennium, the end is finally in sight. The Wu clan can no longer afford to wait. They seek to forcibly break the seal and descend upon the primordial realm. Point 1 can only hope the young man moves quickly to rescue the trapped humans, alleviating the strain on the seal. Perhaps this old body of mine may still prove useful. Lin Jiuxuan stands frozen, rendered immobile. Bewildered, he contemplates, what madness is this? Must he perish here? This cycle has repeated itself time and again, 7 or 8 times already. Now he chooses to sit in meditation, prepared to remain that it is utterly futile. This is no cunning fox, but shameless old rogue. No, he cannot linger here. The glint of determination flashes in his eyes. He must rescue the trapped humans. Time cannot be squandered in this place. To do so would be to invite trouble. As the moment they discover his absence, he would face far greater peril than merely confronting Wu Shangdao. Suddenly, Wu Shangdao, with eyes closed, snaps them open, a beam of golden light flashing forth that I have found you. Fixing his gaze upon a specific spot, a smile plays at the corners of his mouth, well hidden indeed. Had he not possessed a unique ability to locate others, he might never have discovered it. This is bad. Lin Jiuxuan's scalp prickles. His gaze locks with that of Wu Shangdao. His heart races. He has been detected. That much is certain. Though he does not comprehend how he has been uncovered, he knows he has been. Come forth. A hand reaches out toward Lin Jiuxuan's location. Even with his secret arts, had it not been for the nearly imperceptible fluctuation he sensed, he would have remained oblivious, hidden right beneath his very nose. Boom! Since he has been discovered, there is no need to conceal himself any longer. He retaliates with a fist of his own, colliding with Wu Shangdao's strike. Quite the capable individual. Revealing his form, he stands resolute against the sudden blow. Though his brow furrows, this space is shrouded by something, rendering his divine sense incapable of probing at a formation. The little human has unexpectedly ventured in. Should he perish, the old man bears no responsibility, and oh surprise, no shock. Instead, His eyes reveal a glimmer of delight, as if Lin Jiuxuan were a magnificent treasure with which to claim credit. Something is amiss. Very amiss. His divine sense cannot extend outward, and Wu Shengdao's demeanor lacks the astonishment one would expect upon discovery. That last punch, while lacking in power, should have produced some reaction. Why does the surrounding space exhibit no response? Displeased with the lack of results, Wu Shengdao points, sending a thread of cold light toward Lin Jiuxuan's brow. This is a treasure, capable of breaking the seal. Hope is not lost for escaping this accursed space. Oh, you have long since discovered me. Chapter 57. Have you ever seen a sword technique descend from the heavens? Have you known of my presence all along? Lin Jiuxuan raises his head, his eyes glimmering as he transforms his finger into a sword. A beam of light erupting forth, he thrusts it directly toward the approaching finger. In his perception, this space is sealed. Otherwise, the force of their struggle would have long since been broadcast. And why has no one arrived? Bang! The two fingers collide. The residual shock waves dissipate instantly, leaving no trace behind, as if nothing had ever occurred. His assumptions prove correct. There must be something confining this space. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be no residual waves whatsoever. Your hidden methods are indeed commendable, but escaping will prove difficult. This place is already enveloped by my formation. Even those of the Dao comprehension realm would struggle to detect the anomaly in a short span of time. Surrender your hidden methods, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Wu Shengdao speaks nonchalantly, observing his finger being thwarted, his eyes betraying no ripple of emotion. Lin Jiuxuan was brought back by the guardians. If he lacked any ability, how could he have garnered such attention? Breaking open the seal to the heavens requires a blood sacrifice, with the key being the primordial spirit of a Deluo golden immortal of the human race. The elder being monitored within the clan is one such example. This is why there has been no action taken thus far to formation. Heaven truly assists me. I've been pondering how to eliminate Wu Shengdao without alarming another elder-level being. And now, he has walked right into my trap, sealing this space himself. He has dug his own grave, unwittingly planning his demise. I shall show you that entering the Dao is not something a mere half-step into the Dao, can provoke. Even if you grasp the nuances of the Dao, Wu Shengdao's voice resonates as he suddenly erupts with energy reminiscent of a lion awakening from slumber, baring its fangs and opening its maw to devour Lin Jiuxuan. Die. He strikes out, unleashing a dense force of the Dao. Entering the Dao. Entering the Dao. Once in the Dao realm, one possesses their own cultivated path, which is entirely distinct from the nuances of the Dao. With the chaos sword in hand, he needs no further words. A grave look settles in his eyes. The Dao realm is not to be trifled with. Yet it is not impossible to slay that a massive palm descends upon Lin Jiuxuan, laden with the potent traces of the Dao, suppressing the Dao's nuances within this space. With a momentum akin to a raging tide, it seeks to crush him into oblivion. The sword opens the heavens. The chaos sword radiates a terrifying light, revealing a sharp blade that glimmers with cold brilliance. This sword has the potential to reshape the very fabric of existence. This sword can make the heavens tremble. A beam of golden light bursts forth from his eyes, his expression grave. The Dao realm is no easy challenge. The sword emerges like a soaring dragon. Its intent sharp, the sword light piercing like icy shards against his back, causing a sharp pain. The sword transforms into a soaring dragon. Unleashing a fearsome gleam, a single sword strike opens the heavens. A vast, overwhelming hand descended with crushing force, confronting the piercing brilliance of the chaotic sword. The violent clash occurred with a thundering impact, yet it produced no cacophony, nor did it rend the fabric of space. Instead, the sharp, icy glint of the chaotic sword pierced through the palm. The might of the dragon surged undiminished, roaring forth towards the witch's path. Faced with an adept of the Dao realm, he dared not underestimate his opponent. If he were to strike, it must be with the intent to triumph, for defeat would mean his demise, an outcome he could neither afford nor dare to contemplate. Roar, roar, roar. The witch raised his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded Lin Jiuxuan. This sword, possessing a modicum of skill, bore an essence that hinted at a threat. It seemed to encapsulate the aura of the Dao. To wield such an attack at the mere entry level of the Dao realm indicated that the technique in his possession was indeed remarkable. Yet, the path ahead remained precarious. The dragon lunged forward, the intent of the sword arriving in a torrent of light. With a swift motion, a fist was unleashed. This blow, radiant with golden light, resembled the ferocity of a roaring tiger or a dragon surging forth from a sea. The very air trembled in response. The dragon, undaunted, charged fiercely. Boom! The dragon dissipated, the beams of sword light scattering, unable to penetrate the golden radiance. Clang! The chaotic sword was Lin Jiuxuan let out a cold snort. Utilizing the power of the sword, he rose to his feet, the chaos sword in his hand vibrating with an ominous hum. Sensing its master's wrath, having never endured such humiliation, the chaos sword flashed with brilliance. And as he lifted his head to behold the enormous palm above him, his brows furrowed, and a surge of anger welled up in his eyes. A warrior may be slain, but should never be dishonored. The sorcerer Dao was openly humiliating him. The oppressive palm lingered, pressing down with a heavy aura that threatened to crush him completely. Surrender the sword technique you just displayed, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. The sorcerer Dao declared, yearning to obtain the sword technique in hopes of comprehending the essence of chaos and breaking through his realm to regain his status as a guardian. He had no desire to remain in this place, where the spiritual energy was thin and resources scarce. Rather, he longed for a more carefree existence outside, unburdened by concerns over inadequate spiritual energy for cultivation. Old dog, not a chance, he retorted, straightening his spine. The icy intent of the chaos sword emanating from his grasp as he gazed at the sorcerer think he could force him to yield was utterly impossible. The human race shall never be enslaved. His life was firmly in his own hands. Humph. Then die for me. I shall come for you myself. With a fierce press of his palm, infused with the power of Dao, the oath indeed, fortune proves to be far more reliable than merit. While mending his body with luck, he simultaneously provoked Wuxing Dao with his words. Employing a dual approach, he found it hard to resist. His heart ached. After all, luck was already scarce, and now it was being expended to restore his body. Were it not for the system's task reward that offered a means to enhance his luck, he would never indulge so extravagantly. Both luck and the primordial purple chi were treasures that eluded him. Difficult to acquire. No, you throw it to me, Wuxing Dao declared, taking a step forward. Yet the moment he moved, he felt his body suffer tremendous damage. The recovery of his mana was agonizingly slow, nearly impossible. The spiritual energy in this space was inherently thin, compounded by the fact that he had enveloped the area with a formation. There was simply no spiritual energy to be found in that moment. He was singularly focused on capturing Lin Jiuxuan for glory, never contemplating the possibility of defeat. Who could have foreseen that a mere half-step into the Dao could be so formidable? Attempting to dismantle the formation proved futile. Without mana, it was impossible to break free. Suicide was hardly an option. Old dog, it's my turn now, a crisp voice rang out, sending shivers down Wuxing Dao's spine. His body trembled violently. How could this be? Impossible. How could you recover so swiftly? Lin Jiuxuan rose, gazing at Wuxing Dao with a hint of a smile. The chaos sword firmly in hand, a mere entry into the Dao. You are still at my mercy. Not judge me by your limited perspective. In a space devoid of spiritual energy, he possessed luck. Luck was far more valuable than spiritual energy, enabling a quicker recovery. After expending 50 points of luck, his body was restored, though it pained him slightly. No, wait, I've realized. I've understood. Chapter 60. The Traces of Existence. The trapped human race, I've figured it out. I know, Wuxing Dao suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Lin Jiuxuan, his face contorted in madness. You will die. You are doomed. Lin Jiuxuan narrowed his eyes, studying Wuxing Dao. What had transpired to instill such terror in an entity of the Dao? Was it merely because he regained his mana in this space? Surely, that alone shouldn't provoke such fear. After all, having reached the Dao, one would expect a stronger mental fortitude. What could it be? Perplexed the next moment, a chilling revelation struck him. You possess that object. You are tainted by misfortune, and you shall perish. I shall accompany you in your demise. His laughter was wild, frenzied, akin to a deranged elder. No, no. Please, I was wrong. You are tainted by misfortune. You will die. Witnessing Wuxing Dao's sudden demise sent a chill coursing through Lin Jiuxuan. Tainted by misfortune? What could he possibly possess that would drive an entity of the Dao to madness? The system? He had distinctly felt a ripple from a system earlier. Either the system had once existed, and Wuxing Dao had some connection to it, or it was the only explanation that made sense. A sudden realization struck him. This primal world undoubtedly harbored many obscured histories, but there was no time for further contemplation. The dying gaze of Wuxing Dao reminded him of a past encounter with someone who had possessed a system, who met a tragic end. Questions swirled in his mind as the formation around him shattered. A formation disc fell to the ground, which he hastily collected, hoping it might prove useful. He proceeded down the passageway to seek the trapped humans. He surmised that the person who had guided him here was the same individual, a great Luo Jinxian of a human race, trapped outside. If that person could lead him here, there must be a way out. He had also prepared for the worst. Should that individual fail, he still remembered the path he had taken to enter. However, he was utterly taken aback. There were not just one, but a plethora of paths, over a dozen in total. Had he known, he would not have slain those two individuals. Now, regret gnawed at him as he struggled to find his way. Fortunately, he possessed the technique of creating clones. Otherwise, searching each path one by one would have wasted immeasurable time. Sitting cross-legged, he summoned forth a dozen identical figures, each vanishing into the various paths. After a considerable time, he finally opened his eyes. None of these paths were correct. All were illusions. Oh, where was the true path? Closing his eyes, he meticulously scanned the space with his consciousness. Surely the correct path was hidden within. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and slapped his forehead. How foolish, remembering the token he had found on Wuxing Dao. He quickly retrieved it. Indeed, a phantom path materialized before him. He employed a transformation technique to disguise himself as Wuxing Dao. As long as no Dao-level entities were present, his disguise would remain unblemished. The two Dao-level beings were ensconced within their own realms. As long as nothing disrupted the space, they would not emerge. Moreover, with Wuxing Dao deceased, the other was ensnared by the formation, stroking his chin. It seemed this crisis had been deftly averted. I am truly a genius. Unbeknownst to him, an even greater crisis was quietly brewing. Outside. What do you mean? The humans have been missing for several days. And you report this now? What have you all been doing? The patriarch thundered, slamming his hand on the table as he glared at the assembly of elders. His ire was palpable. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike them down. I instructed you to report any disappearances promptly. How could you let it go for 5 or 6 days before informing me? Were it not for my cultivation, I might have been driven to madness by your incompetence. Previously, a confidant had reported that an elder of the human race was shirking duties, which had turned out to be a trivial matter. Now, this group of elders was equally negligent, dozing off while they were supposed to be vigilant. Had he not checked, he would still be oblivious to the humans' prolonged absence. Go search for them. Why are you all standing around like fools? He glared at the elders, his temper flaring. He seriously contemplated visiting the graves of past patriarchs to inquire how they managed to endure the incompetence of such elders for so long while successfully leading the Wu tribe. How had it come to this, where he was surrounded by such inept individuals? Patriarch, we have searched but found nothing. The law enforcement elder spoke, trembling at the patriarch's fury. Internally, he cursed the other elders for pushing him forward to take the blame. Patriarch, tribesmen report seeing Lin Jiuxuan heading toward that mountain. The law enforcement elder, the eldest among the elders and of a higher generation than the patriarch, could not be suppressed even by the latter's authority. The generational gap was undeniable, and the patriarch felt a headache coming on. What? The law enforcement elder commanded several elders to keep watch over the human elder, while he took a few elders to tear through the space toward the mountain. All the elders understood the significance of that location and promptly accompanied the patriarch. A few others followed the law enforcement elder to the human elder's quarters, while the remainder scoured for Lin Jiuxuan's whereabouts. In the space, Lin Jiuxuan was making his way down a narrow path toward the location of the trapped humans, entirely unaware of the events unfolding outside. Even if he were aware, it would be of little consequence. Against the entirety of the Wu tribe, only a sage could hope to escape unscathed. The journey dazzled his senses. This space lacked a coherent set of principles, existing merely as an expanse. All spiritual energy was derived from spirit stones, which were processed through formations to extract energy for the space's use. The narrow paths themselves were constructed of the essence of spirit stones, a testament to the wealth at play. Upon reaching the great Luo realm, spirit stones became extraneous, their utility diminished. Yet they certainly exuded an impressive grandeur. The path's end lay a floating island, upon which the trapped humans resided. As he soared toward the island, he sensed no fewer than 10 great Luo presences nearby. Disguised as Wuxing Dao, he withdrew his consciousness. The island awaited him. He was consumed by rage as he beheld the scenes unfolding before him, his heart trembling with indignation. He had anticipated that the human race here would endure considerable hardship. Yet he had not fathomed the depths of their suffering. They lived a life that could only be described as abject, reduced to the status of beasts of burden, enslaved, and even more grotesque. He witnessed members of the human race being summarily executed for offending a member of the witch clan. Each scene ignited a flame of fury within him, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The plight of the human race was indeed lamentable. His arrival stirred the guardians of the island, who respectfully invited him to their abode. Simultaneously, they were perplexed, for such esteemed figures only appeared once in a millennium. Especially the elder from the witch clan, who had been unwillingly dispatched here, held little regard for these people. How could they have descended so suddenly? The thought sent shivers down their spines. If he were to be poorly attended, their lives would be forfeit. Elder, please take a moment to rest here. I shall fetch some attendants for you, the overseer said with a forced smile, though he was of a caliber just shy of the Dao realm, and thus should not have felt the need to grovel. However, the witch clan elder was notoriously capricious. A single misstep in service could lead to a death sentence, with no avenue for appeal. Chapter 61. Master of Dao Arrays, the plight of the human race. The law enforcement elder arrived at the dwelling of the human elder, accompanied by several other elders. An unsettling feeling washed over them as they noticed the elder seated comfortably in a chair, observing them with an air of tranquility. They have arrived. This realization left them momentarily bewildered, as if he had anticipated their arrival and awaited them. Please, sit down. Standing is quite tiresome. He beckoned with a languid gesture. The expressions of the group shifted to one of horror and trepidation. What was happening? They felt an overwhelming force pressing them down to the ground, rendering them powerless. Even the law enforcement elder found himself unable to move, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded the human elder. How could he be this powerful? Wasn't he merely a great Luo golden immortal? Come forth. There is no need to conceal yourself, he commanded, pointing a finger as a confidant hidden in the shadows tumbled into view, his face a mask of incredulity at the elder's newfound strength. He had watched over this elder for nearly a millennium. When had he grown so formidable? Was he not merely a great Luo golden immortal? Clearly, he had ascended to the Dao realm. If not the pinnacle of it appeared that the young one had been discovered. And it was time for the elder to stretch his limbs. You will remain here for a while, he said with a wave of his hand, casting a formation that enveloped the area, trapping all within. The onlookers regarded the elder with astonishment and caution. The ability to create a formation capable of ensnaring them implied a mastery of profound skill. Given more time, he might indeed reach the level of a master of Dao Arrays. They exerted themselves to break free from the formation, determined not to allow him to escape. The law enforcement elder roared, channeling all his magical energy to disrupt the formation that bound them. The others joined in, launching their assaults in a desperate bid to shatter the array. Should he manage to escape, it would spell disaster for the witch clan, and a master of Dao Arrays could rival any array master of equal standing. One who comprehended the Dao could challenge any opponent. They attacked the formation with abandon, desperate to avoid being trapped. The law enforcement elder, at the pinnacle of the Dao realm, along with his confidants, were formidable adversaries, even against those just shy of enlightenment. Yet the formation remained unscathed, as solid as ironclad. Furrowing their brows, two of them produced items imbued with the power of enlightenment. hurling them simultaneously. The array shattered like glass to by the heavens. Before they could revel in their success, another layer of formation descended upon them. Their expressions darkened. It was clear that the elder intended to ensnare them deeper. The elder of the Witch Clan sensed the elder's aura and stepped forward. The Witch Clan could not be destroyed by his hands, even if he found their presence distasteful. Each wave of his hand summoned a formation, ensnaring yet another elder. The clan leader, guiding his people towards the mountain peak, also sensed something amiss and halted. "You have concealed yourself remarkably well, leaving us entirely unaware." As he beheld the formations materializing before him, he was astonished to find that a great Luo golden immortal of a human race had transformed into a master of Dao arrays over the course of a millennium. This revelation was far beyond his expectations. Given a few more years, he might find himself utterly incapable of countering him. Reluctantly, the elder wished to avoid conflict. After all, it was the restlessness of that young one that had brought about this predicament. Shaking his head, he observed the clan leader's grave expression. Faced with the clan leader, he could not restrain him. An enlightened being could not be contained by a mere master of Dao arrays. He could only temporarily hinder him, and from his perception, another enlightened being was approaching. If he was not mistaken, it was the guardian of the Witch Clan, Wu Dao. Were it not for Lin Jiuxuan revealing a glimmer of hope, he would have preferred to remain hidden. Confronting a race that had existed since the dawn of chaos, he felt little assurance. Moreover, the Witch Clan possessed an unfathomable depth. Many powerful beings lay dormant within their ranks. Unless one were of transcendent caliber, it would be folly to assume one could suppress the Witch Clan single-handedly. Even the likes of Tong Tian and the two saints would hesitate to eradicate the Witch Clan. Wary of their profound heritage, they understood that only those who had transcended enlightenment could dare to say they could suppress an entire race without fear of retaliation. "You think a master of Dao arrays can confine me? You underestimate the enlightened realm," the clan leader bellowed, unleashing his aura, the power of his Dao radiating around him. Threads of space trembled in response. The formation quaked momentarily, teetering on the brink of collapse. Indeed, the enlightened realm was fearsome. The elder could only marvel at its might, a glimmer of astonishment crossing his features. After a millennium of suppression, revealing himself now must surely entail some measure of capability. It was inconceivable that an enlightened being could dismantle all his schemes. Otherwise, he would not have endured a millennium of restraint. "You have arrived?" The elder addressed the suddenly materializing Wu Dao. "I did not expect you to take action." That Wu Dao landed before the elder. A hint of nostalgia in his gaze, he was aware of the elder's ascension to the rank of master of Dao arrays, but chose not to comment on it. "Your timing is unexpected," he stated, shaking his head. The elder's intervention had caught him off guard, and a seriousness settled upon his countenance. While he believed he could subdue the elder's ability to conceal himself for a millennium left him uncertain of what other means he might possess. "You must know that I will not permit you to destroy the Witch Clan." He cast a glance at the clan leader and others ensnared in the formation, his brow furrowing. While this formation was indeed crafted by a master of Dao arrays, it harbored an essence of chaos. "I would relish the opportunity to slay you all, but I lack the confidence." He observed the murderous intent in their eyes, aware that he would be unable to eliminate everyone. Yet, he could confine them. Dao furrowed his brow. Although a master of Dao arrays was formidable, it was only in relation to those of the Dao realm. Even feeling the chaotic essence within the formation did not render him overly concerned. He pondered the source of the elder's confidence. "Array, activate," the elder roared, forcing his blood essence forth, revealing his hidden realm. Half a step into the Dao. This revelation did not daunt Wu Dao. What was the source of this sense of impending crisis? Suddenly, the earth trembled. Mountains and rivers collapsed as intricate patterns surfaced from the ground. That a colossal formation enveloped the entire Witch Clan. A millennium of scheming was laid bare, as the elder became the foundation of the array. The earth its core, and the mountains and rivers its designs. The murderous intent was palpable. A torrent of momentum surged forth, echoing like thunder. Smaller formations erupted from the earth. "This is your millennium of planning," Wu Dao thought, his brow furrowed. The formation could be broken, but he dared not do so. To forcefully shatter would undoubtedly damage the very foundation of the witch clan's existence. What has transpired? Where have the mountains gone? My heavens, the rivers have run dry. The members of the witch clan gazed in bewilderment at the rising formation. What was happening? Mountains crumbled, rivers dried, and the earth split open with gaping fissures. With you as the foundation of the array, how long can you confine us? The clan leader queried, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. A millennium. Under his very eyelids, he had been oblivious to so many events transpiring. Were it not for the unexpected arrival of Lin Jiuxuan, which rendered him restless, he would remain unaware that his place of existence had been intricately arranged with numerous formations. What was truly terrifying was that over the span of a millennium, he had transformed from a novice in formations to a master of Dao formations, all without the slightest inkling that in that instant, he felt as if he were nothing but a worthless being. It would not take long before you would all be ensnared. I hope you act swiftly, for I cannot endure much longer. Lin Jiuxuan, seated at the center of the great hall, suddenly trembled, as if something he was connected to was fading away. Furrowing his brow, he pondered what could possibly cause such trepidation in the witch clan. Chapter 62. The Great Beings Hidden Among the Human Race Elder. The humans have been brought in. I shall take my leave now. The clansmen managing this space escorted several human women into the great hall. Noticing Lin Jiuxuan's furrowed brow, he wisely withdrew. The elder of the witch clan was known for his peculiar temperament, prone to violence, and he had no desire to serve such a volatile figure. Though uncertain of the purpose behind bringing these women, he complied, for he was but a modest clansman and could not afford to offend an elder. Raising his head, he cast aside his earlier unease and regarded the women before him. They were delicate, enchanting, truly the epitome of beauty, complemented by their cultivation at the golden immortal level, exuding an otherworldly grace. Bah! You all deserve to die, to perish. I shall slay you to avenge my kin. The women, observing Lin Jiuxuan's masquerade as a witch, displayed their fury openly. Though their powers were sealed, their hatred remained unabated, and they lunged at him, biting and clawing in a primal display of rage directed at the witch clan. Wishing to rend them limb from limb, stop! With a mere gesture, he immobilized 3 of them. Glancing at his attire, he felt a twinge of helplessness. Their hatred was deeply ingrained, so much so that they resorted to physical assaults. This was the most rudimentary form of combat that I am of the human race. With a wave of his hand, he cast a barrier that revealed his true form, gazing at the 3 women with a mix of amusement and despair. If 3 women reacted this way, one could only imagine the chaos that would ensue with 3 men. Bah! You think to deceive us? Impossible! Such tactics have grown stale, and we shall not be swayed. Kill us if you must. We shall never yield to you. Furrowing his brow at the 3 women, he found their disbelief sorrowful, lamenting the myriad indignities the human race had suffered in this space. How much betrayal must one endure to harbor such mistrust, even in the face of his true form? The eyes of the 3 women were cold, unwavering, showing no sign of capitulation. They simply could not accept that he was of the human race. Rendering his declarations futile, I truly am of the human race, he chuckled bitterly, gazing at the 3 women, at a loss for words. All he could do was unveil his human essence, for he possessed no other means to prove himself. He was not originally from this space, and had nothing to offer that would inspire trust. Are you truly of the human race? The eldest among them cautioned. Sister, do not trust him. We have been deceived far too many times. We cannot believe him. Seeing the expressions on their faces sparked a flicker of anger within him. The essence of the human race was unique to them. To impersonate, it could only occur through one means, the assassination of a human to extract their essence. The consequence of such an act would reduce the slain human to a mere husk, a fate worse than death, a torment indeed. The audacity of the witch clan to employ such treachery to subjugate the human race filled him with indignation. You are not a human from this realm, the woman addressed as the eldest scrutinized Lin Jiuxuan, her eyes glimmering with insight. They all shared a sense of familiarity with the essence of the human race. Yet Lin Jiuxuan's essence felt distinctly foreign, akin to a new source altogether. Are you the human brought back by the guardian? Another woman interjected. They had heard whispers that the guardian of the witch clan had returned with a human. During this time, the witch clan had employed various tactics to sensing the ripples emanating from the outside. His complexion shifted dramatically. Indeed, his suspicions were not unfounded. The situation was far from simple. Chapter 63. The Betrayer of Humanity, Cursed Be It. A series of fluctuations resonated from the heavens, unleashing a formidable pressure that caused every individual to tremble. Come forth. A colossal hand reached out towards his location. The realm of entry. How could this be? As he felt the aura, the 5 elders furrowed their brows and muttered among themselves. How could it be the aura of the realm of entry? Lin Jiuxuan pondered with a frown. He had only just arrived. Why would there be a manifestation from the realm of entry? This could only indicate the presence of a traitor. Otherwise, how could one explain it? Was it mere coincidence? The 5 elders rose simultaneously. Descending from the skies, their gazes fixed upon Wu Mingdao. They were uncertain as to why he appeared in this location. Now that he had been discovered, there was no need for concealment. Lin Jiuxuan also stepped outside. Aware that remaining indoors was no longer an option, he sensed a multitude of auras from the realm of entry converging upon the dwelling from all directions. Indeed, it was you 5 old geezers. Surrender that item, and perhaps I shall spare your lives. Wu Mingdao regarded the 5 elders, as if anticipating this encounter, his eyes betraying no hint of surprise. Initiate the formation. Without further ado, the 5 elders each formed a hand seal, summoning a surge of power that enveloped Wu Mingdao in a formation. Using oneself as the formation, it was undoubtedly a relic left behind by that old fellow. They did not engage in combat, but observed the formation with arms crossed. A glimmer of admiration in their eyes, to be frank, he held considerable respect for that individual, even as an adversary. Had it not been for that elder, they would not have suffered the loss of nearly 10 elder-level figures. If it were that old man, I would have turned and left without hesitation. Alas, you are not him. Gazing at the formation, nostalgia flickered in his eyes, for he had once felt its might. The current disparity was akin to heaven and earth. After all, without that particular individual to preside over it, this formation could only ensnare those of mid-realm entry. If that elder were to intervene, even those at the pinnacle of the realm of entry would find themselves tasting blood here. By your collective strength, you cannot impede me. Surrender the item. Wu Mingdao unleashed his aura, causing thunderous roars to echo, the very heavens trembling as ethereal energy surged towards him. A punch struck the formation, causing it to tremble momentarily, yet it held firm. Boom! Boom! With each successive strike, the formation quaked, forcing the 5 to stagger back, blood escaping from the corners of their mouths. Elsewhere on the island, chaos erupted. The entrapment of those in the realm of entry ignited a spark of rebellion. Hidden figures of the great Luo Golden Immortal emerged, including 2 or 3 leaders on the cusp of the realm of entry. I'll fight you to the bitter end, cursed one individual, fueled by pent-up frustration. I've had enough of this. The human race, ignited like a powder keg, rose in unison against the Wu clan. The entire island became a battlefield. The fury of humanity unleashed, centuries of suppressed rage erupting in a singular moment. The battles among the great Luo Golden, the elder sister furrowed her brows and remarked, his disguise was personally crafted by the chieftain of the Enlightenment realm. She was well aware of Lin Jiuxuan's identity as merely a half-step into the Dao among the primordial human race. How could he possibly see through it? If it were that easy to discern, how could no one have uncovered her FAAD after a millennium of concealment? The system was activated to deprive her of her human origin. A mysterious sigil formed in her hand. The separation of origin was indeed one of the functions of this title, yet it did not equate to the deprivation of the human essence itself. Rather, it allowed for the stripping away of foreign entities disguised as humans in other words, it could unmask all those who utilize the human essence for their disguise. It seems you are out of options now. Observing Lin Jiuxuan, who remained silent and frowning, she chuckled as she stepped forward, wielding the cold sword of Hongguang. Her intention was to eliminate Lin Jiuxuan as the direct disciple of the Array Master. His demise would ensure that no one would uncover her true identity. Once the 5 pillars of the human race fell, she would ascend as their leader, gaining the right to know the secrets of this space. ultimately becoming the Grand Minister of the Witch Clan. Divine powers, secret arts, status, all would belong to her. What is this? What have you done to me? Suddenly halting her steps, her expression darkened as she felt the human essence within her raging uncontrollably. She directed her gaze at Lin Jiuxuan, attempting to suppress this turmoil with her powers. Such a situation had never arisen since she had merged with the human essence. The only plausible explanation was that Lin Jiuxuan was behind it. Her identity could not be exposed. Strip it away, Lin Jiuxuan shouted, channeling the power of the seals he had formed into the elder sister's body. The A-sword soared through the air, shattering the very fabric of space, which fractured inch by inch, revealing an infinite firmament. This singular strike seemed to rend both the sword and the surrounding space asunder. Fear permeated the atmosphere as the harbinger of death descended, though merely for a fleeting minute. His presence undeniably bore the essence of a saint. I beg for mercy. I surrender. Beneath the weight of that sword, blood flowed like rivers, and those merely half a step into the Dao faced utter annihilation. With a single stroke, countless members of the Witch Clan were extinguished, a scene of sheer terror. Their primordial spirits obliterated, souls scattered, deprived even of the chance for reincarnation. This moment, all trembled. Those among the human traitors knelt, quaking in terror, their eyes wide with horror as they beheld Lin Jiuxuan. They could not fathom when humanity had birthed such a formidable being. Had they known, treachery would have been unthinkable. The five venerable elders, elevated to the pinnacle of power, gazed upon Lin Jiuxuan's eyes with equal dread. How could he become so powerful so suddenly? Traitors deserve death, echoed a voice cold as ice, sending shivers through all, involuntarily causing them to tremble. The sheer terror of his aura compelled them to kneel. No, I refuse. Why should I yield? I will fight. A chorus of desperation erupted from both the human traitors and the Witch Clan. Their bodies restrained, but their fury directed at Lin Jiuxuan. Why? This is unbearable. The half-step Taoist of the Witch Clan, trembling before Lin Jiuxuan's blood-red, icy gaze, exchanged a glance and unleashed their full array of attacks. They were unwilling to perish, for their lives still stretched ahead. Could mere mayflies hope to shake the heavens? Sword 2, Spirit Shock. A cold smirk graced Lin Jiuxuan's lips. How could mere ants disturb a great tree? These individuals were less than ants, akin to grasshoppers in autumn. With a single stroke, he unleashed a torrent of sword light. Space itself was torn apart, cut and sliced as stars flickered, and enigmatic power spread throughout the realm, causing every soul to tremble. No, please, spare me. All members of the Witch Clan and the traitorous humans felt their bodies shudder. Whether they were great Luo, golden immortals, or half-step Taoists, their essences extinguished. They fell, with their primordial spirits obliterated. Only their corporeal forms remained. Shatter. A single word slipped from Lin Jiuxuan's lips, and his command manifested. The chaos sword gleamed with a cold light, unleashing a barrage of piercing sword energies. With the obliteration of their primordial spirits, their physical forms no longer warranted preservation. The fallen bodies were sliced to pieces by the endless sword light, as those traitors dared to hope for intact remains. Such dreams were folly. After this, Lin Jiuxuan raised his gaze to the ensnared Wu Ming Dao above, observing the five venerable elders at the zenith of their power. A fire ignited within him. Seniors, leave this to me. Stepping forward, he declared, Young man, I do not know what external aid you possess, but how long can your body endure? Wu Ming Dao regarded Lin Jiuxuan, drenched in blood, with a grave expression. The oppressive aura he exuded was more formidable than that faced even from the clan leader. To slay you would be more than sufficient. He reached for the chaos sword, which hummed ominously. The notion of his body giving way was inconceivable. With passive skills from his system, a minute was indeed a minute. He could endure. Arrogance, you have already expended so much power. How much more can you muster? A hint of mockery danced on his face. Half-step Taoists, wielding the powers of the comprehended Dao, could not expend energy repeatedly, let alone a half-step Taoist. Yet, he was mistaken. Lin Jiuxuan possessed a system, an insurmountable advantage that defied normal reasoning. That I shall obliterate your primordial spirit, scattering your soul. He took a step forward, the chaos sword resonating. His gaze frigid as he shattered formations, enveloping the 5 elders in a surge of power that sent them crashing to the ground. Sword 3, exterminate the celestials. With a single swing, a phantom emerged behind him. The cold eyes opened simultaneously, piercing through the very fabric of space, causing the primordial earth to tremble slightly. I in the external realm, the ensnared clan leader and others, including Wu Dao, a Taoist at the peak of comprehension, felt their bodies shudder. Their hearts quaked involuntarily under the weight of his gaze, which radiated absolute pressure. Across the primordial lands, from the 9 heavens to the depths of the Blood Sea, even in the North Sea, powerful beings trembled. Such terror, such horror. In the Western realms, the Buddha's light illuminated all. Within the confines of space, Lin Jiuxuan's phantom extended a finger, shattering the very fabric of reality. The finger transformed into a sword, and the space could no longer withstand it. The Tao crumbled. In the boundless starry sky, stars erupted in an instant. No. Wu Mingdao unleashed all his magical might, hurling treasures and life-saving artifacts into the void. This sword sensed an imminent crisis, yet his body was paralyzed. Unable to escape, he could only watch helplessly as the sword pierced through him, unleashing a roar as his form was obliterated. His primordial spirit denied the chance to flee. Observing the 5 elders on the ground, Lin Jiuxuan frowned. Congeal! He extended his hand and uttered a command. 5 orbs, coalesced from the essence of the Tao, materialized in his palm, which he then thrust into the elders' bodies. They were exhausted, their vitality spent. Even the presence of a saint could not salvage them. 15 seconds remain. Feeling the power within him, the minute drew to a close. As long as humanity endures, my path shall not be solitary. In the external realm, a Ray elder spat a mouthful of blood, sensing the fluctuations emanating from the shattering space. His body was torn apart, blood staining the heavens, yet there was no hint of regret. He had not misjudged that young man. He indeed possessed a means, but he could not witness the downfall of humanity. As long as I am here, death shall not claim us. Lin Jiuxuan stepped forward, positioning himself before a Ray elder, and pointed. Tao, coalesce. The essence of the Tao from the Witch clan converged into his hand, forming a vibrant, life-infused orb that he implanted within a Ray elder. Lin Jiuxuan, the clan leader, roared. Feeling the Tao's breath from the Witch clan, the essence of life surged forth. Wu Dao's expression darkened, and all elders struck simultaneously. A colossal assault descended upon Lin Jiuxuan. 2. He felt the force but remained unfazed, a smile lingering on his lips. 1. Farewell. Extending his palm, he tore the void asunder and randomly entered a life-bearing star. Cursed. Chapter 66. The Tao, a new world in the starry expanse. Celestial bodies flickered, some teeming with life, others barren. Each life-bearing star was shielded by the Heavenly Dao, a barrier even saints dared not breach lightly. Within the chaos existed various terrifying entities, including ancient beasts that feasted upon saints once they reached maturity. A beam of light shattered a barrier, descending upon a star. Deep within the chaos, it seemed as though some seal had been broken, and chaotic energies surged forth in relentless waves across the vast lands of Kyushu and the myriad mountains. This was the domain of demonic beasts, rumored to be under the dominion of a Tao Lord-level beast. Have you heard? The Tianzong has begun recruiting. You mean that sect that has nearly fallen out of favor? I heard their ancestral figure is about to pass. Still, they're a Tao Lord-level sect. Their foundation remains at It wouldn't hurt to trot out a group of young practitioners stealthily approach the edges of the 10,000 mountains. They were nearby cultivators, eager to seize a chance as the Tianzong announced their recruitment, hoping to test their luck. Participate in the entrance examination. One needed to possess at least Earth Realm cultivation. They were all half a step into the Earth Realm, hoping to push their limits in the 10,000 mountains. In the midst of life and death, perhaps a breakthrough awaited them. The group gradually ventured deeper into the shadows, eventually disappearing from sight. Tao, Lord level, Tianzong, on the aged ancient tree. Lin Jiuxuan slowly rose, gazing at the vanishing figures with a murmured expression, his mind still in a state of bewilderment. It had been over 10 days since he had awakened, and he had come to the realization that this was not the Honghuang world, but rather a new realm altogether. His cultivation had suffered severe damage. He distinctly recalled that in the final moments, as the god of death descended, he had forcefully torn apart the spatial barrier, believing he would return to Honghuang, only to find himself in this unfamiliar world. Moreover, this realm was entirely different from Honghuang, seemingly surpassing it. The density of the Dao in the air was far richer than that of Honghuang. Even a pig could achieve the status of a great Luo golden immortal here, regardless of its lineage. Having torn through the barriers of this world, his cultivation was nearly obliterated, and his physical body had sustained grave injuries. Were it not for the system's intervention at the last moment, he would have succumbed to the relentless pull of the world's power. The system remained dormant. Young master, a figure appeared behind him, belonging to the human race of this realm. In his final moments, he had forcibly refined the space with the power of the god of death's descent. This individual was named Li Jiuxuan, one of the few remaining great Luo golden immortals among the human race. With his current strength, he could only open a corner of the space to release the great Luo golden immortals. The rest remained asleep, awaiting either his recovery of cultivation or the use of formidable spiritual power to tear open the space. Upon awakening, he had sent Li Jiuxuan to assess the situation. He was not concerned about betrayal. During the refinement of the space, their soul marks had been firmly under his control. It was not that he was heartless, but rather a precaution. This realm was known as the continent of Dao. All inhabitants primarily cultivated the Dao, but not everyone could engage in such practices. Below the Dao realm, there were 4 tiers: human realm, mysterious realm, earth realm, and heaven realm. Above these 4 tiers lay the Dao realm, which was divided into 9 levels. Beyond the Dao realm were the realms of entry into Dao and enlightenment of Dao. Beyond that, little was known. Furthermore, this world was dotted with sects, yet only those that had attained the entry tier were officially recognized. Sects were categorized from 5th tier to 1st tier. The only entry tier sect nearby was the Tian sect, which housed an existence of late Dao realm. However, this late Dao realm ancestor, due to issues of longevity, was nearing the end of their life, with no new figures emerging to uphold the sect status. It was on the verge of descending to a lower tier. "Let us go and take a look," he said, leading Li Jiuxuan toward the nearby city to gather more information. That Li Jiuxuan, at the initial stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, corresponded to what was termed the Heaven Realm in this world. Tianxian City, under the jurisdiction of the Tian sect, was protected by a formidable presence from the sect, backed by the Tian sect. No one dared to act recklessly in this new world. At this new starting point, he was determined to soar. Yes, he gazed at the vast city. An overwhelming sense of history washed over him, prompting reflections on the differences between this realm and Honghuang. In the Honghuang world, saints dominated the land, and the Dao ancestor presided at the center, with no one daring to challenge the saint's authority. This realm, however, was distinct. It was a world governed by sects, a domain for the strong. Where the law of the jungle prevailed, survival of the fittest, he believed he could carve out a name for himself in this world. Bolstered by the presence of a human race in this space, to enter the city, one had to pay a fee of 100 spiritual stones to the city gate of Tianxian City. Disciples of the Tian sect were responsible for collecting these stones. Many cultivators queued obediently to pay their dues. Lin Jiuxuan, alongside Li Jiuxuan, approached the city gate, emanating his aura. They swiftly gained entry into the city. The most significant difference here from Honghuang was the complexity of the powers at play. Each sect maintained its own city, and no single power could dominate the entire realm. Observing the bustling cultivators within the city, he noted that most were of the mysterious realm, with few from the earth realm, let alone any from the heaven realm. Lin Jiuxuan did not linger and made his way directly to the auction house. In this world, development and survival hinged on wealth. Spiritual stones served as the circulating currency. Those from Honghuang were rendered useless here due to differing world rules, and possessing them would surely lead to trouble. At the Zishuan auction house, the largest in Tianxian City, reputed to have branches across the continent, Strength was formidable enough that even average entry-tier sects dared not offend them. Welcome, esteemed guest. Are you in need of purchasing pills, magical artifacts, or something else? Our establishment has it all. A young attendant greeted as Lin Jiuxuan stepped inside. Lin Jiuxuan frowned. This attendant possessed peak mysterious realm cultivation. Moreover, in his perception, there were 3 heaven realm cultivators stationed within. Truly a testament to their might. Even a branch of such a powerful force boasted such strength. For purchases, I require your supervisor, Lin Jiuxuan replied, as he had no money and was certainly there to sell items. What he could present were treasures of heaven-tier quality. With his cultivation level, he could easily refine such items. To maintain caution, he had even crafted a semi-Dao weapon. Aside from the semi-Dao weapon he had forged, the rest were crafted by Lin Jiuxuan. You may leave. I will attend to these guests, he instructed the young attendant. Just as the attendant was about to speak, he was interrupted by a clear voice. Turning, he respectfully bowed and resumed his duties that I am the supervisor of this establishment, Jiuxuan. Please, let us discuss matters upstairs, Jiuxuan said, scrutinizing Lin Jiuxuan and frowning at Lin Jiuxuan behind him. She recognized the Heaven Realm cultivators in Tianxian City and found this individual unfamiliar and notably youthful. The moment Lin Jiuxuan exuded his aura, she sensed something extraordinary. He was not merely an ordinary Heaven Realm cultivator, but one of considerable prowess. This tea is quite exquisite, and Miss Jiuxuan is indeed beautiful, Lin Jiuxuan remarked, taking a sip and feeling a flicker of surprise as the tea seemed to aid his injuries. That my apologies, esteemed guest. I was momentarily lost in thought. Allow me to summon our appraiser to evaluate your items. Jiuxuan replied hastily, arranging for someone to come over, acknowledging her limitations compared to the expertise of the appraiser. Rest assured, I will provide you with a fair assessment, she continued, inadvertently glancing at the items Lin Jiuxuan intended to sell. Her words faltered midway as her eyes widened in disbelief, even rubbing her eyes to confirm what she was seeing. All the items were of heaven-tier quality, with one exuding a distinctly different aura, standing out amongst the rest. Semi-Dao weapon, she stuttered, realizing that while she had seen semi-Dao weapons before, they were typically treasured heirlooms of small clans, rarely put up for sale. Overwhelmed, she grasped the magnitude of what was before her. To offer both heaven-tier items and a semi-Dao weapon was no small feat. If auctioned, it would surely yield a substantial profit. Esteemed guest, are you certain you wish to sell all of these? Raising her head, her eyes shimmering with peculiar hues, she gazed at Lin Jiuxuan, who was able to produce such an impressive array of magical artifacts all at once, whether through thievery or force. Her strength was not to be underestimated. She suspected the existence of a vast organization behind him. Otherwise, to present such a plethora of high-quality treasures would be a feat even for a reputable sect. Why would you sell to us? Is Miss Jiuxuan truly jesting? Lin Jiuxuan remarked with a smile. Li Tianxian had already ascertained that only the Jiuxuan auction house in the city could possibly handle such an abundance of treasures. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that its reputation was impeccable, ensuring that incidents of robbery were unlikely. Although he was not particularly afraid, it was preferable to avoid trouble when possible. My apologies if I was too forward, Jiuxuan said, rising to bow respectfully before pouring a cup of tea for Lin Jiuxuan. Just then, the appraiser from the shop arrived. This is our shop's appraiser, who will certainly offer you a fair price, she announced. The elderly man, with his head of white hair, was immediately captivated by the treasures laid out on the table, his eyes fixated upon them, as if beholding a beautiful woman in the nude. The brilliance of the artifacts was extraordinary, and their craftsmanship was nothing short of remarkable. This material, this technique, he murmured, picking up one of the artifacts, his eyes widening in astonishment. The materials used were not of the highest grade, but rather one tier below, yet they were flawlessly infused with the essence of the Dao, without a hint of excess leaking out. Such a method of crafting he had never encountered before. Not even in ancient texts, a half-step weapon. This crafting technique is exceptional. Jiuxuan watched the old man in astonishment. His expression of surprise had not diminished since he entered and beheld the treasures. He carefully examined each piece, his words laced with profound awe and admiration. Lin Jiuxuan furrowed his brow. If he was not mistaken, the man before him was also a formidable celestial-level expert, having attained late-stage mastery in his cultivation. Old Bai, can you appraise these items? Zixuan interjected, observing the old man's expression with reluctance. However, since these were items for sale, it would not be appropriate to hold on to them indefinitely. What? These are for sale. Such a waste indeed. Old Bai turned back to Zixuan, unable to hide the delight in his eyes. Upon hearing that these items were to be sold, he felt helpless. Are people truly this wealthy these days? Celestial-grade treasures and half-step weapons are being sold? These two do not appear to be in need of money. Could it be that those at the celestial level lacked wealth? Preposterous. He could hardly believe it. Cultivating to the celestial realm usually granted one a respectable position within a sect or a prominent family, and they would not have fallen to the point of selling such items for mere coin. Would they? My lord, are you certain you wish to sell? These are no ordinary artifacts. Each one is of superior quality, he inquired, eyeing Lin Jiuxuan. These are not mundane items. Are you sure you wish to part with them? To possess so many high-quality treasures suggests formidable backing, and I would prefer not to offend such a power. Nevertheless, he wanted to confirm this once more as a weapon master, particularly one of celestial rank. He could indeed forge celestial-grade items given sufficient materials, and he had the opportunity to craft half-step weapons as well. Yet the quality of these weapons surpassed anything he had ever produced. Sir, these items are indeed for sale. If you do not wish to purchase them, we shall seek another establishment, Lin Jiuxuan replied, rising and making as if to collect the treasures from the table. It is not as if this is the only place to sell them. There are other shops available, but I am drawn to this establishment for its reputation. Old Bai, Zixuan quickly interjected, her face a mask of forced cheer. This is a significant business opportunity. She cast an accusatory glance at Old Bai. Clearly displeased that it was supposed to be an appraisal, yet now the potential buyer was preparing to leave. My lord, that was not my intention. That I have one more question, if you would be so kind as to answer it. We would like to acquire these treasures. Apart from our shop, no other establishment in the city can accommodate such items. Old Bai stated with a smile, his words devoid of jest. Each celestial-grade item commanded an astronomical price, and the half-step weapon was worth even more. Old fellow, if you can buy them, then do so. Why all these questions? Li Tianxin glared at Old Bai, a hint of irritation in his eyes. The man was indeed excessively loquacious. If it were not for Lin Jiuxuan's restraint, he would have turned on his heel and departed. There are other shops available for selling, he reiterated. Sir, do you have any questions? Lin Jiuxuan turned back, his tone tinged with impatience, but he felt exasperated. The old man was correct. Only this shop could handle such treasures. Is it truly so difficult to sell an item? He thought to himself, growing increasingly frustrated. May I inquire if these treasures were crafted by you, or by someone behind you? Old Bai squinted at Lin Jiuxuan, having noted that the artifacts appeared freshly forged. The mastery of the craftsman was undoubtedly above his own, and he yearned to learn from him. Stuck at the celestial-grade weapon master tier for a century, he was eager to break through. The opportunity lay before him. How could he not covet it? Aside from the half-step weapon, the rest are my own creations, Lin Jiuxuan replied after a moment of contemplation. In this world, one's identity was of little consequence. His statement bore no fault. With a multitude of powerful individuals in the vicinity, he felt no fear of repercussions. You are a celestial-grade weapon master, Chapter 68. The Curious Gourd and the Elder. You are a celestial-grade weapon master, Zixuan and Old Bai exclaimed in unison, their expressions a blend of astonishment as they regarded Lin Jiuxuan. A celestial-grade weapon master of such youth, and possessing celestial-level cultivation, was indeed a prodigy. Young master, why must we confine ourselves to one shop? That old man is truly bothersome, Li Tianxin remarked as they exited the Zixuan auction house. Along the way, he cast a perplexed glance at Lin Jiuxuan. The old man had indeed been irritating. Had it not been for Lin Jiuxuan's insistence on restraint, he would have felt compelled to deal with the old man more harshly. All right then, we shall return in 3 days, Lin Jiuxuan said, glancing at the invitation in his hand. He had not anticipated that the artifacts he had casually forged would possess such allure. Celestial-grade treasures could be crafted even by golden immortals in the Primordial era. The encounter had also provided him with greater insight into this world, where aside from cultivators, there were weapon masters, alchemists, and array masters, among other professions. Unlike the primordial era, where cultivators often dabbled in crafting, alchemy, and formations, this world offered distinct specializations that, in 3 days, perhaps a delightful surprise awaited him, that a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he surveyed the auction house. After the two departed, "Miss, is the half-step weapon also up for auction?" Old Bai inquired, stroking the half-step weapon grade long sword in his hands, looking at Jiuxuan with some confusion. Such a weapon could easily be kept for personal use. They were not incapable of affording it. "Old Bai, what are your thoughts on this individual?" Old Bai furrowed his brow, noting that 2 other elderly men stood behind him, each a celestial-level expert guarding the establishment. The 3 possessed their unique strengths and formations, weapons and alchemy, forming the foundation of this branch's prestige. Apart from Old Bai, the other 2 were examining the longsword, their faces displaying surprise and astonishment that a celestial-grade weapon master paired with celestial-level cultivation indeed qualified as a genius. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Celestial-grade individuals are not unheard of, and I have encountered many such young talents. With sufficient resources, they can easily advance." "Wait, Old Bai, come take a look. There is something peculiar about this sword. The energies of formations and weaponry. How is this possible? How can the 2 disciplines merge? An absolute genius, without a doubt." On the bustling street, Lin Jiuxuan was leading Lin Jiuxuan in search of a residence for their convenience. Having just acquired a substantial fortune, they were not short on funds. Securing a dwelling would be beneficial, preventing any inconveniences when individuals from the dimensional space emerged without a place to stay. Ancient relics freshly unearthed, Dao-grade elixirs, honesty guaranteed. Only $9.99. Initial stage Dao realm beast blood, not $9.99, not $8.88, only $6.66. Unparalleled tomes, left behind by the great emperor, reluctantly for sale. Only $9.99, price negotiable. The picture of Xian Nu emerging from a bath. Collector's edition, only $666, no negotiation. Listening to the sound surrounding him, Lin Jiuxuan wore a faint smile at the corner of his eye, as if he had been transported back to the time before his journey across realms. The cacophony was oddly familiar. Xian surveyed the area with wide eyes. It was his first encounter with such a place, having been trapped in a spatial prison during the primordial chaos. He had never had the opportunity to venture out and experience the world beyond, leaving him somewhat astonished. However, he quickly regained his composure. Tranquility enveloped him. Concepts of Dao realms, demonic beasts, and imperial scriptures felt utterly nonsensical. Observing Lin Jiuxuan's bewildered expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. His heart ached with nostalgia for Earth. He longed to return, for that was his true home. He wondered how his parents were faring. Were they safe? "Young master, these are all deceivers, and yet some believe them." Lin Jiuxuan's words pulled him back from his reverie. He had expected no less. The human race trapped in that spatial realm had always been in a state of confinement. Even Lin Jiuxuan, a great Luo Jingxian, had only existed for a mere millennium. By that measure, he was undeniably young, and it was entirely natural to harbor such thoughts after never encountering the outside world. Cultivation was arduous, all for the sake of progress. The path of understanding amidst worldly affairs was also a form of cultivation, particularly in such a bustling environment where one might just encounter a hidden master seeking enlightenment. It was a matter of mutual consent. There were no right or wrong. Suddenly, a surge of excitement coursed through him, and he frowned. Just moments ago, he had sensed a powerful divine consciousness sweep across him. Glancing at Lin Jiuxuan beside him, he noted that there was no sign of awareness from him. The others were also unaffected. It was as if that divine consciousness was directed solely at him, leaving him uncertain if it was intentional or accidental. Had his clandestine identity been discovered? He silently reminded himself to be cautious. But what was that? His gaze was suddenly drawn to a corner where an elderly man was displaying a makeshift stall. Amongst the disarray, he spotted a gourd. The dormant system within him stirred, seemingly beckoning him towards that gourd. "Old man, how much for this item?" He approached the elderly vendor, bringing Lin Jiuxuan along. and inquired. Li Jiuxuan attempted to interject, only to be cut off. He could discern no particular issue with the gourd. It appeared to be an ordinary one, yet the system exuded an undeniable desire for it, compelling him to take a closer look. "Young man, quite intriguing you are." The moment the old man's eyes opened, Lin Jiuxuan felt a shiver run down his spine. In that instant, he sensed as if every facet of his being had been laid bare. The old man's murky eyes sparkled with a starlit brilliance, suffused with a grayish power. It felt as if his body was no longer under his control. In that fleeting moment, he became drenched in sweat. "Young master, what is the matter?" Li Jiuxuan, noticing Lin Jiuxuan's gaze, couldn't help but inquire, observing the dampness on his back. Confusion etched across his face. What had transpired moments ago? Why was his back so wet? Was this yet another experience directed solely at him? It was utterly absurd. First, that terrifying divine consciousness, and now this sensation. Even winning the lottery did not come with such absurdity. Turning to regard the elderly vendor, who appeared to be in the twilight of his years, he questioned whether he had misjudged the situation. That it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. The feeling he had just experienced was all too real. He had felt it in the depths of his being. "This gourd is free, but you must agree to one condition," the old man declared, his murky eyes opening wide, wrinkles gathering on his face. With a benevolent smile, the image that fell upon Lin Jiuxuan was anything but kind. "Old man, what is that condition?" Instinctively, he felt the urge to depart, yet the system's pull kept him rooted in place, yearning for that gourd. Frowning, he found himself unable to take a step forward. The system's desire for the gourd was overwhelming. "This gourd is yours, but you must allow me to accompany you," the elderly man said with a smile, tossing the gourd into Lin Jiuxuan's hands without allowing him a moment to react. As he sought to refuse, he found that the old man had already packed his belongings and stood beside him. "This young man is quite remarkable," the elderly figure remarked, slapping Li Jiuxuan's shoulder. Lin Jiuxuan felt a surge of power enter his body, concealing the primordial aura that surrounded him. That moment, Lin Jiuxuan realized he had encountered an ancient being, undoubtedly one who had attained enlightenment through worldly affairs. The aura he possessed was veiled by the system, capable of masking the presence of an extraordinary path. Only someone transcending the very essence of the Dao could effortlessly conceal such traces. It was evident that the person before him was precisely that type. Chapter 69. "Let me divine your fate, you." Feeling the motion from Xianjiu, Li Jiuxuan attempted to resist and evade, only to discover he was utterly immobilized. "Thank you, senior." As the hands rested upon his shoulders, he distinctly felt a barrier within him shatter. The world's rejection dissipated in an instant, leaving him unburdened and free from any sense of oppression. His address shifted, and he hurriedly performed a bow of respect. Well-mannered. Xianjiu stroked his chin, calmly accepting the gesture. He feigned an air of profound mystery, and Li Jiuxuan's demeanor greatly pleased him. "Thank you for your assistance, senior." Lin Jiuxuan also gestured as if to bow in return. Or not. "It is but a trifling matter." He sidestepped the gesture, claiming he was unworthy of such respect, and waved a hand, channeling a force to lift Lin Jiuxuan back to his feet. Feeling that surge of power, Lin Jiuxuan couldn't help but laugh and cry simultaneously, realizing he had encountered a true master. He looked heavenward, truly wishing to curse. What in the world was this? To meet an unparalleled ancient being who comprehended the Tao amidst worldly affairs was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Thunder rumbled ominously, startling Lin Jiuxuan into silence, but he quickly closed his mouth, realizing he could not even afford to voice his frustration. He felt a twinge of irritation at the heavens. Divine retribution. Xianjiu regarded Lin Jiuxuan, noting the peculiarity of the celestial warning. Thankfully, it appeared to be merely a caution. He observed the young man before him with intrigue. It was undoubtedly connected to him. He had indeed chosen wisely. "Let us depart. It seems someone is displeased. It is best that we do not linger here," Xianjiu suggested to Lin Jiuxuan. In the depths of the firmament, within a chaotic space, a young man exuded an icy demeanor, his eyes radiating an aura of ruthless energy, cold and indifferent. He watched a scene unfold, depicting Lin Jiuxuan and his companions. "To disrespect the heavenly order is to warrant death. Master, Why do you obstruct me? His words seemed to echo into the void, as if addressing a specific entity. The heavenly retribution he had sensed moments ago contained the essence of divine lightning, but had been intercepted by an unseen hand. Were it not for that intervention, Lin Jiuxuan would have perished. How dare one question and defame the heavenly order? Your pride blinds you. You must understand who truly holds dominion. A voice resonated within the space. Seemingly responding to the young man's lament, in a corner of Tianxian City, before a dilapidated manor, stood an elderly man and two youths. Is this what constitutes a luxurious manor? Lin Jiuxuan gazed at the scene before him, struggling to suppress his urge to curse while staring at Xianjie. Tianxian was equally dumbfounded. Could anyone actually reside here? Having intended to purchase a manor for their abode, Xianjie, aware of their thoughts, mentioned that he possessed a lavishly abandoned estate. He had believed him, only to be met with the sight before him, an image of utter decay. See, is this not quite extravagant? Is it not spacious enough for three? He spread his hands, perplexed, insisting that he had made no false claims. Is it not opulent? I never claimed it was in pristine condition. Creak. Thud. A weathered signboard crashed to the ground. Lin Jiuxuan glanced at the fallen sign, then at Xianjie, as if silently demanding an explanation. Tianxian lifted his head, choosing not to engage. It seemed prudent to remain neutral. It must be the wind compounded by years of neglect. Thud! Crash! The grand entrance collapsed, sending up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, this, boom! The surrounding walls crumbled. This is a shoddy construction. Lin Jiuxuan felt utterly defeated, clutching his chest as pain surged through him. He had thought he was dealing with a formidable figure. This so-called luxurious estate was indeed vast and ostensibly extravagant, yet it was adorned with layers of dust. Tianxian, equally exasperated, mused on the audacity of the claims made. Night descended. Like the primordial chaos, there exist the sun, moon, and stars, delineating the cycle of day and night. Under the tireless efforts of the three individuals, the estate has begun to regain a semblance of its former glory, primarily owing to the endeavors of Lin Jiuxuan and Li Tianxian. Xuanjiu, at best, serves merely as a cheerleader in this endeavor, akin to a support from another realm. Beneath the night sky, Lin Jiuxuan gazes at the boundless expanse of stars. A hint of nostalgia glimmering in his eyes, he finds himself yearning for Earth. The ability to tear through the barriers of worlds and arrive in this realm has infused him with hope for a return. If he becomes sufficiently powerful, capable of traversing the chaos while possessing the coordinates of Earth, he harbors the hope of returning to that cherished place, which lingers in his thoughts day and night. Yet, he wonders if those ancient beings are faring well, and whether the passage of time is the same. With a wry smile, he shakes his head. These matters seem too distant for him now. The immediate priority lies in healing his wounds, opening the space, and restoring the system. He retrieves the gourd, which appears utterly unremarkable. Why did the system fixate on this gourd? Upon taking it out, he feels an intense yearning emanating from the system. Unsure of the gourd's purpose, he hesitates to allow the system to absorb it. While restoring the system is indeed crucial, he finds that he can still manage without it for the time being. Young master, is stargazing at this late hour indicative of some deep contemplation? Xuanjiu's figure materializes behind him, observing the gourd in Lin Jiuxuan's hand. He settles beside him, producing a wine gourd to quench his thirst. Xuanjiu exudes an aura of strength that instills a sense of caution in Lin Jiuxuan. Despite addressing him as young master, he remains wary, even as Xuanjiu conceals the overwhelming essence of the primordial Dao that emanates from Li Tianxian. The appearance of this person seems orchestrated, and the gourd falling into his possession feels too coincidental. When all coincidences converge, they often signal a predetermined fate. Old Xian, I have no ulterior motives. Why are you shadowing me? Lin Jiuxuan queries, perplexed by Xuanjiu's presence. The hesitation to restore the system partly stems from the uncertainty of whether Xuanjiu might sense it. This world, too, operates under a celestial order, distinct from the Tao integrated by Hongjun. Should the heavenly order detect his actions, he would have no refuge for his lamentations. The old man knows that you do not trust me, young master. Rest assured, I shall not cause you harm. I merely wish to inquire whether you believe in fortune-telling. Xuanjiu states mysteriously, akin to a thief in the night. Believe. Had I not traversed realms, I would certainly have dismissed it. Yet now, I find it credible. The essence of fortune-telling is merely the interpretation of celestial secrets, capable of discerning both the future and the past. However, it is not absolute. Transcending a certain level of power renders such interpretations impossible. Allow me to divine your fate, young master. Very well. Xuanjiu raises his gaze to the starry heavens. A peculiar aura radiating from him as mist envelopes his form. An enigmatic array, illuminated by starlight, emerges beneath him. As if the stars were being drawn closer, in a fleeting moment, Xuanjiu becomes shrouded in starlight, extending his hands which shimmer with celestial brilliance. His eyes emit a beam of starlight that pierces through the layers of mist. Chapter 70. A corner stained with blood. Lin Jiuxuan observes Xuanjiu, a burgeoning desire to revere him swelling within. Furrowing his brow, he senses a flicker of movement from within his own system. At this moment, Xuanjiu lacks the energy to attend to the stirrings within Lin Jiuxuan's body. The system appears to sense the void of the external world, and the gourd hidden within his small space is abruptly consumed by it. Damn it! He exclaims, astonished at the system's audacity to breach his small space. A flicker of anger glimmers in his eyes. It seems the system is in dire need of this gourd, based on the extent of its injuries. Consuming a gourd would not suffice to awaken it. Setting aside thoughts of the system, Lin Jiuxuan focuses on the celestial power before him, his brow slightly furrowing that a grayish energy has manifested within the stars. Reminiscent of the essence summoned by the system when calling forth illustrious beings from across realms. The essence of time. Indeed, it embodies the essence of time. Could that river be the river of time itself? Time solidifies, years come to a halt, and the laws of the cosmos descend from the heavens. Xuanjiu forms hand seals, the grayish essence intensifying in his eyes, while the celestial energy envelopes Lin Jiuxuan as well. A beam of light extends from his finger, landing in Lin Jiuxuan's gaze. As the gray essence enters his pupils, a wondrous scene, cloaked in layers of mist, is torn open before his eyes. Lin Jiuxuan never anticipated that participating in the interpretation of fate would lead him to witness it firsthand. He is eager to discover what the future holds, pondering whether he can ascend to greatness through the power of the system. How could this be? Xuanjiu, able to spare a fragment of his focus, intended to obscure Lin Jiuxuan's perception with that gesture. Unexpectedly, it inadvertently opened his celestial eye, granting him sight of the traces of fate being interpreted. The secrets of fate are the most enigmatic, easily incurring heavenly wrath and deemed intolerable by destiny. Sighing, he realizes he must continue the interpretation. Halting midway would lead to a complete failure of his efforts, were it not for the intriguing nature of Lin Jiuxuan, whose likeness appears among the portraits of fate left by previous generations. He would not expend his essence to divine fortunes. Many seek his insight, from the supreme beings of chaos to the Dao masters. But he has consistently refused their exorbitant offerings. It is not disdain, but rather a fear of the consequences. Interpreting destinies at such high levels consumes one's very essence, with no kinship or connection. It is unwise. He desires to live a few more years. Damn it. This is infuriating. He curses, casting a hostile glance at Lin Jiuxuan. For him, interpreting the Dao is a trivial matter, yet this seemingly simple endeavor now incites his ire. Is it certain that this pertains to the Dao? His essence is being voraciously consumed, leaving him pale. Interpreting destinies is not a simple task. Who knows what horrors this young man has unwittingly entangled him in? Even aiding a Dao master in divination has never drained so much of his essence. Boy, just you wait, he mutters inwardly, the movements of his hands remaining unimpeded as he yearns to glimpse this young man's future. The fact that it has consumed so much of his essence compels him to see it through. Failure is not an option. As the divine presence approaches, he is resolute. There is no way he will yield. Xuanjiu has never feared divination. He dares to interpret even for the deities, and the heavenly order holds no terror for him. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar resonates as he points with a finger. golden light radiating from his eyes. Lin Jiuxuan, having had his celestial eye opened by Xuanjiu and still within the array, is equally able to see. Puff, boom, crackle. Xuanjiu stumbles back, coughing up blood, his expression one of shock as he gazes at Lin Jiuxuan. What manner of creature are you? How can you be so terrifying? The stars above dim, thunderous roars echo, accompanied by crackling sounds that in an instant, the world darkens and the laws of the cosmos surge forth. Heavenly tribulation descends upon Xuanjiu's location, illuminating the heavens with golden light. The entire city becomes aglow, even awakening those lost in slumber. They gaze in awe at the lightning, the city falling silent as if facing a great threat. A single bolt of tribulation sends shivers through all in the chaotic realm. A young man wears an expression of anger and horror. Who is this? How could I fail to notice? The golden tribulation fills him with dread. Such a phenomenon is beyond his capacity to summon. Only the heavenly order or those transcending it possess the ability to manifest such power. He would not dare confront such a bolt directly. In the realm of the Dao, at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens, deep within the 10,000 mountain ranges and above the clouds, terrifying beings awaken, their brows furrowing in contemplation. How could this tribulation strike so suddenly? Xuanjiu within the city is on the verge of cursing his fate. How can one live under such circumstances? Divining a Dao and consuming his essence is one thing. But now, what is this golden tribulation? He is going to lose his life over this. This is truly the golden calamity thunder. As he watches Lin Jiuxuan immersed in divination, he feels an overwhelming urge to kick him. Having lived for countless years, he has divined for the Dao master and powerful beings alike, yet has never felt this stifled. The divination he conducted for himself is something he cannot even witness, leaving it to that insufferable brat. Lin Jiuxuan, what is the meaning of this? Kid, you'll have to pay me back for this in the future. Frowning, he gazes at the golden calamity thunder, which is as thick as a barrel. Lin Jiuxuan, however, remains oblivious to Xuanjiu's words, captivated by the scene before him. Even if he had heard, he would merely have laughed it off, as it was not he who urged you to divine your fate. You insisted on divining, and now you blame me for it? Nevertheless, he would not refuse. An ancient being, who has lived for an unfathomable number of years, could indeed prove useful. The sight before him caused an involuntary shiver to course through his body. A flicker of trepidation echoed in his mind. Whether it was his primordial spirit or the system, he could not tell. Blood, only blood and more blood. The sky was drenched in crimson, the earth, the firmament. The rivers and seas all bore the color of blood. Rivers ran red, and corpses piled high like mountains. Everywhere he looked was a battlefield, an endless struggle, the land shattered, the sky torn apart, the fabric of space alarmingly fragile. The stars dimmed, and the sun and moon lost their light. Yet a solitary peak stood tall amidst this sea of blood. Towering and majestic, it pierced the heavens, clouds swirling away from its summit, as he gazed at the peak. He felt an inexplicable familiarity as he stepped on a mountain. He had yet to take a single stride. The space shattered under a formidable force, revealing towering figures stepping forth. They were taller than the heavens, their pupils bright as the sun and moon. That he furrowed his brow, staring into their eyes, feeling as if he had encountered them before. That it was reminiscent of the sun and moon. Yes, indeed, they were the sun wheel and moon wheel. With a crackling sound, the mountain trembled. The space fractured with the sound of footsteps, utterly ineffective. From the peak, a figure clad in white descended slowly, a plain sword slung across his back. The individual appeared remarkably ordinary. In his eyes, for words emerged, returned to simplicity. Unable to comprehend their dialogue, he could hear nothing. Even straining his ears yielded silence. Watching their lips, he discerned the 7 words spoken by the figure in white. Invader. Extinguish the living. It was as if the figure intended for him to understand. Desperate to see the face of the figure in white, he was suddenly frozen in shock, his body trembling. How could this be? Chapter 71. The suffering Xuanjiu. His eyes widened as he tried to glimpse the visage of the figure. His body shook violently, dumbfounded. He simply could not see clearly. as if a veil of mist obscured his view. All he could discern was a silhouette, vast as the mountains and oceans, heavy as a mountain, presenting an insurmountable barrier. Just the mere outline of the figure cast a vast, boundless impression upon Lin Jiuxuan. He could not hear what the towering figure of the invader was saying, but the expression and aura surrounding him were evidently furious, blazing with the brilliance of sun and moon. With a rip, the heavens were torn open, revealing a pitch-black abyss that unleashed a powerful wave of force. The figure in white stepped forth, his aura transformed entirely, an endless stream of sword intent flowing around him. As he appeared like a sharp sword, upon drawing his sword, the heavens crumbled, the seas reversed course, suspended in the sky, and the earth collapsed. It was as if a sea of swords surrounded him, all infused with a chilling sword intent. Instantly, it became a realm of blades. The descending invader roared, his eyes blazing with rage, unleashing a fist that shattered heaven and earth. The sky fell. The earth sank. The laws of the Dao surged, every move representing the pinnacle of the way. The figure in white shattered myriad laws with a single strike, breaking through countless paths as the sword was drawn. Both heaven and earth trembled, ghosts and deities wept, the universe shook, and the myriad paths retreated. He was an outsider, watching this battle unfold. The world withered, blood flowed like an ocean, lives were extinguished, and all paths ceased to exist. Every detail etched into his eyes. Witnessing it firsthand, one could truly comprehend what it means to be powerful and what it means to be lonely, standing alone in a world of chaos. A solitary figure wielding a sword, striking against the nine heavens, he stared blankly at this scene, his heart filled with emotion and confusion. Xianjiao could hardly contain his urge to slap Lin Jiuxuan for his recklessness. What sort of monster is this? Merely a divination. Clearly, it was just a Dao realm cultivation, easily achievable. This moment, he fixated on the gathering golden calamity thunder in the sky, feeling a twinge of panic. With all his focus on guarding against the impending thunder, he no longer cared about what content he had divined. He wished fervently to pull Lin Jiuxuan out of this predicament. He felt a bit cowardly. Having tried to bring Lin Jiuxuan out, he discovered that the moment he approached the golden calamity thunder, it would descend upon him. Regarded him as the invader of fate. His hair was singed, his clothes disheveled. He even began to think that Lin Jiuxuan was his nemesis. Encountering such a troublesome situation on his first divination attempt, he dared not disperse the divination power, for Lin Jiuxuan had already glimpsed a fragment of the future. He had been devoured by the source power. If he withdrew now, he would suffer significant injuries. That it was possible that Lin Jiuxuan might also perish or become lost in the future, never to return. He would be consumed by the forces of fate, caught in a dilemma, truly damned. After living a lifetime, he found himself ensnared by a mere child. He vowed never to divine with Lin Jiuxuan again. That boy was a harbinger of misfortune. Whoever divined with him would surely meet disaster. Thunder rumbled. Why strike him? Why me? The golden calamity thunder roared as it descended towards Xianjiao. Sparks and lightning illuminated the entire city. Xianjiao was on the verge of exploding with rage. His scalp tingling, he was not afraid of the calamity thunder, but the endlessness of it was infuriating. With one strike falling, another formed amidst the thunderous sea. He could only pray that Lin Jiuxuan would retreat soon. Otherwise, he would truly be unable to withstand it any longer. Gazing up at the calamity thunder, he sensed an escalating trend, utterly bewildered by what this fellow had glimpsed. The emergence of the golden calamity thunder was one thing, which he could somewhat comprehend, having encountered it often, thus developing defensive measures. Yet this thunder was clearly evolving, brewing into something far more formidable, that insufferable brat. If he does not come out soon, the old man's life will be forfeit. Roaring, he pointed a finger at the descending thunder, watching it converge in Lin Jiuxuan's eyes. Then he fixated on the brewing calamity thunder above. As long as Lin Jiuxuan emerged in time, everything would be fine. It was not enough to concoct a stronger calamity thunder. The golden calamity thunder still lay within his capacity to withstand. If it went deeper, he would have to consider whether it was worth it. In the manner, Li Tianxian gazed dreamily at the golden calamity thunder, feeling no fear at all. Instead, he experienced a sense of hunger. Greedily eyeing the thunder, he truly wanted to take a bite and see what it was like, licking his lips, but ultimately, he could not resist the stirrings in his heart. He sought to wander and satisfy the hunger that gnawed at him. Forgetting the terror of the calamity thunder, "Eat, eat," sated, "I am so hungry. I must have food." Lin Jiuxuan stared blankly at all before him, utterly stunned. The figure in white wielded a sword that cleaved through the air, his long black hair swirling with sword intent. A single person, a single sword, ascended directly to the 9 heavens, the barriers of the world crumbling before the figure in white as if they were made of paper. With a mere gesture, they could be torn apart. The powerful, ancient, chaotic beast roared. The stars shattered, terrifying beyond measure, the sovereign of chaos. Yet, it was but a simple matter. Before his eyes, everything began to grow increasingly illusory. The figure in white slowly dissipating. Through his blurred vision, he beheld those familiar eyes and that sword, which seemed to have appeared before him before. Strive, for a blood-stained future must not come to pass. As he gazed ahead, a voice echoed in his mind. He also saw the figure in white extend a finger to his brow, a force of rule attempting to obstruct him, but a surge of resistance flowed through his body. "My path cannot be obstructed by rules. I shall tread upon the threshold of mysteries. The great Dao cannot hinder me. Rules yield to me. Scatter." The figure in white roared, quietly watching Lin Jiuxuan vanish. Lin Jiuxuan, too, beheld that finger descend upon his brow. As it penetrated, the resistance within his body dissipated, and he distinctly felt the system's trepidation. The forces of fate and the heavenly mechanism gradually faded, and Lin Jiuxuan's eyes returned to normal. Gazing at the scene before him, he was suddenly startled. Thunder rumbled. A tremendous roar of thunder echoed as bolts of calamity descended in a frenzy. Xianjiu was left charred, his entire being scorched, with no part of him unscathed. His exposed flesh bore a bronze hue, a clear indication of a physical form honed to its utmost perfection. Unfortunately, his hair was not as fortunate. Several strands stood upright in defiance. Before he could comprehend the origin of this calamity's thunder, he turned his head only to be struck by astonishment. Among the bolts of thunder sat a figure, seemingly at ease, as the strikes rained down upon him, as though he were a nemesis to the very essence of thunder. He was consuming the calamity's fury. Xianjiu distinctly observed the bolts being devoured, leaving behind merely empty shells upon impact. That figure was none other than Li Tianxian. Indeed, he was not mistaken that it was Li Tianxian, the human from his realm, who was currently absorbing the thunder. His eyes sparkled, akin to a treasure hunter discovering a rare gem. This was an extraordinary skill. The ability to consume calamity's thunder was indeed commendable. He deserved nurturing. A hand patted Xianjiu's shoulder as he gazed at Li Tianxian, his heart stirring with excitement that if he could consume the thunder, then in future encounters, he could simply be tossed out to handle it. What was there to fear from thunder? Such trivial matters. Was thunder powerful? Indeed, it was formidable, but it was merely a matter of encountering an anomaly like Li Tianxian, a promising talent. Without a moment's hesitation, Xianjiu responded, only to suddenly pause, realizing something was amiss. Turning back, a surge of anger welled up within him, and he kicked out in frustration. "You rascal! Why did you even bother to show up? Why not stay a bit longer? The old man prepared a divination for you, and even shielded you from the thunder, while you lounged in comfort." As he spoke, his hands and feet were already in motion, finally finding an outlet for his pent-up rage. The thunder seemed to sense the dissipating power of fate and lost its interest. The entire city returned to its nocturnal calm. However, this night was far from tranquil. Chapter 72. The turmoil induced by calamity's thunder. Questions arise. The city erupted into a cacophony, devoid of the prior stillness. As everyone pondered the recent events, the golden calamity's thunder, which had only been heard of in tales, was witnessed firsthand tonight. The sight of golden thunder was said to harbor great treasures, bestowing the worthy with the potential to ascend to the rank of Dao Master. This golden thunder symbolized destruction, summoned only by entities transcending the Dao. But a millennium ago, in the southern lands, golden thunder had appeared, and a young man had seized it, soaring to the heights of Dao Master in a millennium. Various accounts emerged, all chronicling the existence of golden thunder in written records. Due to the rarity of golden thunder's appearances, those who had truly witnessed it were nearly non-existent in the mortal realm. Perhaps some ancient beings still lived, aware of its significance, yet they remained silent, allowing rumors to proliferate. The thunder itself served as a blade of fairness and justice wielded by the Heavenly Dao. While golden thunder resided beyond its jurisdiction, it was a punishment levied upon those seeking to surpass the Dao. Lacking specificity, it indiscriminately targeted all deserving of retribution. Moreover, within the city, the strongest beings were merely at the heavenly realm, trembling in the face of the thunder's might. Who would dare to gaze up at it? As long as it did not target them, preserving their lives was sufficient. The pinnacle of the 9 heavens stood a palace. Enveloped in a formidable aura of Dao, a proclamation echoed throughout the palace, summoned the top 100 disciples to descend and experience the mortal realm. An ancient voice reverberated within the grand hall. Several aged figures stood within the palace, appearing as ordinary mortals, betraying no hint of their power. Elder, what is the reason for this command? A middle-aged man stood respectfully below, perplexed. Aside from accepting disciples, the 9 heavens rarely interfered in worldly matters. Why, then, were the top disciples being dispatched? You shall descend and discover the truth in due time, replied one elder. Once the middle-aged man departed, the elder murmured, the heavens are about to change. High above the clouds, a mountain loomed where immortals gathered mist and swordsmen soared through the skies. Each mountain was to select 10 elite disciples to descend for training, without error. Atop the mountain, a middle-aged man, sword slung over his back, gazed at the sky, his eyes shimmering like stars, radiating an intense sword intent. This sky, too, is due for a transformation. Deep within the 10,000 great mountains, the demon ancestor roared, and the demon emperor issued commands. In an instant, powerful beasts transformed into humanoid forms, making their way beyond the 10,000 great mountains. The same held true for the first-rate sections. The more formidable the entity, the more attuned they were to the shifts in the heavens and earth. For millennia, the Heavenly Dao had sealed itself, erecting a barrier that hindered the emergence of powerful beings. Perhaps the golden calamity's thunder presented an opportunity, a chance to break free, a chance to alter the very fabric of existence. These powerful beings believed this was the handiwork of the Heavenly Dao, seeking to restrict their births. Meanwhile, those existing within the Dao yearned for solutions to shatter their constraints. Perhaps this moment would serve as a breakthrough. Utilizing the golden calamity's thunder as leverage, they might dismantle the shackles that bound them, enabling the elders stuck at certain realms to finally ascend. Heavenly Sect, the sole first-rate sect near the 10,000 great mountains. At this moment, the sect leader stood before a frail elder, drenched in sweat, resembling a child. Do not concern yourself with the matters of the 10,000 great mountains. We are but insignificant to them. Make arrangements. The disciple recruitment ceremony will commence in a month. The sect leader was a youth, while the elder was their steadfast anchor, the only one in the late stage of the Dao realm. Thanks to the elder's presence, the heavenly sect had managed to maintain its status. He hoped this would be an opportunity to recruit a few prodigies. Frowning, he gazed towards Tianxian City, feeling the aura of the thunder. He had heard tales of golden thunder and wished to seize this chance to gain a few exceptional disciples. The heavenly sect could not falter under his watch. Otherwise, he could never face the predecessors of the sect. Within Tianxian City, most residents remained awake throughout the night, mulling over the golden calamity's thunder, a phenomenon rarely seen in a millennium. In the estate, Lin Jiuxuan, with a bruised face, awkwardly regarded Xianjiao. Internally cursing, he dared not voice his anger openly, for the pain on his face was palpable. However, it must be said that Xianjiao, despite his age, was indeed formidable, having survived the golden thunder. As for Li Tianxian, he was a true anomaly, unheard of for his ability to consume golden thunder. This was a stroke of luck, while Xianjiao had withstood it through sheer strength. Kid, from now on, I shall follow you, and you better provide me with good food and spicy treats. Xianjiao glowered at Lin Jiuxuan, clenching his fists, itching to throw another punch. Such audacity! Yet your skin is indeed a bit thick. However, to me, it's no different than paper. Elder Xian, worry not. I shall ensure you are well taken care of. Covering his face, he bore a hint of a smile. Xianzhou's fist landed squarely on him, delivering a resounding impact. Breaking through his defenses, he could only passively endure the blows. Yet amid the onslaught, he felt his physical form gradually strengthening, as traces of golden calamity's thunder forged his sinews. Knowing it was undoubtedly Xianzhou's handiwork, he expressed deep respect. Such a formidable figure deserved to be revered. Should he encounter an unbeatable foe, he could always be called upon for protection. You rascal, filled with mischief, do you not think of me as your enforcer? Xianzhou, perceiving the glint in Lin Jiuxuan's eyes, understood this lad had no good intentions. It was truly unfortunate to have crossed paths with him, were it not for the singular inheritance of the Heavenly Mechanism sect, which bore a portrait resembling Lin Jiuxuan. He would have paid him no mind that a dignified Dao master-level figure being reduced to a mere enforcer for someone in the Dao realm was simply unacceptable. If word got out, where would he hide his face? Elder Xian, do you know what is happening? You are well-versed and must have some insight. Lin Xian was enveloped in the power of calamity, which slithered across his skin like serpents. The essence of thunder coursed through his veins, altering the rhythm of his heartbeat. Xianzhou shot him a disapproving glare. Flattering him would yield no answers. Observing Lin Jiuxuan's condition, he furrowed his brow. To feed on calamity's thunder was a unique phenomenon. Those who comprehended the way of thunder could consume heavenly lightning. He had heard of and even seen beings that grew by consuming calamity's thunder. An elder from the 10,000 Great Mountains had once devoured such thunder. However, that was merely an ordinary calamity thunder, not yet capable of consuming wildly. Last night, when confronted with the golden calamity thunder, Lin Jiuxuan suddenly charged forth, startling even the golden thunder itself. Moreover, the golden calamity thunder seemed to harbor a hint of trepidation, as it did not emanate anger. Instead, it unleashed a considerable amount of calamity thunder for him to devour, as if fearing he might not be satiated. Uncertain, he would seek clarity upon awakening. Xianzhou shook his head, observing Lin Jiuxuan, as he too was perplexed by the situation. How could the golden calamity thunder be so voracious, achieving what even the chaos sovereigns could not? Such was the reality. Lin Jiuxuan nodded, eager to discern whether the absorption of calamity thunder was a one-time event or a genuine capability. If true, it would indeed be intriguing. Stroking his chin, he gazed at the slumbering Lin Jiuxuan, lost in thought. This novel can be downloaded through the open source Freestar String downloader developed by Xingyu, if you obtain the novel file via proxy download. And the vendor has not provided the software source code or open source address. Please request an immediate refund and report the vendor, author's email, xingyvoutlook.com, author's QQ, 201-759-3710, official QQ group, 149050832, official TG group, https t. MeFQ Tool, Chapter 73, Heavenly Thunder, Crossing Tribulations. The following day, as night receded, the sun ascended, illuminating the entire world. Standing in the courtyard, he gazed at the slowly rising sun, basking in its warmth. Frowning, he observed the waning moon and the emerging sun, recalling the imposing figures he had seen confronting the figure in white. Their pupils resembled the sun and moon, radiating a similar warmth, almost eerily alike. In the primordial chaos, the sun transformed from the golden crow, while the moon housed two formidable women of the wilderness. Yet, what of the sun and moon in this realm? He refrained from revealing everything he had witnessed to Xianzhou, not due to disbelief, but rather because it was beyond comprehension. That he only disclosed to Xianzhou that he had seen a world stained with blood, the land shattered, the starry sky tainted, the stars broken, and the mighty spilling blood. He concealed the matters regarding the figure in white and the colossal shadows. Convinced he was overthinking, he had inquired with Xianzhou about the formation of the sun and moon, receiving the answer that indeed, the sun and moon were manifestations of rules. Their rising and setting were also dictated by rules, and none could transcend these confines. If what Xianzhou claimed was true, he yearned to understand what these rules entailed. You are not yet qualified to know. Dismissed with a single statement, the vivid scenes remained etched in his mind. Unable to resist, he cast another glance at the sun. Finding nothing amiss, it brought light and warmth to the world, which was unproblematic. Lin Jiuxuan continued to absorb the power of the calamity thunder, and according to Xianjiu, he would remain unconscious for at least 4 to 5 days. This was the most conservative estimate. Xianjiu himself, having exhausted his essence while calculating for Lin Jiuxuan and resisting the calamity thunder, also required time to recuperate. Frowning, he pondered the absence of anyone to care for him, and summoned another individual from the spatial realm. His current spiritual power allowed him to bring forth only 1 or 2, and they could only be at the Deluo Jinxian level. With Xianjiu present, it would be unwise to summon too many. Who knows whether that old man would calculate his fate once more, unearthing his secrets? Young master, a woman appeared behind him, one of the two named Shu. Familiarize yourself well, and restrain your presence. Lin Jiuxuan spoke calmly, recalling how Lin Jiuxuan had struggled initially. The two worlds were fundamentally different, leading to a suppressive environment. Lin Jiuxuan's primordial aura was concealed by Xianjiu, preventing discovery. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. Lin Jiuxuan looked up, bewildered at the sight of calamity thunder forming anew in the sky. This was troubling. Upon sensing the fluctuations of Chiyue's aura, he understood. Her presence did not belong to this realm. She was an intruder, the kind most loathed by the Heavenly Dao. Xian had been shielded during his descent due to the presence of a Dao Lord amidst the 10,000 great mountains. And at that time, Lin Jiuxuan's aura of the god of death had just dissipated. Therefore, his own aura had also been concealed. The heavenly thunder rumbled and gathered above Tianxin City, gradually taking shape. The townsfolk looked up at the thunder, puzzled. Hadn't it just arrived last night? Now it was back. Could there truly be a hidden formidable being in the city playing with heavenly thunder? Brat, what are you up to now? Xianjiu's figure suddenly appeared, glaring at Lin Jiuxuan, wishing to strike him down. Can you not disturb the peace for a moment? Last night you brought forth golden calamity thunder. And now there's heavenly thunder again. What a damn mess. In less than a day's time, he had been drained of essence and had to contend with calamity, thunder yet again. The it was utterly exasperating. Observing Chiyue's aura, he furrowed his brow, then waved his hand to conceal her primordial presence. The heavenly thunder, sensing no aura, gradually dissipated. Boom! Finally, a remnant aura descended toward a certain location in the 10,000 great mountains. Damn! An unkempt old man exclaimed, cursing loudly. Xianjiu frowned, glancing at Chiyue before turning back to Lin Jiuxuan. He understood that Lin Jiuxuan was not a denizen of this world, as the traces of his essence would reveal themselves if he acted. Even if he were to break through and his essence overflowed, the Heavenly Dao would not take notice. Lin Jiuxuan's aura was concealed by the system, rendering it undetectable by the Heavenly Dao. Senior Xian, Lin Jiuxuan observed the contemplative Xianjiu, realizing he had acted rashly regarding Zheng. He had overlooked the fact that the Heavenly Dao despised intruders. Had it not been for Xianjiu's intervention, a calamity could have ensued, and he could not be certain he could withstand the heavenly thunder. Even if he managed to endure, what would happen afterward? Would each individual require his intervention for concealment? Brat, think carefully next time you act. I wish to live a few more years, he said, casting a glance at Chiyue before turning to his room. His lips twitched. It was truly exhausting. He began to wonder if following this lad was a mistake, whether the ancestors were playing a jest on him. This brat was truly infuriating. Could he genuinely be that individual? In truth, the founding patriarch of the Tianji sect was not of this world either, thus classifying him as an intruder. Many intruders sought to erase their presence in this world, often turning to the Tianji sect for help, as it uniquely possessed the means to completely eliminate traces. After all, their patriarch specialized in this field. Lin Jiuxuan was fortunate to have encountered him. Otherwise, he would have perished beneath the heavenly thunder long ago. Young master, Chiyue regarded Xianjiu's retreating back. A glimmer of wariness in her eyes, for the earlier figure had exuded an overwhelming aura, surpassing even the strongest she had encountered. Not worry. Find a room to tidy yourself, he said. Frowning, he felt the need to contemplate Xianjiu's words. This situation was untenable, and he needed to devise a plan. Otherwise, what would happen in the future? He couldn't possibly rely on someone else to fend off the thunder tribulations. Slap? Am I foolish? He slapped his forehead. Was heavenly thunder truly so terrifying? He possessed a treasure at home and was still pondering. Gazing at Lin Jiuxuan's chamber, a smile crept across his lips, hoping that he truly could consume it. If so, he would no longer require assistance. At that point, he could confidently proclaim to others, "Heavenly thunder. Is it truly so fearsome? It is merely sustenance." The thought alone brought him joy. It was indeed a treasure. Rumble! Just then, the clear sky erupted with lightning, thunder crashing, and dark clouds gathering. The heavens darkened instantaneously, streaks of lightning coursing through the atmosphere. The wind picked up. Was rain imminent? Sensing the dampness in the air, accompanied by the rising winds, it was clearly the prelude to a downpour. The townsfolk looked up at the gloomy sky, sensing rain was on the horizon, then returned to their tasks. Some ordinary citizens hurried home to gather their laundry, while others retreated to inns or taverns to escape the rain. Rumble! The heavenly thunder rolled, flashes of lightning illuminating the surroundings, exuding an eerie aura. The sky transformed dramatically, the winds rising. Would they allow anyone to rest in peace? Xianjiu stepped forward, observing the somber skies and the roaring thunder dragon. Lin Jiuxuan glanced at Xianjiu, noting his words, and looked up at the sky, finding nothing unusual. Wasn't it merely thunder indicating rain? Could it be that rain is not a normal occurrence? With a faint smile, Xianjiu realized that the frown on his brow had yet to ease. His gaze was imbued with a hint of anticipation. "Young man, do you still believe this is merely rain?" Observing Lin Jiuxuan's expression, he chuckled, and upon reflection, it made sense that in such a remote locale, aside from the heavenly sect, it was unlikely anyone else would be aware of it. Bang! Boom! Before Lin Jiuxuan could pose a question, a bolt of lightning struck Lin Jiuxuan's chamber, rumbling. Transcending calamity, a breakthrough. Chapter 74, Devouring the Celestial Thunder. The skies were overcast, and the thunder rolled ominously. Leaving the streets nearly deserted, crash. A bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, crashed down upon Lin Jiuxuan's room, where he was refining the tribulation thunder. Transcending calamity? Was this a sign of a breakthrough? Before devouring the tribulation thunder, he was merely at the initial stage of the heavenly realm. Such thunder typically manifested only during substantial breakthroughs that a breakthrough in realms. If that were the case, it would entail surmounting 3 minor realms consecutively. The leap was considerable, breaking through multiple realms in one go. "My house, young man. Remember to compensate me for my house." Xianjiu's beard bristled as he glared at Lin Jiuxuan, feeling an immense inner turmoil. Since encountering this fellow, just over a day had passed, and it was either tribulation thunder or celestial thunder. Truly alarming. The Dao realm represents a critical juncture, marking the onset of understanding the Dao. Transcending the ordinary cultivator. Why is it that only sects within the Dao realm can attain a grade? Those below the heavenly realm are bound by lifespan limitations. Furthermore, individuals in the heavenly realm can be mass-produced. With sufficient resources, even a pig could be nurtured to the heavenly realm. However, the Dao realm is different. Its greatest advantage lies in a significantly extended lifespan, beginning at a millennium. Grasping the nuances of the Dao opens up infinite possibilities. This is also why the Dao realm serves as the foundation. Any being within the Dao realm should not be underestimated. Old Xian, we're on the same side, right? I must provide for your sustenance. So what is yours is inherently mine. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Jiuxuan was his, and with the breakthrough attracting celestial thunder, the thunder would demolish the house. The destruction of the house was an established fact. Expecting compensation from him was impossible. He was nearly destitute himself, with no funds to spare for reparations. After all, Xianjiu was following him. How long they would stay here remained uncertain. At worst, they could purchase another courtyard. Compensation was out of the question, absolutely impossible. Old Xian, please do not be angry. The thunder was not summoned by me. You must seek out the true culprit. He pointed at Lin Jiuxuan, enveloped in the aura of tribulation thunder, clearly stating that whoever caused this mess should be held accountable. This burden was not his to bear. Qiu stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Was the young master truly so stingy? Was it merely compensation for a room? How little could that possibly cost? She was perplexed but refrained from questioning further, finding the current situation rather agreeable. Young man, you are truly miserly. Not even compensating 1 or 200,000, Xianjiu plopped down onto a stone chair, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Jiuxuan. Such a paltry sum in spirit stones, and he was unwilling to part with it. What a miser! He couldn't help but wonder if following this young man would ever lead to a life of luxury. Shaking his head, he glanced at Lin Jiuxuan. If this young man didn't drive him to despair, he would be grateful. Lin Jiuxuan's lips twitched. 1 or 200,000 was merely a pittance? He sighed skyward. Was this merely a matter of finances? It was a question of whether he had the means to compensate at all. 1 room. 1 or 200,000. Such extortion was simply excessive. Rumbling. The celestial thunder gathered, bolts as thick as arms flickering with a cold light, illuminating the entire sky. With his eyes tightly shut, Li Tianxian suddenly opened them, gazing at the celestial thunder with a calm demeanor. The aura of tribulation thunder still lingered around him. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. His stomach grumbled in protest as he rose and stepped into the air. The cultivators within the city observed the celestial thunder above. Their eyes filled with intrigue. This did not appear to herald rain. The thunder bore the essence of the Dao. Heavenly realm cultivators furrowed their brows, fixating on the thunder as they sensed a familiar aura. Had they encountered this before? The Dao realm tribulation. Indeed, it was the tribulation for transcending to the Dao realm. A heavenly realm cultivator laughed heartily, striding towards the spot where the thunder was descending. A dozen or so heavenly realm cultivators landed 10 miles from where Li Tianxian was undergoing his tribulation, their eyes aglow with excitement. They had all felt the aura of tribulation thunder the previous night and rushed over, hoping to catch a stroke of luck. Little did they expect to witness someone breaking through to the Dao realm upon their arrival. For these heavenly realm cultivators, witnessing such a breakthrough firsthand and feeling the essence of the thunder would prepare them for their own ascents. Could he succeed? Lin Jiuxuan frowned, casting a worried glance at Li Tianxian. To leap directly from the initial stage of the heavenly realm to a major realm was no small feat. Even devouring the tribulation thunder could not be accomplished so swiftly. Was there a hidden peril? This was his concern. Qiu, too, clenched her fists, anxiously watching Li Tianxian. In this world, breakthroughs were not akin to the primordial chaos. If he could safely transcend, it would provide invaluable experience for those who came after. Surely, he would be fine. Xianjiu was not particularly confident either. After all, he was witnessing such a scenario for the first time. He had seen individuals successfully break through a major realm, but that was due to their robust foundation, sufficient to support such an advancement. Li Tianxian's situation was unique, and this was the first time he had encountered it. Devouring the tribulation thunder before breaking through. Come forth. Li Tianxian licked his lips, his eyes glistening with desire as he fixated on the gathering thunder. Food. It was all food. His stomach audibly protested. Rumbling. The celestial thunder seemed to have been provoked, with bolts as thick as arms crashing down in response. Such formidable thunder was typically intended to obstruct breakthroughs. Only those with sufficient strength could hope to transcend. They would not genuinely extinguish the life of the tribulation bearer. Gazing at the celestial thunder, Li Tianxian remained calm, devoid of fear, instead brimming with eagerness. Confronted by the descending thunder, he stepped forward and unleashed a punch, meeting the lightning head-on. The tumultuous thunder released an overwhelming pressure, causing those below to tremble at a soul-deep level within 10 miles of the thunder. Bang! Was that all? The thunder struck him without stirring even a ripple. Several bolts were devoured by him. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Was this truly possible? Hadn't it been said that thunder was immensely powerful? Why did it seem so out of sorts? Being consumed so easily. Lin Jiuxuan and Xianjiu were equally astonished, grappling with the reality that not only could they possibly devour the tribulation thunder, but Li Tianxian was actually doing it. He still felt a lingering hunger. Wiping his lips, as if he had yet to satiate his appetite. Another step forward, his aura surged dramatically, ascending to the middle stage of the heavenly realm. "Come on," he continued to provoke the celestial thunder, his eyes shimmering with a blue glow, the essence of the thunder enveloping him. Rumbling. The celestial thunder, sensing the disrespect, roared incessantly, strands of lightning swirling together. To provoke the thunder was to invite death. The majesty of the Heavenly Dao would not tolerate such insolence. The thunder converged at the center, an oppressive aura suffusing the air, making it difficult to breathe. This person was formidable. He would likely perish beneath the celestial thunder. Move farther away. Do not become collateral damage. The heavenly realm cultivators, 10 miles away, furrowed their brows, staring at the brewing thunder, hurriedly retreating another 10 miles. With wide eyes, they watched Lin Jiuxuan. Were those undergoing tribulation now this audacious? Even consuming celestial thunder raw, if one did not exhibit enough audacity, could they even attempt a breakthrough? Numerous questions swirled in their minds. It was not mere imagination. The reality was that Lin Jiuxuan was undeniably arrogant, defiantly provoking the celestial thunder as if it were insufficiently powerful. Had he lost his senses? Indeed, it seemed the thunder was not yet enough to satiate his appetite. Lin Jiuxuan and Xian Jiu exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. This was undeniably reckless. Such brazen provocations would surely incite the wrath of the heavenly Dao. He challenged the authority of the Dao, while seeking to transcend, was utterly inconceivable. Impossible! Bang, bang, bang! A colossal pitch-black aperture opened in the thundercloud as a pure purple lightning dragon emerged, peering from the storm. Chapter 75. Dao Realm. Yichun 8T, the top floor of the Jiuxuan auction house. A young man gazed towards the direction of the thunder, his brow furrowed in contemplation, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. This individual is quite intriguing. Might it be possible to win him over to our side? He found such audacious character appealing, for he too shared a similar disposition. What was there to fear about the thunder? Just go for it. He recalled his own brashness when facing the thunder during his breakthrough. His confidence stemmed from having hidden cards that ensured his survival through the tribulation. Yet, whether this individual possessed such capabilities remained uncertain. Should he survive the tribulation, he would be more than willing to cultivate a friendship. "Second brother, why not give it a try? After all, you are just as arrogant," he teased with a smirk. Behind him stood a young woman clad in purple, gazing at the young man with a pout that exuded an endearing charm. The lady was a Xuan, and the young man was her second brother. I had conveyed the matter of the golden tribulation thunder to their family, prompting her brother to come and see if they could seize an advantage in the forthcoming contest. Upon their arrival that morning, they were greeted with the unexpected sight of heavenly thunder. Someone had broken through to the Dao realm. For their family, the Dao realm was merely a commonplace achievement among the direct descendants, hardly worthy of significant regard. However, Lin Jiuxuan piqued his interest. He was an incredibly arrogant individual, much like himself. "What do you mean? Just 2 days ago, he was merely at the early stage of the celestial realm." Hearing Zishuan's words, he gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening. The Dao realm did not concern him, but the fact that just 2 days prior, Lin Jiuxuan was still in the early stages of the celestial realm was staggering. This meant an immediate leap through a major realm in merely 2 days. Had he not heard it from his sister, he would scarcely have believed Itto break through a major realm in just 2 days. What extraordinary talent! What a prodigy! His eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a person must be acquired. To claim him as a follower would bring immense prestige. Are you certain you did not make a mistake? If it weren't for his sister, he wouldn't dare to believe it. She could not possibly deceive him regarding such matters. Suppressing his astonishment, he gazed dreamily at the heavenly thunder above. There could be no mistake. Upon hearing Zishuan's affirmative reply, his resolve wavered. He had always perceived himself as a genius, endowed with exceptional talent. Now, someone was informing him that another existed who was even more gifted, and he was right before his eyes. This merciless blow left a trace of sorrow in his gaze. In the next moment, he uttered words that left everyone astounded, rendering them speechless. "I want to pledge brotherhood with him." With a leap, he soared through the air towards Lin Jiuxuan. leaving a crowd of bewildered onlookers in his wake. Is this permissible? You, a dignified individual. Don't run. A voice pulled them from their astonishment, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and amusement as they beheld the heavenly thunder. It was their first encounter with such a spectacle of tribulation. It was nothing short of bizarre. All the practitioners within the city witnessed the event, some with eyes wide in terror, others filled with longing, some remaining calm, and others envious. The celestial realm cultivators who had retreated 20 miles could scarcely believe their eyes, wishing to slap themselves to confirm their sanity. Was this real? It turned out that it was not Lin Jiuxuan who was arrogant. Rather, they were the jesters confined to their limited perspectives. Was this truly a tribulation? It seemed more like a game. Lin Jiuxuan's lips twitched as he observed Lin Jiuxuan in the sky. This was not a tribulation. There was no semblance of one. The breakthrough was genuine, but the tribulation appeared non-existent. It resembled a playful encounter. It was as if the one undergoing the tribulation was toying with the thunder. Roar! The thunder dragon turned to gaze at this human undergoing tribulation, unable to suppress its roar, the power of the heavenly thunder dimming considerably. The manifestation of the Heavenly Dao possessed its own consciousness. Its eyes darted as it regarded this human, wondering how he could not fear it. Such an unprecedented sight. Even the elder had never witnessed anything like it before. Xuanju stroked his chin, scrutinizing Lin Jiuxuan, who showed no fear of the heavenly thunder, even seeming to chase after it. After living for countless years, he had never encountered such a situation. First, devouring the golden tribulation thunder, and now pursuing the heavenly tribulation. Perhaps this could be the key to breaking through the heavens. He regarded Lin Jiuxuan with a newfound respect. Quick, come to me. Lin Jiuxuan waved at the thunder dragon, his eyes spinning with mischief. Resembling a man attempting to deceive a child, he could not help but lick his lips, an overwhelming desire to devour the thunder dragon swelling within him. His aura had reached the threshold of the Dao realm. He was but a step away from entering it. If he could devour this thunder dragon, he would ensure a rapid stabilization at the pinnacle of the early Dao realm. Ever since he consumed the golden tribulation thunder, he felt an inexplicable affinity for the heavenly thunder, yearning for even more. If the thunder dragon before him had not been so formidable, he would not have resorted to such methods. It was rather embarrassing. Roar! The thunder dragon bellowed, its eyes spinning arrogantly as it regarded Lin Jiuxuan. This human exuded an aura that intrigued it, one it yearned to possess. However, to attempt to seize it without effort was utterly impossible. It was not that kind of dragon, and such schemes were beneath it. Drip, drip! Suddenly, a massive claw covered its gaping mouth, but it could not prevent its drool from cascading down. The thunder dragon was a genuine being of nature. Born from the Heavenly Dao, endowed with its own consciousness. By classification, it should be considered a primordial being. There was potential. Lin Jiuxuan mused inwardly, continuing to exude a unique resonance, after absorbing the golden tribulation thunder. A special technique had manifested in his mind, allowing him to cultivate an aura that attracted heavenly thunder and beings of the Heavenly Dao, drawing them closer to him. Thunder rumbled. A flash of lightning echoed through the sky. The calamity clouds swirling ominously. The Heavenly Dao felt a sense of helplessness. Breaking through to the Dao realm was proving to be rather troublesome, even summoning the thunder dragon from the depths of the calamity clouds. A pair of eyes fixated on Lin Jiuxuan, imbued with a hint of wariness and a deep-seated murderous intent. Bound by the forces of the rules, it could not unleash power beyond the Dao realm. Even the Heavenly Dao had to abide by the operational rules of the world. Roar! The thunder dragon gradually approached Lin Jiuxuan, its eyes swirling with intrigue. The resonance emanating from him was immensely attractive. Boom! The eyes from the depths of the calamity clouds narrowed, intent on dispersing the heavenly thunder and recalling the thunder dragon. The thunder dragon was crucial to the Heavenly Dao, possessing potential for evolution. Should it evolve into a top-tier thunder dragon, even the Heavenly Dao would not dare to underestimate it. Now was the moment. Lin Jiuxuan's body suddenly erupted with energy, transforming into a streak of light as he rushed toward the thunder dragon's colossal form. He extended his hand, morphing it into a giant grasp that firmly seized the thunder dragon, aiming to devour it. Just as he made his move, the calamity clouds abruptly dispersed, a powerful force descending and flooding into his body, nourishing his organs and meridians. "You can't be serious," he roared, as the calamity clouds vanished at that moment, clearly intent on preventing him from consuming the thunder dragon. Whoosh! Just then, the thunder dragon raised its head, its eyes locking onto the pair of eyes hidden within the calamity clouds, causing its massive form to tremble involuntarily. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of light, darting into Lin Jiuxuan's body with lightning speed. He furrowed his brow, bewildered by the unfolding events. As the calamity clouds dissipated, the sky returned to normal. Just as he prepared to descend, a shadow suddenly plummeted from above. "What is this?" A dark figure descended upon him. "What the hell?" Chapter 76. The pitiful Yichun, having just witnessed the dispersal of the calamity clouds, was impatient to enter and meet his soon-to-be sworn brother, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the figure. He had no time to react. Bang! Cough, cough! "What the hell?" Dust billowed as he was unceremoniously slammed to the ground. Exclaiming a curse, he merely wished to introduce himself and perhaps pledge brotherhood, even if he was unwelcome. Such treatment was unwarranted. Oh, soft. It doesn't even hurt. In the courtyard, Lin Jiuxuan gazed at Xuanjiu, utterly perplexed. What did this mean? Hadn't the newcomer just broken through, and now he had been slapped away? Was this intended as a display of disdain for the Dao realm? He instinctively took a few steps back, eyeing Xuanjiu warily, placing his hands behind his back in defense, fearing that the old man might decide to deliver a similar slap to him. Xuanjiu's lips twitched. Upon noticing Lin Jiuxuan's reaction, his hand itched once more. He glared at him, as if asking, "Am I that kind of person? Elder Xian, my body cannot withstand a blow from you." Lin Jiuxuan chuckled awkwardly, watching Xuanjiu's rubbing hands with trepidation. His body had sustained severe injuries upon arriving in this world and could barely exert the strength of a newly ascended Dao realm cultivator, even weaker than Lin Jiuxuan at present. If Xuanjiu were to slap him, he would likely be left half incapacitated. "Wait, this is an injury to the bones. Come, let me treat you." Xuanjiu reached out, placing his hand on Lin Jiuxuan's shoulder, a mischievous smile breaking across his aged face. Something's not right. Something's not right. Lin Jiuxuan found himself unable to move, gritting his teeth as he glared at Xuanjiu. Had he not known he could not win, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses, shouting in indignation at the old man for his lack of decorum. With his cultivation suppressed, he was utterly incapable of voicing his thoughts. Slap. "Brat, don't entertain any wicked thoughts. Today the old man is in high spirits and has offered to assist you in recuperating from your injuries." Just as Yichun, who had barely risen from the ground, intended to take a few steps, he was caught off guard. Suddenly, yet another dark figure shot out from the house, leaving him momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his wits, there was no opportunity to evade. Bang! He crashed to the ground once more. With a mouthful of dirt, his complexion turned pale, and a sense of fear gripped his heart. Is it truly this arduous to forge a brotherhood nowadays? Mother, he yearns to return home. The outside world is perilous. How could a dignified Taoist be struck down twice? And both times, he had been used as a cushion. The pain was overwhelming. Ah, how soft! His body, indeed, no longer ached. The venerable Xian Lao was genuinely aiding his recovery. Lin Jiuxuan sprang up, bouncing a little, feeling pleasantly buoyant. The strength within him had significantly replenished, and the intensity of his physical form had been revitalized by a surge of power. His once severe injuries had improved remarkably, feeling as though he had recovered at least 5 levels of vitality. "Dao friend," puffed. Upon turning around, he noticed Lin Jiuxuan, who appeared dazed, staring at him with a puzzled expression. What could he possibly be looking at? Was there something on him? It left him utterly confounded. Yichun, still prone on the ground, attempted to speak. Lin Jiuxuan bounced again, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood and lose consciousness. His eyes rolled back, his body convulsing, yet his gaze remained wide open. Such a tragic fate, unable to close his eyes even in death. What was he looking at? Lin Jiuxuan remained silent, pointing at the ground beneath him. A look of exasperation on his face, he felt a sense of helplessness for Yichun. What a good person he was, yet he had been struck down twice in one day. T.O.B. used as a cushion. What dreadful luck. What's wrong? So soft. It was indeed peculiar. After bouncing a few more times, he felt no harm, only a sense of softness and comfort. Following Lin Jiuxuan's gesture, he glanced down. Upon doing so, he was taken aback. There lay a living person who had fainted. Sensing the residual energy, it was clear they were at least a Taoist practitioner, and he had continued to bounce atop them several times. Now he understood why landing had not hurt. It was because he had a cushion beneath him. He couldn't help but silently mourned in the courtyard. Chiyue gazed at the unconscious Yichun, her eyes filled with compassion. Poor child. She had heard of the events that transpired. Being used as a meat cushion twice in succession could have been fatal for someone with lesser cultivation. No worries, he'll wake up shortly. Xianzhou pointed a finger and shot a sidelong glance at the two, questioning the necessity of such cruelty. Was one use as a cushion not enough? Why drag it out to two? Li Tianxian, with his eyes closed, failed to notice. Focusing instead on feeling the strength within his body, he had just broken through to the Dao realm and discovered he could fully harness this newfound power. Stabilizing himself at the pinnacle of the early Dao realm, inside him, a thunder dragon coiled in his mind. It was the very dragon he wished to devour. Lin Jiuxuan, disregarding Xianzhou's glance, felt a sense of injustice welling up within him. Nearly bursting into expletives? Was it truly their fault? Did they not know how they had been flung out? Such disrespect for age. However, he refrained from voicing it, for his injuries had indeed healed significantly. One could not blame Xianzhou. It was simply that this Dao friend had the worst luck, encountering misfortune twice. He pondered how one cultivates to the Dao realm. Was it customary for Taoists to serve as cushions, delighting in aiding others in such a manner? Suddenly, he slapped his thigh, gazing at Yichun with gratitude, thinking, what a good person. Only this explanation made sense. Otherwise, why would he be the one twice chosen for this misfortune? Too many coincidences cease to be mere coincidences. They signal premeditation. Just as Yichun opened his eyes, he shakily pointed a finger at Lin Jiuxuan, about to speak. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted again. Chiyue was taken aback. He fainted again. Xianzhou gave him a thumbs up. It was remarkable, having caused someone to faint twice. Truly, a remarkable talent. Was it that the mental fortitude of Taoists was so fragile? Observing the unconscious Yichun, he resolved to remain silent until he regained consciousness. After all, he had served as a cushion for them twice. They couldn't simply abandon him in the street. That was not their style. It would be too ungracious. They ought to at least provide him with clothing. Cough, cough, cough. With that thought, he began to cough heavily, his eyes brightening as he contemplated the feasibility of this plan. After a considerable time, the unconscious Yichun awoke once more, only to meet Lin Jiuxuan's disappointed gaze. Suddenly, he felt a chill beneath him, and an unsettling sensation arose in his heart. Alas, what a pity! Lin Jiuxuan sighed heavily. Now that he had awakened, his plans appeared to be dashed. Adhering to a principle of humanity, it was only right to show concern for someone who had served as a cushion. Dao friend, are you all right? Yichun shot Lin Jiuxuan a disdainful glance. Am I all right? Why don't you try bouncing on my back a few times and see for yourself? You're the one who bounced the hardest. And he dared to ask if he was all right. Moreover, would he even admit to being unwell? His eyes darted around nervously. Unsure of what ill intentions might be brewing, he feared saying he was unwell would result in being trapped in this courtyard indefinitely. Looking up at the sky, he lamented the injustice of fate. Why must he suffer so? It was utterly unscientific. Dao friend, I have no idea where you are. Besides, why did your Taoist cultivation not allow you to evade? He had just begun to speak when a prickling sensation coursed through his scalp, sending a chill down his spine. Taoist cultivation, indeed. Why had he not evaded? No, that was not right. He had attempted to evade. But his body was immobilized, as if a force had suppressed him. Moreover, the owner of that force was immensely powerful, surpassing him by at least 2 major realms, which rendered him incapable of sensing its origin. Perhaps even stronger. Chapter 77. The formidable Li Tianxian, are you all right? He dared not claim he was unwell, for he feared that uttering a word would lead to bidding farewell to this world. No, I'm fine. He stammered, his complexion pale, his heart uncertain, his gaze narrowing. He had briefly sensed the four individuals present. One had just broken through to the Dao realm, now at the early Dao realm, essentially the third layer of the Dao realm, and upon meeting their gaze, he recognized they were individuals of lesser talent. Perhaps he could contend with them. Another was the one who had struck him. He too was a Daoist. Though his specific realm was indiscernible, he could sense that this individual was stronger and could likely extinguish him. The thought of this sent a shiver down his spine. He needed to keep his distance to safeguard his integrity. The other woman was at the heavenly realm, and it was clear she could easily overpower him. Lastly, there was an elder, furrowing his brow as he cast a glance. Seemingly an ordinary person without cultivation. Impossible! His eyes narrowed. He confirmed that this was an old man he could not provoke. At least there was one woman of lower cultivation than himself. No, wait. He slapped his forehead. When had he begun to compare himself with women in terms of cultivation? How had he fallen to such a state? He never intended to, but the individuals in this courtyard were terrifying. Only one woman was beneath him in prowess. He had always thought he was the most talented and formidable person in this area, but now he realized he had been too naive. There were always others beyond one's own experience. Lin Jiuxuan furrowed his brow, observing the days, each mumbling to himself. It seemed once he awakened, he had become entranced, frozen in place, and utterly lost. At that moment, a voice called from outside. "We seek an audience with the esteemed elder. Please grant us a meeting." Dozens of heavenly realm powerhouses stood outside the courtyard, their expressions tinged with apprehension. The recent Dao tribulation had originated from this very spot. Now that the tribulation had dissipated, there were no signs of the dead or traces of ascension. Thus they had come, seeking guidance on how to break through to the Dao realm. They were either trapped at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, unable to advance, or were in the latter stages of the heavenly realm. The remaining few were newly initiated into the heavenly realm, merely hoping to learn how to break through to the Dao realm. This particular divide had ensnared countless cultivators, leaving them to struggle without breakthrough. Now, with a senior who had successfully advanced to the Dao realm present, how could they remain calm? Seeking guidance. Humph. Lin Jiuxuan scoffed. It sounded nice to seek guidance at this juncture. Could it be that they truly harbored no ulterior motives? It was well known that anyone who advanced in realm would suffer significant injury, necessitating ample time for rest and recuperation. The realm of Dao is distinct from all other realms. To step into the Dao realm is to enter the hallowed hall of the Dao. It relies on the Dao itself, while magical power merely serves as a conduit for the Dao. Nevertheless, one must cultivate and restore their body. Now, those who come seeking the Dao are akin to Sima Zhao's intentions, an open secret to all. A few fell silent. Seeking the Dao is an impossibility that if they were genuinely earnest, perhaps they would share insights instead. Outside the courtyard, a gathering of cultivators, mostly beneath the heavenly realm, assembled. Only a handful of those above the heavenly realm stood at the entrance. Beseeching the Dao, are there any formidable beings from the Dao realm among them? I have heard they are godlike figures, elusive as a dragon. Certainly. Why the hurry? Patience will reveal all. 10 miles away. A group of onlookers from the heavenly realm gazed at the courtyard, their eyes shimmering with hope. They had never seen the Dao realm, only heard tales of its existence from the nearby heavenly sect. Now, the prospect of witnessing a being from the Dao realm kindled their excitement. "Brother, shall we venture in for a closer look?" Just having broken through to the Dao realm, their state must surely be unstable. If we capture one, we might learn the secrets of breaking through. Among the 10 or so from the heavenly realm, 5 were a group, 3 of whom were at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. The one referred to as Big Brother, a heavenly realm cultivator, frowned slightly, fixating on the tightly shut door with a hint of displeasure. What of the Dao realm? Why should he wait so long for merely a newly ascended Daoist? There is nothing to fear. Big Brother, what is there to fear? We 5 from the heavenly realm are not afraid of a newly ascended Daoist. Moreover, you, second brother and third brother, are all at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. What is the worry? The younger brother urged, his eyes gleaming with desire. The 5 heavenly realm cultivators stood firm, while the rest of their peers frowned, daunted by the prospect of provoking the Dao realm. They merely sought knowledge of how to break through the Dao realm, lacking the audacity to challenge it. Even if it was just a newly ascended Taoist, they retreated 10 miles, leaving the 5 brothers at the entrance. Cowards! 5th brother, break down the door. If they do not come out, we shall force our way in. The eldest sneered at the receding heavenly realm cultivators, issuing orders to the one dubbed 5th brother. With a mid-heavenly realm cultivation, he stepped forward, a massive hammer appearing in his hand, poised to strike the door. True, the Tao realm is fearsome, but what is there to fear from a newly ascended Taoist? This is how you choose to seek the Tao. If that is the case, then you need not seek it any longer. As 5th brother's hammer descended, the door suddenly swung open. A chilling voice emerged, like thunder in the spring, momentarily freezing them in place. What dares obstruct your grandfather's path? Seeing his hammer caught by a single hand, 5th brother prepared to unleash his full magical power. The expressions of the eldest and others shifted dramatically. Filled with exhilaration, a Taoist, this must be a newly ascended one. Halt 5th brother's hammer with one hand is a feat beyond even the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. Only a being from the Tao realm could accomplish such a thing. Your grandfather? Lin Jiuxuan raised his gaze to the one wielding the hammer, slowly uttering a few words. Lin Jiuxuan had instructed him to handle matters outside, initially wishing for a peaceful resolution. However, it appeared that bloodshed was now inevitable. Then you may meet your demise. With a slight exertion, 5th brother was sent soaring into the air. Then, with a flick of a finger, a stream of spiritual light pierced his brow. No, I do not wish to die. He roared, his body engulfed in cold dread, unable to resist as his pupils widened in terror. The hammer fell towards his head. Boom! The once menacing 5th brother was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. 5th brother? The eldest roared, rushing to 5th brother's remains, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Lin Jiuxuan. With rage spilling from his eyes, he brandished a large blade, fixating on Lin Jiuxuan. You have slain my 5th brother. I will make you pay with your life. He glared at Lin Jiuxuan, his voice a furious roar. Embodying the essence of vengeance, Lin Jiuxuan furrowed his brows, deftly pinching the descending giant axe between his fingers. His eyes flashing with a glimmer of cold light, a surge of Tao rhythm erupted forth as he stomped his feet, unleashing an overwhelming force that sent Lao Si hurtling backward through the air. Raising his head, he cast a glance at Lao Si. With a pointed finger, a stream of light shot forth, instantly embedding itself into Lao Si's forehead. Bang! His body crashed heavily to the ground, tears streaming from his eyes. Tinged with a hint of liberation, Lao Wu, 4th brother, is here to accompany you. Feeling life slowly ebb away, he turned his gaze toward Lao Wu's body, filled with a sense of nostalgia. Perhaps this is the ultimate release. You have taken the lives of 2 of us. That should be sufficient. The price has been paid. Can you not allow us to depart? The elder brother's voice was low and somber as he regarded Lin Jiuxuan, his eyes bearing a tinge of crimson, a flicker of murderous intent lurking within. Brothers, bound by blood, had perished before him, and he found himself powerless to avenge them. Regret consumed him. He had miscalculated Lin Jiuxuan's strength, as well as their own, and it was all his fault. That a price. You speak of a price? How laughable! If I were not strong, it would be my life that perished, and yet you dare to speak of this as a price. To barter the lives of his brothers for his own survival, to quell his fury at such a cost. You are truly unworthy. He looked at the elder brother, disappointment etched across his features. If he possessed even a modicum of pride to stand up for his brothers, perhaps the young master would have shown mercy. Alas, that possibility has vanished. The heavenly realm posed no threat to them. Sparing them would change nothing. That if blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed at the very beginning. I will fight you. Brother, let us confront him. What is death but a fate we must face? Lao Air and Lao San erupted with the peak cultivation of the heavenly realm, weapons in hand, channeling all their power into a fierce assault against Lin Jiuxuan. This roar drew the elder brother's attention, and seizing the opportunity, the 2 turned and fled into the distance, abandoning their elder brother. Their own lives were the utmost priority. Everything else was but fleeting clouds, as long as they could survive. They were willing to forsake anything. How tragic! To wish to escape was futile. Raising his head, he watched the 2 retreating figures, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. There was no need for him to lift a finger now. Bang! How can this be? Why? Why? In the courtyard, a beam of sword light shot forth, piercing directly into the bodies of the two, their screams stifled before they could escape their lips, torn to shreds by the sword intent. Two trails of blood mist lingered in the air. How mistaken. The elder brother was wrong. I'm sorry. It is all the elder brother's fault. He has brought ruin upon you. The elder brother knelt on the ground. Weeping like a child, his eyes filled with despair. Watching his four brothers perish before him, he finally understood the gravity of his mistakes. Rising, he turned to face Lin Jiuxuan, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Tears streaming down his cheeks. These were tears of awakening, regret that had come too late. I know I cannot defeat you, but my brothers must not die in vain. The elder brother poured all his strength into the great blade in his hands, his fierce gaze radiating resolute determination. This strike would be his strongest. Sighing deeply, he unleashed a powerful punch, Dao rhythm swirling, shimmering with golden light. Boom! At that moment, he felt an unprecedented surge, stepping over the threshold of the Dao realm. His eyes lost all hope for life. Even if he were to withstand this blow, there was no way he could pass through the tribulations of the Dao. Perhaps the Dao realm was merely a mental barrier for him. Now he understood. Bang! His eyes closed, life force gradually fading away, a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. In this life, he felt fulfilled. Chapter 79. Yichun desires brotherhood. A few individuals sat together in the courtyard. Yichun regarded Li Jiuxuan with trepidation, his heart trembling, his gaze flickering with unusual light, stepping directly from the early stages of the heavenly realm into the initial phase of the Dao realm. Crossing such a significant boundary to endure the tribulations. No matter the context, he was a figure of extraordinary talent. Now he stood behind Lin Jiuxuan like a mere guard. And there was also that Xia, whose talents appeared equally impressive. It seemed she too was a maid. Grasping his head in exasperation, he pondered the extravagance of this family to use such prodigies as mere guards. He wished to join them. Brother Yi, what did you just say? Lin Jiuxuan inquired, digging into his ears and blowing gently. As if he hadn't heard clearly, he scrutinized Yichun with an appraising gaze, making Yichun feel quite uncomfortable. Brother Yi, did you just say you wish to form a brotherhood with Tianxian? Come on, hurry up. He said cheerfully, brotherhood. That means I would have another pillar of support. I've heard from Elder Xian that the Yi family is quite renowned. Within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, there is only one family with the surname Yi. If it truly is that family, it would provide an excellent support. Hearing this, Yichun's spirits plummeted, glaring at Lin Jiuxuan. What sort of person was this? If only he had mentioned earlier, he wouldn't have been so excited to express his desire for a brotherhood, that if he truly formed a brotherhood with Li Tianxian, wouldn't that make him the subordinate of Lin Tianxian's subordinate? That would simply not do. You must have misunderstood. Did I ever say that? He shot a glare at Lin Jiuxuan, frustrated that he had brought up such an inappropriate subject. Oh, I remember now. I meant to form a brotherhood with Brother Lin. He smoothly redirected. Forming a brotherhood with Lin Jiuxuan would allow them to remain peers, while forming one with Li Tianxian would be utterly unbearable. Extremely uncomfortable. It was far better to ally with Lin Jiuxuan. Form a brotherhood with one prodigy, while also having another prodigy, an enigmatic elder backing him, and the forces behind them. It was truly a win-win situation. A multifaceted gain. I am indeed a little genius. He silently awarded himself the label of genius. It could be operated this way. Now it was Lin Jiuxuan's turn to be taken aback. How could this even be possible? He was left in a daze. He had intended to refuse, but remembering Elder Xian's words, he held back. Furrowing his brows, he pondered whether it was worth it, questioning the trustworthiness of this individual. Presently, he was weak. Having a powerful ally would indeed be advantageous. However, whether this strength was reliable was the crux of the matter. Kid, you're overthinking it. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a core disciple of that family. It is he who forms a brotherhood with you, not the family behind him. Moreover, the Heavenly Dao oath is not easily broken. Elder Xian, observing Lin Jiuxuan's frown, shook his head and communicated through thought, fearing that this young man might fall into a misunderstanding. That would be truly unfortunate. Yes, brotherhood. Let us form it right now. He slapped his thigh, casting a grateful glance at Elder Xian. He had almost stumbled into a misjudgment. Presently, his weakness did not guarantee future weakness. He had the human race and the space as his foundation. What was there to fear? And he also had Elder Xian, this formidable character. Despite his poor temper, he was fiercely protective and powerful enough. This alone sufficed. Everything else could wait. Once the decision was made, he acted, grasping Yi Chan's hand. The two held 3 incense sticks, one for revering heaven and earth, one for honoring the ancestors, and one for themselves. After a lengthy moment, the brotherhood was established. Elder brother, second brother, a scene so painfully cringeworthy that the others were ready to throw their shoes at them. These two were utterly shameless. They had never seen such a disgusting display, which was merely redefining the limits of shamelessness. As night fell, Yi Chun announced he had matters to attend to and would be leaving. The brotherhood had been successfully formed, and he was now familiar with the area, making his departure convenient. His objective had been achieved. The 4 remaining individuals sat together, while Elder Xian frowned, fixating on Lin Jiuxuan. It was night, the stars twinkling brightly. He was fearful of being dragged into another divination session. He had no desire to engage in such activities. Red fortunes for this little brat felt like tempting fate. He had grown wary. After multiple readings, he felt he could scarcely endure. Was his fate not strong enough? Ever since he joined Lin Jiuxuan, he had been pondering whether he could truly live long by his side. Would he not meet an untimely demise along the way? He had questioned himself, and even conducted his own divination, discovering that any matter involving this young man felt akin to defying the heavens. Tianxian, are you certain you can absorb the heavenly tribulation? With wide eyes fixed upon Li Tianxian, he inquired. The concept of devouring the heavenly tribulation sounds incredibly formidable. If this is indeed true, it could prove immensely beneficial in the future, particularly during the tribulation crossing. While others struggled desperately against the tribulation, we could simply toss Li Tianxian into the fray. Just imagining it is exhilarating. What would there be to fear from the heavenly tribulation then? It would likely be the tribulation that fears them. For now, I can only consume the previous golden lightning tribulation, as there is no other recourse at present. Furrowing my brow, I assess the limits of my current capabilities before speaking. To harness something more powerful, I must first strengthen myself further. Ultimately, I provided a relatively affirmative answer, withholding the fact that there was a thunder dragon within me. Consider it a trump card, with the thunder dragon's assistance. I could potentially devour several bolts of golden tribulation lightning in one go. It merely requires time for digestion. The reason I was able to assimilate the golden tribulation lightning so swiftly was due to a portion of its energy being consumed by Elder Xian. What was devoured was merely about 1/10 of its original strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Xianjiu grasped his hand firmly, closing his eyes to sense his body, and his furrowed brow gradually relaxed. After releasing his grip, he seemed lost in thought, muttering something unintelligible. Your body is fine. You may try consuming heavenly lightning in the future to see if it enhances your strength. After a considerable pause, his brow finally unfurled, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, which he expertly concealed. Li Tianxuan's physique was quite unique. He had never encountered anything like it, and remained uncertain of its nature. Nevertheless, at present, it seemed to be a positive development that it would not jeopardize his health. Rather, it appeared to be beneficial as long as you're fine. Lin Jiuxuan exhaled heavily. Currently, Li Tianxuan's strength was nearly catching up to his own. If he were to be incapacitated, it would significantly affect his future plans as a member of the human race. He did not wish for any harm to befall his and at it was not a matter of allegiance, but rather a plan, merely a matter of shared heritage. Day turned to night. The sleeping individuals were abruptly awakened by a knock at the door. Lin Jiuxuan, visibly displeased, went to answer, only to find Yi Chun standing there, which elicited no kind words from him that if you don't give a reason, I might just loosen your bones. Just as Yi Chun was about to speak, he halted mid-step, bewildered by Lin Jiuxuan's fury. Why the anger? Is it him? Big brother, don't be upset. I'm here to share some good news. Chapter 80. A million spirit stones. We are wealthy now, Yichun chuckled awkwardly, gazing in bewilderment at the furious Lin Jiuxuan. Rubbing his head, he thought to himself that Lin Jiuxuan must have been fuming like an explosive early in the morning. Hurry up, or my fists won't show any mercy. After finally managing to sleep in. Free from Elder Xian's disturbances, he was now roused by Yichun, which naturally irked him. Disturbing someone else's pleasant dreams is akin to plotting their demise. Well, I wanted to inform you of some good news. Yichun scratched his nose while looking at Lin Jiuxuan, his ring glimmering with brilliance. With a cheerful demeanor, he was about to reveal the good news when, bang! Kid, do you even know that an old man needs his sleep? Otherwise, he tends to get quite irritable. Elder Xian's voice rang out, flicking a finger lightly, sending a ray of light striking Yichun. He was sent flying, his eyes filled with deep apprehension. He had anticipated Elder Xian's strength, but had no idea of its true magnitude. That flick of the finger felt like an overwhelming celestial force, utterly unresistible, extinguishing any thoughts of rebellion. That it was as if human power could not shake the might of the heavens. That it was not merely a disparity of realms, but rather a qualitative suppression. Even when facing the clan leader, he had never felt such a sensation. It was reminiscent of the power he sensed when visiting the ancestral shrine. He could not ascertain just how formidable it was. But he had heard tales of the ancestors who once battled on the Imperial Road, contending with unparalleled prodigies. They had once made their name resonate across the Imperial Road, dominating the landscape, with all prodigies bowing before them, ranking among the elite. Now, to feel such a presence emanating from an elder was shocking and hauntingly exhilarating. What kind of identity must Lin Jiuxuan possess to have such a powerful protector, a holy son, a Dao child, a Buddha's child, or perhaps an emperor's child? Instantly, his face brightened with joy. Regardless of the title, he was his elder brother, a sworn brother. He had unwittingly latched onto a powerful ally. What delight! What happiness! Elder Xian, good morning. I hear you enjoy drinking. This is divine drunkenness, a specialty from the ground. He rolled to his feet, a charming smile on his face as he produced a flask of liquor from his ring. Instantly, the fragrance of the wine wafted through the air, sweet and rich, carrying a hint of Taoist essence. Presenting this flask felt like a painful sacrifice, for divine drunkenness is aptly named. Even deities would find themselves intoxicated by it. This was merely a metaphor, illustrating the exceptional rarity of this wine. Its effects surpassed those of ordinary Taoist pills, providing a deeper understanding of the Tao. This flask was a reward given to him by the ancestral spirit after he triggered a celestial phenomenon upon breaking through the Tao realm. The current clan leader possessed only a handful of such flasks. 1 Can imagine how precious it is. The ingredients for brewing this wine are exceedingly rare, in an effort to leave a lasting impression on Elder Xian. He decided to go all out. He laid bare his wealth. Divine drunkenness. It has been ages since I last tasted it. That old ghost always hides it away, refusing to let the old man drink. He enveloped the aroma of divine drunkenness in a wave of his hand, capturing the Tao essence as well. The fragrance of the wine infused with Tao essence, if inhaled for too long, could have adverse effects. The Tao essence produced was only beneficial for those of the stages of entering Tao, understanding Tao, and enlightenment. Such effects were too intoxicating to resist. This wine is truly delightful, he exclaimed, admiring Yichun more and more. Enchanted by his presence, Elder Xian, do you know the ancestral spirit? Upon hearing this, Yichun froze momentarily. The implications were substantial. Old ghost? He must be referring to his ancestor. Anyone acquainted with the ancestral spirit must be of a similar caliber. What a robust leg to cling to. Lin Jiuxuan's eyes sparkled as he regarded Elder Xian, never expecting him to have lived for so long. The ancestor, one could tell at a glance that it was an old monster, a being who had lived for countless years, every one of them a terrifying existence. Lin Jiuxuan had never inquired about Elder Xian's origins, nor had he felt repulsed by him, thus no questions were raised. You seem rather agreeable to me. Allow me to offer you some guidance. The subtle movement of his finger revealed the power of the stars in his eyes, a grayish mystical force materializing around him. Lin Jiuxuan understood this was yet another divination taking place, that a pang of envy surged within him. It seemed Elder Xian would offer divination to others, but not to him. Truly biased. If the current Xian Zhou knew of Lin Jiuxuan's thoughts, he would likely spit blood and deliver a slap, roaring at him, "You know your own worth. Do you really expect me to divine your fate? Nonsense. You wish to live a few more years. You don't want to bid farewell to this world just yet." Yi Chen obediently approached Elder Xian, paying his respects with a reverence befitting a junior. When dealing with a being of the same stature as the ancestral spirit, it was prudent to show respect. He dared not jest or laugh, as Lin Jiuxuan had. The disparity in their statuses was evident. While Elder Xian might not mind, he remained cautious, fearing that the ancestral spirit might break his legs if displeased. Aligning with this lad, fortune and misfortune are unpredictable, yet the future holds promise. There lies an opportunity to tread upon the supreme path. Your celestial phenomenon cultivation has some issues. Allow me to point them out as well. He placed a finger upon Yi Chen's brow, his gaze complex, before squinting at Lin Jiuxuan beside him. A trace of blood quickly wiped away from his lips. Oh, his surprise. Anyone associated with this lad would find the path ahead fraught with difficulty. Fortunately, his mastery of the Dao of celestial mechanisms was profound. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences that a small portion of his essence had been affected. Henceforth, he would calculate less for anyone involved with this lad. He would refrain from showing off, lest he suffer a setback that would tarnish his image. "Thank you, Elder Xian." With closed eyes, his mind churned with thoughts, contemplating the shortcomings in his celestial phenomenon cultivation that had yet to be addressed. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly opened his eyes. A glimmer of golden light flashing past. Xian Lao had already vanished from his original spot. Still, he respectfully performed the gesture of a junior paying homage towards the room where Xian Lao resided. His admiration surged within him like the relentless flow of a river, and with a mere calculation, he could discern the shortcomings of his own extraordinary nature. Truly, he was an existence of the same caliber as the ancestors, exuding a terrifying aura. By the way, do you have any good news to share with me? Lin Jiuxuan approached him and patted his shoulder, inquiring what news could possibly compel him to come running over so early in the morning. Forsaking sleep, filled with anticipation that didn't you auction off some items at the Zishuan auction house? Here are the proceeds from the auction. After deducting some fees, it amounts to a total of 5 million spirit stones. He handed over a ring containing the wealth to Lin Jiuxuan and hurriedly departed. He needed to organize the thoughts swirling in his mind. Left behind, Lin Jiuxuan stood in a daze. Did he just say how much? 5 million spirit stones. I'm rich. I can finally indulge in delicious food, eating whatever I desired. In Lin Jiuxuan's room, Qiyue sat across from him, and they were discussing how to break through their current limits. Qiyue's realm was the same as his, both at the early stage of Deluo, equivalent to the initial stage of the celestial realm. Her combat power rivaled that of the mid-celestial realm in this world. How did you manage to break through so quickly? She gazed at him in astonishment, considering that he had only been in this world for about a month and had achieved such a significant breakthrough. Regardless of where one was, such a feat was exceedingly rare. She too wished to advance her strength in this new world, where enhancing one's power was somewhat simpler than in the primordial chaos. Take your time. Breakthroughs come naturally. Mine was merely a stroke of luck. Otherwise, you could also try to see if you could devour the heavenly tribulation. If you can, it may work for you as well. Li Tianxian grinned at Qiyue, though he was uncertain why he could consume the heavenly tribulation. Perhaps it was merely an accident. He didn't believe Qiyue could do the same. If several individuals capable of devouring the heavenly tribulation suddenly appeared, it would likely drive the Heavenly Dao to the brink of collapse, making one weep. In Xian Lao's room. Cough, cough. A hand pressed against the ground as he coughed heavily, several drops of blood falling to the floor. His complexion paled somewhat, and a drop of black blood was forcibly extracted from the tip of his finger. Sizzling. It landed on the ground, ripping open a gash in the earth. That lad's life. I truly dare not calculate. Remembering the first time he had attempted to divine for Lin Tianxian, he still felt a chill. Having lived for several millennia, his cultivation had reached the stage of transformation, and he was exceedingly adept in the art of divination, even capable of peering into the fates of those terrifying existences. If given a choice, he would rather divine for those formidable beings than for Lin Jiuxuan. Divining for those terrifying existences merely harmed the body, while calculating the fate of that lad was akin to inviting unnecessary misfortune. Master, is he truly the hope of the Tianji sect? He shook his head. Uncertain in his understanding, Lin Jiuxuan could be considered an anomaly, perhaps capable of transcending to exist beyond the Tao. Yet he was genuinely fearful that he was not afraid of his own demise, but rather of failing to leave a legacy for the Tianji sect. Fearing the reproach of his ancestors, his thoughts drifted. Tianji sect. Jure, from now on, you shall be my disciple, and the future of the Tianji sect will rest upon your shoulders. You must cultivate diligently. The art of divination is profound and mysterious. Vast and profound that, if you can reach the stage of transformation, comprehending the past, present, and future may not be out of reach. But remember, at the gate of the Tianji sect, a youthful figure clad in a pristine Taoist robe stood beside a disheveled old man, whose robe was patched countless times. Holding a whisk, he bore no semblance of the ethereal and transcendent demeanor of a reclusive sage. The youth listened intently to the old man's teachings, and as time passed, he grew under the old man's guidance. The Tianji sect's divination texts were comprehensively mastered, and the foundational techniques had reached the stage of transformation. Surpassing even the disheveled elder's prowess, he could predict events a millennium into the future. The disheveled elder was immensely pleased, taking the youth along whenever he descended the mountain, teaching him not only the art of divination, but also the ways of survival, friendship, and more. The youth matured gradually, and the Tianji sect remained unchanged. There were no significant alterations, save for a few more patches of weeds on the back mountain. Each time the youth attempted to remove the weeds, he was stopped by the disheveled elder, who told him, "These are all life. Every weed has its purpose, which he would come to understand in time." The youth, somewhat confused, nodded in agreement and ceased to uproot the weeds. Instead, during his idle moments, he would water the weeds on the back mountain, allowing them to flourish even more. Until one day, the disheveled elder imparted numerous instructions to the youth, who had been on a mountain for over 30 years at this point. He entrusted him with the inheritance ring of the Tianji sect, instructing him to find the next successor. The ring contained several portraits. The earlier ones had already been located, leaving only the final one. He informed him that the last individual would be an anomaly and urged him to assist wholeheartedly upon finding this person. The youth waited atop the mountain for a century, but the disheveled elder never returned. In truth, he would never return. This was something the youth later discovered in a tome within the sect's library. It explained why the Tianji sect only passed down its teachings in a singular line, with each successor departing the sect every 2,000 years to descend into the mortal realm, in times of chaos. They emerged to establish peace for future generations, securing a blessing for humanity. In times of prosperity, they closed the doors, untouched by the mortal world. In times of chaos, they would quell the source of calamity, while in times of prosperity, they descended to pass on their legacy. Such was recorded in the texts, revealing to him why there were so many weeds on the back mountain and why the disheveled elder forbade him from uprooting them. Realizing that the disheveled elder would never return, he lingered on the mountain for another decade, meticulously documenting the sect's texts.